Swish! A sharp bamboo spear shot into the water, sending up a splash. In an instant, it pierced through a fat grass carp. "Big Lin, you're amazing," shouted a little girl no more than 5 years old. She was carrying a small bamboo basket on her back, her head tied in 2 adorable buns with bright red hair ribbons. Her face was round and plump, dotted with big sparkling eyes, truly a doll-like cutie that anyone would want to pinch. Just then, a yellow blur leapt into the water, a local yellow dog named a Huang. It swam over using the doggy paddle, grabbed the bamboo spear in its mouth, and dragged both the spear and fish ashore. "Da Huang, come here." The little girl ran forward with her bamboo basket, trying to get Da Huang to drop the fish inside. Da Huang wagged his tail happily. The girl hurried closer, but too late. With a quick shake of his fur, Da Huang flung droplets of water everywhere like tiny rainbow beads onto the sunlight. "You, naughty Da Huang," she pouted, wiping the water off herself. Hands on her hips, she glared at the dog. Da Huang immediately waggled over, dropped the bamboo and fish in her basket, then started nuzzling her cheek with his wet nose, tail spinning like a fan. "No more of that next time." "Da Huang, you're tickling me," she giggled, dodging his affectionate nudges. Lin Chen smiled faintly, but said nothing. His sharp eyes scanned the surface of the water like a cormorant searching for prey. At 24, he was one of the few young men left in the village. Most had gone to work in big cities. Going back home after finishing school already made him unusual, but bringing a daughter with him? That made him even more of an oddity. The lake shimmered under the light, seemingly calm. But beneath the surface, danger or dinner could appear any moment. Suddenly, a dark line broke the water's surface. It was the black dorsal fin of another grass carp. Lin Chen hurled the sharpened bamboo spear again. With a piercing whistle, it sliced through the air and dove into the water like an arrow. When it surfaced once more, the spear had skewered the fish. The grass carp thrashed violently, trying to escape. The little girl clutched a Huang's tail before he could jump in again. "Don't go," she scolded. The dog whimpered, legs twitching nervously, afraid to pull too hard and accidentally knock the girl over. Meanwhile, Lin Chen gave a slight flick of his wrist. The bamboo was attached to a thin fishing line. With practiced ease, he reeled the fish ashore. Only then did the girl let go of Da Huang, who dashed forward joyfully. Slap! Before he could catch it, the dying fish slapped Da Huang across the face with its tail. Woof woof! Da Huang barked indignantly, circling the wriggling fish like it was some great enemy, growling and lunging dramatically. "Ha ha ha! Big Lin, look how silly Da Huang is." The girl laughed, then squealed as Da Huang shook himself dry again, splashing her with leftover droplets. "Not again, you bad dog." Lin Chen stepped forward, rubbed Da Huang's head gently, and carefully removed the fish from the spear. The girl held out her basket, catching the slippery catch with both hands. "You naughty Da Huang, no meat for you tonight." She stuck her tongue out at the dog, then turned to Lin Chen with wide, sparkly eyes. "Big Lin, you're so cool. But those fish are so silly they just pop their heads out for you to stab them." Lin Chen chuckled as he coiled the fishing line. "They're not silly. It's about to rain. The air pressure drops, so the fish come up for oxygen or they'll suffocate." "I don't understand." She folded her arms and pouted. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, then called out to a woman nearby. "Mom, can you take Duo home first? I need to go up the mountain to pick some bamboo fungus and wild mushrooms to nourish Guagua." "Big Lin, you're going up the mountain again?" Duo pouted. "She should call you Dad," the woman reminded gently, poking her granddaughter's nose. But Duo simply looked down and swung her little basket back and forth without responding. Lin Chen sighed softly, ruffling his daughter's hair. "Mom, don't push her." Duo, while he trailed off, unsure what else to say. His mother, Yulian, shook her head but didn't argue. "All right, if you come back late, we'll eat without you." "Thanks. We can eat later," she replied, holding her granddaughter's hand tightly. "Come on, my sweet girl. Let's go home with Grandma." In all of the village, there wasn't a child as cute and lovely as her granddaughter. How could such a tiny creature be so irresistible? The only thing troubling Yulian was that her son had been back for over half a year, yet hadn't said a word about his wife. She had no idea what had happened between the couple. "Big Lin, come home early. Don't wander around outside." Duo raised her chin and mimicked her grandmother's tone like a little adult. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He bent down, tousled her bun, and kissed her forehead. "Yes, Princess Lin," he teased. Duo rubbed her forehead and stuck her tongue out at him, making a funny face. After watching his mother and daughter walk away, Lin Chen whistled. Da Huang immediately followed behind him. Though the weather was gloomy, he wasn't worried had Da Huang by his side. Da Huang wasn't just any dog. He was a purebred Taiyang hound breed that had lived alongside hunters in the Taiyang Mountains for over 2,000 years. Fierce and fearless, these dogs were known to fight wolves heat-in and even take on wild boars and bears in packs. Hearing his name mentioned, De Huang jumped excitedly and barked proudly at the fish in the basket, showing off his strength. Lin Chen patted him on the head, and De Huang responded with a happy wag and a warm lick on Lin's palm. Lin Chen slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder and started walking up the mountain barefoot. The damp ground made wearing shoes dangerous, slippery, and risky. Better to go barefoot. He carried a machete to clear the path, while De Huang trotted loyally behind. Big Lin, save me some food. De Huang, protect Big Lin. Duo called from afar. Woof. De Huang barked and wagged his tail, as if replying, before quickly catching up with Lin Chen. Once on the mountain, Lin Chen unfastened his cloth shoes and hung them around his neck. Barefoot felt better now. Months had passed since he last came this way, and nature had taken over. Vines crept back onto trees, leaves blanketed the ground. Without his earlier trail markers, finding the original path would have been nearly impossible. As he cleared branches and vines, he also picked wild berries, cherries, and strawberries, his daughter's favorites. Small in size but bursting with sour sweet flavor, they brought a smile to his face as he imagined her squinting from the tartness. Woof woof. De Huang stopped at a dead tree, sniffing and pawing at it. Lin Chen approached and found a cluster of wild black fungus. Great texture, perfect for stir-frying. De Huang must have seen him collect it before. Good job, buddy, Lin praised, scratching De Huang behind the ears. De Huang grinned, panting happily under his master's touch. Soon, they reached a dilapidated temple, the mountain god temple atop Taiyang Ridge. Built long ago when people still lived in the mountains, it used to be where hunters prayed for protection before heading out. But after the reforms opened China's rural areas, most moved downhill and the temple was abandoned. Still, it offered shelter. Its wooden doors long gone, the temple stood in ruins. As tradition dictated, Lin Chen prepared to pay respects to the mountain god. De Huang shook off excess water from his fur and soaked Lin Chen in the process. De Huang, you did that on purpose. Lin growled, giving the dog a playful ear rub. De Huang just wagged his tail, clearly enjoying the game. Lin Chen took out some wild fruits and fungus, cleaned the dusty altar, and respectfully placed the offerings. In the old days, mountain dwellers believed in sharing their bounty with the spirits. Just a small portion showed respect. Nowadays, fewer people believed. Fewer still dared enter the mountain. Hence the temple's decay. Mountain God Grandpa, please bless our family. Keep us safe and healthy. Help Duo grow strong. Lin Chen bowed deeply, recalling his grandfather's words about honoring the land that had sustained their ancestors. As he knelt, lightning cracked outside the temple. A sudden flash of light illuminated the shrine. Then boom, the statue of the mountain god seemed to open its eyes. On its forehead, a glowing symbol resembling a flourishing tree burned brightly. Then, in a burst of thunder, the statue crumbled into dust. Before Lin Chen could react, a searing pain shot through his chest. Some force had entered his body, and everything went black. Chapter 2. The Space of the Mountain God. Where am I? Lin Chen murmured in confusion. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a peculiar location. Shrouded in darkness as far as the eye could see, the only area illuminated was roughly the size of half a basketball court, where a pool of crystal-clear spring water, about 1 to 2 meters in diameter, lay quietly embedded. Even without sunlight, it shimmered faintly. Bark, bark. De Huang? Lin Chen suddenly halted, and the scene before him flickered. Reappearing was the anxious figure of De Huang. The dog lay beside Lin Chen, its tail wagging joyfully upon seeing him awake again. With its forepaws resting on Lin Chen's legs, it emitted soft whines, evidently shaken by the earlier events. It's all right. I'm fine, De Huang. Good boy, don't worry about me. Lin Chen gently reassured, nudging his head against De Huang's in an effort to soothe the excited canine. In such a dire situation, De Huang's decision to stay and guard him was truly commendable for a hunting dog. Taking a breath, Lin Chen noticed that his shirt was singed at the chest, as if something had pierced through. Hastily, he removed the garment to inspect the damage, only to discover a strange symbol on his skin. What is this? Lin Chen gasped, recognizing the emblem as the tree-like symbol on the forehead of the mountain god. However, unlike the lush tree depicted on the idol, the one on his chest was barren, devoid of leaves, with branches and trunk etched onto his skin like a tattoo. My body. Lin Chen marveled at his form. As a lithe young man, he bore numerous scars, yet now, all traces of injury had vanished. While his skin was not fair, it emanated a primal beauty, as if every sinew contained explosive strength. De Huang regarded Lin Chen with confusion, unsure why his master was staring at himself so intently. After all, his own splendid golden fur was far more appealing than Lin Chen's baldness, save for his head and a few inconspicuous areas. Unaware of De Huang's thoughts, Lin Chen struggled to comprehend the astonishing sights before him. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, but upon reopening them, he found himself once more in that extraordinary space. Huh, back again, Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. He quickly closed his eyes once more, gathering his thoughts before abruptly opening them again. This time, he returned to the mountain god temple. Remarkable, Lin Chen mused, contemplating the experience. He grasped his bamboo basket and closed his eyes again. When he opened them, he and the basket had both materialized within the mysterious realm. If objects can be brought here, what about living beings? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, refraining from using De Huang for his experiment. Should anything go awry with De Huang, he could hardly bear the consequences, and he feared that Duo might not spare him. Walking through the mysterious space, which spanned half the area of a basketball court, Lin Chen found it to be rich with fertile soil, a certainty for someone raised in a farming family. Beyond this half-court area, however, lay only darkness, which he dared not enter. When he reached out, he discovered that this darkness resembled a glass barrier, impenetrable and forbidding. After circling twice, Lin Chen felt a pang of thirst. His gaze fell upon the crystal-clear spring water, which rose in delicate wisps of mist. Unable to resist, he took a cup from his bamboo basket and filled it. Cautiously, he took a small sip. The water was sweet, not in the way of farm-fresh spring water, but genuinely delightful. As it flowed into his belly, a wave of comfort washed over him, as if every pore in his body had opened, invigorating his spirit and banishing any remnants of fatigue. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Chen felt considerably lighter. He filled another cup of spring water and returned to the mountain god temple, presenting it to De Huang. Here, De Huang, a fine treat. Don't say I never look out for you. De Huang sniffed the air, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and promptly dashed forward to drink every last drop of the divine spring water. You truly have an eye for quality, Lin Chen chuckled. After finishing the spring water, De Huang appeared to be yearning for more, tapping the cup with his paw and then chasing his own tail in circles. Enough of that. That trick works on Duo, but it won't work on me. Lin Chen laughed, knowing that De Huang excelled at charming his sister, often using such antics to procure tasty treats from her hands. As De Huang spun around, Lin Chen's words suddenly caught his attention, and he halted abruptly, his face scrunching up in an odd expression directed at his tail. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that De Huang had encountered some trouble? He quickly approached. De Huang, don't scare me like that. Just then, as Lin Chen drew near, De Huang's tail shot up, releasing a noxious cloud. Wow! Lin Chen covered his nose and stumbled back, retreating too hastily and inadvertently inhaling a whiff of the foul air, causing his vision to darken momentarily. De Huang, what on earth did you eat? That's revolting. He gagged a couple of times, ready to give the rascal a piece of his mind, but upon turning around, he nearly burst into laughter. De Huang was stretching his neck, one paw reaching forward, gagging as if he himself had been overcome by his own stench. Once the foul odor dissipated, Lin Chen seized De Huang by the neck, playfully ruffling his fur. That's what you get for stinking up the place. Suddenly, Lin Chen paused, his hands parting De Huang's fur at his forehead. This spring water was truly remarkable. Could it be that it had healing properties? Was De Huang's foul gas merely a means of expelling toxins from his body? Lin Chen exclaimed in delight. This spiritual spring is a remarkable treasure. He could not help but ponder the vastness of the mysterious space, its fertile land, and the presence of the spiritual spring. What would happen if he were to cultivate some plants within? It was in his nature, having been raised in a farming family, that upon witnessing such fertile soil, his first thought was to plant something, a testament to his heritage. Without further ado, Lin Chen abandoned the idea of foraging for wild goods, shouldered his bamboo basket, and whistled for De Huang as they departed from the mountain shrine. Just as they stepped outside, the shrine suddenly collapsed, transforming into a heap of ruins. Lin Chen felt a surge of astonishment. Did this scene signify something of special importance, perhaps an omen of sorts? Chapter 3. Doubts about dog life. Upon descending the mountain and returning home, Lin Chen hurried into his room to change his clothes, as he feared his daughter might question him if she saw him in his current attire. After changing, he made his way to the living room. "Lin, you're back," exclaimed Duo, who was holding a pair of chopsticks, attempting to assist her grandmother in setting the table. Unfortunately, her little legs were too short to reach the tabletop. Upon spotting Lin Chen and De Huang entering, her face lit up with joy. "Lin, pick me up. I'll help set the table." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her request, realizing it was a bit absurd. Nevertheless, he obliged, lifting his daughter into his arms and moving around the table as she meticulously arranged the chopsticks. Duo surveyed her handiwork from Lin Chen's embrace, clapping her tiny hands in delight. "It looks so nice. Indeed, my daughter has done a splendid job. Here is a reward for you, a cherry." Lin Chen washed a wild cherry from the bamboo basket and placed the largest one into his daughter's little hand. Duo rubbed it against her palm before popping it into her mouth. The tartness of the wild cherry caused her big eyes to squint into crescent shapes as she held her face in her hands and shook her head. "So sour. My teeth feel like they're going to turn sour too," she exclaimed joyfully. "Hey, Lin, what is this? It's all dark," Duo inquired, noticing the wood-ear mushrooms for the first time. "This is called wood-ear. Just a little added while cooking makes it crisp and particularly delightful. Grandma is likely preparing a mixed fish and tofu stew. Daddy asked Grandma to put some in so our precious daughter can have a taste. Would you like to try?" At that moment, De Huang, wagging his fluffy tail, bounded over to Duo, playfully pawing at her pants. In response, she wrapped her arms around his neck, and the two began to nuzzle one another. With a gentle kiss on De Huang's forehead, his ears perked up, and he began to chase his own tail in circles, eliciting a fit of giggles from Duo. "Are you back? Wash your hands. It's time for dinner," came her grandmother's voice from the kitchen. "Mom, I brought some wild wood-ear mushrooms. I'll add a bit to the soup for Duo to try," Lin Chen announced as he entered the kitchen with the mushrooms. Moments later, he emerged with a bowl of white soup, which was bubbling with heat, its savory aroma wafting through the air even before tasting. Ding, ding, ding. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold Grandma's masterpiece, mixed fish and tofu stew." Lin Chen placed the dish in front of Duo, fanning the enticing scent toward her, making her swallow hard in anticipation. Suddenly, De Huang turned and dashed away, startling both Lin Chen and Duo. In mere seconds, however, he returned, proudly carrying his food bowl in his mouth, which he placed before Duo before resuming his playful spinning in pursuit of his tail. Just then, Lin Chen's mother, Yulian, exited the kitchen and observed the amusing scene. "How has De Huang become so clever today?" she remarked in surprise. "In the presence of delicious food, even the foolish can become clever," Lin Chen responded with a smile, though internally he was quite astonished. De Huang was indeed a fine hunting dog, but that didn't mean he excelled in all aspects. Typically obedient, this was the first time he had shown such cleverness by fetching his food bowl and waiting eagerly for dinner. As De Huang noticed that Duo was ignoring him, he promptly seized his food bowl once more and placed it at Duo's feet, panting with his tongue lolling out, drool cascading down his chin. "Lin, pass me a tissue. I need to wipe De Huang's mouth." Duo reached for a tissue from a distance to clean up De Huang's drool. Yulian prepared some rice and added a bit of fish soup before placing it in front of De Huang. The excited dog jumped twice, resembling a small spring. Yet after taking a bite, his face transformed into a mask of confusion, casting doubts upon his canine existence. Typically, the fish soup mixed with rice was delectable, but today, it seemed utterly flavorless. "De Huang, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Duo asked, puzzled. "Huang." De Huang protested, feeling aggrieved. He longed for the fragrant fish soup mixed with rice, yet today's offering lacked its usual allure. Lin Chen popped a small piece of fish into his mouth, chuckling as he observed De Huang's antics. At that moment, De Huang appeared to recall something, inexplicably pushing his food bowl toward Lin Chen. What is this about?" "That's your food. Finish it yourself," Lin Chen remarked. De Huang, feeling wronged, nudged Lin Chen's leg, his small eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation, leaving Lin Chen utterly bewildered. However, he soon discerned the source of the issue. Could it be that De Huang desired to drink the spiritual spring water? Duo stood before Lin Chen, puffing her cheeks. "Lin, are you bullying De Huang?" With a clear conscience, Lin Chen protested his innocence. "De Huang is certainly being mistreated by you. He can't even enjoy his favorite fish soup mixed with rice," Duo declared, as if it were self-evident. "Lin, I don't care. You need to coax De Huang into eating." Lin Chen, both amused and exasperated, found himself tasked with persuading De Huang to eat. Yet, an idea struck him. If he could entice De Huang to finish his meal, then Duo would have to finish her dinner as well. After a brief hesitation, Duo glanced down at De Huang, who seemed to realize that tonight's meal would depend on her. He quickly blinked his large, expressive eyes and tilted his head adorably at her. Seeing De Huang's charm, Duo's heart melted, and she could only nod, saying, "As long as De Lin can make De Huang eat properly, I'll finish my dinner." "Great, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear." Lin Chen clapped his hands, picked up his bowl, and moved toward the door, pretending to fetch water from the tank, but in reality, he retrieved a bowl of spiritual spring water from the mountain goddess space. As soon as the spring water was drawn, De Huang froze, his big, expectant eyes fixated on the white bowl in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen, grinning at De Huang, pondered, "Would you like some?" De Huang lay on the ground, his front paws rhythmically tapping the floor, brimming with anticipation. Even Duo could sense his longing for what Lin Chen held. "De Lin, what's in your bowl?" Duo asked curiously. Lin Chen replied with a smile, "Just a bowl of water. This little guy is simply too thirsty. Your grandmother made the fish soup mixed with rice too thick for him to drink." Duo suspected her father might not be telling the whole truth. Yet she had no evidence. Once Lin Chen poured the water into De Huang's bowl, the dog immediately dove in, devouring every last morsel, leaving nothing behind. Duo wore an expression of astonishment. Could it truly be as her father had said? Yet, this seemed rather exaggerated. Lin Chen found himself increasingly astonished by the spiritual spring. Although he relished its taste, he did not feel an overwhelming sense of dependence on it. Could it be that the spring's effects on animals surpassed its influence on humans? At the dining table, the aroma of mixed fish stew wafted through the air. The fish, caught by Lin Chen earlier that day, were small creatures he had netted with a small mesh before spearing larger fish with a bamboo stick. The slender knife fish, known locally as quan ba tiao, were particularly well suited for this dish. These fish, while not growing very large, typically only a handful of inches long, were not meant for grand feasts. However, when coated in flour and lightly fried, they made for a delightful addition to the tofu stew, due to their diminutive size and the frying process. The tiny bones became tender, and with each bite, the rich flavors burst forth in the mouth. The exterior coating of starch was soft and absorbed the savory essence of the fish broth, rendering the bones virtually imperceptible, alleviating any fear of being choked. This dish was one of Duo's favorites. In addition to the mixed fish stew, Lin Chen's mother had also prepared steamed corn cakes and a bowl of hearty grain porridge. Dipping the corn cake into the fish broth and pairing it with a piece of the battered knife fish created an experience that surpassed that of a five-star dining experience. Should the meal feel too oily, a sip of the wholesome grain porridge would cleanse the palate. By the end of the meal, Lin Chen felt utterly fulfilled, both in body and spirit. Chapter 4. The nourishing spring. After finishing dinner, Lin Chen informed his parents that he felt fatigued and retired to his room early. Duo was still struggling with her meal, so Lin Chen took De Huang into his room to prevent Duo from being distracted by the dog, which caused her to eat at a leisurely pace. In his room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, his gaze fixed intently on De Huang. The dog's transformation was remarkable today, as if a light had suddenly been ignited within him. De Huang, feeling the weight of Lin Chen's stare, stood up and, casting a glance at Lin Chen, began to chase his tail in circles. "Well, you're certainly much smarter now, but overall, you're still just a silly dog," Lin Chen chuckled, embracing De Huang. It was then that he noticed the dog's fur had become significantly smoother, resembling a coat that had been polished. The source of De Huang's transformation was undoubtedly the mystical spring within the mountain goddess realm. Considering Duo's frail health, Lin Chen pondered the spring's wondrous powers. If I were to plant some crops in the mountain goddess space, would they yield even more delicious and nutritious produce? Perhaps it could enhance Duo's and my parents' health. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen tossed De Huang onto the bed and stealthily made his way to the yard, gathering every seed he could find, vegetables and fruits alike, until he had amassed a considerable pile. He even pocketed a few cloves of garlic. Previously, his parents had cultivated their vegetable garden, leaving behind an abundance of seeds that had gone neglected, which conveniently benefited Lin Chen. After sowing the seeds, he watered them with the spring's essence. Although this task required considerable effort, within the mountain goddess realm, Lin Chen felt no fatigue. He had planted seeds across a significant portion of the land, but vegetables like cucumbers and beans required trellises for their vines to climb. Thus, Lin Chen realized he would need to venture out once more, but retrieving the necessary bamboo poles in bulk would surely raise suspicions. How foolish of me. Why not just store them directly in the mountain goddess space? He chastised himself, tapping his head lightly. De Huang, observing him with a puzzled expression, seemed to wonder about the implication of being called a dog brain. "What is wrong with my brain? It's perfectly fine. Are you discriminating against my kind?" He seemed to protest. Having stealthily stored a large bundle of bamboo poles within the mountain god's space, Lin Chen crept towards his bedroom, only to find someone waiting at the door, a beam of flashlight illuminating the darkness. "Dad, why are you still awake?" Lin Chen asked, scratching his head. His father, Lin Chen, appeared quite refined, not at all resembling a person accustomed to laboring in the fields, holding a flashlight in one hand and a water cup in the other. He replied, "I was checking on the vegetable garden. The harvest is almost ready, and I wouldn't want it to be ruined by wild animals at this hour." "Aren't you tired? Why are you up wandering around?" He adjusted the jacket on his shoulders as he prepared to refill his water cup. Lin Chen interjected, "Dad, let me go? I just rested for a bit, and now I'm not sleepy." His father, not thinking much of it, nodded and handed the flashlight to Lin Chen. "All right then. I haven't been feeling well lately. You can go if you'd like." "Dad, let me help you with the water." Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart and immediately filled his father's teacup with half a cup of hot water, followed by half a cup of spiritual spring water. Before handing it to his father smiled, remarking that his son had always been considerate since childhood, far more so than the unruly children in the village. This water tastes remarkably good," his father remarked, puzzled after taking a sip. "Perhaps you are simply parched, which is why you find the water so delightful." Lin Chen chuckled in response. His father shrugged, said nothing more, and turned to head back to his room for sleep. Watching his father retreat, Lin Chen resolved to frequently offer his family spiritual spring water in the future, for it undoubtedly held benefits for the body. He playfully kicked De Huang, his dog, urging him to move along. De Huang stared longingly at his father's room, drooling at the thought of half a cup of spiritual spring water. Wishing for just a sip. "What are you daydreaming about? Let us go to the vegetable garden." Lin Chen called again, prompting De Huang to reluctantly follow him outside. As Lin Chen reached the entrance, he noticed Duo laughing heartily while watching television with their grandmother, filled with joy. Adjacent to the vegetable garden lay the strawberry greenhouse, where the family had constructed a simple wooden hut to oversee it. It was June, and after a brief evening rain, the air grew still, allowing swarms of mosquitoes to flourish in the greenhouse and garden. Were it not for the mosquito nets and incense, Lin Chen would not dare linger there. Otherwise, he would face a bloodbath the next day, likely whisked away by the mosquitoes, who would raise a flag declaring their conquest, feasting on flesh and drinking blood. With Lin Chen as their unwitting benefactor, merely claiming naming rights. He unfurled the mosquito net and lit the incense, and De Huang squeezed in alongside him. Despite his thick fur, the mosquitoes launched a suicidal assault, leaving even the dog distressed. Re-entering the mountain god's space, Lin Chen used bamboo poles to support the cucumbers and green beans, finishing his tasks as midnight approached. Yet, he felt no fatigue. If one could maintain such vigor while farming, everyone would surely prefer to be a farmer rather than retreat to city life, enduring overtime. Savoring the blessings of the 996 work culture, only to be at the mercy of their bosses. In the mountain god's space, the vegetables and fruits required no worry on his part. Once everything was in order, Lin Chen still felt invigorated, unable to sleep. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to exit the mountain god's realm and watered the family's vegetable garden and the strawberries in the greenhouse with spiritual spring water. With a bucket in hand, he repeatedly fetched water to irrigate the garden and greenhouse. The plots watered with the spring water shimmered with an almost imperceptible glow, leaving Lin Chen uncertain if it was merely a trick of his eyes. Watering in the real world did not provide the same invigorating sensation as in the mountain god's space. And by the time Lin Chen finished irrigating all the plots and strawberries, the sky began to lighten. Finally feeling a hint of fatigue, he noticed that the spiritual spring in the mountain god's space was nearly depleted, yet he could see it gradually replenishing, albeit at a slow pace. After retreating to the wooden cabin in the greenhouse for a brief slumber, I remained oblivious to the passage of time until I faintly heard my daughter calling my name. It turned out that my mother had brought breakfast for me along with little Duo. With a sudden jolt, De Huang opened his eyes and wagged his tail, eager to rush outside, only to find himself ensnared tightly in the mosquito net. Goodness, my mind may be hazy, but my strength remains robust. Lin Chen hastily lifted De Huang and began to untangle him from the netting. The little creature, upon hearing Duo's voice, became animated. And in the midst of helping him, Lin Chen nearly found himself caught as well. Duo held a food container in her hand, and as she opened it, a wave of tantalizing aroma wafted out. Inside were the celery and pork dumplings lovingly made by my mother, accompanied by a small cup of vinegar she had thoughtfully brought along. Without the need for chopsticks, I pinched one with my fingers. It was slightly hot to the touch. After dipping it in vinegar, I popped it into my mouth. The crispness of the celery harmonized beautifully with the savory essence of the pork, creating a culinary masterpiece. The soft yet slightly chewy dumpling skin added an exquisite texture, enriching the overall flavor. My mother's dumplings were irresistibly fragrant, capable of making one lose their tongue in delight. Taking the food container from Duo, I began devouring the dumplings one after another. Slow down, De Huang. I brought you something delicious too. The leftover meat broth and rice from yesterday, your favorite, isn't it? My mother said with a smile, patting De Huang's head. Although De Huang wagged his tail out of habit, his expression had solidified, reflecting a sense of melancholy. Once, he relished such meals, but now things had changed. He had seen the world and wondered if he could subsist solely on meat broth and rice. Seizing the opportunity while my mother and Duo tended to the vegetable garden, Lin Chen poured some spiritual spring water into De Huang's bowl. Sensing the essence of the water, De Huang perked up immediately, nudging his head against Lin Chen's leg affectionately. As Lin Chen gently stroked his head, he intended to say something along the lines of, "As long as you obediently heed my words, abundance and fortune shall be yours." However, De Huang suddenly turned and thrust his head into the bowl, eagerly feasting. "Darling, remember to have fruit after your meal." Duo approached with 2 ripe tomatoes. Their size was such that she could barely manage them, instead dragging them along under her chin. She handed one to Lin Chen, saying, "Grandma washed it. And it smells so good." "Thank you, dear daughter," Lin Chen replied, planting a kiss on Duo's cheek. He then took a moment to inhale the rich aroma emanating from the tomato in his hand, which was indeed captivating. Just gazing at it made his mouth water. Lin Chen mused, could this be the effect of the spiritual spring water that transformed the tomatoes in such a way? He was curious about how they would taste. Chapter 5. Mountain Goods. Lin Chen gently took a bite. The thin skin of the tomato burst instantly, and the juice flooded into his mouth. Sweet with a hint of acidity, filling his mouth with its abundant flavor. It was simply exquisite. "Wow, darling, this is incredibly delicious," Duo exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling with delight. The father and daughter devoured the tomatoes in no time, and Duo nearly swallowed the slightly tough stem. "Look at how you eat. If you want more, just go pick another. After all, they're from our own garden," Lin Chen chuckled. "We can't let her have any more. Just look at her little belly. Can a child eat so much?" His mother remarked somewhat disapprovingly. "Grandma, I really want to eat just a little more, please." Duo pleaded, shaking her grandmother's hand in a charming display of affection. Left with no choice, her grandmother playfully poked her nose and said, "You little glutton, all right. I'll pick one more, and we can share it." Duo stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit bashful, as if she truly were a little glutton. However, the taste of the tomatoes was so delightful that she simply couldn't resist wanting more. Lian picked another tomato, breaking it in half with her hands and giving the smaller half to her granddaughter. It wasn't that she was unwilling to share, rather, she knew that too much food could upset a child's stomach. After finishing her small portion, Duo rubbed her slightly bulging belly and lamented, "Grandma, why is a person's stomach so small? I can't believe I'm already full after eating just over one of these delicious tomatoes." Lin Chen and Lian laughed heartily, amused that the little girl's philosophy of life had begun with tomatoes. Nevertheless, those 2 tomatoes were quite substantial, weighing nearly a pound combined. Of course, her little belly would feel full. The flavor, however, was so delightful that even Lian felt it surpassed any fruits or vegetables she had ever tasted before. The magical spring truly worked wonders after just one watering. The flavors were astonishingly exquisite. Lin Chen mused in anticipation of tasting the fruits and vegetables from the mountain god's realm. "Son, what are your plans for today?" his mother casually inquired as she cleared away the dishes. Glancing at the weather, Lin Chen noted it appeared it wouldn't rain today. "Since I couldn't gather mountain goods yesterday, I can't afford to delay any longer. I'm taking De Huang up the mountain again." "All right, I'll keep the meal warm for you until you return," his mother replied. Gathering mountain goods would take at least 6 or 7 hours, certainly causing him to miss lunch. "Got it. Darling, I want to eat some eel," Duo shyly stated, feeling a bit embarrassed as her father often teased her about being a little glutton, yet those things were simply too delicious. "Sure thing. I'll catch some for you later. We have an eel trap at home. We just need to dig up some worms for bait. And we can catch quite a few overnight," Lin Chen responded with a smile, eager to fulfill his daughter's request. With the weather still pleasant, Lin Chen called to De Huang, strapped on a bamboo basket, and prepared to venture into the mountains. The large yellow dog sprinted ahead of Lin Chen, displaying a graceful physique. This dog, a local Taihang breed, boasts a lineage that spans thousands of years, rendering it the most suitable canine for the region. Breeds like golden retrievers and border collies are undoubtedly intelligent, yet they fail to prove their worth in the mountains. In contrast, the tying dog possesses a tall and powerful build, with long limbs that grant it exceptional climbing abilities. Its height affords it a remarkable vantage point amidst the peaks, making it an ideal companion for hunters in the tying range. Upon entering the mountains, Lin Chen habitually visited the mountain god temple, only to find it reduced to mere ruins. A pang of nostalgia struck him. Aside from himself, it was unlikely anyone would return to this place, even if someone did. By the time they discovered it, the remnants of the temple would likely be overgrown with vegetation, leaving no trace behind. Oh, mountain god, I am grateful for your protection. Even in the absence of your temple, I shall not forget you. With hands clasped in reverence, Lin Chen knelt on the ground in respectful homage. Although the specifics eluded him, he recognized that he had received a blessing from the mountain god, filling his future with hope. In the Taihang range, Lin Chen felt an extraordinary sensation, as though he had returned home. This feeling was peculiar. Every tree and blade of grass in the mountains seemed familiar to him. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he picked up his bamboo basket and set off. The large yellow dog hurried to keep pace, delighted to accompany its master on this mountain adventure. The dog frolicked exuberantly, joyfully racing across the terrain, while Lin Chen followed at a leisurely pace, experiencing an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The Taiyang Range is abundant with diverse mountain produce, and Lin Chen's objective was a bamboo grove, home to his favorite delicacy, bamboo fungus. Although it has been cultivated artificially, nothing compares to the flavor of its wild counterpart. The region boasts a vast bamboo forest, a veritable treasure trove. In addition to the coveted bamboo fungus, it yields spring bamboo shoots and bamboo rice, each a prized find. However, during this season, Lin Chen would be fortunate to gather only bamboo fungus. The bamboo fungus, tender and white, is adorned with a delicate, snow-like skirt, earning it the name Snow Skirt Fairy. Its exquisite flavor makes it an exceptional ingredient for soups. Furthermore, Lin Chen collected a considerable amount of wild black fungus and wild mushrooms, nearly filling his bamboo basket, and even stumbled upon a few precious lion's mane mushrooms. Ancient wisdom speaks of 4 culinary delights: lion's mane, bear paw, abalone, and shark fin. The term lion's mane refers specifically to the mushroom, not the actual head of a lion. It received its name due to its resemblance to the back of a lion's head, which led to misconceptions and dark culinary tales of consuming lion's brains. The lion's mane mushroom is often hailed as the king of mountain delicacies. However, this title is merely a figure of speech. Some also claim that bamboo fungus deserves the same recognition. It's akin to having 2 top-ranking universities in the country or 5 in the top 3, merely to be taken lightly, without earnest belief. Nonetheless, the lion's mane mushroom is undeniably delicious, with a pleasing texture. Although its scarcity prevents it from being sold, it is destined to delight only Lin Chen's palate. As Lin Chen plucked the lion's mane mushroom, he was enveloped by a rich, fragrant aroma. Instantly, he brandished his machete to carve a path forward, following the alluring scent until he arrived at the base of a secluded grand tree. Had it not been for the clarity of that enchanting fragrance, he might have never ventured this way. Beneath the towering tree, a vibrant red flower blossomed quietly. Lin Chen recognized this flower, though it held little value. What lay beneath it was precious, a wild ginseng. Upon noticing Lin Chen's fixation on the flower, De Huang assumed his master desired it and hurried over, ready to claw it out. Lin Chen, seeing this, swiftly grasped the nape of its neck, pulling it back. No mischief. If this is harmed, it will lose its worth. With that, Lin Chen retrieved his phone, capturing a photograph of the ginseng before carefully excavating it from the earth. The wild ginseng was evidently aged, its roots robust and full, exuding a unique fragrance as it was unearthed. In addition to the main root, 4 offshoots branched out. Though Lin Chen lacked the knowledge to discern its age, after taking a few more pictures, he prepared to share his find on social media. A tranquil and harmonious life, filled with surprises. The serendipitous encounter with wild ginseng was nature's generous gift, akin to glimpsing a deer in the depths of the forest or a whale in azure waters. Truly ineffable. After editing the post, Lin Chen sent it out, feeling quite pleased with his portrayal. Soon, his social media was flooded with likes and comments. Bro, lately I've been feeling weak. Could use some of that ginseng. No way. Lin, that's a massive ginseng. Are you planning to cultivate immortality? Halua, 1 root. Wait, am I going off track? Lin, are you trying to fool us with a model? I won't believe it unless you let me take a bite. As he read the playful banter from his friends, Lin Chen felt a pang of nostalgia for them. Since graduation, they had not met, and reminiscing about their youthful days was bittersweet. Just as he was about to reply, a message popped up. Selling it. The profile picture of a beautiful woman flashed momentarily. Chapter 6. The beautiful lecturer. I sell ginseng, not my body. Lin Chen replied casually. Oh, the teacher dares to tease now. Lin Chen, you've grown bolder. The beautiful avatar flashed again. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback and quickly glanced at the information. Upon realizing that the beauty was indeed his university lecturer, he felt a bit awkward. Dr. Gu Mingxi, a remarkable woman, often regarded as a fighter jet among women, had earned her doctorate at the tender age of 26, making her the youngest and most attractive lecturer at the university. Countless young men and older gentlemen had been enamored with her. Lin Chen had added her on WeChat due to a thesis-related matter, but they had not kept in touch since. So he was surprised she hadn't removed him from her contacts. Not one to shy away, he promptly replied, Professor Gu, my apologies. I was just boasting to a friend and couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. I knew it. You seemed quite reserved during your studies. And now you've suddenly grown bold enough to flirt with your teacher, Gu Mingxi responded, adding a laughing emoji. Now that Lin Chen had graduated, he felt unperturbed. Yet he understood that a scholar of her caliber would likely have little in common with him. This interaction must be for a specific reason. Professor, is there something you need? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, do you truly have that wild ginseng? Gu Mingxi asked. Absolutely. I have pictures to prove it. If you don't mind. Could we have a video call? Gu Mingxi replied, somewhat shyly. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, chatting via video with a beautiful lecturer, especially given that she initiated it, would undoubtedly make his classmates envious. He had a dedicated data plan with 100 gigabytes of monthly data, so he was unafraid of video chatting and replied, sure, let's do it. Just as he sent his response, Gu Mingxi sent a video request, which Lin Chen accepted without hesitation. De Huang, curious about the video call, pushed his head into the frame. Wow, Lin Chen, you've changed so much in just over a year since graduation. Gu Mingxi's voice rang out from the video, followed by a fit of laughter. Lin Chen pushed De Huang's head away from the screen, feeling a bit embarrassed. My mistake. Professor, it's been a year. And you've changed quite a bit too. Gu Mingxi looked stunning on the screen. Her skin is fair as cream, with large expressive eyes framed by exquisitely long lashes. Her lips, a vibrant red, captivated any man's gaze, and Lin Chen could tell she was using any beauty filters. She was the kind of top-tier beauty for whom filters would be superfluous. Oh, how have I changed? Gu Mingxi asked curiously. Don't say I've become more beautiful. If you say I'm prettier now, it implies I was before. Professor, you have always been beautiful, but now you possess even more grace. When I attended your classes, I hardly dared to look up, fearing I would be distracted from the lecture by your beauty. Now, it's different. You exude an intellectual charm that commands respect. Lin Chen thought, since he no longer had to concern himself with her authority, he might as well flatter her. Gu Mingxi cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, well, at least you know how to speak. By the way, do you have that wild ginseng with you? This ushered in the main topic. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Of course, it's right here. I just dug it up. Not only the ginseng, but the pit is still there. Show it to me, Gu Mingxi promptly replied. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directed the video towards the pit. I meant the wild ginseng. Gu Mingxi said with a wry smile. Oh, right. Lin Chen hurriedly placed the wild ginseng in front of the camera for Gu Mingxi to observe closely. After a brief moment, Gu Mingxi inquired, Lin Chen, are you planning to sell this wild ginseng? Of course. Keeping it serves no purpose for me, Lin Chen responded. Once I acquire such items, I intend to find a way to liquidate them. My farming family isn't extravagant enough to consume this kind of thing. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingxi's eyes lit up. All right then, please hold on to it for me. I'll find a time to come by, and I promise you a good price. No problem. Just send me a message before you arrive, and I'll let you know which vehicle to take. I'll pick you up in the county, Lin Chen replied, pleasantly surprised at how quickly a buyer had been secured. Agreed. I have class now. I'll contact you later. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Chen, Gu Mingxi ended the video call. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. It seemed Gu Mingxi valued the wild ginseng highly, so he needed to safeguard it. He couldn't afford to let it get damaged. With that thought, he decided to place the wild ginseng into the mountain god space. Lin Chen dug a small pit in the mountain god space, buried the wild ginseng, and even watered it with some spiritual spring water, feeling reassured afterward. Glancing at the vegetables and fruits he had planted, Lin Chen couldn't help but express his astonishment. The crops he had just sown the night before had already sprouted, creating a lush green expanse. The few cloves of garlic he had casually planted had also produced several clusters of vibrant green shoots. Their growth was remarkable. The mountain god space is truly wondrous. With such thriving plants, Lin Chen marveled. Emerging from the mountain god space, Lin Chen prepared to head home, with De Huang closely following at his heels. Instead of retracing his steps along the steep path he had taken to collect the wild ginseng, he opted for a new route. Climbing up had been manageable, but descending was far more challenging. Clearing a new path proved to be more efficient. With a sharp machete, he hacked through the obstructing vines and weeds, while De Huang occasionally barked to ward off any small creatures that might be lurking in the underbrush, preventing them from startling his master. Before long, Lin Chen and De Huang arrived in a relatively flat area, where Lin Chen was once again greeted by a delightful fragrance. This scent was distinct from the previous one. While the earlier aroma had a hint of medicinal quality, the current one seemed to carry more of an earthy, herbal essence. This piqued his curiosity about the source of this enticing fragrance. Following the scent, Lin Chen noticed the ground was littered with decaying leaves and animal droppings, with some areas concealing voids beneath the surface. A careless step could lead to dire consequences. Each year, countless individuals disappeared in the Taiying Mountains, and only the most skilled hunters knew how to navigate these natural traps. Moments later, Lin Chen and De Huang found themselves beside a shrub that was as tall as a person and a half. De Huang sniffed the aroma of the bush, clearly satisfied, and then lifted a hind leg, ready to mark his territory. With the scent of his urine, this would become De Huang's domain. Master, behold as I establish a vast empire for you, he seemed to declare. However, a swift tap on his rear from Lin Chen interrupted him. No relieving yourself indiscriminately, Lin Chen admonished. De Huang felt wounded, thinking, I am merely expanding your dominion, dear master. Ignoring De Huang's dramatic inner monologue, Lin Chen shifted his focus to the shrub before him. It appeared to be a tea tree, he murmured to himself. Chapter 7. Setting the eel traps. He possessed little knowledge of tea trees, only aware that wild tea trees indeed thrived upon the Taiying Mountains. However, villagers spoke of their low yield and the difficulty in locating them. Although the flavor was pleasant, it was disproportionate to the effort expended. Consequently, few ventured into the mountains solely to gather tea. Most only collected it serendipitously, perhaps gathering a small quantity to roast and brew at home. Regardless, the delightful fragrance assured him of its quality, and he resolved to transplant it to the mountain goddess space. Drawing from his experience with wild ginseng, Lin Chen understood that the enticing aroma signified something valuable, and he promptly transferred the wild tea tree into the mountain goddess realm, nourishing it with a bit of spiritual spring water, confident it would thrive. By the time he descended the mountain and returned home, it was already past 3 o'clock. His mother had just finished lunch and, upon seeing Lin Chen, warmed up some food for him. Noticing that De Huang was gazing forlornly at his bowl, Lin Chen chuckled and added some spiritual spring water, which made the little creature perk up and eat joyfully. As he ate, his father approached him, saying, You should head to the county tomorrow. We have quite a collection of mountain goods, and the vegetables in the garden are ready for harvest. Didn't you say we had a few more days? Lin Chen inquired while chewing. His father, puzzled, replied, It is indeed a bit strange. I initially thought it would be at least 3 or 4 days more. However, your mother took a stroll in the garden this morning and discovered that everything is nearly ripe. If we delay, the vegetables will over-ripen and become unsellable. It seems this year's crop has matured earlier than usual. All right, let us gather the vegetables this afternoon then. Lin Chen swiftly finished his meal, devouring every last bite. Slow down. If you eat too quickly, it will be hard to digest, which is not good for your stomach, his mother chided gently as she passed by. After the meal, Lin Chen gathered some woven bags and then drove the hand tractor with his father to the vegetable garden. Their plot was not vast, measuring only about 6 or 7 mu, with a mix of crops. 2 mu were dedicated to tomatoes, 1 mu to cucumbers, 1 mu to beans, and the remaining 3 mu were interspersed with cabbage, bok choy, and asparagus. The tractor could not carry much, with a capacity of around 2,000 pounds. A 2 mu tomato harvest could yield over 1,000 pounds in a single season, while cucumbers fared even better, producing up to 2,000 pounds from 1 mu. The duo labored throughout the afternoon, managing to harvest only about half of their 7 mu, yet they still collected approximately 2,000 pounds of vegetables. They gathered a significant amount of tomatoes and cucumbers, with a modest selection of cabbage, bok choy, and asparagus. Lin Chen estimated that they would need to return the following day. Otherwise, the vegetables would suffer from neglect. Once all the vegetables were packed into the woven bags, they laid a layer of straw in the tractor. The asparagus, being delicate, was placed at the bottom, followed by the cucumbers, then the cabbage and bok choy. The tomatoes, being the most precious, were placed on top to avoid bruising, which would diminish their market value. Finally, they gathered some strawberries from the greenhouse and packed them into a basket. By the time they completed their tasks, it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After dinner, Lin Chen took a hoe and stepped outside. His father, Lin Wen, inquired, "What are you up to?" "I'm going to dig for some earthworms. Duo wants to eat eels." "I'll set some eel traps tonight," Lin Chen replied. After nodding, my father bid farewell and returned to his task, lamenting the waste of time. I noticed that Dahai had caught quite a few this afternoon. It wouldn't take much effort to find him. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen set down his hoe and ventured out to find Dahai. Dahai, Lin Chen's cousin, had struggled in school, dropping out after middle school. He typically had no steady work, surviving on the mountainous produce and the river's fish. Upon reaching Dahai's doorstep, Lin Chen spotted him squatting on the threshold, slurping noodles. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Dahai beamed and exclaimed, "Brother, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet?" "My mother made scallion oil noodles. Care for a bowl?" Lin Chen inhaled the aroma and remarked, "Your mother's culinary skills are truly remarkable. It smells delightful. However, I just finished my meal. I came to borrow some earthworms. My niece has a craving for eel, and I plan to set some traps tonight." Dahai set down his bowl and quickly returned from the courtyard, holding a red plastic bag, which he handed to Lin Chen, saying, "Brother, I've prepared some for you. The mud from beside the ditch is quite pungent. The eels won't be able to resist it." Lin Chen could already smell the strong odor through the plastic, but he knew that this scent was essential for attracting eels. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dahai. I'll treat you to a meal later." "You're being too polite," Dahai replied. "Are you going to need my help tonight?" "Don't worry about it. It's just a dozen traps, and I can manage in no time." Lin Chen waved him off as he headed home. Upon returning home, Lin Chen retrieved the eel traps, which he hadn't used in quite a while. The traps were woven from bamboo strips, one end larger than the other, resembling a small cannonball. The design featured an opening that allowed the eels to enter but not to escape. As they pushed against the bamboo strips, the design would close, trapping them effectively. The smaller end was sealed with plastic, making it easy to pour out the catch the next day. It was a clever and convenient setup. Duo watched from a distance as her father smeared the worm paste on the traps, repelled by the overpowering odor, while De Huang, the dog, curiously lingered nearby, occasionally licking his tongue. "De Huang, don't go over there. It stinks. If you eat that, I might not like you anymore." Duo ran over and tugged at De Huang's ear, pulling him away, leaving him no choice but to follow her to the other side of the yard. With the bait prepared for the dozen traps, Lin Chen secured them together with nylon rope, donned his rubber shoes, and stepped outside. As he left, he called to Duo, "Daughter, get ready for some delicious eels tomorrow." Carrying the eel traps, Lin Chen sought out small ditches and channels, particularly those rich in aquatic plants. After placing the traps, he made sure to mark their locations. It wasn't that he would forget where he had set them, but since others also set traps that looked quite similar, having a marker would ensure he could identify his own, avoiding any potential embarrassment later on. As Lin Chen lowered the last 2 eel cages into the water, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He retrieved a small amount of spiritual spring water and carefully poured it into the cages, ensuring that the bait was thoroughly soaked before delicately setting the cages down. After clapping his hands, Lin Chen turned to head home, planning to rise early the next morning to collect the cages. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, the water began to churn violently, as if a riot was erupting beneath the surface. Upon returning home, still before 8 o'clock, Lin Chen stretched lazily and scooped up his daughter, who was engrossed in watching television. Duo perched on Lin Chen's lap, playfully wrapping her arms around his neck. "Daddy, look. Bear Big and Bear 2 are so clever, even smarter than De Huang." "Not necessarily. Our De Huang is quite clever too," Lin Chen responded with a smile, eliciting a wag of the tail from De Huang, who seemed to agree with his master. However, Duo pinched Lin Chen's nose and retorted, "But they can talk, and De Huang can't." Both Lin Chen and De Huang were momentarily taken aback. De Huang, crestfallen, lay down dejectedly, while Lin Chen chuckled and playfully nudged De Huang's tail with his toe, conveying the message that he could not help him with this predicament. Even with daily baths in spiritual spring water, it was unlikely that De Huang would ever learn to speak. After watching a bit more television, Lin Chen carried his daughter to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face in preparation for bed. Having neglected to bring Duo to the vegetable garden the previous day, she clung to him, fearful that he might leave her again. Once they had finished washing up, Lin Chen tucked Duo into bed. The weather was rather warm, and since the fan had broken a couple of days ago and the house lacked air conditioning, he resorted to using a hand fan to cool his daughter. The little girl, having played energetically throughout the day, soon succumbed to sleep. De Huang wandered in from outside, peered at the slumbering child, and settled down beside her, finally at ease. As Lin Chen gazed at his angelic daughter, his thoughts drifted far away, and he dozed off without realizing it. Suddenly, he felt a cool breeze and, upon opening his eyes, discovered that Duo was fanning him, her forehead glistening with sweat. "Oh dear," Lin Chen exclaimed, his heart aching at the sight. He took the fan from her and promptly began to fan her instead. "Why are you fanning, Daddy? Look how hot my precious is." Duo nestled her face against Lin Chen's chest, nudging him affectionately. "Daddy, you worked so hard during the day. I saw you sweating." Lin Chen's heart melted at her concern. "We must install air conditioning immediately," he thought. He kissed his daughter's forehead. Being still a child, Duo quickly drifted back to sleep. Lin Chen gently covered her little belly with a blanket, but just then, Duo mumbled in her sleep, "Daddy." Duo misses Mommy." Lin Chen paused, a sigh escaping his lips as he contemplated her words. Chapter 8. Trouble at the break of dawn the following day, Lin Chen rose from his slumber. A glance at the clock revealed it was just past 4. The temperature was just right. He gently tucked the covers around his daughter before quietly stepping out of the room. Following the marks he had left the previous day, Lin Chen retrieved the yellow eel traps one by one. However, with each trap he collected, his heart sank further. After gathering a dozen traps, he had only caught 2 yellow eels, and the smaller one was barely thicker than a finger. He decided to release it back into the water, leaving only a handful of small crayfish and loaches. Lin Chen had an aversion to catching crayfish. They were like little tyrants in the eel traps, using their pincers to mercilessly snap off the heads of loaches and small fish. Over the years, his family had been excessively capturing yellow eels, and such relentless hunting threatened their very existence. He shook his head in resignation, yet there was little he could do. In the countryside, aside from tending to the land, one had to rely on such catches to supplement their income. Truthfully, it was hardly a lucrative endeavor. "I suppose I'll head to the market early and buy some," Lin Chen muttered to himself. If he left now, he could return by 9, ensuring he wouldn't miss lunch. With only 2 traps remaining, he located one and, upon pulling it, felt an unexpected resistance. Was it tangled in the aquatic plants? He pondered. Resolutely, he used both hands to yank it with force, finally dislodging the eel trap. To his delight, he could hear a lively commotion emanating from within the trap, indicating it contained live creatures. He positioned the trap over the iron bucket he had brought and removed the plastic cover. A cacophony erupted as several loaches and yellow eels tumbled out, as if they had been queuing to enter. Goodness, they must have lined up to get in, Lin Chen mused, astonished. The trap was only as long as an adult's arm and barely wider. It seemed impossible that it could hold so many. "Isn't that a university student? What brings you here to collect eel traps?" At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Chen looked up to see Ma Yuquan, the village chief's son, approaching. Ate ne'er-do-well in the village. Ma was known for his idleness and penchant for petty theft. Despite his father's position, he had proven impossible to manage, much to the chief's chagrin. The two shared a mutual disdain. Lin Chen viewed Ma as a lazy troublemaker, while Ma's irritation stemmed from his father's incessant comparisons of him to Lin Chen, who had excelled in his studies and attended university. "How much did you catch?" Ma Yuquan leaned over to inspect Lin Chen's bucket. After a moment of astonishment, he exclaimed, Well, Lin Chen, even a university student has taken up petty theft?" "Petty theft?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Without warning, Ma seized Lin Chen and shouted, "Come see. A university student has stolen something. Our village's university student is a thief." At this moment, some individuals were already in the fields, while others were observing from the greenhouses. The wild ditches and ponds were typically situated along the edges of the fields. When Ma Yuquan shouted, many were drawn to the commotion. He held on to Lin Chen's arm tightly, exclaiming with excitement, "I thought university students were remarkable, but it turns out they can steal too. Lin Chen, you truly bring shame upon your parents." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and he coldly retorted, "Ma Yuquan, if you're looking for a beating, just say so. Your father may be the village chief, but I wouldn't hesitate to confront you." Ma Yuquan was taken aback. and Lin Chen forcefully wrenched his clothing from Ma Youquan's grasp. Amused, Ma Youquan laughed bitterly and said, "All right, let us see how you continue to act tough. Everyone, come witness this." The university student from the Lin family caught stealing and still putting on airs. A group of 7 or 8 people gathered, all from the same village, naturally familiar with one another. Someone spoke up, "Stop spouting nonsense so early in the morning. Lin Chen wouldn't steal anything." Another added, "Exactly. Lin Chen is a university student. He is not like you, lacking in manners." This provoked laughter from the others. Although Ma Youquan was the village chief's son, he was not respected by many. Flushed with embarrassment, Ma Youquan clenched his teeth and declared, "Fine, fine, you all may look down on me. But today I have proof that Lin Chen is indeed a thief." Lin Chen adjusted his clothing and responded, "What proof do you possess?" "The evidence lies within yourself." Ma Youquan replied confidently, pointing at Lin Chen's iron bucket. "Look at what he has collected." A few leaned in to take a look, one of them exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, that is quite a lot. Lin Chen, there must be over a pound of eels in there." Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Perhaps. I just set the traps. I haven't weighed them yet, but it seems about right." Someone interjected, "Ma Youquan, you can't accuse someone of stealing just because they have a lot of goods. That logic doesn't hold water." Ma Youquan shot a glare at the speaker, saying, "Chen the blind, it's no wonder they call you that. Use your good eye to see how many traps he has in total. How could he possibly gather so much? Clearly, he has taken others' traps and placed them in his own bucket." At Ma Youquan's words, the group exchanged glances as his argument seemed somewhat plausible. Lin Chen only had 10 or so traps, yet his bucket contained over 3 pounds of goods. While this was not unusual years ago, it certainly raised eyebrows now. However, it couldn't be definitively said that he had stolen. Perhaps Lin Chen was merely fortunate? Chen the blind continued to defend Lin Chen. Ma Youquan scoffed. "Where's the luck in this? Why is it only him who is fortunate? These items are irrefutable evidence. Who would have thought that a distinguished university student would resort to theft? No wonder he couldn't make it in the big city and had to return to farming. What a disgrace." Lin Chen cast a glance at Ma Youquan, feeling a wave of emotion. No wonder the old adage states that misfortune often lies within fortune, and fortune within misfortune. It truly was the case. The goods in that cage could only be attributed to the efficacy of the spiritual spring water. Otherwise, it would be impossible to possess such an abundance of goods. Furthermore, he had another cage containing the spring water, which could serve to extricate him from his predicament. "Ma Youquan," Lin Chen remarked disdainfully, "if you lack ability, do not covet what others possess. Do you believe everyone is like you, relying solely on luck to catch something?" Ma Youquan retorted with a cold laugh, "Do not attempt to intimidate me. We have all been trapping for decades. No matter how skilled you are, it is impossible to gather so much in just a few cages." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and responded, "Oh, is that so? I still have another cage submerged in the water. If the goods in that cage are equally impressive, wouldn't that prove my innocence?" "Of course," Chen Xiazi interjected. "We will all bear witness for you. Do not let Ma Youquan become too arrogant." Ma Youquan glared and warned, "Chen Xiazi, do you wish to invite trouble?" "But Lin Chen, do not be too proud. If there is nothing in your cage, does that not mean you are admitting to theft?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and countered, "And if there is something, does that not mean you are admitting to slandering me?" Ma Youquan raised his chin defiantly and declared, "Very well. If I have slandered you, I shall come to your doorstep and bow in apology. But if you are indeed a thief, I will call the police to arrest you." "All right then," Lin Chen shrugged and replied, "Let us retrieve the eel cage." Chapter 9. Innocence. Chen the blind, though not entirely sightless, had lost one eye. Now in his 40s, he had watched the village youth grow up. Being well acquainted with both Ma Youquan and Lin Chen, he knew their characters intimately. "Lin Chen, do not engage with Ma Youquan. He is merely seeking trouble. You should return to your own affairs instead of squandering time on him," advised Chen the blind. Furious, Ma Youquan retorted, "Chen the blind, are you courting death?" In an instant, Ma Youquan fell onto the ridge, having been kicked by Lin Chen. Rising and glancing back, he realized it was Lin Chen who had struck him. Gritting his teeth, Ma Youquan exclaimed, "Lin Chen, you are truly audacious. I hope when I call the police, you maintain your bravado." Lin Chen scoffed, "Brother, this is merely a lesson for you. Uncle Chen is of a similar age to your father. Why do you mock him so? Has the village chief been feeding you excrement all this time?" Ma Youquan, seething with rage, spat out, "Lin Chen, do not act so brazenly now. I will wait for you to be caught. Do not think you can take advantage of the situation." Lin Chen shook his head and addressed Chen the blind, "Uncle Chen, do not intervene. If you help him, he will only turn on you." Chen the blind found the situation amusing yet exasperating. He wished to assist Lin Chen but was skeptical about the boy's alleged theft of someone's eel trap. Betting on the outcome of the last trap seemed utterly foolish. It was not so simple to haul in such a catch. Lin Chen's hands sifted through the muddy waterweed until he grasped the trap, pulling it up with certainty. A smile broke upon his face as it aligned with his expectations. The mystical waters indeed possessed extraordinary powers. Placing the eel trap upon the ridge, Lin Chen taunted Ma Yuquan. "So, do you wish to open it yourself?" Seeing this, Ma Yuquan mistakenly believed Lin Chen had backed down and rushed forward excitedly, declaring, "Let everyone witness your hypocrisy." He grasped the eel trap, only to feel a sudden change in his expression. "Go on, dump it into the iron barrel. If you fear mixing it up, just pour it into the field. I will clean it up later," Lin Chen replied with a mischievous grin. Ma Yuquan's face turned ashen. He felt the weight of the trap and, beyond that, a subtle tremor emanating from within, indicating that there was indeed something inside, likely a considerable quantity. "Ma Yuan, have you thrown your back out? Why are you so still?" someone inquired, puzzled. Seeing this, Chen the Blind turned his solitary eye around, casting a questioning glance at Lin Chen, who merely smiled in response. "Very well, if you do not wish to open it, I shall do it myself," he declared. Reaching for the eel trap, Ma Yuan quickly recoiled, his face a mask of embarrassment as he said to Lin Chen, "I think, since we are all from the same village, let us just let this go to avoid your humiliation." The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by Ma Yuquan's sudden change of heart. Usually, he would boast about catching even an ant, yet today he seemed to be showing consideration for their shared community. However, Lin Chen was not about to let this slide. He boldly declared that he was unafraid of embarrassment and insisted that unless Ma Yuquan fell to his knees, he should leave the matter be. Otherwise, he would be compelled to kneel at Lin Chen's doorstep. Ma Yuquan staggered slightly at the thought. If he truly had to kneel at Lin Chen's home, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The villagers already looked down upon him. And if his friends outside the village heard of this, he would have no face left at all. At that moment, Chen the Blind suddenly seized the eel cage from the side and exclaimed, "If you want to do it, I will." "Why are you so hesitant about opening a mere cage of eels?" "Don't touch that," Ma Yuquan gasped, reaching out to grab it back, but inadvertently pulled down the plastic covering instead. The ensuing scene left everyone in shock. Eels, loaches, and crayfish cascaded out of the small cage like a torrential downpour, causing the onlookers to shudder in disbelief. "Goodness, there's even a snake," someone cried out. Indeed, among the writhing mass was a snake, tragically crushed, which startled Ma Yuquan even further. It was evident that there was likely no space left in the cage at all. "Ma Yuquan, you might as well prepare to kneel." The sheer absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Had they stumbled upon an eel nest? Seeing this, Ma Yuquan promptly turned to flee, disregarding the laughter echoing behind him. After all, he was already regarded as a scoundrel. What did it matter if his words carried no weight? Yet, Lin Chen had been watching him closely. The moment Ma Yuquan took a step, Lin Chen swiftly positioned his foot between Ma Yuquan's legs. "Ouch!" Ma Yuquan exclaimed as he fell flat on his face. "Ma Yuquan, you seem a bit hasty, don't you think? We agreed to go to my house. Why are you kneeling here on the spot?" Lin Chen inquired with a smile, having no intention of showing kindness to someone who thrived on trouble. "You, Lin Chen, you're bold." Ma Yuquan scrambled to his feet and pointed at Lin Chen, but the moment he saw the glint in Lin Chen's narrowed eyes, he bolted without another word. After Ma Yuquan's departure, Chen the Blind remarked, "Lin Chen, that was quite risky. What if nothing had come out?" Ma Yuquan is notoriously unreasonable. "If he had received anything, you would have been in a predicament." With a grin, Lin Chen replied, "Uncle Chen, you're right. However, I anticipated this. After all, these are just eel cages. At worst, I could have the person who set them up check them, or I could inspect them myself. It would be evident if the cages had been tampered with." Chen the Blind pondered this and agreed, as long as the cages had been disturbed, the bait would undoubtedly be gone, making it easy to discern the truth. It turned out Lin Chen had been assured of victory all along. One cannot help but say you are a university student, but it's a shame to let Ma Yuquan escape so easily. Chen the Blind sighed. Ma Yuquan, that scoundrel, was a nuisance to everyone, taking pleasure in agitating the villagers. Many had wished to set things right with him, but they had to consider the village chief's reputation. Indeed, just a few days ago, he stole chickens from my home. Stealing is one thing, but after feasting on them, he returned the feathers to me. How infuriating is that? I had a spat with him recently, and in retaliation, he dumped excrement into my cooking pot. Now that's what truly made me furious. The crowd erupted in indignation. Lin Chen chuckled, remarking that village chief Ma was generally quite decent, taking good care of everyone. So it would be fair to give him some credit. He firmly stated this. Though internally, he mused that there would be plenty of time ahead to deal with Ma Yuquan. After bidding farewell to a few acquaintances, Lin Chen returned home carrying a bundle of items. Upon entering, he noticed his father was tending to the tractor. When his father caught sight of the iron bucket Lin Chen had brought back, he was astonished and exclaimed, "Why so much? Did you steal someone else's cage?" Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at the similarity between his father's thought process and that of the second-rate Ma Yuquan. He explained, "No. I simply stumbled upon a yellow eel nest. I asked Mom to prepare a delicious dish of sautéed yellow eel for lunch. Duo will surely love it. All right. I'll inform your mother. I've got the tractor oil ready for you. You should make a trip to the county town soon, or else you'll miss your chance." "Ah, then I'll tell Duo. If she wakes up and can't find me, she'll surely cry," Lin Chen cautioned, aware that vegetables do not last long. Even a day's delay would alter their condition. Upon returning to his room, he found Duo still indulging in her slumber. He gently kissed her cheek, and the little girl immediately opened her eyes. "Good girl, Daddy is heading to the county town. I'll ask Grandma to help you brush your teeth and wash your face. Be good at home and avoid causing trouble for Grandpa and Grandma," Lin Chen instructed. "Dad, you're so nagging." Duo is very obedient. Grandpa and Grandma can testify to that," Duo replied with confidence. "All right then, Daddy will be on his way." He planted another kiss on her cheek, poured himself a glass of spring water, and filled a little for Duo as well. After taking a sip, he felt invigorated, shedding any trace of fatigue. He got up to finish the water on the table. De Huang, with his keen nose, detected the fragrance of the spring water and sprinted from the yard towards Lin Chen's room. In his haste, he nearly slipped and slammed into the door with a resounding thud. Startled, Lin Chen opened the door and, upon realizing it was De Huang, he couldn't help but chuckle as he poured some spring water for him. "Take good care of the house. If you perform well, there will be plenty of spring water when I return." De Huang wagged his tail eagerly, panting in a manner that seemed to declare his unwavering loyalty to the Lin family. Lin Chen then stepped into the yard, inserted the tractor's crank into the ignition, and gradually applied force. The crank began to spin faster, accompanied by the tractor's peculiar sputtering sounds. Sputter, 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 sputter. Chapter 10. The Flavor Pavilion. The sounds grew increasingly urgent, culminating in a continuous rush, prompting Lin Chen to finally cease his efforts. Operating a tractor is indeed a skillful endeavor. It is not as straightforward as it appears. If one fails to master the rhythm, even great strength becomes a burden. At that moment, his father emerged, draped in a coat, and informed Lin Chen, "I've loaded all the mountain goods into the cart. Drive slowly on the way. Your mother tucked 200 yuan into your pocket. Don't deprive yourself in the county. Eat whatever you wish." "Got it, Dad. You should return now. The dew is heavy. Don't catch a cold again." Lin Chen waved goodbye as he drove the tractor out of the yard. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was greeted by someone waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the young man exclaimed, "Brother Chen, could you give me a ride? I have some matters to attend to in the county." "Hop on. Sit beside the cart and hold on tight," Lin Chen replied with a smile. The tractor's cart had two outward extending sections resembling long benches, perfectly suited for seating. "Thanks, Brother Chen." Without requiring Lin Chen to halt the tractor, the young man quickened his steps, reached out, and jumped onto the cart, settling securely beside it. Once aboard, he produced a pack of Puyin cigarettes, which were considered quite decent in Lin Chen's region. The elder folk usually refrained from indulging in such luxuries. The young man offered Lin Chen a cigarette, which he tucked behind his ear, chuckling, "All right, Dongzi, you're smoking Puyin now. Hey, Brother Chen, don't tease me. I'm just heading to the county to take care of business, you know? Normally, I'm lucky to smoke Hong Mei," replied the young man, who was named Lin Dong. He was also a distant relative of Lin Chen, a rather earnest lad, albeit lacking in education, having worked outside for several years. He suffered a workplace injury that cost him 2 fingers to machinery. After receiving compensation, he returned to the village to farm. "What business do you have in town?" Lin Chen casually inquired. "My second aunt helped me arrange a match. I'm going to take a look. It's likely that it won't work out. But I can't let my second aunt down," Lin Dong admitted, somewhat awkwardly. Lin Chen remarked, "Why the lack of confidence? Matters of the heart depend on fate. Perhaps this time, destiny may smile upon you." "Brother Chen, please don't try to console me. I know my own situation. I'm a disabled person without money or prospects. What normal girl would marry me? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Previously, my fourth aunt from the neighboring village introduced me to someone. Who was T quite right in the head? As he spoke, Lin Dong's demeanor grew noticeably despondent. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. Such matters are difficult to advise on, and any attempt to uplift might seem insincere, especially for Lin Chen, who, as the village's first university student, would have attracted a multitude of suitors had he not already had a daughter. Had his mother spoken of a potential match, it was likely that suitors would have flocked to their doorstep. Upon arriving in the county, Lin Dong expressed his gratitude before attending to his own affairs. Lin Chen parked the tractor, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. Typically, when with his daughter, he refrained from smoking, allowing himself only a few puffs in solitude. As he inhaled, Lin Chen pondered the exquisite taste of vegetables nourished by the spiritual spring water. Their flavor far surpassed that of ordinary produce. To merely sell them would be a tragic waste, as it would not reveal the true value of the vegetables. In a short span of time, achieving substantial production is undoubtedly implausible. Thus, it is more prudent to pursue a high-end market strategy to maximize value. Lin Chen thought to himself that the vegetables in his possession surpass any other variety in taste, making the high-end market a feasible endeavor, with the sole concern being the distribution channels. As the saying goes, the fragrance of wine fears not the deep alley. Yet in today's era, even the finest wine may falter in obscurity. Without robust channels, relying solely on personal promotion could lead to an extensive waste of time. If he were to embark on a high-end route, Lin Chen believed his target should be the county's prestigious restaurants, particularly the finest among them. In fact, there are two renowned establishments in the county, Yufu Lu, which has long held the title of the best, and Jiwei Lu, which, although commendable, has been overshadowed. Lin Chen resolved to approach Jiwei Lu. Yufu Lu consistently holds a competitive advantage. For them, maintaining the status quo suffices. Thus they would likely show little interest in Lin Chen's vegetables. In contrast, Jiwei Lu, constantly pressed by Yufu Lu, would undoubtedly be interested if they were to recognize the quality of his produce, potentially allowing them to surpass their rival. With determination, Lin Chen drove his tractor to the entrance of Jiwei Lu. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the restaurant had commenced its operations. As one of the finest dining establishments in the county, it was the preferred venue for significant celebrations among respectable families, leading to a majority of local mountain goods being directed here. Although Yufu Lu also accepted goods, they preferred established supply channels and typically did not take miscellaneous items. Upon arriving at Jiwei Lu, Lin Chen unloaded 2 woven bags, approximately 40 pounds of mountain goods, from the tractor, carrying 1 bag in each hand. He approached the entrance, offering a cigarette to the security guard with a smile. "Brother, do you still accept goods from Yushu village?" "Of course. As long as they are wild mountain goods, we at Jiwei Lu will accept as much as you have," replied the guard, amused by Lin Chen's approach. "However, you can't leave them here. We still have business to attend to, and there's no one in the dining area to weigh them for you. Just take them to the kitchen. Someone there will handle it." The guard pointed him in the right direction. "All right, thanks. Can you keep an eye on my tractor?" Lin Chen said as he carried the woven bags toward the kitchen. Upon entering, he was met with a barrage of reprimands. "Are you all capable of doing your jobs? I won't comment on being pressed by Yufu Lu, but now there are issues with the orders. If the goods don't arrive, I'm at a loss as to how we will operate today. If this gets back to Boss Wang, you'll all be out of here," shouted a bald man, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. "Manager Jiang, you know this is not our fault. It's a procurement issue. If you want answers, ask your little uncle," retorted an experienced chef, the only one bold enough to speak up, while the others refrained from contradicting Manager Jiang, though his expression darkened. Manager Jiang acknowledged his responsibility but insisted that they too bore some accountability. "Why did you not report to me before preparing the ingredients? We are only a few dozen minutes away from opening. What will you have for sale at Jiwei building today?" Lin Chen, hiding in the shadows, seemed to have grasped the situation. It appeared that there was an issue with their vegetable supply. What a fortuitous turn of events. "Manager Jiang, should you require vegetables? I happen to have a few here." Lin Chen placed down 2 woven bags and addressed the still fuming Manager Jiang. Chapter 11. Vegetables selling. Manager Jiang turned to Lin Chen, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Is the kitchen a place anyone can access?" "Hello, Manager Jiang. My name is Lin Chen, and I am here to sell mountain goods. I happened to overhear that you might be in need of some vegetables, and I believe I could be of assistance." Lin Chen replied with a smile. A flicker of delight crossed Manager Jiang's face, but it soon vanished. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Our Jiwei restaurant is an upscale establishment, and we have high standards for the vegetables we use. Not just any produce can be accepted." Lin Chen responded, "I understand. The batch of vegetables I have is of excellent quality, and due to the promotional period, the prices are quite favorable. Promotional period? Manager Jiang paused, then said, "Bring them to me. Let me take a look." "Certainly, Manager Jiang. Please hold on a moment." Lin Chen quickly unloaded a portion of vegetables from his tractor, selected a few samples, and delivered them to the kitchen. Manager Jiang examined the vegetables Lin Chen provided, nodding in approval. "They appear quite fresh. How do you intend to sell them?" "The market price will suffice. These vegetables are a new variety that I have cultivated. They are large and flavorful. And since I am just starting the promotion, the prices will be particularly advantageous," Lin Chen explained, emphasizing the importance of establishing sales channels over immediate profit. However, Manager Jiang shook his head, asserting without hesitation, "The market price is simply not feasible, young Lin. As you know, our Jiwei restaurant is the finest in the county, and we source our vegetables through specialized channels at wholesale prices, often with discounts. Your market price lacks competitiveness. Moreover, look at this cucumber. Its flowers have already wilted. And the tomatoes, while large, appear dull in color. They are not the finest quality. Frankly speaking, using such products would tarnish our reputation. Unless your discounts are substantial, we will not consider them." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, Manager Jiang had claimed the vegetables were fresh, but now he had adopted a different stance, clearly attempting to negotiate the price down. In truth, Lin Chen was open to reasonable discussions if the other party showed sincerity, but Manager Jiang's nitpicking demeanor was quite displeasing. "Manager Jiang, these vegetables were picked just yesterday. Their appearance and flavor are both commendable. The market price is already the lowest I can offer. You are welcome to sample them, and if you truly find them unsuitable, then so be it." Lin Chen, losing patience, felt that Manager Jiang was not behaving like a serious businessman. Seeing Lin Chen preparing to leave, Manager Jiang grew anxious. It would be too late to procure vegetables at this hour, and if the owner found out, he would undoubtedly face reprimand, especially since the procurement was handled by his nephew. "Youth, remember that in business, one must have a long-term vision. Do not fixate on short-term gains and losses. If your vegetables are accepted at our Jiwei restaurant and receive a positive response, we can guarantee a dedicated supply in the future, which will undoubtedly yield more profit than retail and save you the hassle," Manager Jiang quickly urged. Lin Chen smiled faintly, yet remained silent, instead opting to repack the vegetables he had taken out, preparing to leave. Manager Jiang, witnessing this, gritted his teeth and stated that he would accept 70% of the market price. Typically, the vegetables his nephew supplied were bought back at 70% of the market rate, although he would report to the boss at 80%. After all, he and his nephew could not labor in vain day after day. 70% was reasonable, considering wholesale discounts, and the quality of the selected vegetables was slightly inferior. However, that was inconsequential. Once cooked over high heat with ample oil, who could discern the slightest difference? "No need," Lin Chen replied curtly. Even if his vegetables were priced at double the market rate, they would still sell. 70%? What a joke. Observing Lin Chen's indifference, Manager Zhang's demeanor turned cold as well. If need be, he could simply close the Jiwei building for the day. He was merely a salaried employee, after all. If you want to sell, then be gone. Have the rural folk gone mad from poverty? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, on the verge of losing his temper, when suddenly a striking figure emerged from the kitchen. The sound of her high heels echoed on the floor. Upon seeing her, Manager Jiang immediately donned a smile, exclaiming, "Boss, what brings you here?" Lin Chen was taken aback to discover that the owner of Jiwei building was a woman, and she appeared quite young, likely in her 30s. She was stunningly beautiful, standing at least 173 centimeters tall, and with her high heels, she seemed nearly 180 centimeters. Her long legs, accentuated by black stockings, were captivating, particularly her curvaceous thighs, which were alluring yet not excessive, truly a sight to behold. "If I don't come, are you all preparing to shut down Jiwei building?" The woman glanced around the kitchen and sternly addressed Jiang Xinzhou. "If you can't handle things, then get out. Jiwei building will thrive regardless of who is absent." Manager Jiang broke into a cold sweat, bowing his head. "Boss, please allow me to explain. There was an unexpected issue with the vegetable supply, a sudden incident we did not foresee." "An issue with the supply, and you have no contingency?" she retorted sharply. "Has anyone from the agricultural market gone to investigate? Or are you, Jiang Manager, planning to close for the day?" If Jiwei building closes today, you can hand me your resignation," she exclaimed furiously. In a panic, Manager Jiang glanced at Lin Chen and quickly asserted, "Boss, rest assured. I have already secured today's vegetable supply. This person here is the one delivering the vegetables. The woman's gaze shifted to Lin Chen, and upon seeing him, her eyes brightened. He bore an air of confidence that set him apart from the local lads. Lin Chen was not inclined to spare Manager Zhang's dignity. He stated plainly, "I'm sorry, but our negotiation has fallen through. I cannot possibly accept 70% of the market price for my goods. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Manager Zhang was momentarily stunned, inwardly seething. He had not anticipated that this rural fellow would dare to undermine him. The owner of Jiwei Building shot a glare at Manager Zhang before turning to Lin Chen, saying, "Please, young sir, do stay." Then, addressing Manager Zhang, Zhang Xinzhou inquired, "Could you elucidate the matter of the market price being set at 70%? Manager Zhang hastily replied, "Boss, my intentions are solely for the benefit of our Jiwei Building. If we procure goods at the market price as he demands, our profits will be severely diminished." Jiang Xinzhou retorted, "Have you lost your senses? Can you not discern the gravity of reduced profits versus no profits at all?" The woman, her voice laced with fury, continued, "Typically, you purchase at 80%. Given the current circumstances, do you dare to lower it to 70%? I am beginning to suspect that you may be an agent sent by Yufu Building." Jiang Xinzhou, chastened, lowered his head, incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow with a tissue, muttering, "Boss, it was my oversight. I failed to consider the ramifications. I apologize. I sincerely apologize." Chapter 12. The stark difference in strawberries. After berating Manager Jiang, the woman turned her gaze back to Lin Chen, composed herself, and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, young man. I'll take your vegetables at market price." Lin Chen had initially intended to refuse, but then he remembered his purpose was to promote his produce, not to engage in petty disputes. He nodded and said, "All right then. Please have someone weigh them." The woman arranged for the vegetables to be unloaded from the tractor. Handing Lin Chen a cigarette, she introduced herself, "I'm Wang Jing, owner of Jiwei Restaurant. Thanks for your help this time. Don't mention it. Business is business. Doesn't he matter who it's with?" Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle. Soon, the vegetables were weighed, a total of 2,000 pounds. Tomatoes and cucumbers made up the bulk, around 600 pounds each. At the current market rates, tomatoes at 3.5 yuan per pound and cucumbers at 3 yuan, the total came to 3,900 yuan, but Wang Jing rounded it up to 4,000. In addition, the lettuce, beans, and other vegetables added up to 1,500 yuan, while the wild mountain goods fetched another 1,000. Altogether, Lin Chen earned 6,500 yuan from this trip. To Lin Chen, this sum wasn't particularly impressive. Before returning to his hometown, he had been earning tens of thousands monthly. Compared to that, tilling the land was indeed far more arduous. "Here's a box of strawberries for you," Lin Chen offered. Wang Jing accepted it without ceremony, placing it aside casually. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Chen left. He could tell Wang Jing had only bought his produce to resolve an immediate crisis and likely had no intention of future dealings otherwise. She would have at least exchanged contact details. But Lin Chen wasn't worried. Having tasted the vegetables himself, he knew their exceptional flavor would leave an indelible impression. Sooner or later, Wang Jing would come looking for him. With plenty of strawberries still in the basket, Lin Chen set up a stall at the market. The vibrant red berries were mouth-watering at first glance. Unable to resist, he popped one into his mouth, savoring it with closed eyes. Delicious. Unlike ordinary strawberries, these had been nourished by the spiritual spring, their fragrance richer and their sweetness more profound. The lingering taste was nothing short of exquisite. Lin Chen recalled the most expensive strawberries he'd heard of. White strawberries cultivated in Japan, sold not by weight, but by the piece, each costing 60 renminbi. A true luxury. Yet, his strawberries surpassed even those in flavor. The Japanese variety relied more on aesthetics and branding, much like high-end labels such as LV. If Japanese white strawberries can sell for 60 renminbi apiece, then 60 per pound for mine isn't unreasonable, Lin Chen mused. He scribbled on a cardboard sign, "New variety, J-tree strawberries 60 renminbi per pound, free sample, limit 1 per customer." The sign immediately drew attention. At the peak of strawberry season, when the average price was 6 or 7 yuan per pound, Lin Chen's asking price of 60 was 10 times higher. "Buddy, your strawberries are a rip-off," remarked a neighboring strawberry vendor. "Yeah, are you just trying to scam people one by one?" Another chimed in. Lin Chen smiled brightly and said, "This is a new variety. Its flavor is distinctly different from what you are accustomed to, and the price, undoubtedly, reflects that." Someone interjected, "No matter how exquisite your strawberries may be, no one would purchase 61 pounds of them. I advise you to conduct business with integrity and refrain from employing such trivial tricks. Lin Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. A few fellow strawberry vendors scoffed, eagerly anticipating Lin Chen's embarrassment. 61 pounds of strawberries? What a ludicrous notion. Only a fool would make such a purchase. This is not blueberries. While the appearance of your strawberries is indeed appealing, the price seems exorbitant. An elderly lady, accompanied by her grandchild, passed by and was captivated by the visual allure of Lin Chen's strawberries. Having been nourished by spiritual spring water, the strawberries shimmered with vibrant colors, appearing remarkably fresh, adorned with glistening dew that enticed any passerby. The sole deterrent was their price. Lin Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the elderly lady. Our strawberries, though pricey, possess their own merit. They're a new variety Yushu strawberries with exceptional flavor. If you doubt it, allow me to offer you a taste, free of charge. Lin Chen prepared a bucket of water and meticulously washed 2 boxes of pristine strawberries, presenting them to the lady. The elderly lady, intrigued, asked, My grandson can have a taste too, right? Of course, one for each of you, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Without hesitation, she selected 2 plump strawberries, one for herself and one for her grandson, who eagerly popped his into his mouth and exclaimed, Grandma, this is amazing. It's even better than the imported strawberries Dad bought last time. Can you buy some for me? Just as the elderly lady was savoring her strawberry, she initially thought the child was being overly dramatic. However, in the next moment, her expression transformed. The strawberry was indeed delectable. No, it was extraordinary. The rich fruit flavor was simply unbelievable, rendering all the strawberries she had previously tasted bland by comparison. Having finished one, the elderly lady still craved more and reached for another from the box. Lin Chen promptly withdrew the box, smiling. I apologize, but we only allow 1 sample per person. I hope you understand. Why are you being so stingy? If it's delicious, I would surely buy some. The elderly lady retorted, slightly displeased. Grandma, please buy some. These strawberries are the best I've ever had, and I want more. Her grandson pleaded, tugging at her leg. The elderly lady, tempted herself, finally said, Young man, I'll take 2 pounds. Can you offer a discount? I truly apologize. Being a new variety, the cultivation costs are substantial, and I cannot lower the price. I hope you understand, Lin Chen responded apologetically. With a resigned sigh, the elderly lady acquiesced. Very well. Please pack me 2 pounds. Certainly. Lin Chen efficiently weighed out 2 pounds of strawberries and handed them to her. Only then did she depart with her grandson. The other strawberry vendors nearby were left in shocked silence. It seemed that 61 pounds of strawberries could indeed be sold. With the elderly lady's tasting, others began to stir with interest, and soon 7 or 8 individuals approached for a sample. After tasting, not a single one could resist making a purchase. Some bought a pound, while others took 10. Lin Chen's bamboo basket of strawberries was rapidly depleting. Why are these strawberries so delicious? Yushu strawberries? I've never heard of them. You haven't heard? It's a new variety, likely still in the promotional phase. The flavor is authentic, a delightful balance of sweet and tart, leaving a lingering strawberry essence long after consumption. Other strawberry vendors gazed in astonishment. There were indeed Navi buyers, and quite a number of them at that, far more lucrative than selling honestly. However, skepticism lingered among some who suspected trickery. At that moment, an elderly lady returned, approaching Lin Chen and declaring, Young man, I want to purchase all the remaining strawberries. Lin Chen glanced at the remaining stock, estimating over 20 kilograms. Madam, that amounts to over 20 kilograms. Are you certain you wish to take them all? Yes, I want them all. You see, my daughter-in-law is pregnant and suffers greatly from morning sickness. Oh, it pains me to see her like this. But after eating a few of your strawberries, she didn't feel nauseous and even gained an appetite for her meals. Enough talk. Just give me the rest. I have the money. The elderly lady asserted, pulling out her phone. Hurry, let me scan your WeChat. With her substantial wealth, Lin Chen was more than willing to oblige. He weighed the strawberries, totaling 23 kilograms. There you go, 23 kilograms. That would be 1,300 yuan. And I'll waive the change, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Nearby, several other strawberry vendors watched in disbelief. Their strawberries were priced at 6 yuan per kilogram. Yet they had barely sold any. In stark contrast, Lin Chen's strawberries, at 60 yuan per kilogram, vanished in a whirlwind. After selling the strawberries, Lin Chen calculated his earnings. 120 kilograms sold for over 7,000 yuan, more than he had made from selling vegetables, leaving him quite satisfied. After tidying up the waste around his stall, he tossed the bamboo basket onto his tractor and headed home. Once he departed, one of the other vendors quickly raised their price to 61 yuan per kilogram. Before long, a customer returned, having tasted Lin Chen strawberries, only to find him absent. Seeing other vendors also charging 60, the customer assumed the quality was the same and bought some. Goodness, there are truly many wealthy people around. Someone actually bought at 61, the vendor exclaimed, sensing a windfall on the horizon. However, it wasn't long before the strawberry buyer returned, fuming as they slammed the fruit down in front of the vendor. What kind of pathetic strawberries are you selling for 60? They taste like rags. Refund my money, or I swear, I'll report you to the market authorities. The vendor was taken aback, and soon other dissatisfied buyers returned, venting their frustrations and demanding that the seller face legal consequences. Those who had once dreamed of prosperity were now on the verge of tears, forced to issue refunds. If this matter escalated to the market authorities, how could they continue their business? What should have been a lucrative venture instead resulted in a financial loss. How could the disparity in quality among strawberries be so pronounced? Chapter 13. Experimental varieties. Upon returning home, Lin Chen handed the money to his mother, Yulian. With a beaming smile, she accepted the funds, only to count them once, then again, feeling that something was amiss, and continued to tally the amount. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Chen inquired, taking a sip of chilled tea. Something doesn't seem right, Xiao Chun. Why is there so much money? His mother promptly questioned. Selling a truckload of vegetables cannot possibly yield over 10,000 yuan. Even at best, it should be around 6,000. Lin Chen pondered the situation. It was impossible to keep this from his mother forever, so he needed to provide a reasonable explanation. Mom, the vegetables from the garden are not ordinary. They are experimental seeds I acquired from a friend, new varieties. You've tasted the tomatoes yourself. They are exceptionally delicious, hence the higher price. Yulian considered this and agreed, noting that the tomatoes indeed tasted better than fruit, making the higher price justifiable. Experimental varieties? Why didn't you mention this earlier? We should take extra care in handling them. What if something goes wrong? Lin Chen chuckled. Mom, we've already taken great care. Moreover, the requirement for these new varieties is to cultivate them just like ordinary vegetables. Only then will the data be meaningful, otherwise, it would be pointless. Yulian reflected on her son's words and recognized their validity. As they conversed, Duo entered with De Huang, carrying a tomato and presenting it to Lin Chen like a treasure. Lin, this is for you. Lin Chen scooped his daughter into his arms, laughing, You little rascal. Are you treating tomatoes as a meal? Grandma made delicious braised eel for lunch. I wonder if you'll be able to eat it. Hearing this, Duo shyly buried her head in Lin Chen's neck and murmured, But it really is delicious. My mouth couldn't resist. Ah, so it's your mouth's fault. Lin Chen exclaimed in mock surprise, tickling Duo, who erupted in giggles. Yulian had already prepared the eel and other ingredients. Chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic were ready, along with a small piece of ham. The key to braised eel lies in the chef's mastery of heat. Too low, and the flavors infuse into the meat. Too high, and the eel becomes tough, losing its tender essence. Yulian washed and cut the scallions and coriander into segments, minced the garlic, and shredded the bamboo fungus. Water chestnuts and ham. The bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, and ham were blanched briefly in boiling water. Then she mixed soy sauce, cooking wine, sugar, starch, broth, and chicken essence to create a thickening sauce. In a pot, she added water, vinegar, salt, and cooking wine along with scallions and ginger. Once the water reached a boil, she added the prepared eel. The eel was cold, causing the water to settle. She waited for it to boil again before reducing the heat to gently cook the eel until tender, then promptly removed it to cool in cold water. Meanwhile, the pot remained on the heat to warm oil, into which she added the scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. Then, she added the cooled eel, stir-frying it thoroughly before pouring in the prepared thickening sauce and vinegar. Lastly, she sprinkled minced garlic, shredded bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, ham, coriander, and pepper, drizzling hot oil over the top. Sizzle. The sound of hot oil sizzling brings forth not only auditory delight, but also awakens the senses of taste and smell. The tantalizing aroma of fried eel quickly permeates every nook and cranny of the kitchen, causing Lin Chen to swallow instinctively. Just this dish alone, paired with a serving of rice, makes him feel as though he could devour 3 bowls without effort. As the meal is laid out on the table, Lin Chen first prepares a portion for De Huang, drizzling it with spring water, a true indulgence for the dog. At the dining table, his father, Lin Wen, is already seated, while Duo is being led by her grandmother to wash her hands. Linwen, holding a bottle of white liquor, asks if they should share a drink today. Sure. I'll join you, Lin Chen replies enthusiastically. Since returning home, he seldom drinks, mainly because good liquor is prohibitively expensive, and the inferior kinds are merely alcohol mixed with additives, which leave a terrible aftertaste. Taking the bottle from his father, he pours a glass for Lin Wen before serving himself. At this moment, his mother arrives with Duo, who has washed her hands and is ready to join them. Lin Chen raises his glass in a toast to his father, only to find the liquor surprisingly smooth, lacking the anticipated sharpness of alcohol. Dad, this wine is quite good, he exclaims in astonishment. Feeling a sense of pride, his father smiles, while his mother chimes in. Of course it's good. Your father brewed it himself. You can brew wine, Dad? Lin Chen asks, taken aback, as he had never noticed what his father had been up to. Of course, I can. When I was about your age, I brewed wine with your second uncle and sold it. It was very popular back then. I hadn't done it for years, but a couple of years ago, when you were away, I decided to give it another try, and my skills haven't dulled. The wine I make is smoother than what you can buy. Dad, you are truly knowledgeable and talented, Lin Chen praises, while pondering the effects of adding spring water during the brewing process. His father then shakes his head, saying, I mainly don't want to be idle. When one is idle, they feel unwell and are more prone to illness, don't you think? Lin Chen chuckles awkwardly, realizing his father's subtle implication. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, his father directly states, Xiao Chun, you are a serious university student. You can't just stay home all the time, right? I don't expect you to achieve great success. Just a simple life will suffice. Lin Chen nods, smiling as he replies, Dad, I understand your point. Actually, I haven't been idle during this time. You remember the vegetables and strawberries in our garden, right? I've personally planted them. Ah, I know you're not lazy, but it seems beneath you to be doing such things as a university student, his father sighs. In his eyes, his son is an intellectual, and he believes he shouldn't be toiling in the fields every day. What does it matter if it seems beneath you? As long as it brings in money. Ask Mom how much we earned from today's vegetables, Lin Chen laughs. His father looks to his mother, who chuckles and replies, Almost 14,000 yuan. What? Lin Wen is taken aback. He knows exactly how much 2,000 jin of vegetables can sell for, and 14,000 seems exaggerated. Xiao Chen said they are experimental varieties that you haven't tasted. They are truly delicious. The tomatoes taste even better than fruit, and Duo loves them. Mother served a pair of chopsticks filled with fragrant yellow eel to Duo, her voice brimming with pride for her son, asserting that he was indeed remarkable. Despite both cultivating vegetables, he managed to sell them at a price far superior to others. Lin Chen elucidated that he had obtained this variety from a former university classmate, who now worked at a research institution focused on agricultural food development. The variety we cultivate boasts delectable flavor, high yield, and a short growth cycle, all while commanding a respectable price. Father, I intend to engage in this endeavor at home for the time being. If all goes well, I should earn no less than I would working in the city. After pondering, his father eventually nodded in agreement, stating, that is acceptable, as long as it brings you joy. Financial matters are of little consequence. Lin Chen understood that his father's sentiments were not mere platitudes. He was genuinely concerned that Lin Chen might languish in despair for too long, losing his vitality. Previously, Lin Chen had struggled to comprehend the depth of his parents' love, at times perceiving them as overly verbose and bothersome. However, since Duo's arrival, he had come to realize that parental love is selfless, with their sole wish being for their children's happiness. Dalin, you must try this. Grandma makes it exceptionally delicious, Duo urged, extending her chopsticks to offer Lin Chen a piece of yellow eel. In her eagerness, she accidentally knocked the bowl over. With a resounding thud, De Huang swiftly reacted, scampering over to lick up the spilled food, and once finished, looked up at Duo, eagerly awaiting more offerings from his little master. This, however, caused Duo's eyes to well up with tears, her lips quivering in protest as she burst into sobs. De Huang is naughty. De Huang is a bad dog. Lin Chen and his parents exchanged bemused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. He cradled his daughter in his arms, gently patting her back. Oh, Duo. It was you who knocked over the bowl, not De Huang. You cannot blame him. With a huff, the little girl turned her head, burying her face against Lin Chen's neck. Meanwhile, De Huang squatted on the ground, utterly perplexed, wondering why she was still crying. In the county town, at the Jiwei restaurant, Manager Jiang excitedly reported to Wang Jing, Boss, our sales have tripled in these past few days, surpassing Yufu restaurant. Excellent. Wang Jing responded, equally exhilarated. Her Jiwei restaurant had been overshadowed by Yufu for several years, and she was astonished that the day had finally come for a resurgence. From this day forth, she could proudly declare her establishment as the finest in the county. Not one of the best, but the best. However, after manager Jiang's proclamation, his expression shifted slightly. Noticing this, Wang Jing inquired, "What's the matter?" "Well, we are running low on vegetables," manager Jiang replied. Chapter 14. Welcoming the beautiful lecturer, Wang Jing was momentarily taken aback. Then she sharply slapped her forehead. Indeed, while others remained oblivious, she was acutely aware that the sole reason for her response to Yufu Tower was the vegetables delivered by that young man. Wang Jing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. On that day, she had accepted Lin Chen's vegetables merely to ensure the smooth operation of the restaurant. She had not given it much thought, believing, as manager Jiang had said, that countless suppliers were eager to provide for Jiwei Tower, and a private vegetable garden hardly warranted their attention. However, to her astonishment, the vegetables Lin Chen provided were immediately embraced by customers, with some even ordering multiple dishes at once, prompting Wang Jing to limit their availability. Manager Jiang Xinzhou had even attempted to substitute them with other vegetables, but the discerning patrons could easily tell the difference, resulting in a financial loss for him. Despite this, 2,000 jin of vegetables would not last long, and within days, they were nearly depleted. Moreover, Wang Jing had tasted the strawberries Lin Chen sent her. She had also sampled the white strawberries from RB, yet to her surprise, Lin Chen's strawberries triumphed with an undeniable superiority. She could hardly fathom how a local young man could cultivate such exquisite produce. "Find him. I want to source all vegetables for Jiwei Tower exclusively from him," Wang Jing declared resolutely. Manager Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow and replied helplessly, "But we have no leads at all. There are dozens of villages near Taihang Ridge. How long will it take to find him? Regardless of how long it takes, you must locate him. Jiang Xinzhou, if you cannot find him, I will seek someone else. And your tenure as manager will come to an end," Wang Jing stated coldly. "Yes, boss, I will dispatch someone to search immediately. Rest assured, I will find him." Manager Jiang replied hastily as he rushed out the door. Wang Jing sighed, and just then, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," she called out. "Boss, the dishes ordered by Boss Fong are unavailable, and he is throwing a fit in the private room. What should we do?" A waiter entered. Speaking with a tone of distress, Wang Jing furrowed her brows. "What did Boss Fong order?" "Smacked cucumbers, but we have run out of cucumbers," the waiter replied. Wang Jing was taken aback. Was there a commotion over a mere dish of smacked cucumbers? Resigned, she said, "Fine, I will personally go to explain. In Yushu village, the vegetables in the garden would yield another harvest in just a few days. However, considering the need to establish a brand for these vegetables, Lin Chen had to contemplate the construction of greenhouses to ensure a year-round supply of various produce. Yet, with this endeavor came additional concerns, such as land leasing and financial considerations. In summary, the path to branding his vegetables was still long and arduous. On another note, Lin Chen was elated by the changes in the mountain god space. The once dry spiritual spring had refilled after just a few days, and the fruits and vegetables he had planted were now flourishing, likely on the verge of blossoming and bearing fruit soon. Having just tended to the weeds in the garden, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was a video call from Gu Mingxi. As he connected the call, the image was shaky, prompting Lin Chen to chuckle. "Teacher Gu, your video quality seems a bit unstable." "Lin Chen, enough with the sarcastic remarks. This road is truly treacherous, and I feel as though I'm being jostled to death. I'm almost at the county town. What do you say? Should I come find you? Or will you come to pick me up?" Han Duo inquired. "Ah, you are quite swift in your arrival. Very well, wait for me in the county town. I shall come to fetch you." Lin Chen greeted his parents and then lifted his daughter, planting a kiss on her cheek, saying, "Take good care of the house. Daddy is off to the county town to earn some big money. Dalin, bring me some candied hawthorn," Duo requested. "Then give me a kiss." Lin Chen pointed to his cheek. "Dalin, you really lack the demeanor of an adult," Duo pouted, looking helpless. However, thinking of the sweet and sour taste of the candied hawthorn, she obediently pecked Lin Chen on the cheek. Lin Chen, thoroughly satisfied, entrusted his daughter to his mother and then drove his tractor towards the county town, arriving just around noon. "Hello, Teacher Gu, where are you now?" "Oh, I understand. I'll head over now. Stay put and don't move." After hanging up, Lin Chen quickly located Gu Mingxi. The beautiful lecturer was still as stunning as ever, wearing a casual t-shirt on top and fitted, figure-hugging jeans below. Her aura now exuded even more mature charm than a few years prior, almost overflowing with feminine allure. One could only wonder how many junior students from their alma mater were yearning for her. Gu Mingxi was not alone. An elderly gentleman accompanied her. Appearing to be in his 70s, with graying hair, yet a remarkably spirited demeanor. Gu Mingxi introduced him. Lin Chen, this is my grandfather, Gu Song. Grandfather. This is my former student, Lin Chen. Hello. Lin Chen greeted the elder, shaking his hand. The elder chuckled. Young man, where is that prized treasure of yours? Hurry up and show it to me. Lin Chen was taken aback, while Gu Mingxi blushed and interjected. Grandfather, what are you saying? Can't you speak properly? The elder, puzzled, responded. What's wrong? That wild ginseng must be at least 50 years old. It truly is a genuine treasure. Lin Chen could only chuckle in disbelief. Have you two not eaten yet? Why don't we find a place to sit down first, and then we can discuss the wild ginseng? All right. I'm on your turf. I'll follow your lead. Gu Mingxi replied with a smile. Let us go to Jiwei Lu. It's the finest restaurant in our area. And the food is quite delightful, Lin Chen suggested, then added, come on, let us get in the car. Oh, you're doing quite well for yourself. Even bought a car. Gu Mingxi laughed, but when she saw Lin Chen's vehicle, she doubled over in laughter. Haha, Lin Chen, your car is quite the spectacle, she exclaimed. It's a genuine four-wheeled vehicle, and it's a convertible, Lin Chen replied with a grin. The elder, however, was quite intrigued by the tractor, remarking, I haven't seen one of these in ages. Driving this is far more exhilarating than a sedan. Once they boarded the tractor, Lin Chen drove directly to Jiwei Lu. Upon entering, he promptly addressed the waiter. Please prepare a private room for us. We require advance reservations for a private room. Only the main hall is available. The waiter responded. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After all, wild ginseng is a precious commodity, and discussing it in the main hall felt rather presumptuous. He pondered for a moment and inquired, have all the private rooms been reserved? Why ask so many questions? Here, it is our custom that without a reservation, one cannot enter the private rooms. The waiter replied. Lin Chen was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. With a swift motion, he took out his phone and dialed the reservation line for Weilu. Once connected, he stated, I would like to reserve a private room. For now. After hanging up, he turned to the waiter and asked, is it acceptable now? The waiter, his lips twitching slightly, could only nod and say, please follow me. Gu Mingxi, behind him, covered her mouth, stifling laughter, thinking that her student seemed rather different from the one she remembered from their school days. Chapter 15. Auction commission in the private room. Gu Mingxi could not help but chuckle as she approached Lin Chen, exclaiming, I never imagined you could be so mischievous now. Lin Chen replied with a wry smile, this isn't mischief, it's merely a reflection of their absurd system. But enough about that, the vegetables at Jiwei Tower are quite delightful. You must sample them. We've traveled such a long distance, and you only offer us vegetarian fare? Is that being rather stingy? Gu Mingxi rolled her eyes. Lin Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate, while old Master Gu interjected, what about that wild ginseng? Hurry and show it to me. Lin Chen produced a package and carefully unveiled a towel, revealing the wild ginseng nestled within. Old Master Gu immediately snatched it up. Gu Mingxi, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, my grandfather is an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He has a keen appreciation for rare medicinal herbs, so please do not take offense. Not at all. Only those who truly understand can appreciate the value of fine things. The old gentleman is an expert. This wild ginseng will certainly not go unnoticed in his hands, Lin Chen assured her. At that moment, old Master Gu gently picked up the wild ginseng and, after a thorough inspection, exclaimed, goodness, I never expected to see such a treasure. Gua, this wild ginseng is at least a century old. A century old? Gu Mingxi was taken aback. Grandfather, when you looked at the photograph, didn't you say it only had 50 years of medicinal age? Sigh, seeing a photograph and witnessing the real thing are entirely different experiences. Old Master Gu responded. Meanwhile, Lin Chen felt a surge of admiration. In reality, the wild ginseng had indeed only been unearthed for about 50 years. However, after being placed in the divine space for some time, it had undergone significant changes. Shaolin, I am not exaggerating. This century-old wild ginseng is exceedingly rare. Its roots are straight and robust, with clear spiral markings. I counted 20 distinct roots. I personally lack the means to acquire it, old Master Gu lamented, shaking his head. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback as old Master Gu, with a glimmer of desire in his eyes, proposed, this is truly a remarkable specimen. How about we make a deal? What do you have in mind? Lin Chen promptly inquired. I would appraise this wild ginseng at a minimum of 10 million. But do not get too excited just yet. The number of individuals who can utilize such a valuable item is quite limited. And selling it will not be an easy task. I suggest you consider auctioning it, Old Master Gu advised. Auction? Lin Chen questioned, puzzled. Old Master Gu nodded, indeed. Every year at the end of the year, there is a special auction for medicinal herbs in the country. This king of ginseng would surely serve as a highlight. And selling it should pose no problem. I can assist you with the process. Well, what do you require in return, then? A commission? Lin Chen asked. Old Master Gu shook his head. Though my finances are modest, they are certainly adequate. What I hope for is that you could gift me a few slices when the time comes. For someone like me, the king of ginseng is invaluable. Having a few pieces on hand could be a lifesaver. But once the king of ginseng is auctioned off, I cannot simply set aside a portion beforehand, can I? Lin Chen queried, perplexed. Old Master Gu laughed heartily, saying, You truly do not understand at all, my child. How could such a ginseng king be sold as a whole root? It is, of course, sold by the slice. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I shall handle everything. All I require is your authorization. Lin Chen had no retort, nodding in agreement. Very well, regardless of whether it sells or not. I will ensure you receive a portion. I promise you shall not toil in vain. Old Master Gu was quite pleased, nodding. Today is a joyous occasion. We must indulge in a couple of drinks. Lin Chen called the waiter to order dishes, but the waiter's demeanor was rather poor, likely due to Lin Chen's earlier confrontation. And she flung the menu onto the table. What do you want? Speak. The waiter said irritably. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, glanced at the menu, ordered a few items, and then suggested that Gu Mengshi and Old Master Gu select some dishes as well before returning the menu to the waiter. To his surprise, the waiter merely glanced at it and declared, No dishes available. What? Gu Mengshi slammed the table. You can't inform us of this beforehand? You didn't ask in advance. The waiter replied smugly. Lin Chen's temper flared, and he demanded, Call your manager. Even if the manager comes, there are no dishes. The waiter rolled her eyes, adding, And our manager is not here today. If you do not wish to eat, you may leave. We at Jiwei Lu are not short of customers. If the manager is absent, then let your supervisor come. If the supervisor is unavailable, summon your owner. Lin Chen rose, shouting, I am here to dine, not to endure this nonsense. The waiter shot him a glance and exited the private room, calling out, Security. Security. There are troublemakers at Jiwei Lu. Soon, several individuals rushed in, and one of the security guards turned out to be someone Lin Chen recognized, the very person who had directed him when delivering dishes. The guard, upon recognizing Lin Chen, was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Brother, what brings you here? He quickly added, I'll notify the owner right away. We've found the person. Found whom? Someone nearby inquired. The guard slapped his thigh and declared, Never mind, I'll handle it myself. Just ensure they don't escape. And with that, he dashed away. Hearing the guard's words about not letting Lin Chen and his companions leave, the waiter perked up, pointing at Lin Chen and declaring, Dare to cause a ruckus in our Jiwei Lu? You ought to consider who you are. Just wait. I will make sure to teach you a lesson. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said to Gu Mengshi and Old Master Gu, I apologize for this disturbance. Old Master Gu shook his head with a smile, saying, No need to worry. Nowadays, there are many who lack vision, thinking themselves quite important, merely dogs relying on their masters. Old man, who are you calling a dog? The waiter retorted, glaring at Old Master Gu. With a resounding slap, the waiter was struck across the face, and it was none other than Gu Mengshi who had acted. She coldly remarked, Did your mother not teach you to be polite to the elderly? Go ahead and keep shouting. Let us see if I can't break your mouth. Wow, Miss Gu is so formidable. Lin Chen thought to himself, feeling a surge of admiration for her audacity. At that moment, the waitress seemed to have lost her mind, charging directly towards Gu Mengshi. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen swiftly intervened, grasping the waitress's hands firmly. I shall make you pay for your insolence, you shameless pair. The waitress raged like a lunatic. Lin Chen, however, was reluctant to resort to violence against a woman, so he endeavored to restrain her. Just then, a voice rang out. Enough. What on earth is going on here? The newcomer was none other than the elderly proprietor of Jiwei Building, Wang Jing. Upon seeing Wang Jing's arrival, the waitress found her backbone and, wiping her tears, approached him. Boss, this group is causing a ruckus in the establishment and has assaulted me. Wang Jing cast a cold glance at her and scoffed, Apologize at once. Yes, you must apologize to them, and if I am not satisfied, do not expect to leave Jiwei Building today. With newfound courage, the waitress, hands on her hips, bellowed at Lin Chen and his companions, You impertinent fools. I demand you apologize to Mr. Lin. Chapter 16. The exorbitantly priced exclusive vegetable contract who taught you to treat our guests in such a manner? Is it our esteemed Jiwei Pavilion? Apologize to Mr. Lin immediately, or pack your belongings. You need not return to work tomorrow, Wang Jing stated without hesitation. The waitress stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. After a moment of hesitation, she hurriedly implored, "Boss, please let me explain. Our restaurant has run out of vegetables, and they ordered so many. So, does the lack of vegetables justify your attitude?" Wang Jing frowned. Turning to the security guard beside her, "Shaoli, ensure she cleans out her things. Additionally, your bonus for this month is increased by 3,000. Thank you, boss." The security guard beamed, swiftly escorting the waitress out. The waitress, with a sinking heart, was unwilling to leave. The wages at Jiwei Pavilion were among the highest in the county, and the work was relatively easy. Finding a similar job afterward would be nearly impossible. At least not within the county. "Boss, I apologize, I truly apologize." The waitress broke free from the security guard's grasp and immediately addressed Wang Jing. Wang Jing glared at her, prompting the waitress to turn to Lin Chen. "Sir, I am sorry. I should not have." "There's no need to apologize to me. You ought to apologize to this esteemed elder and this young lady," Lin Chen replied, stepping aside. The waitress glanced at the boss, saw her nod, and with a sorrowful expression, said, "To both of you, I was blind and have offended you. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me." After Gu Mingxi slapped the waitress, her anger had almost dissipated. She glanced at her grandfather, who gave a slight nod, signaling, "Let us be forgiving. All right, your bonus for this month is gone. Now go back to work." Wang Jing waved her hand, and the waitress, sensing the finality of the situation, lowered her head and exited the private room. "You all may disperse as well. What are you lingering for? Are you not working?" Wang Jing dismissed the others before finally closing the door to the private room. "Thank you, Boss Wang." Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. With a beaming smile, Wang Jing replied, "Look, why be so polite with me? However, I must admit, I have to reproach you a bit. Ever since you left, we have been at a loss here." Lin Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that one needed to be of use to earn respect, and before he knew it, he had gained a sister. "Everyone, please take a seat. I will have the dishes you ordered brought out momentarily," Wang Jing said cheerfully. She turned to Lin Chen. "Brother, to be honest, you share part of the responsibility for what happened today." "What responsibility do I bear?" Lin Chen queried, perplexed. Wang Jing smiled. "Of course. It is because you did not deliver vegetables to us at Jiwei Pavilion, leaving us without anything to sell. Otherwise, the waitress would have no reason to obstruct the guests." Lin Chen, bemused, nodded. "Let us say I am at fault. However, Sister Wang, please understand that it is not that I refuse to deliver. Those are experimental crops with limited yield. I intended to distribute them to several places to assess the market, so I truly do not have any surplus." Upon hearing this, Wang Jing became anxious. "Why send to several other places? Bring over as much as you can. I will offer you a great price, ensuring you do not suffer any losses." Lin Chen chuckled. "Well, let me think it over." Wang Jing, in a flurry, exclaimed, "What is there to consider? If it's a matter of finances, we can negotiate. In any case, I want as many vegetables as you can provide, priced at 20 yuan per pound, regardless of the variety. What do you say?" Wang Jing's words startled not only Lin Chen but also old Master Gu and Gu Mingxi, who were taken aback by the exorbitant price of the vegetables, which was fixed at 20 yuan per pound irrespective of the type. Lin Chen wore a contemplative expression. Wang Jing's quoted price wasn't entirely unexpected. 21 pounds may sound costly, yet on the menu. A simple cucumber salad was priced at 88 yuan. How many cucumbers could that possibly require? Meanwhile, Wang Jing grasped Lin Chen's hand and implored, "Oh brother, please don't put me in a difficult position. I truly have no alternatives. To be honest, many customers who have tasted the vegetables you provided can no longer settle for ordinary ones. Some of these patrons are not to be trifled with. While ordinary wealthy individuals are manageable, there are those of high status whom I dare not offend." Wang Jing was not merely lamenting. She felt a bittersweet thrill. To entice such individuals with a few plates of vegetables was undeniably a lucrative business. However, the repercussions of failing to meet their expectations could be dire, leaving her in a precarious position. "All right, I happen to have a batch of vegetables ready for harvest, so I'll agree to your price. I will send them over shortly," Lin Chen said after a moment of thought. Wang Jing, anxious, countered, "No, don't send them over yourself. I'll have the procurement team accompany you to harvest them. You can supervise the weighing. That sounds reasonable. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Wang Jing then proposed, Brother, how about we sign an exclusive supply contract? In the future, your vegetables would be supplied solely to Jiwei Building. Lin Chen understood Wang Jing's concern. She feared he might supply Yufu Building or other establishments, thereby diminishing their competitive edge. I'm afraid I cannot sign an exclusive supply contract. Sister Wang, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Why not? Wang Jing asked, her urgency evident. Lin Chen explained, Sister Wang, we plan to brand our vegetables in the future. We cannot remain confined to the remote Taihang Rich. Thus, signing an exclusive contract is out of the question. Lin Chen was unwilling to let immediate gain stifle his ambition. With such superior produce, he believed he had the potential to penetrate the high-end ingredients market. Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Wang Jing immediately laughed. Brother, you misunderstand me. My proposal for an exclusive contract refers only to the county. I have no interest in other areas. That could work, Lin Chen conceded. Wang Jing's demeanor was sincere, and it was wise to offer a little sweetness to foster collaboration, as mutual benefit was essential for a lasting partnership. Wang Jing, delighted, promptly had the contract prepared. Before long, the dishes arrived, and Gu Mingxi remarked with a smile, after hearing Wang Jia praise the vegetables you sent. I am genuinely curious about how delectable they must be. Wang Jing chuckled, Sister, I assure you I am not exaggerating. The vegetables my brother provides are exceptional. Once you taste them, ordinary vegetables will hardly be appealing. I have very few leftovers in the kitchen, and just for those few plates, I have unknowingly offended quite a number of people lately. The vegetables delivered from the kitchen were evidently not exceptionally fresh, yet they were certainly not spoiled. Gu Mingxi and the old master Gu both picked up their chopsticks to sample them, and once a piece of vegetable touched their lips, they could hardly stop. Lin Chen, did you truly cultivate these vegetables? They are exceedingly delicious, far superior to the specially supplied vegetables I have tasted before. Gu Mingxi, covering her rosy mouth, disregarded her table manners and began to compete with her grandfather for more. The old master, both amused and exasperated, nodded in agreement, proclaiming, the flavor is indeed extraordinary. Young Lin, do you possess some special technique? Grandfather, that question is rather inappropriate. Gu Mingxi shot a look at the old master, who wore an awkward expression. It was indeed impolite to inquire about the secrets of another's culinary prowess. Lin Chen merely smiled and refrained from responding. The dishes were simple: smashed cucumber, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green beans with meat, and sauteed asparagus, but their exquisite flavors were undeniable. Several plates were quickly devoured, and Lin Chen himself partook heartily. The vegetables nourished by the spiritual spring water were genuinely delectable, yet the chef's skills also contributed significantly to their superior taste compared to his own cooking at home. Lin Chen mused. Once everyone had their fill, Wang Jing prepared the contract. After Lin Chen meticulously reviewed it and confirmed its accuracy, he signed his name. At that moment, Wang Jing finally exhaled in relief. After the meal, Lin Chen first escorted Gu Mingxi and the old master Gu to their departure, entrusting the prized ginseng to the old master for safekeeping. This gesture left the old master deeply moved, believing Lin Chen to be a friend worth having. In truth, Lin Chen was rather indifferent. As long as he wished, he could utilize the mountain deity's space to produce ginseng in abundance. However, possessing too much of such a thing would be of little use. If he were to continuously produce ginseng, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention, leading to potential calamities. Wang Jing personally drove Gu Mingxi and the old master Gu to the station, and upon her return, she instructed her procurement team to take a truck back with Lin Chen to harvest the vegetables. Chapter 17. Earning money. A truck rumbled towards Yushu village, with Lin Chen seated in the driver's cabin. In the cargo area were several employees from Jiwei Building, specially arranged by Wang Jing to accompany Lin Chen for the harvest. If not for her prior commitments, she would have joined them. As the truck entered the village, it attracted a considerable crowd, for the roads were poor, and vehicles seldom ventured here. Upon reaching his doorstep, De Huang was already waiting at the entrance, while Duo stood behind him, eager to come out but was thwarted by De Huang's wagging tail, which served as a protective barrier, uncertain of the safety beyond. Wow, buddy. Your dog is truly magnificent, the truck driver exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Lin Chen chuckled. The driver's words were spot on. Ever since De Huang began drinking from the spiritual spring, his transformation was remarkable. His coat gleamed as if illuminated, and Lin Chen perceived that De Huang had grown larger than the average Taiying dog, his eyes sparkling with intelligence and vitality. Lin Chen disembarked from the truck, patting the door as he gestured. Head over there. Do you see that greenhouse? The vegetable garden is just beyond. Lin. Duo scampered over on her short legs and was promptly lifted into Lin Chen's embrace. Be careful, my dear, don't fall. Lin Chen kissed her cheek affectionately. However, Duo stretched out her hand towards Lin Chen, who, puzzled, scratched his head before suddenly recalling something. Oh dear, my daughter. I'm so sorry. Today has been hectic. And I completely forgot. Duo pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Just then, her grandmother emerged from the yard and quickly took her into her arms, gently patting her back. Oh, sweetheart, don't cry. What's the matter? Duo clung to her grandmother's neck, feeling wronged. Grandma, Lin is not being responsible. He doesn't keep his promises. Her grandmother shot a glance at Lin Chen. What is going on? Lin Chen awkwardly admitted. I promised to buy her candied hawthorns when I left, but I got too busy and forgot. Her grandmother glared at him. You, as a father, should keep your word. No wonder Duo feels you're not acting like an adult. How can you set an example for your daughter? Lin Chen, besieged by the two, raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. My sweet daughter, please don't cry. Tonight, I'll personally make you candied hawthorns. Will that suffice? Duo rubbed her eyes and pouted, but you're not a candied hawthorn seller. Trust your old man just this once. I promise to make the most delicious candied hawthorns for you, Lin Chen declared, thumping his chest confidently. Duo nodded reluctantly, then added. But you mustn't deceive me again, or I won't talk to you. I'll have Grandma, Grandpa, and Huang ignore you too. Absolutely. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Turning to his mother, he said, Mom, I've secured a deal with the tavern in town. They've gone to the vegetable garden to gather produce, so please ask Dad to bring a mechanical scale. We'll need it for weighing the harvest. With the tavern in the county? His mother inquired, somewhat puzzled, and then whispered, Is it still at the original price? With a smile, Lin Chen shook his head and said, How could that be possible? His mother, somewhat disappointed, nodded and replied, Oh, I see. However, they do charge more. So a lower price seems reasonable. Lin Chen realized that his mother had misunderstood and quietly corrected her. Mom, you've got it wrong. It's not that the price has lowered, but rather it has increased. Regardless of the type, it's now 20 yuan per jean. 20 yuan per jean? His father emerged from the yard just in time to overhear Lin Chen's words. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, What on earth are you doing? How can you take advantage of people like this? 20 yuan per jean for vegetables? Isn't that akin to stabbing them in the back? His mother shot a glare at his father, but then softly remarked, Isn't that price a bit too high? How can vegetables be so expensive? Lin Chen smiled wryly, realizing his parents still held onto a smallholder mentality, failing to comprehend that the value of goods is determined by market demand. He would never find himself in a position where he worked a lifetime without earning anything. Mom and Dad, the prices I'm offering are not exorbitant at all. Do you know how much a plate of smashed cucumber costs at Jiwei Building? Lin Chen gestured, 88. That is outrageous. His mother could not help but exclaim. 88 for a plate of smashed cucumbers? That's even more expensive than a pot of stewed goose. Isn't that extortion? Yet Lin Chen chuckled, extortion? But they have more customers than they can handle, and they even impose limits on sales. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough to sell. Both his father and mother were taken aback. Lin Chen continued, Mom and Dad, this is the essence of a market economy. It's like Shou Yu and Huang Gai, one is willing to strike while the other is willing to be struck. To Jiwei Building, our prices are merely wholesale rates. They hardly count. If we compare it to their vegetable prices, it truly is a wholesale rate, his mother conceded. His father sighed resignedly, whatever. But you better not act unethically in your business dealings, or I won't spare you. Don't worry, Dad. Your son has at least received an education. Please lend me a mechanical scale. I'll keep an eye on the vegetable garden to ensure they don't mess it up. Lin Chen then gave his daughter a kiss and promised to make her candied hawthorn in the evening before dashing off to the garden, followed closely by Huang. The staff from Jiwei Building behaved quite orderly, parking their vehicle beside the garden and waiting for Lin Chen. Once he arrived, he instructed them, Let us begin picking. Once you're done, weigh it, and we'll load it up. You've all worked on farms before, right? Just be careful not to trample the vegetable seedlings. Hailing from nearby rural areas, none were unfamiliar with farm work, and they worked with remarkable efficiency. Before long, the plastic baskets they brought were nearly full. Huang darted around the garden like a supervisor, barking at anyone who accidentally stepped on the seedlings, which amazed the others and prompted compliments about how clever Lin Chen's dog was. Lin Chen called Huang over, embracing him and marveling at his sleek fur. Was this really dog hair? It was simply exquisite. Soon, his father arrived with the scale, the kind used at grain depots, accompanied by Dahai and Dongzi to assist in carrying it. Thanks for your hard work. Tonight, I'll treat you both to dinner, Lin Chen said as he handed out cigarettes and then beckoned the Jiwei building staff to come weigh and load their goods. As Lin Chen's father observed the personnel from Jiwei building weigh the produce, Lin Chen, accompanied by Dazai and Dongzi, squatted on the ridge of the field, smoking a cigarette. Dazai, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother, do you really deliver the vegetables to their doorstep? I always haul mine to the county town myself before they accept them." "It's exclusively for the restaurant," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "You are familiar with Jiwei building, aren't you?" Both men nodded in affirmation. How could one not know of Jiwei building, one of the finest restaurants in the county town, where notable events are hosted by those of some standing in the vicinity? After a brief exchange, Lin Chen's father, Lin Wen, called out, "All right, it's all weighed now. A total of 5,000 G. You can go over and settle the account." Sighing, Lin Chen promptly stood up, brushing off the dirt from his trousers. The staff from Jiwei building approached him and said, "Mr. Lin, the total weight has been confirmed at 4,980 G, but we will round it up to 5,000 for you." "Very well. Thank you," Lin Chen responded, as both he and Jiwei building regarded the slight discrepancy as merely a matter of face. The staff then pulled out a mobile phone and stated, "Now, let us settle the bill. As agreed, for 5,000 G, the total is 100,000 yuan. Mr. Lin, would you prefer cash or an electronic transfer?" Chapter 18, Recruiting Help. Beside Lin Chen, both Dongzi and Dahe gasped in astonishment. Selling 5,000 pounds of vegetables for 100,000 yuan. Was this a mere figment of their imagination? The produce grown in their family could fetch a mere 1 or 2 yuan at best, and in lean times, only a few jiao per pound, or worse, remain unsold altogether. It was not just them. Lin Chen's father, Lin Wen, though mentally prepared, still trembled upon hearing the figure. This was merely the yield of one season, and they had already sold it for 100,000 yuan. "Let us proceed with the transfer. By the way, did you bring that much cash?" Lin Chen inquired. To his surprise, someone nodded and replied that they had indeed brought it. The boss had given them the cash from the restaurant to avoid any inconvenience for Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wang Jing was remarkably thorough in her arrangements. No wonder a woman could manage the Jiwei building so successfully. However, keeping cash on hand was too conspicuous. After confirming, Lin Chen gestured for the staff from Jiwei building to load up and leave, then turned to Dahu and Dongzi, saying, "Hold on, I promise to treat you tonight." "All right, we shall feast like royalty tonight, right, third uncle?" Dahe chuckled. Lin Wen smiled and replied, "Why not? It's only right to enjoy what your brother offers. Father, please take them home first. I will pick some strawberries to bring back," Lin Chen said as he gathered a few large, appealing strawberries from the greenhouse. Wang Jing was interested in them, but they could not agree on a price. Lin Chen's asking price was 61 yuan per pound. Even with a price reduction for wholesale, the profit margin seemed slim, leading Wang Jing to feel it was not worth the effort. Upon returning home, Lin Chen's mother was already busy preparing dinner. Seeing Lin Chen, she exclaimed, "Go catch a chicken. I'm making pepper chicken for you all tonight." "All right, let me put this down first," Lin Chen replied. Dongzi emerged from the house, saying, "I'll do it, Brother Chen." Lin Chen pointed to the nearby chicken coop. "They're all over there, but be cautious. That rooster can be a bit fierce." The younger members of the household had no qualms about catching the chickens. Despite Dongzi missing 2 fingers, he was remarkably agile, swiftly grasping a chicken by its wings and removing it with ease. After bleeding it out and scalding it with hot water, he plucked the feathers with impressive efficiency, even faster than an average person. "Brother Chen, the coop is running low on water. Should I refill it?" Dongzi asked. Lin Chen, struck by a sudden inspiration, replied, "I'll take care of it. You finish up and wash your hands to get ready for the feast." With that, Lin Chen approached the chicken coop. Quietly, he drew some spiritual spring water from the mountain goddess space and poured it into the water trough of the coop. The chickens immediately flocked to the trough, drinking the spiritual water eagerly until it was all gone. Then they nestled together comfortably, appearing almost intoxicated. At that moment, Duo dashed out from the house, running up to Lin Chen and extending her hand. Lin Chen chuckled. "Can we wait until after dinner, my little ancestor?" "All right." Duo bounced away, with De Huang dutifully trailing behind her. Dinner was a lavish affair, with Lin Chen's mother preparing not only the pepper chicken but also braised pork stew with vermicelli, and an array of fresh vegetables from their garden, cold noodles with cucumber, bok choy, and a sweet tomato dish. The most favored dish remains the vegetarian fare. My mother, unable to satisfy everyone, resorted to preparing a serving of cucumbers and remade a dish of candied tomatoes. Barely enough to satiate our appetites. It is worth noting that our household plates are those large, deep bowls, ample in portion. Duo particularly adores the candied tomatoes. She nearly consumed half of the first plate herself. Had Lin Chen not inquired whether she would like to try candied hawthorn, she likely would have devoured another plate. After the meal, the brothers gathered together. Big Hai, why don't I join you in cultivating the vegetable garden? Lin Chen proposed eagerly, his eyes sparkling with ambition. What do you think? What could possibly be wrong with that? Big Hai replied. Lin Chen, envisioning the branding of the vegetables, recognized the necessity of recruiting help. It would be more reassuring to work with familiar faces initially, so he boldly invited Big Hai to join him, offering a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, with additional bonuses. Really? Big Hai exclaimed in disbelief. These days, working in the city, one might not even earn 3,000 yuan in a month. He added, brother, please don't lose money just to look after me. Lin Chen chuckled. Did you not see how the bill was settled today? Do you think I could afford a loss? Big Hai pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, brother, your vegetables sell extraordinarily well. Pork is merely over 20 yuan per gene, yet the vegetables are priced comparably. He reminisced, last year, I sold cucumbers in the county for just 2 yuan per gene. Wholesale prices barely reached 1 yuan and 6 jiao. Dong Zi, observing from the side, was eager to join in but hesitated to voice his interest, lacking the familial connection that Big Hai had with Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen noticed his eagerness and said, Dong Zi, why not lend me a hand as well? I truly cannot manage this alone. Am I capable of it? Dong Zi hesitated, feeling insecure about his abilities. Of course you are. Just like Big Hai, 3,000 a month, don't deem it insufficient. If you perform well, there will surely be salary increases and bonuses, Lin Chen encouraged. Both young men were elated, as they lacked proper employment and were not particularly well regarded in the village, especially considering their age and absence of stable livelihoods, which made courting prospects difficult. At this moment, Lin Chen turned to Dong Zi and asked, by the way, how did your previous blind date go? Dong Zi scratched his head awkwardly. It didn't work out. They said I was like a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. Lin Chen frowned and patted Dong Zi's shoulder, saying, you should consider yourself fortunate it didn't progress. A woman who speaks such words would likely cause you much heartache in the future. As they continued their conversation, Duo and De Huang ran over. Upon seeing Duo, both Dong Zi and Big Hai smiled. They were quite fond of her, for she was an exceptionally lovely and polite girl, unlike the unruly children in the village. Big Lin, candied hawthorn, Duo said. Lin Chen laughed. All right. Let us see if your father can prepare some candied hawthorn for you. He turned to Big Hai and Dong Zi. I won't be sending you off with any today. How about you both come back tomorrow to report for duty? Absolutely no problem, they both assured, thumping their chests. Once they departed, Lin Chen retrieved the iron pot from the kitchen, grabbed a bamboo stick, and cut several bamboo skewers. He lit a fire, briefly passing the skewers through the flames, then heated the pot. Upon seeing this, my mother remarked, are you really making candied hawthorn? Let me fetch you a cutting board. All right, my dear daughter wants to eat, so I must prepare it. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Duo's hair. With her head held high, Duo remarked, Dad, candied hawthorns are cold. Why are you lighting a fire? My dear child, you shall soon see. Father is about to perform a little magic for you, Lin Chen replied confidently. As the pot heated, he poured in rock sugar, followed by water, maintaining a ratio of 1:5 to 1. The freshly washed strawberries were set aside, ready to be skewered on bamboo sticks while the syrup was prepared. Before long, the sugar began to melt, bubbling away in the pot over low heat, taking on a thick consistency reminiscent of honey. Sensing the right moment, Lin Chen pinched a strawberry skewer, deftly twirling it, and in the blink of an eye, it was enveloped in syrup. He then brought over a clean wooden board, placing the syrup-coated strawberries upon it, steam still rising from the syrup. Duo stood nearby, clutching the neck of her plush toy, Big Yellow, and protested, Dad, the candied hawthorn should be hard, not soft and limp. Patience, my darling, in due time. Your father will unveil a marvelous transformation. Lin Chen chuckled. Chapter 19. Candied hawthorn. Duo's eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the candied hawthorn. Eager to witness what magic her father might conjure, Lin Chen theatrically hovered his hand above the treats, creating an air of suspense. Before long, He picked up a candied hawthorn and presented it to Duo, saying, "My precious daughter, do taste it. Is it not delectable?" With her eyes aglow, Duo exclaimed, "Wow, Dad, that's amazing." It turned hard. "Of course it is. Hurry and try it." The praise from his daughter made Lin Chen beam with pride, for her admiration was the most treasured gift in his world. Duo took a bite, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, and with a joyful bounce of her little feet, she declared, "Yummy, yummy. Dad, this candied hawthorn is so delicious." Lin Chen had only strung 2 strawberries onto the skewer. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were devoured by Duo, with a bamboo stick in hand and remnants of red syrup at the corners of her mouth. Her big eyes were locked onto the pot of syrup. "Dad, hurry," Duo urged. "Coming right up." Lin Chen complied, quickly crafting another string of candied hawthorn with 2 strawberries. Duo's face lit up with delight, while the dog, anxiously licked his lips beside her. Seizing the moment while Lin Chen was distracted, Duo stealthily pinched one from the skewer and popped it into Duo's mouth. As Lin Chen turned, Duo quickly covered Duo's mouth, and the dog remained frozen, as if petrified. The sight of the 2 little ones in a flurry brought a mix of amusement and exasperation to Lin Chen. He playfully pinched Duo's nose and asked earnestly, Duo, you love Duo, don't you?" Duo nodded vigorously, prying open Duo's mouth. She asserted, "Of course. Duo is my good friend. Look. I shared my candied hawthorn with him." Duo, feeling quite embarrassed, thought to himself, "Sister, isn't this a bit of an inadvertent confession? Next time you want to share something Duo hasn't tasted before, please consult your father first," Lin Chen advised seriously. "Some things we find delicious may not be suitable for dogs and could even be harmful." Duo, now slightly panicked, asked, "Can Duo eat candied hawthorn?" Duo, "Spit it out." She reached out to retrieve the strawberry from Duo's mouth. Duo quickly turned away and swallowed with a gulp. Duo was taken aback, immediately hugging Duo and exclaiming, "Silly Duo, Dad. Duo is going to be in trouble." Duo, with his tongue lolling out, seemed completely oblivious and instead relished the taste of the treat he had just consumed. Seeing his daughter in distress, Lin Chen quickly reassured her, "No need to worry. The candied hawthorn is fine. Duo can have a little, as long as he doesn't overindulge." He gently wiped the tears from her face. Duo looked up, sniffling. "Really?" "Absolutely," he confirmed. "Then I want more candied hawthorn. Dad, make some for me." With her tears drying up rapidly, she sat beside Duo, watching intently as Lin Chen prepared more treats. By the time Lin Chen had transformed all the strawberries into candied hawthorn, the syrup was also entirely used up. Yet, Duo still seemed unsatisfied. Lin Chen cautioned, "But you cannot eat any more. You've already had 4 strings. Be careful, or little bugs might come and nibble your teeth away." Dodo obediently nodded, then presented a skewer of candied hawthorn to Lin Chen, saying, "Dad, you've worked hard. This is for you." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warmth in his heart. He embraced his daughter, took a piece for himself, and then offered the remaining piece to Dodo, saying, "Let us share." Dodo shook her head, insisting, "Dad is very tired. He should have it." Lin Chen happily bit into the last strawberry, realizing that the strawberries cultivated with spiritual spring water made for an exceptionally delightful candy treat. That night, after lulling Dodo to sleep, Lin Chen entered the mountain goddess realm. At that moment, the space was awash in verdant greenery, a chaotic sight due to the multitude of crops he had planted. However, these were merely experimental crops, and their arrangement was inconsequential. This was not a beauty pageant. As he wandered through the space, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the rapid growth. In just over 10 days, the plants had gone from seedling to bloom at an astonishing pace. If the mountain goddess realm were sufficiently expansive, he mused, he could feasibly address humanity's food shortages single-handedly, provided he could cultivate the crops effectively. After leaving the mountain goddess realm, he found his daughter sleeping soundly in his arms, and he too drifted off peacefully. The next morning, Dahai and Dongzi arrived early, but Lin Chen's parents had gone to the county to shop. Lin Chen was responsible for preparing breakfast for Dodo and Duo, and he took the opportunity to feed the chickens, even adding a bit of spiritual spring water to their coop. Breakfast was simple. He scrambled a few eggs and made some pancakes, accompanied by a pot of multigrain porridge. Since Dahai and Dongzi had arrived before eating, Lin Chen invited them to sit down and join him. "Brother, what shall we do today?" Dahai asked excitedly. He and Dongzi had hardly slept the previous night, buzzing with exhilaration. Their family was initially skeptical about Lin Chen's promise of a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. After all, the two had confidently claimed that Lin Chen had sold 5,000 jin of vegetables for over 100,000, which led their family to dismiss them as boasting. Thus, both were determined to return home with their wages to silence any doubters. Lin Chen proposed, "Let us clear some land to expand the vegetable garden and increase our yield. In the afternoon, we can harvest the ripe strawberries." He acknowledged that his current capital was limited, but there was no cause for concern with the spiritual spring water. He was assured that the vegetables would sell well. Moreover, he still had the strawberries as a potent asset. These were indeed a source of income. After breakfast, they headed to the vegetable plot, bringing Dodo and De Huang along to play along the ridges, knowing that adults were present to supervise. Dongzi and De Hai, full of energy and motivated by their wages, worked diligently, and within half a day, they had turned over a significant portion of an acre of land. After a brief rest, they prepared to continue harvesting strawberries in the afternoon. Lin Chen infused the water with some spiritual spring water, and after drinking, both felt invigorated. Although they didn't voice it, they silently acknowledged the formidable power of money, which made labor feel effortless. At noon, Lin Chen returned home to prepare lunch, which consisted merely of reheating last night's meat dishes and cooking some rice. He also brought a few cucumbers to the vegetable garden, where Dongzi and De Hai relished their meal, and Duo found it quite enjoyable as well. Da Huang was even easier to please. For him, rice mixed with Lin Quan was simply delightful. After the group had their fill, they began to pick strawberries. While they were engaged in their task, Da Huang's barks suddenly grew urgent. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen rushed out of the greenhouse, only to find Da Huang barking fiercely at a sharply dressed man, who appeared momentarily bewildered. While Duo tugged at Da Huang's tail from behind. "What is going on, Da Huang?" Lin Chen shouted, prompting the man to exhale in relief upon seeing him. Lin Chen approached and said to the man, "I apologize. I hope I haven't caused you any harm." The suited gentleman quickly replied, No, not at all. "May I ask if there is a Lin Chen in your village?" "Lin Chen?" Lin Chen was taken aback. It seemed this man had come looking for him. "May I inquire what this is regarding?" The man promptly introduced himself. "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Fang Siming, the owner of Yufu Building in the county, and I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with Mr. Lin Chen." "Yufu Building?" Lin Chen was quite surprised. Chapter 20, The High-End Market for Strawberries. I am Lin Chen. Lin Chen no longer concealed his intentions and spoke directly, acknowledging that since the other party had come to discuss cooperation, evasion would be futile. One could run from the monk, but not from the temple. Upon hearing this, Fang Siming immediately donned a smile, extending a business card to Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin," he began, "I have heard that the vegetables at Jiwei Tower are all supplied by you. Is that correct?" "Indeed, but I must advise you to refrain from further discussion. I have a supply contract with Jiwei Tower, and to be frank, there is nothing for us to negotiate," Lin Chen replied. However, Fang Siming was undeterred. With a smile, he remarked, "I am aware of that. To be honest, I was quite surprised when our Yufu Tower sales were unexpectedly surpassed by Jiwei Tower a few days ago. Yet, after I had someone procure a signature dish from Jiwei Tower, I realized our Yufu Tower's loss was not in vain. The vegetables you supply, Mr. Lin, are simply astonishing." Fang Siming's politeness disarmed Lin Chen, who could only respond with a wry smile. "You flatter me." Fang Siming continued, "Mr. Lin, I have heard that you discussed a different collaboration with Boss Wang, but it did not come to fruition." Lin Chen cast a scrutinizing glance at Fang Siming. Recognizing that Yufu Tower had someone planted within Jiwei Tower, his conversation with Wang Jing had taken place privately in a booth, with no outsiders present. Yet Fang Siming seemed to know all the details. Noticing Lin Chen's peculiar expression, Fang Siming quickly clarified, "Haha, Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. The truth is, Boss Wang herself mentioned it." "She did?" Lin Chen was taken aback, pondering Wang Jing's motives. Was she inadvertently digging her own grave? Fang Siming explained, "A friend of mine is also acquainted with Boss Wang. During their dinner together last night, she mentioned that you possess something that has left Boss Wang quite captivated. Yet she lacks the funds to acquire it." Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Wang Jing's loose tongue was rather indiscreet. It was also possible that Fang Siming's friend shared a close bond with Wang Jing, leading her to let her guard down. "You are interested in obtaining the agency rights for this item?" Lin Chen inquired. Fang Siming nodded affirmatively. "Mr. Lin, our Yufu Tower is well capitalized. We are willing to engage in this business deal as long as the product is of high quality. But it seems you are not yet aware of what that item is," Lin Chen remarked, puzzled. Fang Siming chuckled. "Anything of value, even if it were merely refuse, holds its worth. The role of a businessman is to realize that value. Would you not agree? Lin Chen found himself somewhat admiring Fong Xinming's business acumen and nodded. Very well. Come take a look. However, I must forewarn you that the price is indeed not modest. Then I must thank you, Mr. Lin. Fong Xinming, feeling a surge of excitement, recognized that Yufu Tower had always been the best in the county, maintaining a firm grip over Jiwei Tower. Yet, being unexpectedly surpassed this time did not faze him. The profit from Yufu Tower constituted only a small portion of his business. But upon learning that Wang Jing had turned her fortunes around thanks to Lin Chen's vegetables, Fong Ximing sensed a tremendous potential within this opportunity. What reigns supreme in the restaurant industry? Certainly, the essence lies within the food itself. To speak of service or decor is merely to extend from the foundation of culinary delights. Mastering the art of exquisite flavors is paramount. The surrounding elements are but ancillary. This young man before us evidently possesses the core of this mastery. Accompanying Lin Chen, Fong Ximing entered the greenhouse, where De Hai and Dong Zi exchanged astonished glances. Their surprise was not due to Fong Ximing's formal attire, but rather his audacity to don a suit and tie in such sweltering weather. Fong Ximing loosened his tie as Lin Chen plucked a strawberry, rinsed it under the hose, and offered it to him, saying, "Mr. Fong, do taste this." Fong Ximing accepted the strawberry, not immediately savoring it, but instead inhaling its rich aroma. The fragrance was intoxicating, and upon taking a bite, the sweet and tangy juice flooded his senses, leaving him profoundly satisfied. Particularly in the stifling heat, that single morsel felt like a revival. With a deep breath, Fong Ximing devoured the remaining half of the strawberry, its luscious juice filling his mouth, invigorating every cell within him. Juice trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he instinctively licked it with his tongue. Delicious, absolutely exquisite, he declared without hesitation, his eyes sparkling as he said to Lin Chen, "Please allow me to represent you for these strawberries. We can discuss the pricing." Lin Chen pondered briefly, then inquired, "Mr. Fong, are you familiar with the white strawberries from RB?" Fong Ximing nodded, acknowledging the white strawberries from RB are perhaps one of the most successful marketing cases in history. Truth be told, what they sell is no longer just strawberries, but rather a symbol of status and identity. Lin Chen agreed with a nod, and Fong Ximing continued, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely wish to collaborate with you, so I will speak candidly. If there are any discrepancies, I hope you will understand." "Of course, Mr. Fong, please proceed." Lin Chen replied. Fong Ximing unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, exhaling deeply as he said, "Our national circumstances differ. Should we pursue such marketing domestically, it might evoke aversion. I believe it would be prudent to position these strawberries for foreign markets. Even domestically, they should target the ultra-high-end sector." After some contemplation, Lin Chen found himself in agreement with Fong Ximing's perspective. The positioning of Lingquan foods must remain high-end. Otherwise, the limited supply of spiritual spring water from the mountain goddess domain would be insufficient. It is essential to recognize that once anything is commercialized and enters the ordinary sales chain, the demand can become alarmingly overwhelming. Relying solely on the scant supply from the mountain goddess space would be utterly inadequate. If we were to forge a partnership, how would you envision it? Lin Chen inquired. Fong Ximing, somewhat exhilarated, responded, "Mr. Lin, I can assist you in establishing channels abroad or in first-tier cities. Of course, this will require time. But I assure you that within this period, I can facilitate the sale of these strawberries in at least 10 second and third-tier cities." Lin Chen shook his head, stating, "That may not be feasible. Mr. Lin, I will exert my utmost effort." Fong Ximing presumed Lin Chen considered him too slow and promptly offered an explanation. However, Lin Chen urged Mr. Fong not to misunderstand. "For my intention is that the yield of these strawberries is limited, and it may be impossible to supply such numerous channels." Fong Ximing immediately responded that we could expand. "If Mr. Lin requires funding, I can provide sponsorship." "Apologies, Mr. Fong, but due to certain peculiar circumstances, we are unable to expand at this time." Lin Chen shrugged, explaining that the peculiar circumstance is that the spring water is simply insufficient. Fong Ximing pondered for a moment and suggested that, in that case, I could leverage my connections to establish a high-end exclusive channel, thus alleviating the pressure on yield requirements while also increasing the price. Lin Chen nodded and smiled, inquiring what price Mr. Fong deemed appropriate for these strawberries. Chapter 21. An eye for the chicken. I believe that if we pursue a high-end route, we might as well set the price higher, say 300 yuan per pound. There should be no issue with that, Fong Ximing asserted confidently. The price of 300 yuan per pound nearly caused Dongzi and De Hai to widen their eyes in disbelief. It was simply outrageous. This was not the cultivation of strawberries, it felt more akin to the harvesting of banknotes. Lin Chen, however, was rather pleased. This price was nearly on par with the exquisite white strawberries from Japan. Why should their exorbitant pricing be justified, while my Lingquan strawberries are undervalued? He nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall sell them to you at 200 yuan per pound. At 200 yuan, Fang Sunming would still pocket a profit of 100 yuan. Undeniably a staggering sum, one that could entice any merchant to take considerable risks for such lucrative returns. Mr. Lin, our collaboration will not disappoint you. Fang Sunming exclaimed with enthusiasm. Strawberries are seasonal fruits, and though Fang Sunming wondered if Lin Chen could maintain the flavor out of season, the seasonal yield alone promised him substantial income. What truly thrilled Fang Sunming was the possibility of securing vegetables from Wang Jing in the future. Mr. Fang, why not join me for dinner tonight? Lin Chen proposed amicably. Fang Sunming would certainly not decline. This could be seen as a formal celebration of their partnership. With this collaboration in place, Lin Chen was relieved of the remaining harvesting duties, as Fang Sunming made a call to arrange for the picking. Meanwhile, he busied himself with calls to ensure the strawberries reached the market in the shortest time possible. I intend to offer the first batch of strawberries as complimentary samples to our target clients. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, you will receive every penny for the purchases. Fang Sunming said with a beaming smile. After Fang Sunming's team finished harvesting, they weighed the fruits, totaling 5,000 pounds of strawberries at a purchase price of 200 yuan per pound, resulting in a direct transfer of 1 million yuan to Lin Chen. It was at this moment that Dahai and Dongzi truly began to believe in the reality of the situation. Lin Chen's strawberry farm spanned 6 acres, with staggered planting times yielding an average of 4,000 pounds per acre, which was deemed standard. However, due to the unique properties of Lingquan water, the yield in the greenhouses appeared significantly enhanced, reaching 5,000 pounds. Goodness, 1 million yuan per acre, that amounts to 6 million for 6 acres. This is simply too profitable. Dahai murmured in awe. Dongzi remained more composed, pointing out to Dahai, that is because it is Brother Chen who cultivates them, which justifies such a high price. Look at the other families in the village. Selling strawberries for 10 yuan per pound is already commendable. Only by establishing a picking garden can they earn a bit more, but it's only a few extra yuan. Who can match Brother Chen's prices? Dahai nodded in agreement, indeed. My brother is the only college graduate in the village, and from a prestigious university no less. Who else could possibly compare? The two attributed the exorbitant pricing of Lingquan fruits and vegetables to Lin Chen's educational background, and Lin Chen did not correct them. Such a mindset was indeed favorable. When they eventually had children, they would place a greater emphasis on education. In the evening, upon the return of his parents, Lin Chen specially requested his mother to prepare a sumptuous feast, claiming it was to entertain guests. The meal predominantly featured Lingquan vegetables and fruits, which had become the hallmark of Lin's culinary offerings. Apart from the Jiwei restaurant in the county, one could scarcely find such authentic delicacies anywhere else. Lin Chen shared with his parents the astonishing amount he had earned from selling a plot of strawberries, nearly startling them into disbelief. It was only after they saw the bank transfer that they began to accept the reality of it. His mother, overwhelmed with excitement, insisted on preparing a hen for a rich broth to honor their esteemed guest. Dad, please give me 4,000 yuan, Lin Chen requested, receiving the cash from his father before distributing 2,000 each to Dongzi and Dahai. Initially, they had been summoned to accompany him for drinks that evening, but upon receiving the money, they immediately shook their heads in refusal. No, we haven't done anything yet. How can we take this? Take it, this is a bonus. We've secured a significant deal today, and rewarding you is only fitting, Lin Chen insisted, unwilling to let his brothers decline. It would be unjust for him to indulge in meat while they were left with nothing but broth. Ultimately, they accepted the money, visibly thrilled at their unexpected windfall, as 2,000 yuan was equivalent to a month's salary in the county. Tonight, I assign you a task. Treat Boss Fang exceptionally well. We cannot allow anyone to say we are ungracious, Lin Chen mischievously instructed. They both patted their chests, assuring him, Brother, don't worry, watch our performance. If we let him leave standing, we will return the bonus to you. Fang Sunming was engaged in conversation with Lin Chen's father when he suddenly felt a tremor, though he thought little of it. It wasn't until dinner, when Dongzi and Dahai relentlessly poured drinks for him, that he realized the cause of that earlier shudder. Fang Sunming had a respectable tolerance for alcohol, yet he was no match for their fervent insistence. By the end, he was quite tipsy, but Lin Chen's father, ever generous, served him a bowl of chicken soup. Thank you. Fang Sunming slurred, Yet when he tasted the chicken soup, warmth spread through him. The rich flavor seemed to dance upon his palate, lingering exquisitely. What kind of chicken is this? He wondered aloud. Not waiting for a response as he eagerly sampled a piece of chicken, finding it remarkably tender and the flavor even more pronounced. As someone of considerable means, he had indulged in countless broths, chicken soup, ginseng soup, turtle soup, but the more he drank, the less remarkable they became, and he had grown weary of such fare. However, this particular bowl of soup completely redefined his understanding of broth. The meat was flawless, the aroma perfect. Were it not for the lingering fragrance, he might have thought himself dreaming. What kind of chicken is this? I can't discern its variety, he mused, utterly perplexed, unable to identify even a similar breed. It's just an ordinary luowa chicken, his mother replied earnestly. Fong Siming shook his head, insisting, impossible. This cannot be true. If luowa chicken could possess such flavor, it would surely exist only in my dreams. Lin Chen chuckled, saying, my mother is merely jesting with you. This is Yushu chicken, a new breed cultivated right here. His mother looked on in astonishment, but Lin Chen gave her a knowing glance. He filled a bowl for Duo, who took a sip and instantly squinted her eyes in delight. After a moment's thought, she dashed over to De Huang and used the chicken broth to soak some rice for him. Fong Siming's eyes sparkled with interest. He addressed Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, shall we discuss the agency for this chicken? I am willing to offer a premium price. Lin Chen inwardly rolled his eyes. There were only a few of them in the cage. How could one negotiate a price? Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and replied, Boss Fong, this breed is still in the developmental stage. It cannot be cultivated on a large scale just yet, so I fear I may disappoint you. Lin Chen served himself a bowl as well, and upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. The flavor was exquisite. His father and others each filled a bowl and, after savoring the dish, raised their thumbs in approval, agreeing that this chicken was significantly more flavorful than the ordinary variety. At that moment, Fong Siming realized the challenge ahead. He was uncertain whether Lin Chen's words were merely a pretext, but he understood that acquiring such a treasure would not be straightforward. He needed to demonstrate greater capability to persuade Lin Chen to consider him. Mr. Lin, once you begin large-scale cultivation of this chicken, would you be willing to consider us at Yufu Lu? Fong Siming inquired. Chapter 22, Land Application. At the break of dawn, Lin Chen rose from his slumber. Grateful for the presence of the mystical spring water, otherwise, he feared he might have remained bedridden that day. The previous night, Fong Siming had recklessly wagered everything in pursuit of securing a deal for the Yushu chicken, even going so far as to suggest a mutual demise with Lin Chen. The drinking escalated to such an extent that they no longer counted by the glass, but by the bottle. Dong Zi and Dahai spoke candidly. Yet both were soon overwhelmed, retreating beneath the table to expel their contents. Seeing the scene unfold, Lin Chen's mother deemed it too tragic and took Duo to bed. What followed was a fierce confrontation between Lin Chen and Fong Siming, culminating in Lin Chen's newfound realization of the immense value money holds for a businessman. Accepting defeat, he vowed that once large-scale breeding became feasible, he would prioritize cooperation with Yufu Lu. Thus, Lin Chen cleverly left himself a way out, opting not to directly partner with Fong Siming, but rather to express a preference for Yufu Lu. Shortly after rising, Dahai and Dongzi arrived. Their spirits notably deflated, clutching money as they approached Lin Chen. Brother, we embarrassed ourselves yesterday. We do not deserve this bonus, they lamented. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation. It is not your fault. After you left, I too felt the sting of humiliation. How did Fong Siming survive such a night of drinking? Dahai retorted, yesterday we were felled one by one like dominoes. It was an excruciating experience. Fear not. Let us learn from our shame and rise stronger. Should he return, we shall ensure he regrets his previous actions. Lin Chen assured them, dismissing the notion of returning the prize money. Dongzi, Dahai, have you had breakfast yet? Lin Chen's mother greeted them upon noticing their presence. Auntie, we've already eaten, they both replied. Pulling Lin Chen aside, his mother whispered, yesterday, I prepared luhua chicken. What is this Yushu chicken you speak of? I have never heard of it. Lin Chen chuckled. In truth, it is indeed Yushu chicken. I caught the chicks myself, but they resemble luhua chicken. I did not mention it, so you likely never noticed. Did you acquire it from your research classmates? His mother inquired. Mother, your keen perception is unmatched. Nothing escapes your notice, Lin Chen flattered. Yet, that does not explain why my last dish of Tianjiao chicken was not as delectable, his mother pondered. Perhaps this Yushu chicken is not suited for more robust flavors. Lin Chen improvised, successfully diverting her attention. Mother, please keep an eye on Duo. I must assist Dong Zi and Dahai, Lin Chen said as he called for them to depart. As they stepped outside, Lin Chen mused to himself that chickens nurtured with the mystical spring water would undoubtedly taste superior. This realization sparked the idea of establishing a poultry farm. Although he acknowledged the myriad challenges that lay ahead, particularly concerning suitable land for the farm. With a smile, he turned to Dong Zi and Dahai. You two begin sowing today. I will seek out the village chief and return shortly. Understood, brother. We shall manage, they replied in unison. Lin Chen made his way to the village chief's residence, and upon arriving at the gate, he spotted someone attempting to flee. It was none other than the chief's son. Ma Yuquan, if you dare to run, I shall reveal to your friends the matter of your debts, and then we shall see to whom you can boast, Lin Chen declared. Ma Yuquan's footsteps abruptly halted. As a petty scoundrel, he dreaded nothing more than losing face before those entrenched in society. Lin Chen had indeed found his Achilles heel. Ma Yuan stared grimly at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth. You, Lin, do not overstep your bounds. Overstep my bounds? Have you not heard the saying, the one who provokes is the one who is despicable? When do you plan to come to my doorstep and bow an apology? Lin Chen retorted disdainfully. Ma Yuan glared, but soon, in a dejected tone, he conceded, Fine, Lin Chen, you are ruthless, I yield. Just give me a way out. I can provide you a way out, but it remains to be seen if you are willing to take it, Lin Chen responded. Go on then. I intend to establish a chicken farm, and I will certainly need your father's assistance in securing the land. If you can help me resolve this, we shall wipe the slate clean regarding our previous matters, Lin Chen proposed. Ma Yuquan pondered for a moment before thumping his chest confidently. This is a trivial matter. Rest assured, with me, Ma Yuquan, it is a mere breeze. Well then, let's see your performance. Is your father at home? Lin Chen inquired. Yes, but he has a meeting at noon, so if you have something to say, make it quick. Ma Yuquan wished for Lin Chen to rush inside and settle their prior debts. Upon entering, Lin Chen observed that village head Ma was busy cleaning his bicycle. Village head, are you preoccupied? He inquired. Ah, what brings the college student here? Village head Ma responded cheerfully, having a fond impression of Lin Chen. The only university student in the village, as he had accompanied Lin Chen during his admission to a prestigious university. Village head, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Lin Chen offered a cigarette to village head Ma, noticing Ma Yuquan looking pitiful beside him, so he handed one to him as well, causing Ma Yuquan to beam with joy. Speak freely. If I can assist, I shall certainly help, village head Ma said. Here's the thing. I plan to invest in a chicken farm, but I have yet to secure a location. Would the village be able to assist? Lin Chen inquired. Village head Ma frowned slightly. This is indeed a good initiative. However, agricultural land must be preserved. Our village's farmland is already scarce, and we cannot spare any. Furthermore, if you are to engage in farming, the regulations for industrial land will apply. Lin Chen understood that village head Ma was not merely dismissing him. The arable land in Yushu village had indeed been in a precarious state, with his family of 3 sharing merely 10 acres. Lin Chen glanced at Ma Yuquan, who immediately understood it was time for him to step in. Father, developing a farm will elevate our village's economy, and Lin Chen will require laborers, thereby creating employment opportunities for our village. This is a beneficial endeavor. Village head Ma was taken aback by his son's defense of Lin Chen. Lin Chen had already formulated a plan prior to his arrival. Village head, I assure you, I will not encroach upon our village's farmland. Might you consider granting me a parcel of land in Taihang Ridge? Taihang Ridge? You intend to establish a chicken farm on the mountain? Village head Ma expressed his surprise. Well, it is not entirely on the mountain, Lin Chen clarified. In the vicinity where our village borders the Taihang Mountains, due to the rocky terrain. It is unsuitable for farming. I wish to acquire that land. It shouldn't pose a problem, right? Lin Chen chuckled. Village Chief Ma hesitated momentarily and replied, Well, I'll mention it during my meeting at noon today, but there's no guarantee it will go through. Observing this, Lin Chen quickly added, I won't be taking it for free. I can offer the village an annual rent of 3,000 yuan. Surely, that is acceptable? Ma Yuquan interjected at the opportune moment, Father, that land is lying idle anyway. Bringing in 3,000 yuan a year for the village is beneficial. Why not agree? It could be seen as an achievement for you. You certainly talk a lot. Village Chief Ma retorted, albeit with a hint of interest. After a moment's contemplation, he looked up at Lin Chen and asked, Are you truly willing to pay 3,000 yuan each year? Absolutely. I can formalize this with a contract, Lin Chen replied confidently, thumping his chest. Hearing this, Village Chief Ma no longer hesitated and nodded. All right, I will agree to this matter. They should give me some consideration. I'll inform you when it's time to sign the contract. Thank you, village chief, Lin Chen said with a smile. Village chief Ma responded with a grin. You are the only university student in our village, embarking on a venture in your hometown. It is only right that I offer you some assistance. Work diligently. I have faith in you. At that moment, Ma Yuquan leaned in and asked, Lin Chen, do you need a construction team for your chicken farm? I know of one belonging to Lin Weilong from our village. Chapter 23. Relatives borrowing money. Lin Weilong and Lin Chen share a distant familial connection, being from the same generation as Lin Wen, Lin Chen's father. Thus, it seemed only fitting that the resources within their kin should remain among them. Lin Chen nodded in acquiescence, saying, That sounds good. Please have him give me a call. Very well, I shall have him contact you, Ma Yuquan replied with a grin. It was evident that Lin Weilong's endeavors in business were not without their rewards, as each transaction brought him a commission. After exchanging a few words with the village head, Lin Chen prepared to take his leave. Once he departed, Ma Yuquan spat on the ground in disdain, exclaiming, A university student, indeed. There are plenty of chicken farms, but they are filthy and troublesome. If an outbreak of avian influenza occurs, he will lose everything. The village head, taken aback, scolded him. What nonsense are you spouting? Just a moment ago, you were defending him, and now you're acting irrationally. Ma Yuquan awkwardly replied, Father, you don't understand. There have been chicken farms in previous years, but how many have turned a profit? One outbreak, and they've lost everything. The scoundrel from the neighboring village still hasn't repaid his debts. The village head retorted, What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Upon reaching the field, Lin Chen found Dahai and Dongzi hard at work. He replenished their cups with some spring water before joining them in their labor. While working, Lin Chen said to Dongzi, Dongzi, I am planning to establish a chicken farm. I heard you have prior experience in one. Could you assist me with that? Dongzi appeared surprised and quickly responded, Brother Chen, chicken farming is not very profitable these days. If you lack the necessary skills, a mishap could lead to substantial losses. Rest assured, I have my methods, Lin Chen replied confidently, for he possessed spring water that would safeguard against any illness in the chicks. Dongzi scratched his head, realizing that Lin Chen was resolute in his decision and felt no authority to oppose him. However, he expressed, If I leave, Dahai will be overwhelmed here. Dahai chuckled, You speak as if you alone can manage the entire chicken farm. Lin Chen laughed along, Do not worry, it is all manageable. Please help me find a few capable and honest individuals in the village, both men and women, but do avoid those who are deceitful. I can offer a monthly salary of 2,000. 2,000 a month? They will be clamoring for it. Dahai remarked with amusement. A few acres of land in the village yield so little income in a year. Moreover, both men and women, the village women will be eager for the opportunity. As noon approached, Lin Chen sent the two men home. Upon his return, he was greeted by a cacophony in the yard. Before he could enter, his mother emerged and gestured for him to stay outside. Mother, what is the matter? Lin Chen inquired softly. With a frown, she replied, What else could it be? Your father, in his exuberance after a couple of drinks, boasted about the money you've made selling vegetables and strawberries. Now your second aunt and sixth uncle have come to borrow money. Lin Chen forced a smile, understanding his mother's displeasure. His second aunt's family was manageable, but his sixth uncle was a true source of frustration. In his youth, he had been at any ne'er-do-well, getting into fights until a crackdown led to a lengthy prison sentence. Since his release, he had remained unstable, causing disturbances here and there, with his expenditures primarily funded through loans, all while maintaining an air of pride. Upon his release from prison, Lin Chen found himself devoid of any possessions. Fortunately, his uncles had pooled their resources to purchase a modest home for him. However, within a mere 18 months, he learned that he had sold the house, utilizing a portion of the proceeds to settle some debts, while the remainder was squandered within just over a month. Third brother-in-law, let me tell you, a friend of mine is extracting sand in Mintugu. If you could lend me 100,000, I could rent a boat to assist him with transportation. I could easily earn 20 to 30,000 a month. And I would be able to repay you in 6 months, his sixth uncle exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Chen could only shake his head in resignation. His mother attempted to call him back, but to no avail. As he entered the courtyard, his second aunt caught sight of him and greeted him with a beaming smile. Ah, my dear nephew has returned. Look who is back. The big nephew. His sixth uncle, cigarette in mouth, grinned widely upon seeing Lin Chen. You're doing well. Otherwise, how could a university student sell vegetables at a premium? It's no wonder they say no one is more cunning than a scholar. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. His sixth uncle was not the most discerning individual. Engaging in a battle of wits with him seemed futile. He acknowledged his second aunt and sixth uncle, saying, "Aunt, uncle, I'm here." Of course, what nonsense. I'm standing right here, aren't I? His sixth uncle rolled his eyes. While Lin Chen's mother glared at him in frustration, Lin Chen decided to cut to the chase, asking, "Uncle, what kind of business were you planning to pursue?" "A grand venture. My friend is extracting sand in Mintugu and is quite close to me. He has presented me with a lucrative opportunity. If you lend me some money." "You mustn't sabotage my chance to prosper," his sixth uncle replied earnestly. "What nonsense is that? Is it even a legitimate business?" Lin Chen retorted. His sixth uncle remained oblivious to the absurdity of his claims, firmly believing that if Lin Chen did not lend him money, he was obstructing his path to success, never considering that others might have the freedom to refuse. "Certainly not. How much do you need?" Lin Chen asked directly. 100,000. His sixth uncle declared promptly. "I can repay you in 6 months." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll lend you the 100,000, but let us extend it to a year." "Hey, I must say, my nephew is quite righteous, far more generous than your parents." His sixth uncle gave a thumbs up. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Chen's mother gasped, visibly incensed. Undeterred, Lin Chen transferred the amount to his sixth uncle, who was elated, clapping his hands as he announced, "I must return to my business now. Once I strike it rich, I'll treat you to drinks." He departed as quickly as he had arrived. Once he left, Lin Chen exhaled deeply. His second aunt was trying to console his mother, who was on the verge of tears. "Oh, what sin have I committed? This is nothing but a calamity for my son," she lamented, her voice thick with emotion. "Mom, it's all right. Perhaps my uncle will succeed. If he truly does, our family won't have to worry anymore," Lin Chen reassured her. The house we siblings pooled money to buy him was sold for 250,000. And he squandered it all in just over a month. What could he possibly achieve? His mother retorted angrily. Lin Chen found himself in a state of bemusement. How does one articulate such matters? Essentially, he was merely purchasing tranquility, with the expenditure of 100,000 yuan. It was assured that his sixth uncle would refrain from causing trouble for at least a year. Additionally, this act could alleviate some of his mother's worries. In his uncle's youth, he had been embroiled in a violent altercation due to issues concerning Lin Chen's mother, resulting in a grievous head injury. His mother often lamented that her brother's mind was clouded, attributing it to the beatings he endured on her behalf. Whether that assertion held any truth remained uncertain. Yet it was undeniable that his mother felt a sense of indebtedness towards her brother. With the matter of his uncle temporarily resolved, Lin Chen turned to his second aunt and inquired, "Aunt, what brings you here today? Is Xiaowan not accompanying you?" His aunt appeared somewhat embarrassed and awkwardly replied, "No. She has just completed her college entrance examinations, and I suggested she take some time to rest at home." Though Lin Chen's mother maintained a stern demeanor towards her brother, she was affectionate towards her sister, directly stating, "Here, take some money for your aunt. Xiaowan has been accepted into university this year, and her tuition fees are yet to be settled." A glimmer of joy appeared in Lin Chen's eyes as he exclaimed, "Oh, that is wonderful. Xiaowan truly excels. Did I not say so? She is undoubtedly destined for university." A hint of pride emerged on his aunt's face, but she countered, "Well, she is just a girl. Whether or not she attends university is not of great consequence. However, since she has been accepted, it would be unwise to deny her the opportunity. Though her university cannot be compared to yours, such a statement cannot be made lightly. In all the villages surrounding us, how many university students are there? Each one is a treasure," Lin Chen remarked. His aunt responded cheerfully, "Indeed, Chenzi, your aunt. Mother, you truly came. Please do not trouble my brother." Before his aunt could finish her sentence, a clear and melodious voice interrupted, and a young girl entered the room. Chapter 24. The ambitious little cousin. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, her features refreshingly pure, but most importantly, she radiated vitality. Upon spotting Lin Chen, she lowered her head and said, "Brother, please don't listen to what my mother says. I've been working part-time. I've almost earned enough for my tuition." Aunt sighed, unable to interject at that moment. Her daughter was determined, preferring to work part-time in the county rather than rely on others. Juanzi looked at her mother and said, "Mom, it's hard enough for my brother to take care of Duo. He doesn't have a job right now, so why trouble him? It's already embarrassing that we can't help him. Why would you do this?" "Oh, Juanzi, your mother is just." Aunt struggled to find the right words. Feeling helpless, Lin Chen pulled his cousin He1 close, ruffled her hair playfully, and reproached her. "What do you mean you can't help your brother? Does he need others to assist him?" He1 blushed, mumbling, "Brother, I'm not a child anymore. Please don't mess with my hair." "Oh, So you've grown up, have you? Lin Chen exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by working part-time? The world outside is chaotic. Why are you taking on such burdens? Lin Chen genuinely cherished this little cousin. In their family, she was one of the few who aspired to improve herself. As a child, she had followed Lin Chen closely, obedient and understanding. To him, she was akin to a younger sister. What do you mean by that? Hewan retorted. I'm asking why you're working part-time. Lin Chen pressed, narrowing his eyes. Hewan, fearful of her cousin's stern gaze, quickly replied, I'm doing legitimate work. I'm helping at a construction site, moving bricks. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. Moving bricks? Brother, don't glare at me. It's nothing. The pay is fair. And I work efficiently. They pay me the same as the male workers, and I get paid daily, Hewan grinned. Lin Chen's heart sank as he grasped her hand. Noticing the wounds on her delicate skin, Hewan tried to pull her hand away frantically. Don't struggle, Lin Chen said, glaring again. He knew this was her greatest fear, and she obediently stopped. Aunt interjected. Chenzi, you know what kind of temper your sister has. I can't control her. Your uncle has been unwell these past few years, and I. Lin Chen shot a frustrated look at Hewan, exclaiming, You're shouldering this all by yourself. And your brother doesn't even mention it, right? Do you even consider me your brother? Feeling wronged, Hewan replied, It's nothing. Working a bit is no big deal. My dad always says, there is no hardship one can endure, only blessings one can enjoy. Lin Chen released her hand, lightly tapping her forehead with his finger, then turned to Aunt, saying, Aunt, don't worry about the tuition, I'll take care of it, including living expenses. I'll cover everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Hewan interjected, No need. Brother, I've almost earned enough myself. How much have you earned? 8,000. Hewan gestured with her fingers, adding, I've calculated it. Tuition is 5,000 a year, and with living expenses, 8,000 is sufficient. Plus, I can continue to work part-time. It will definitely be fine. Lin Chen scoffed. 8,000 is enough? What do I do about laptops and tablets? Don't think of these as luxuries, things that can be dispensed with. In the future, when you write papers or download literature, these items will be indispensable. And you don't have a phone yet, do you? Finding a landline now is quite a challenge. Can you really go a whole year without contacting your family? All these expenses add up to over 8,000. Even if you eat sparingly, you still need several outfits, right? Universities don't provide uniforms. Moreover, you're going to university to acquire knowledge, not to engage in menial work. Do you really think the meager earnings from such labor are worth the potential detriment to your studies? If you can't comprehend this simple arithmetic, what are you even doing in university? Hiju was taken aback by Lin Chen's words, yet Lin Chen continued, aside from that, socializing with classmates and participating in various school activities all require funds. 8,000? What do you think that is sufficient for? Although Lin Chen spoke in this manner, he held a certain admiration for his younger cousin. For a young girl to earn 8,000 working part-time on a construction site surely required immense effort. Yet the more he thought about it, the more it pained him. On the other hand, Lin Chen's parents remained silent. When Lin Chen initially went to university, they provided only 6,000 a year, 2,000 less than what Hiju was receiving. At that time, 6,000 seemed substantial. But now they realized how inadequate it was. Their hearts ached as they reflected on how difficult Lin Chen's journey had been. So, how much is enough? Hiju's confidence waned, her voice dwindling. Lin Chen, however, did not intend to belittle his cousin with these remarks. He explained, in truth, no amount is excessive. Besides, has anyone mentioned that I have already begun to earn substantial income? My life is not without its struggles. Spending money is not as easy as it seems. Brother, if you keep boasting, we might not remain friends, Hiju retorted, pouting. Hey, should I show you my electronic statements? Count the zeros for yourself, Lin Chen replied, narrowing his eyes in mock seriousness. Brother, having many zeros is useless. Hiju's protest was interrupted as she caught sight of the transfer records on Lin Chen's phone. Indeed, there were many zeros, and the first digit was not a zero, indicating that her cousin had truly earned money. Lin Chen proudly ruffled his cousin's hair, its softness pleasantly surprising him. As I said, I will cover your tuition and living expenses. Don't worry, I'll keep the receipts for you to repay after graduation. Will that suffice? Understanding Hiju's stubborn nature, Lin Chen settled for this compromise, knowing that when the time came for repayment, they could address it then. Hiju felt her resolve wavering as she glanced at her mother, while her aunt interjected, Let us do it this way. You can repay your brother later. It's your parents who are at fault for not providing more. Mom, don't say that. Once I start working, I'll repay my brother and take good care of you and Dad. Hiju replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Just then Duo, still in her Pikachu pajamas and awakening from her nap, wandered out, likely drawn by Hiju's voice. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, she spotted Hiju and immediately rushed towards her like a little swallow. Hiwan embraced Duo tightly, planting several kisses on her face, causing Duo to giggle uncontrollably. Do you miss your aunt? I do. How much do you miss her? I miss her immensely. Aunt, please weave a flower crown for me to wear on my head. Duo playfully requested. Then give your aunt a kiss. Moi? Duo planted a hearty kiss on Hiwan's cheek, and the two of them burst into laughter together. Their mother felt a sense of contentment and announced. It's settled then. I had prepared a meal for Xiaoli, but now that he's gone, I was worried about having leftovers. This works out perfectly for Juan. Now, everyone wash your hands and get ready to eat. Chapter 25. Acquiring electronic devices at the dining table, my cousin Hiwan and my second aunt praised the food incessantly. Hiwan remarked, Brother, how are your tomatoes so delicious? Is this really a tomato? My mother proudly interjected, What do you think? Your brother sells these vegetables for 21 pounds, and the Jiwei restaurant in the county sends a truck to collect them. For her, compliments directed at her son were far more gratifying than praise for herself. Try this chicken. It's the real delicacy, she added, as she dished out 2 chicken legs. One for Duo and one for Hiwan. Da Huang wagged his tail below the table, eagerly awaiting his share. You all can enjoy the meat. I, Da Huang, am content with a few bones. They're just as fragrant. The thought made Da Huang salivate, and his little tail wagged vigorously, nearly resembling a mop. This is exquisite. I feel as if I could devour the bones too, Hiwan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Below the table, Da Huang's expression turned serious. What does this mean? Even the bones are being claimed by you humans? Don't you feel any guilt? After the meal, Hiwan's belly was noticeably round, and she and Duo playfully poked each other's stomachs, radiating joy. Lin Chen, contemplating for a moment, poured a bottle of spring water for his second aunt. Aunt, this was a gift from my friend in the city. They say it has health benefits. Your husband has been well lately, so perhaps he should have some. Lin Chen suggested. His aunt accepted it with a smile, saying, All right, but it's a pity for Juan. Lin Chen turned to Hiwan and said, Sister, when I head into the county, come with me. I'll help you buy some school supplies, and Duo can join us too. Hooray! We're going to the city. We're going to the city. Duo exclaimed, raising her small hands and spinning in delight, clearly overjoyed as she often lacked playmates her age at home. Hiwan hesitated to decline, but Lin Chen promptly reassured her, Don't worry, it will all be on your tab. He then ventured to the yard to start the tractor. Once Hiwan and Duo emerged, he called to Hai to inform him that they would take a break in the afternoon and continue tomorrow. The tractor then rumbled to life, puffing smoke as they hit the road. Upon arriving in the county, Lin Chen took them directly to a fruit specialty store. He had prepared to select fruits using a tablet and a mobile phone. Hiwan glanced at the prices, her expression turning dumbfounded. Please wrap up the tablet and phone. Lin Chen instructed the shop assistant. Noticing Hiwan's hesitation, he added with a smile, Consider this a gift from your brother. But that is not acceptable, she protested. Why not? You've been accepted into university. It's only fitting for your brother to reward you, Lin Chen replied, giving her no opportunity to object. After a moment's thought, he told the assistant, Wrap up another tablet for me. Why buy 2? Hiwan asked, puzzled. One for Duo. She needs something to occupy her while at home, Lin Chen explained with a grin. In total, he spent over 10,000 on 2 tablets and a phone. But it was a mere drop in the bucket, equivalent to just a few dozen pounds of strawberries. After purchasing the phone, Lin Chen sought out a computer specialty store, selecting a laptop for Hiwan. After all, if others had it, his sister should too. During his school days, Lin Chen experienced the hardships of financial constraints. Yet this did not prove to be entirely detrimental. It fortified his resolve. However, it is unnecessary for young women to endure such tribulations. A laptop cost over 10,000 yuan, and given its cumbersome nature, Lin Chen had no choice but to carry it himself as he continued shopping with Hiwan and Duo, contemplating that perhaps it was time to acquire a vehicle. After spending some time in the mall and purchasing several outfits for both Hiwan and Duo, their shopping excursion came to a close. They then sought a restaurant to satisfy their hunger. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? He inquired. Is this Lin Chen? I am Lin Wei Long. Ma Yuquan mentioned you intend to establish a poultry farm, correct? It turned out the caller was Lin Wei Long, a contractor. Yes, indeed. What can you offer? Lin Chen asked. What kind of question is that? What can't be done for a poultry farm? Lin Long chuckled. Lin Chen responded with a smile. All right then, once the village chief confirms the land, I will notify you to commence work. Understood, I will await your news. After Lin Long concluded the call, Lin Chen continued shopping for a while longer before taking the two ladies back home. Upon arrival, his father informed him that the village chief had come looking for him and suggested he inquire at the village committee about the matter. Sighing, Lin Chen nodded. Realizing that the land must have been approved, he turned to Hewan and said, "Please look after Duo. I will be back shortly." At the village committee, Village Chief Ma was engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he smiled and said, "All right, I have not let you down. The land has been approved. As you requested, we have allocated 1 mu of land at the junction of our village and Taihang Ridge. Let us sign the contract." "Thank you, Village Chief," Lin Chen replied joyfully. 1 mu of land is quite substantial, though it is more than he requires. Nonetheless, it is free income, amounting to 20,000 yuan per year. Do not thank me. This is your entrepreneurial venture, which is beneficial for our village, the village chief remarked as the accountant presented a document that was essentially a letter of commitment. Lin Chen withdrew some cash from the county seat, knowing that cash provides a greater sense of security than bank transfers in the village. After signing the document and handing over the money, the matter was officially settled. Lin Chen called Lin Long, asking him to come by the next day to sign the contract. The entire construction process of the poultry farm would be overseen by Dong Zi, as Lin Chen had other matters to attend to and could not be on site at all times. After finalizing arrangements with Lin Long, Lin Chen returned home, where his mother had dinner ready. However, after taking Hewan and Duo out for a meal earlier, he found himself not hungry at all. He had a bowl of thin porridge and then retreated to his room to digest. In his room, Lin Chen lay on the bed, appearing to be asleep. But in reality, he had entered the mountain god space. Within this realm, the majority of the fruits and vegetables had blossomed and borne fruit, with some early maturing varieties already bearing their harvest. Lin Chen plucked a peach from the wild peach tree he had collected during his ascent. It was now ripe, the size of small watermelons. Although he had already eaten, the sight of the peach invigorated his appetite. After washing in the spiritual spring, Lin Chen took a bite of the peach, and the juice gushed forth, streaming down his cheeks. Lin Chen let out a satisfied murmur. The juice was exquisitely sweet, and the flesh was tender, almost dissolving into liquid. He took a hearty sip, and the peach skin quickly shriveled away. Once Lin Chen had thoroughly drained it, only a thin layer of skin remained, with all the juice and flesh entirely extracted. Lin Chen, still craving more, found the peach utterly delightful in terms of flavor. No other fruit could compare. Only in the mountain god's realm could such a delectable fruit be cultivated. Unfortunately, the mountain god's space was too limited to allow for its commercialization. Just then, Lin Chen's phone in his pocket buzzed again. Chapter 26. Fang Siming's plea for help. Upon receiving the call, Lin Chen was surprised to find it was Fang Siming on the line. Before he could utter a word, he heard Fang Sunming exclaiming in desperation, "Mr. Lin, I beseech you for a favor. You must assist me." The urgency in Fang Siming's tone suggested he was indeed facing a pressing issue. Lin Chen reassured him, "Mr. Fang, please take your time to explain. If I can be of assistance, I shall certainly help." Hearing this, Fang Siming's agitation began to subside slightly as he recounted his predicament. "Mr. Lin, I am hosting a few friends from the channel side, and as you are aware, it is all about the channels these days. I cannot afford to be negligent. A few days ago, I arranged for some exquisite items, specifically bluefin tuna sourced from RB. It was just procured from the fish market and was set for transport. But an unforeseen incident has arisen. My staff just informed me that due to transportation issues, the bluefin tuna will not arrive in time." He continued, "I have already made commitments, and besides those from the channel side, there are several competitors joining us for dinner tomorrow. If I fail to deliver on my promise, I will certainly be at a disadvantage, which could jeopardize my relationship with the channel partners." Lin Chen nodded, understanding Fang Siming's urgency. In the business world, integrity is paramount. While a meal of bluefin tuna might seem trivial, failing to meet commitments could indeed tarnish Fang Siming's reputation. "Mr. Fang, I only have some vegetables available. I cannot assist with anything else. If the vegetables will suffice, you may send someone to collect them," Lin Chen offered. Fang Siming replied immediately, "Mr. Lin, I certainly need the vegetables, but in addition to that, might I request 2 of your Yushu chickens?" "Yushu chickens?" Lin Chen replied, taken aback. Fang Siming, slightly embarrassed, said, "Mr. Lin, I am aware that your chickens are experimental breeds, but I find myself in a desperate situation. Your chickens are my only hope. Lin Chen chuckled wryly. Surely, it cannot be that dire. Besides, my chickens cannot possibly compare to bluefin tuna. Mr. Lin, you are being modest. To speak frankly, I have indulged in bluefin tuna many times, and while it is indeed delightful, your chickens are of exceptional quality. Ever since I had them at your place, I have been unable to forget their flavor. When compared to bluefin tuna, I believe Yushu chicken tastes even better. Lin Chen exclaimed, that sounds rather extravagant. Bluefin tuna is renowned as the gold of the ocean. Surely, my Yushu chicken cannot match its prestige. Fang Senming insisted, not at all, Mr. Lin. The channel partners I am inviting are formidable in their own right. If you are willing, I would like to seize this opportunity to promote Yushu chicken. Once you can achieve mass production, the channels will have no concerns. That is not my worry, Lin Chen replied. Very well, if you believe it to be feasible, send someone to catch them. However, I can provide you with only 2. Lin Chen noted that he had merely a dozen chickens in total, and Fang Sunming could not request more. Moreover, Lin Chen was genuinely unconcerned about the future market for Yushu chicken. Quality products will always find buyers. This is an undeniable truth. As long as taste and quality are upheld, the channels will be eager to procure them. After plucking a few wild peaches from the mountain goddess realm, I presented them as a delightful dessert for my parents and my daughter, Duo, following dinner. The trio, initially engrossed in their television program, were irresistibly drawn to the luscious aroma wafting from the peaches. When did you buy these peaches, son? My mother inquired. I encountered a friend while shopping in the city today, and they gifted me a few. Do give them a taste. Lin Chen replied with a smile as he distributed the wild peaches among the 3. The enticing fragrance of the wild peaches made their mouths water, and without hesitation, they each took a bite. Instantly, they experienced a delightful jolt as the succulent juice burst forth, enveloping their senses with its rich and fragrant essence. The 3 of them felt as though they scarcely swallowed. The juice flowed down their throats effortlessly, delivering an exhilarating sensation. What variety of peach is this? It's absolutely divine. The juice is abundant, sweet yet not cloying, and the unique fragrance of the peach is simply exquisite. I've never tasted such a delightful fruit before. Even our strawberries pale in comparison, my father, Lin Wen, remarked, unable to contain his enthusiasm. It is delicious. What do you think, Duo? My mother praised. Then turned to solicit her granddaughter's opinion. So tasty, Duo exclaimed, attempting to lick her fingers. Just then, the eagerly waiting De Huang rushed over and assisted her, leaving the little girl momentarily bewildered. Lin Chen mused inwardly, our strawberries indeed cannot measure up. They merely received a sprinkling of spirit spring water, while these wild peaches were nurtured within the mountain goddess domain, receiving an entirely different level of care. Before bedtime, I filled a bowl with spirit spring water for De Huang, assisted my daughter with her nightly routine, and narrated several bedtime stories. Finally, after considerable effort, I lulled her to sleep. At her age, children are brimming with energy, and without the daily sustenance of spirit spring water, I would truly struggle to keep up with Duo. Upon awakening, I sensed the dawn just breaking, accompanied by the sound of a car horn from outside the yard. Yawning, I disentangled my daughter, who was clinging to me like an octopus, and ventured outside. To my surprise, I encountered a white SUV stuck in a muddy pit at the village entrance. Initially anticipating a bit of amusement, I was taken aback to discover it was Fang Seming's vehicle, dressed in a crisp white shirt. Old Fang was busy wiping his brow while directing his subordinates to move the car. Mr. Fang, you've arrived rather early, haven't you? I remarked, a bit astonished. Upon seeing me, Fang Seming quickly donned a cheerful expression and replied, not too early. I drove over from the city last night and need to head back with the chickens. Otherwise, I want to make it in time. That sounds quite taxing. Let me assist you in moving the car. Your driver might take until tomorrow to manage it. I offered. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin, Fang Seming replied, grateful for the opportunity to owe me a favor. For capable individuals, accumulating favors is not an easy feat. Being remembered and recognized by others is a valuable way to foster connections. I made a call to Dahai and Dongzi. Once they arrived, I lent a hand, and together, the 4 of us effortlessly freed the SUV from its muddy predicament. Thank you so much. Fang Sunming expressed his gratitude profusely. Fang Sunming distributed cigarettes to Dahai and Dongzi, all neatly packaged, featuring by Sha and Tianxia brands, priced at 100 yuan per pack. For Dahai and Dongzi, while they had encountered and heard of such brands, they had never indulged in them, leaving the 2 hesitant to accept. Mr. Fang's gratitude should be graciously accepted. Do you wish to have someone owe you a favor? Lin Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, The two felt encouraged to oblige. It was only then that Fong Sunming remarked, "Mr. Lin, if it is convenient at this moment, shall we proceed to catch the chickens?" "Certainly. They are all in the courtyard. Feel free to catch whichever you desire." Lin Chen replied, leading Fong Sunming and his driver into the courtyard. However, upon entering, they found no chickens in sight. Chapter 27, Fighting Chickens? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He cast a glance at the chicken coop, which was empty. His mother must have let them out this morning. However, there were none in the yard either. Where could they have gone? "Mom, where are our chickens?" Lin Chen inquired of his mother. His mother, busy preparing breakfast, emerged from the kitchen and pointed to the jujube tree in the yard. "They all went up the tree early this morning. Each one probably thinks it's an eagle now." Lin Chen and Fong Sunming raised their heads to look up and indeed spotted several chickens perched on the branches. The dense foliage had concealed them from view earlier. "Lao Yao, get ready to climb the tree and catch the chickens," Fong Sunming called out to the driver. "Understood, boss." The driver, Lao Yao, wasted no time. Shedding his jacket and preparing to ascend the tree, Lin Chen quickly stopped him. "What are you doing climbing the tree? Just shake it down." Both Fong Sunming and Lao Yao were momentarily taken aback. It was true. They were merely trying to catch chickens, not competing with them in height. Lin Chen motioned for them to step aside, then kicked the jujube tree with all his might. The tree shook violently, and a cacophony of clucking erupted as the chickens flapped their wings and took flight. "See, this is not a complicated task," but before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, the group below was left dumbfounded. Several chickens soared into the air, not landing immediately but circling around before returning once the tree had stabilized. "Goodness! Have these chickens truly become eagles?" Dahai rubbed his eyes. It was not unusual for chickens to perch on trees, but he had never witnessed any that could soar in circles before returning to the ground. "My brother truly deserves credit. The chickens he raises are fighting chickens." Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. The miraculous effects of the spiritual spring were astonishing. It seemed that this method of feeding could not continue, or else they might genuinely take to the skies in a few days. Would excessive drinking lead to such a transformation in species? "Mr. Lin, what should we do?" Fong Sunming asked anxiously. A few grown men stood helplessly staring at the tree full of chickens. "Wouldn't this be embarrassing if word got out?" "Keep kicking. Do they really think they're eagles?" "I refuse to believe they can stay aloft forever." Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and continued to kick the tree. Seeing this, Dahai and Dong Zi joined in to help, and Fong Sunming, feeling awkward to remain idle, brought the driver along as well. 5 grown men surrounded the jujube tree, kicking it vigorously. The chickens circled in the sky a few more times, seemingly about to descend when suddenly, a dark object plummeted from above. "Whoa, chicken droppings." Lin Chen quickly stepped back, and the others hurriedly scattered as several blobs of droppings splattered onto the ground, creating a mess everywhere. "Brother, the Air Force is quite fierce," Dahai exclaimed in dismay. "If I got hit with that, I'd be disgusted for the entire day." After this incident, they all hesitated to continue kicking the tree. Dalin, Duo, rubbing her eyes, emerged from the house, wearing an EV pajama set. The little one looked confused and said, "Dalin, I heard a thumping sound. Are you chopping down the tree? If you cut it down, we won't have any jujubes to eat." The group felt immensely awkward, and Lin Chen picked up his daughter, helplessly explaining, "Daddy is just trying to catch the chickens. Look, the little chicks have flown up into the tree and one tea come down." "Then you should ask Grandma." Duo tilted her head and replied, "What are you looking for your grandmother for?" Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. "Every time Grandma brings out some rice and makes that clucking sound, the chicks come running." Dodo replied matter-of-factly. Lin Chen was taken aback, wishing he could give himself a slap for not realizing sooner. He affectionately kissed his daughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are my clever girl." Dodo wiped her face absent-mindedly, and Lin Chen turned to his mother in the kitchen, calling, "Mom, could you help me call the chickens down?" His mother stepped out, holding a handful of rice. Seeing this, Fong Sunming quickly interjected, "Thank you so much, sister. I truly appreciate your help." Although she was somewhat displeased that people were coming to her home to catch chickens for their experiments, she responded graciously, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's just a small matter." With that, she scattered the rice on the ground and made clucking sounds. Sure enough, as Dodo had said, the chickens that had been perched in the trees suddenly fluttered down. Fong Sunming let out a sigh of relief. He was pressed for time and couldn't afford any delays. "All right, let us get to it," Lin Chen declared, holding his daughter proudly. "I don't have any preferences. They all look good to me," Fong Sunming said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the chickens on the ground, promptly calling for the driver to catch them. What he thought would be a straightforward task quickly turned comical, as the chickens proved to be quite slippery. Lao Liao, despite his efforts, couldn't catch a single one. Every time he approached, they would scurry away, leaving him drenched in sweat without even a feather to show for his efforts. How can you not catch a single chicken? Fang Sunming expressed his dissatisfaction. Lao Liao, who had been with him for quite some time, usually seemed competent but today appeared rather foolish. Embarrassed, Lao Liao exerted even more effort, yet after several frustrating minutes, they still had no success. Lin Chen had no choice but to set his daughter down, allowing his mother to hold her while he joined in the chase. Dahai and Dongzi soon joined as well. However, it quickly became apparent that it wasn't merely Lao Liao's ineptitude. Catching these chickens was genuinely challenging. The group ran around the yard in a frenzy. But not a single chicken was captured. What kind of chickens are these? It's a complete waste of energy trying to catch one. Even if we managed to eat it, it wouldn't be worth the effort. Dahai gasped, sweat pouring down his forehead, having already digested his breakfast from the exertion. Lin Chen, frustrated, noticed De Huang lounging at the door, wagging its tail like a fan, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. De Huang, come here and help catch the chickens. Or you want to get any water today? Lin Chen called out. Fang Siming thought Lin Chen had lost his mind. Asking a dog to catch chickens, perhaps a mouse might be more plausible. However, what happened next left him astounded. De Huang sprang to its feet and, like a streak of yellow lightning, dashed into the flock of chickens. Amidst the chaos, one chicken was knocked out of the air, crashing against the courtyard wall and, astonishingly, fainting on impact. Brother Chen, De Huang is incredibly fierce. Dongzi couldn't help but exclaim. As they spoke, another chicken was knocked out of the flock by De Huang, crashing against the courtyard wall and losing consciousness. Fang Siming was the first to react, promptly instructing Lao Liao to tie up the two chickens with a rope. Just before De Huang could strike again, Lin Chen called out to him. De Huang sauntered over to Lin Chen, panting with his tongue out, eagerly awaiting praise. This dog is truly remarkable, Fang Sunming exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, are you selling this dog? I can offer 50,000 yuan. What do you think? Chapter 28. The joke went too far. Fang Sunming gazed into the eyes of the large yellow dog, his enthusiasm palpable, and directly addressed Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, would you be willing to part with this dog? If so, I offer 50,000, or you may propose a price. Dahai and Dongzi's eyes widened in astonishment. The large yellow dog was a local Taihang dog, or as some might more bluntly put it, a mutt. While there had been instances of people raising Taihang dogs and later selling their offspring for a mere few dozen yuan, such breeds were generally undervalued in the local market. Even the most ardent dog lovers would hardly pay a premium. Goodness, my brother is truly remarkable, Dahai mused. A university student whose dog could fetch such a high price, no. Even more than a cow. Lin Chen, oblivious to Dahai's thoughts, would surely have retorted had he known. Did he believe that university students were omnipotent, responsible for every absurdity? Lin Chen dismissed Fang Siming's proposition lightly, instead playfully patting the dog's head. Da Huang, you are worth a fortune. Perhaps you should consider sacrificing yourself to buy Duo a new dress? Da Huang glanced up at Lin Chen, then at Duo, suddenly displaying an expression of sorrow. Before making its way to the two tied-up chickens. There, the dog lay down beside them, tucking its paws beneath its body. Its usually perked ears drooping as it emitted a mournful whimper. Lin Chen was taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. It was merely a jest. Yet the dog took it to heart. Before he could speak, Duo's cries pierced the air. She had wriggled free from her grandmother's grasp and, taking tiny steps, approached Lin Chen, clutching his hand as she sobbed. Big Lin, please don't sell Da Huang. Yes, my good friend. I don't need a new dress. I can wear my old clothes. Please, don't sell Da Huang. I beg you. Oh no, this is a disaster. Lin Chen realized he had stirred trouble. Both Duo and Da Huang had taken his words to heart. He quickly interjected, no. Da Huang whimpered in response, its big dog eyes filled with an unspoken grievance. I didn't mean that. Big Lin, I promise my old clothes will last a long time. Duo pleaded, shaking Lin Chen's hand. That's not. The cacophony of cries continued, drowning out Lin Chen's attempts to explain. Feeling overwhelmed, he noticed his mother giving him a disapproving look as she approached. Ignore your father's nonsense. He wouldn't sell Da Huang even if you tried. Your grandmother has the final say. As soon as she finished, the dog ceased its whimpering, and Duo stopped crying. With a look of concern, she asked her grandmother, Grandma, is that true? Indeed. If your father dares to sell Da Huang, I shall sell him instead. Her mother retorted fiercely. With her grandmother's assurance, Duo immediately released Lin Chen's hand, turning to him with a serious expression. Big Lin, if you dare sell Da Huang, Grandma will sell you, and then I'll buy myself a new dress. After finishing her words, she dashed to Da Huang's side, embracing his head and reassuring him. Don't be afraid, Da Huang. There is Budwa to protect you. The little girl was irresistibly adorable, yet Lin Chen felt a profound sense of injustice brewing within him. Did these two little rascals truly fail to comprehend the jest? If blame were to be assigned, it would undoubtedly rest upon Fang Siming. Why, he mused. Did he need to bring up dogs when he was only supposed to fetch chickens? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen cast a resentful glance at Fang Sunming. Fang Sunming quickly turned away, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it's quite late. Mr. Lin, I mustn't intrude any further as I have pressing matters to attend to. I'll be on my way now." Witnessing Fang Sunming's frantic demeanor, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After escorting him to the village entrance, Fang Sunming suggested, "Mr. Lin, why not accompany me? It would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with these distributors for your future plans." Lin Chen shook his head, responding, "Perhaps another time. I have an appointment today to discuss establishing a poultry farm, and I cannot afford any delays, can I?" Upon hearing this, Fang Siming readily agreed, "You are absolutely correct. Mr. Lin, the exquisite Yushu chickens ought to be introduced to the market without delay. I shall not trouble you further this time. I will find another opportunity to assist you. If you require any help with the poultry farm, do not hesitate to reach out. I have some resources in this area." "Very well. I appreciate your kindness," Lin Chen replied. After exchanging a few more words, Fang Siming departed in his vehicle. After returning home and having breakfast, Lin Chen noticed Da Huang hiding in a corner, covertly observing him. The moment Lin Chen turned his head, Da Huang instantly feigned ignorance, adopting an expression that screamed, "I was looking at you." With no other choice, Lin Chen poured a generous bowl of spiritual spring water to bribe Da Huang, soothing him until he regained the dog's affection. However, Lin Chen was quite astonished, despite his family and Da Huang consuming the spiritual spring water for some time. The changes seemed minimal. At least Lin Chen felt energized, yet nothing particularly extraordinary had occurred. Conversely, the impact on the plants and animals was profound. The ordinary Luhua chickens were rapidly transforming into formidable fighters, and Da Huang, while always intelligent, exhibited an unprecedented level of awareness. Furthermore, the fruits and vegetables nourished by the spiritual spring water were of exceptional quality. Could it be that the mountain goddess domain specifically favored flora and fauna? After all, the mountain god presides over all that exists within the mountains. Thus, were plants and animals deemed the mountain goddess subjects? Lin Chen pondered. Yet he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. It appeared that unraveling the secrets of the mountain goddess domain would require time and patience. Not long after breakfast, a visitor arrived, bearing fruit in hand. It was none other than Lin Wei Long, the contractor introduced by Ma Yuquan. "Why are you bringing gifts?" Lin Chen's mother welcomed Lin Wei Long inside. They were all related in some manner and knew each other well, though they did not often interact. "I'm just hoping for a meal from Xiaochen," Lin Wei Long chuckled. Lin Chen's mother looked at him in confusion, prompting Lin Chen to explain. "I've secured a piece of land in the village to establish a poultry farm, and Ma Yuquan referred me to this family acquaintance." Upon realizing this, Lin Chen's mother nodded, saying, "That's great. It's reassuring to work with family. You two carry on. Don't leave for lunch today. Stay and eat with us." "Ah, sister-in-law, today is quite challenging. Having signed the contract, I must organize my brothers to gather the tools and prepare to commence our work. We will have ample opportunities in the future," Lin Weilong hastily remarked. He turned to Lin Chen and said, "Xiaochen, what are your requirements for the chicken farm? Feel free to express them directly." Lin Chen replied with a smile, "My requirements are not extensive. In addition to the basic chicken coop, I hope to construct 2 biogas pits for the recycling of chicken manure. Furthermore, I would like a fence erected near the chicken coop to prevent the chickens from straying." "Oh, are you planning to raise sheep as well?" Lin Weilong, evidently experienced, inquired. Lin Chen nodded. "Indeed, I intend to raise free-range chickens, allowing them to roam freely except during the night." Chapter 29. The deserving vegetables in the private room atop the Qingyan Pavilion Hotel in the provincial capital. Fang Siming glanced at his watch and inquired of his assistant, "Xiaowu, is everything prepared? We must ensure there are no issues if anything goes awry this time." "You may as well pack your bags and return home." Xiaowu wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly assured, "Rest assured, boss. I've made certain that someone is monitoring the kitchen. There will absolutely be no problems this time." Internally, he was even more anxious than Fang Siming, as the incident with the bluefin tuna had occurred under his supervision. The fact that his employer had not dismissed him outright was a testament to the latter's mercy. Fang Siming nodded slightly. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. After a quick glance, he declared, "Let us go. It's time to welcome Boss Zhao and the others." Accompanied by his secretary, Xiao Wu, he descended to the first floor of the Qingyan Pavilion Hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted several luxury vehicles parked outside. The hotel's reception staff promptly approached to assist with the doors. While accustomed to luxury cars in the finest hotel in the province, the sight of so many at once was still somewhat remarkable. "Ha, Boss Zhao, it is indeed a rare pleasure to have you here," Fang Siming exclaimed as he approached a portly middle-aged man, shaking his hand. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards a foreign gentleman standing beside Boss Zhao. Despite the rising economic stature of China making foreign visitors less of a rarity, such individuals were still uncommon in this region, especially those of a caliber to stand alongside Boss Zhao. "Ha, Boss Fang. This is Mr. Thomas, who has come from Canada. He is also a connoisseur and a lover of fine cuisine. Today, I heard that you have exquisite ingredients, so I trust you don't mind?" Boss Zhao chuckled. Zhao Weidong, known for his culinary expertise, was a well-known gourmet who understood food intimately. To secure his attendance, one had to present exceptional delicacies, otherwise. With Fang Siming's current wealth, Zhao Weidong would not have graced the occasion. Fang Siming smiled. "Of course not. Food is best enjoyed when shared. It is not in my nature to indulge alone." Zhao Weidong laughed heartily. "Indeed, Boss Fang has grasped the true essence of gastronomy. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to this. I heard that you acquired a top-tier bluefin tuna from the fish market in Japan. That is indeed impressive." Fang Siming's expression subtly shifted as he responded with a smile. "Oh? Who mentioned that to you, Boss Zhao?" "Boss Su," Zhao Weidong replied, turning to glance behind him. From the other luxury vehicles, a bald middle-aged man emerged, his face adorned with a broad smile that, however, evoked a sense of cunning. This was none other than Su Maoyuan, the so-called Boss Su. "Boss Fang, I hope my prattling has upset you," Su greeted as he approached, extending his hand with a beaming smile. Fang Siming maintained his composure, returning the smile as he replied, "Oh no, Boss Su, you flatter me. If it weren't for your mention to Boss Zhao, he might not have come at all. Haha, just jesting. But I certainly won't miss out on delicious food," Zhao Weidong bellowed with laughter. Fang Siming sidled to invite several individuals upstairs, entering the private dining room on the top floor. Zhao Weidong glanced around, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "Boss Fang, weren't you planning to serve the tuna prepared in the Japanese style today? How does Boss Zhao know that?" Fang Siming asked, intrigued. Zhao Weidong chuckled. "This is a quintessential Chinese dining room. If we were to serve it in the Japanese manner, it would certainly not involve this set of tableware. At least, at the standard of Qingyan Pavilion, the utensils would not be so incongruous." Fang Siming raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, Boss Zhao is a connoisseur of fine dining. Originally, I intended to treat you all to bluefin tuna, but I fortuitously acquired some exquisite ingredients and took the liberty to make a change, hoping to offer you a unique tasting experience." Boss Su raised an eyebrow, smiling as he remarked, "Boss Fang, this seems a bit inconsiderate. Boss Zhao came specifically for the bluefin tuna, and now that he is here, to say there is none, doesn't that seem a bit unfair to him?" However, Zhao Weidong remained unfazed, still smiling, quietly explaining to the foreign guests beside him, though they appeared somewhat disappointed. Fang Sunming, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, retorted, "You cannot blame me for this, Boss Su. I never promised Boss Zhao bluefin tuna. It was you who mentioned it to him. If we are to discuss fairness, you raised Boss Zhao's expectations and now shift the blame onto me. How is that fair?" Boss Su's expression stiffened, but Zhao Weidong smiled and assured him, "It's all right. If Boss Fang claims it to be a fine delicacy, I trust it will be extraordinary. For someone with my palate, as long as it is delicious, I shall be satisfied. Boss Zhao, if you find this meal unsatisfactory, I shall humbly apologize and forego any previous offers made," Fang Sunming declared grandly. Zhao Weidong appeared somewhat surprised. Fang Sunming had previously lingered over minor discounts, yet now he boldly guaranteed satisfaction. Curiously, he responded, "To be honest, I am now rather looking forward to this meal. I assure you, I will not disappoint you, Boss Zhao," Fang Sunming said confidently, patting his chest. As everyone settled in, dishes were swiftly brought out one after another. Su Boss surveyed the table and scoffed, "Boss Fang, this is quite stingy of you. With so many dishes, where's the meat? What about us?" "Indeed, Boss Fang, no matter how delectable the vegetables, they remain just that, vegetables. What is the point?" Another chimed in. Fang Sunming inwardly seethed at Su Boss, certain that the tuna issue was closely tied to him. Yet, Unable to express his frustration at the table, he forced a smile, stating that this vegetable spread is economical. I invite you all to taste and judge whether it befits the elegance of the top-tier room at Qingyan Pavilion. Everyone, let us taste it. Zhao Weidong interjected, smiling to support Fang Siming, and used communal chopsticks to serve some vegetables to the foreign guests. Cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, candied tomatoes, and stir-fried water bamboo, quite sufficient indeed, Su Boss continued to press. However, considering Zhao Boss's presence, the others refrained from making a scene, each picking up their chopsticks to sample the offerings. A flicker of disbelief crossed Boss Su's eyes as he savored the unexpected taste of a simple stir-fried water bamboo. What a flavor. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances yet remaining silent, seemingly awaiting Boss Zhao's commentary. At that moment, Boss Zhao also exhibited surprise, chewing rapidly with his eyes slightly narrowed. After swallowing, he quickly reached for a piece of smashed cucumber, his astonishment deepening further. These dishes. They are. What exquisite flavors, truly splendid. This is remarkably delicious, and the cooked dishes have been elevated to an extraordinary level. Zhao. What kind of cooked dishes are these? The words that were poised on Boss Zhao's lips were abruptly stifled by the foreigner beside him. Yet, Boss Zhao took no offense. Instead, he smiled and remarked to Fang Siming, these dishes are simply marvelous, a pinnacle of culinary delight. It is rare for someone like Mr. Thomas, who has sampled world-renowned dishes, to sing their praises. Indeed, this meal surpasses even bluefin tuna in satisfaction. Fang Siming beamed brightly, expressing his gratitude to Boss Zhao and Mr. Thomas for their appreciation. However, he added, though these dishes are delectable, as Boss Su rightly pointed out, what meal is complete without meat? Please hold on. The main event is about to arrive. Oh, these vegetables are not the main course? Boss Zhao's expression was one of astonishment. Chapter 30. The Maple Tree Group. Upon hearing Fang Siming's words, Boss Zhao was visibly intrigued. At this moment, Fang Siming chuckled and suggested that everyone wait a moment as the kitchen was still busy preparing the dishes, urging them to begin with the appetizers. A new array of exquisite dishes was brought to the table, featuring delicacies such as braised sea cucumber, Peking duck, and squirrel fish, all renowned specialties of Qingyan Pavilion. Yet, to everyone's surprise, these sumptuous offerings remained largely untouched, while the initial selection of vegetables was devoured entirely. Only after the vegetables were finished did the guests finally pick at the signature dishes, but most only took a single bite before setting their chopsticks down again, losing interest. Boss Zhao, seated beside Fang Siming, remarked that at first he found the vegetables delicious but not particularly remarkable. However, after sampling the other dishes, he realized just how extraordinary the vegetables were. Fang Siming smiled and explained that these vegetables were cultivated by a friend of his, classified as experimental crops that had yet to hit the market, making them quite rare. No wonder, Boss Zhao responded. I thought I had never tasted such exquisite vegetables before. Meanwhile, the foreign guest, Thomas, inquired in English, Fang, could you introduce me to your friend? I believe these vegetables could penetrate the high-end market, and I would be happy to assist him. Fang Siming, whose English was rather poor, did not grasp Thomas's words. He turned to his secretary, Xiao Wu, who promptly translated. After some hesitation, Fang Siming replied, let me discuss this matter with my friend first, and I will get back to Mr. Thomas, if that is agreeable. Thomas nodded in affirmation, saying, of course, just contact Zhao, and you will find me. As they conversed, a delightful aroma wafted into the room as the door swung open, revealing 2 large bowls being brought in, the fragrance emanating from within. However, as the guests beheld the contents of the bowls, puzzled expressions crossed their faces. Boss Fang, Mr. Su exclaimed in astonishment, if I am not mistaken, is that stewed chicken? Indeed, it is stewed chicken. Fang Siming confirmed with a nod. The guests exchanged glances. For while stewed chicken might be considered a decent dish in an ordinary household, they had all experienced far greater culinary delights. The notion that Fang Siming would present stewed chicken as the main course seemed absurd, bordering on disgraceful. Noticing the bemused expressions on their faces, Fang Siming smiled and explained. This is no ordinary chicken. These are Yushu chickens that I procured after much effort from a friend of mine. There are but a few in the world, and I went to great lengths to acquire them. Old Fang, you aren't referring to some protected species, are you? Please don't lead us into trouble. Consuming protected animals is certainly forbidden, someone interjected, unable to contain themselves. Fang Siming laughed heartily, assuring them, of course not. The reason I mentioned there are only a few is that they are a new breed cultivated by my friend. These are still in the breeding phase. I humbly begged for these, as they are the highlight of today's meal. Boss Zhao, Mr. Thomas, please indulge yourselves. Fang Sunming exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu, who promptly understood and fetched 2 small bowls, serving a portion to both Thomas and Boss Zhao. Please enjoy, Xiao Wu said with a smile. Boss Zhao chuckled, remarking on the enticing aroma, we shall not be polite then. Let us first quench our thirst. Ah, the elder cannot be deceived, Thomas remarked in his imperfect Chinese, scooping a spoonful of chicken soup, blowing on it gently before savoring it. Buzz. Thomas felt as though his mouth had been inundated with an explosion of rich fragrance. The soup's savory essence cascaded through his palate and nostrils, the delightful flavor unparalleled in its delicacy, enveloping each taste bud on his tongue and elevating the experience to sublime heights. In contrast, Boss Zhao did not sip the soup but instead took a piece of chicken into his mouth. Thud. Unlike Thomas's perfect savoriness, Zhao experienced the tender silkiness of the chicken, as if the muscle fibers had sprung back to life within his mouth, dancing on his tongue. The exquisite combination of flavor and texture was so harmonious that he nearly swallowed his own tongue in delight. Both men were momentarily entranced by the exquisite sensations brought forth by the chicken, yet to onlookers, they appeared furious, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Clearly, Fang Sunming had faltered. Su, feeling a surge of excitement, thought that if he could oust Fang Sunming, the provincial channels would be his to command, and with Zhao's favor, he might also partake in the domestic markets. However, at that moment, Zhao and Thomas suddenly sprang into action, swiftly consuming the chicken soup and meat before Xiao could intervene, filling their bowls again from the communal pot. Seeing this, Fang Sunming finally exhaled in relief. Mr. Lin's vegetables, strawberries, and Yushu chicken indeed were of the finest quality, irresistible even to such high-caliber individuals as Zhao and Thomas. The voracious consumption of Zhao and Thomas jolted everyone back to reality, with Su utterly stunned. Was this turn of events not exceedingly swift? As the meal concluded, Zhao felt an unprecedented satisfaction in both his tongue and stomach. He and Thomas had consumed 2 large bowls of Yushu chicken, while the others had scarcely tasted a drop of soup. At that moment, Thomas, in his rudimentary Chinese, addressed Fang Sunming. This is my masterpiece. Please be sure to practice more with me. I eagerly await your call. Beside him, Zhao was taken aback. He knew well how proud Thomas was. After such a lengthy stay in the country, he had scarcely given out his business cards, and the few he had offered could be counted on one hand. Given Fang Sunming's stature and wealth, it was unlikely that Thomas would have willingly presented his card. Clearly, Thomas had developed a genuine fondness for the vegetables and the so-called Yushu chicken. Fang Sunming accepted the card with a broad smile, but upon reading the title inscribed, he was momentarily taken aback. Chairman of the Maple Leaf Group, Thomas L. Are you the very same Maple Leaf Group? Fang Sunming could hardly believe his eyes. The Maple Tree Group, that esteemed culinary conglomerate ranked among the top 3 in the European and American markets? That evening, Lin Chen had just lulled Duo to sleep when his phone rang. He hastily stepped into the yard, only to discover it was a call from Fang Sunming. Mr. Fang, couldn't you have waited until tomorrow to call? Lin Chen expressed his mild annoyance. Fang Sunming sensed Lin Chen's displeasure, but, filled with excitement, replied, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin, but there are matters I simply cannot contain. Today's banquet was absolutely splendid. Your vegetables and Yushu chicken captivated everyone. Is that all? Lin Chen retorted, his tone less than amiable. Fang Sunming chuckled. This is indeed significant. I shan't elaborate further. Can you guess whose business card I received today? The Maple Tree Group. Do you know it? The chairman of the Maple Tree Group? Lin Chen queried, puzzled. Ah, Mr. Lin, you are familiar with him? Fang Sunming was taken aback, surprised that Lin Chen knew of Thomas Ale. Chapter 31. Busy in the fields. Oh, I recall hearing Duod's mother mention it before. It seems there are business dealings with her family, Lin Chen remarked casually. Fang Sunming, momentarily taken aback, felt a tumult of thoughts swirl within him. The AI heir family wields substantial influence in Europe and America. One must wonder what sort of individual Lin Chen's wife is to be associated with such a prominent family. If I remember correctly, the AI heir family is involved in high-end ingredients, right? It aligns quite well with our interests, Lin Chen continued nonchalantly. Indeed, Fang Sunming replied promptly. The Maple Group of the AI heir family specializes in premium ingredients and is thriving in Europe and America. Essentially, any ingredient bearing the AI heir family's Maple Group logo signifies the pinnacle of quality. Lin Chen nodded slightly. At that moment, Fang Sunming stated, Mr. Thomas has been utterly captivated by your ingredients. He has asked me to inquire if you would be willing to discuss matters with him. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen decisively replied, let us hold off for now. Why, Mr. Lin? This is a splendid opportunity. If we can get your ingredients into the international market, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture, Fang Sunming expressed with urgency. First and foremost, my supply isn't yet substantial. We don't possess many bargaining chips. If we were to engage in negotiations, we would find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. Dealing with such a large corporation without sufficient leverage would leave us vulnerable to pressure. Our products are exceptional. As long as we can scale up, opportunities will arise in the future. There is no need to rush into this. The more eager one is to sell, the harder it becomes to succeed, Lin Chen articulated. Initially, Fang Sunming had been exhilarated by the prospect of the Maple Group, but he quickly came to his senses upon hearing Lin Chen's perspective. After some reflection, he replied, you are right, Mr. Lin. I will hold off on this matter for now. Very well. Unless there is anything else, I shall hang up, Lin Chen stated. Wait, Mr. Lin. Your strawberries should be ready for harvest now, correct? Shall I send someone over tomorrow? Fang Sunming inquired. Lin Chen smacked his forehead. Amidst the flurry of activities lately, he had indeed forgotten about the strawberries. Yes, send someone over directly tomorrow, he instructed. All right. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Mr. Lin. Fang Sunming concluded before ending the call. The following morning, after preparing breakfast for his daughter, Lin Chen was visited by Dongzi and Dahai. The two seemed to brim with energy, eager for the day to unfold, anticipating the arrival of their pay. Dongzi, please keep an eye on the chicken farm, Lin Chen said, finishing the last spoonful of congee. We must not neglect their meals. After all, they are part of our family. Hire a chef to prepare a meal for 200. 200? Brother, that seems extravagant, Dahai interjected. Back home, spending 200 for a table is considered quite generous for celebrations. Providing such fine meals for the construction team feels excessive. Lin Chen chuckled. Let us proceed as I suggested. They are, after all, relatives. We cannot allow them to say we are being stingy. Dongzi nodded. Understood, Brother Chen. I will find old Miao from the neighboring village who specializes in cooking. But what shall we pay him? 100 a day, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen remarked that the red and white celebrations in the nearby village were typically managed by old Miao, whose skills were beyond reproach. However, he informed that if old Miao accepted his job, he could not take on any other celebrations, as the needs of the guests on his side must not be neglected. Dongzi chuckled, asserting that it was impossible. For 100 a day, old Miao would not entertain other jobs. Accepting someone else's work would yield at most 50 a day. Perhaps with some leftover food as a reward. After their meal, visitors from old Fang's side arrived to pick strawberries, and they offered their assistance. Lin Chen remarked. The two of them brightened at this. Big Hai go. We were just waiting for this opportunity. Not long after, Fang Sunming's people arrived in a truck, led by his driver, old Liao, who appeared somewhat fatigued from the constant back and forth from the provincial city. Good morning, Mr. Lin, old Liao greeted Lin Chen. Good morning, old Liao. Have you eaten yet? I still have some thin rice porridge and oil cakes at home. Feel free to have a bite. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Oh, I want to hold back then. To be honest, my stomach is quite empty, old Liao said somewhat sheepishly. Lin Chen prepared a portion of the leftover porridge and oil cakes for old Liao, who, after finishing, started directing others to pick strawberries. Lin Chen didn't need to oversee this. Once the task was completed, he would merely wait for the payment transfer. Big Hai and Dongzi were only required to supervise. While this side was bustling with activity, another large truck arrived at the village entrance. Lin Chen found it familiar, and the next moment, he saw Wang Jing, the manager of Jiwei Building, stepping out of the vehicle. Oh dear, I completely forgot about them, Lin Chen exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Since the last delivery, he had neglected the Jiwei Building. The individuals accompanying Wang Jing were likely those who had come along to pick vegetables last time. They skillfully guided her towards the vegetable fields. Upon spotting Lin Chen from afar, Wang Jing wore a teasing expression. I say, brother, have you forgotten about us at Jiwei Building? Wang Jing approached Lin Chen with long strides, feigning annoyance. Both Big Hai and Dongzi were captivated by Wang Jing. Her height combined with her long legs was indeed eye-catching. Not only in this countryside, but even in a bustling city, she would undoubtedly turn heads. Lin Chen felt a bit guilty and quickly smiled. Who said that? I was merely considering that you might still have goods left. It would be inconvenient to transport everything at once. Wang Jing rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Don't you dare fool me, brother. You have no idea how well your vegetables are selling. I now check the warehouse daily, watching the stock diminish. I can't sleep soundly at night. Today, I simply couldn't hold back any longer and came myself. Welcome, welcome. In that case, you can check anytime. If you run low, just let me know. As I am currently supplying only you, Lin Chen said, though in truth, he found it troublesome. That is wonderful. I'll have my people start picking the vegetables. Wang Jing said joyfully, fearing any supply issues from Lin Chen's side. All right, let them pick. Big Hai, keep an eye on things here. Lin Chen called out to Big Hai. The sea rushed forth, bringing Wang Jing's companions into the vegetable garden. Wang Jing and Lin Chen stood at the edge of the field, quickly discerning the situation across the strawberry patch. Curiously, she inquired, "What are you doing over there?" "Oh, I planted strawberries. Someone is purchasing them, and people are picking them themselves," Lin Chen replied casually. Upon hearing about Lin Chen's strawberries, Wang Jing felt a tinge of envy. The produce was indeed excellent, and she yearned to acquire some, but Lin Chen remained tight-lipped about the price. To her surprise, he had already found a buyer. "Brother, are you not pricing them too high, fearing that your sister cannot afford them? How did you find a buyer so quickly, and what price are you selling them for?" Wang Jing probed. Lin Chen raised 2 fingers. Upon seeing this, Wang Jing's eyes widened as she exclaimed, 20? Then you should have sold them to me from the start, 41 a pound. I would have taken as many as you had. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then chuckled bitterly, "Sister Wang, you've misunderstood. It's not 20, it's 200 a pound." 200? That is impossible, Wang Jing instinctively shouted. Chapter 32. The proficient farmer Wang Jing wore an expression of astonishment. 200, and at a wholesale price no less. How much would it be when sold outside? 300? It would require at least 300 to turn a profit, wouldn't it? Who could possibly be such a naive spender? While Wang Jing was grappling with her shock, the village of Yushu buzzed with excitement. Several large trucks had arrived, an unusual sight for the village, drawing many curious onlookers to Lin Chen's fields. Were they here to collect vegetables? And they came right to the door? Surely, they couldn't be getting a good price for that. Indeed, with vehicles arriving, the costs of fuel had to be considered. Lin Wen's family owned less than an acre of vegetables. What could they possibly sell? It hardly seemed profitable. You don't understand. Lin Chen is a university student. Surely, he doesn't care about such a small sum. Perhaps he just finds it convenient to have them come and collect, someone speculated. That can't be right. Even if he is willing to lower the price, those few vegetables hardly warrant several large trucks coming to collect. The villagers murmured among themselves until the village chief, Ma, arrived. Some urged him to inquire about the situation. "Chief, why not ask them? Since they're already here, we can sell our vegetables too. Even if we have to lower our prices a bit," someone suggested. Ma, mindful of his reputation, nodded and approached Lin Chen. As Lin Chen noticed the village chief approaching, he greeted him with a smile. "Chief, what brings you here?" Lin Chen asked cheerfully. The village chief returned the smile. "With such a commotion here, how could I not come? What are you up to? Selling vegetables?" "Yes, I'm clearing out the garden. By the way, this is Manager Wang from the Jiwei building in the county. All my vegetables are being supplied to her." Lin Chen gestured toward Wang Jing. "Ah, so you are the village chief. A pleasure to meet you," Wang Jing said, shaking his hand. "Manager Wang, with so many trucks here for just Lin Chen's produce, won't you end up with a half-full load?" the village chief inquired. Wang Jing chuckled. "Chief, there's a misunderstanding. We only sent 1 truck. The other 3 are not from our restaurant." The village chief turned to Lin Chen, who clarified. "Oh, the 3 trucks are from Boss Fong in the provincial capital, here to collect strawberries. As you know, strawberries are quite delicate, so Boss Fong sent extra trucks for safe transport." "Boss Fong? Fong Sinming?" Wang Jing's eyes widened slightly. While others might not know him, she certainly did. For years, Yufu building had been overshadowed by Jiwei building, but thanks to Lin Chen's vegetables, she had finally managed to turn the tables. The thought that Lin Chen had partnered with Fong Sinming stirred a twinge of jealousy in Wang Jing. Yet she could only manage a wry smile. After all, Fong Sinming had both capital and ambition. How foolish would one have to be to pay 200 per pound for strawberries? Unaware of who Fong Sinming was, the village chief addressed Wang Jing. "Since you are here, perhaps you could collect vegetables from the other families in the village as well. What do you think?" Manager Wang felt a stir of interest. Since they were all from the same region, if the flavors were similar, she might as well gather more. After all, she didn't wish to be at Lin Chen's mercy. If he ceased supplying her, she would find herself in dire straits. "Well, why not take a look first? If it's good, I will definitely take it," Wang Jing remarked with a smile. "It's certainly good. All the vegetables in our village are free from pollution," Mayor Ma quickly added. Lin Chen remained silent. thinking that if Wang Jing truly wished to procure vegetables from the village, it would be a positive development, though he harbored concerns that she might not. Wang Jing greeted Lin Chen before exploring other plots, where Mayor Ma had specifically selected several thriving crops. Wang Jing's eyes lit up. They indeed appeared quite impressive. "Boss, these are our vegetables. Just look at the size and how beautiful these tomatoes are," exclaimed Ma Qianqing, a skilled farmer in the village whose produce thrived under his care. "May I have a taste?" Wang Jing inquired with a smile. "Of course, you may." Ma Qianqing hastily plucked the finest tomato, washed it, and presented it to Wang Jing. After expressing her gratitude, she took a gentle bite, but her brow furrowed in dismay. She couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder Lin Chen had shown no reaction when she mentioned sourcing from others. The disparity was indeed vast. Noticing Wang Jing's frown, Ma Qianqing whispered, "Boss, I can offer you a discount on these vegetables since you drove here. I wouldn't want you to incur fuel costs." "It's all right. These vegetables do not meet our requirements," Wang Jing replied, shaking her head. At this, not only Ma Qianqing but also other villagers were taken aback. "The vegetables from Ma Qianqing's farm don't meet the standards?" Mayor Ma interjected, "Boss Wang, Qianqing's produce is top tier. It fetches the highest prices at the agricultural market. If you genuinely wish to buy, I can speak with him and arrange a discount." Wang Jing sighed. "Mayor Ma, it's not about the money. We at Jiwei Restaurant are not lacking funds. It simply does not align with our standards, and I apologize." "Huh, such words. Not lacking money. Just wanting to drive the price down," Ma Yuquan chimed in from the side. Wang Jing furrowed her brow, addressing Mayor Ma. "I'm sorry. But if the vegetables met our standards, I would take as many as you have. Unfortunately, they truly do not meet our criteria. As for pricing, you may inquire about how much we pay for Mr. Lin's produce." In response to Wang Jing, someone hurried to ask Lin Chen, "Xiaochen, how much do you sell your vegetables for?" "Oh, 21 per jean," Lin Chen casually replied while weighing strawberries with Lao Liao, startling the villagers. "Is that a joke? What vegetables can sell for 21 per jean? Are you afraid we might sell our produce to them and steal your business?" "Xiaochen, this isn't amusing. If you don't want to share, that's one thing, but don't fabricate stories. We've watched you grow up. This isn't fair. Xiaochen, tell us the truth. How much do you sell them for?" The villagers' inquiries left Lin Chen feeling slightly vexed. Before he could respond, Lao Liao suddenly interjected. "What's so strange about what you're saying? So what if it's 21 per jean? It merely indicates that Mr. Lin is capable and that the quality of his produce is exceptional. We purchase Mr. Lin's strawberries at 200 per jean, and we settle accounts on the spot. There's no room for deceit in that." Lao Liao's words left the villagers in shock. To further convince them, he explicitly showed his transaction records, stating, "Look here, 7,000 jean of strawberries, 140,000. One should not dismiss what others are capable of simply by asserting its impossibility," Lao Liao remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Mr. Lin, what do you think?" he added with a smile. "I sincerely appreciate your input," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head slightly. He preferred to quietly amass his wealth, finding little joy in ostentation. Beside them, Wang Jing felt a twinge of envy. It was no wonder Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to deliver vegetables to Jiwei Lu, given that the income from strawberries alone exceeded 1 million. A few thousand from the vegetables seemed trivial in comparison. "Brother, are you busy?" At that moment, his cousin, Hewan, bounced over. Lin Chen quickly approached her, asking, "What brings you here?" "My father sent me to borrow the tractor. I need to buy some things in the county," Hewan replied. "All right, I'll take you there," Lin Chen said, eager to escape the uncomfortable situation to avoid further awkwardness. Just then, Wang Jing, with a glint in her eye, suggested, "Mr. Lin, why not return with my car? I can give you both a ride. This way. They can continue picking, and you can settle the bill on the way back." Would that be appropriate?" Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 33. The highway beast accompanied by his cousin Hewan in Wang Jing's car. Lin Chen suddenly recalled his intention to purchase a vehicle. The thought had crossed his mind during his previous trip to the county. After all, driving a tractor was hardly convenient. "Sister Wang, do you know where cars are sold in the county?" Lin Chen inquired abruptly. Wang Jing, steering the wheel, replied, "Of course. What kind of car are you looking for?" "A pickup truck," Lin Chen mused. "It'd be practical for hauling goods, and it's durable. A standard sedan would be impractical back home. The low ground clearance would make driving on muddy roads a torment." After some consideration, a pickup seemed the most suitable choice. "If you're not in a hurry, little sister, I'll take your brother to the dealership first," Wang Jing offered with a smile. "I'm not in a rush," Hewan quickly assured. Wang Jing drove them into the county and eventually parked in front of a car dealership. This is the only place in the county that sells pickups, she explained. They carry several brands. If you can't find what you want here, you'll have to go to the provincial capital. Let us take a look here. Then, Lin Chen agreed, leading Wang Jing, and he went inside. Upon entering, several pickup trucks were displayed prominently. Lin Chen wore a simple t-shirt, and he was dressed plainly. Only Wang Jing appeared as though she might actually afford a car. Nevertheless, the staff greeted them warmly. A young man in his 20s approached with a bright smile. What kind of vehicle are you looking for? I can assist you with anything. Wang Jing and he glanced at Lin Chen, and the salesman immediately discerned who the decision-maker was. Sir, what is your ideal model? He asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen pondered. I'm not entirely sure, but something with a high load capacity and durability would be best. What about brand and budget? The salesman pressed. Somewhere around 500,000 or 600,000 is fine. I'm not particular about brands, but a reputable one would be preferable for quality assurance, Lin Chen replied. Having recently come into some money, he was willing to spend more if the vehicle met his needs. The salesman considered this before pulling up several models on his tablet. These options fit your criteria. Do any appeal to you? Lin Chen reviewed them but remained unsatisfied. The highest load capacity among them was only about 1 ton, hardly an improvement over his tractor. The payload is still lacking, Lin Chen remarked, shaking his head. The salesman chuckled ruefully. Sir, these are already among the highest capacity models available. This Chevrolet pickup, for instance, has a maximum load of 1.5 tons. It should suit you well. Lin Chen still seemed unconvinced. The salesman sighed. If you require a pickup with even greater capacity, the price may be slightly higher. The budget can be adjusted. What matters most is that it meets my needs, Lin Chen stated firmly. The salesman brightened. Then perhaps you'd like to see this one. With a tap on his tablet, he displayed a gleaming white pickup truck. The moment Lin Chen laid eyes on it, his expression lit up with interest. The gentleman introduced the Ford F-450, nicknamed the Behemoth. Its impressive dimensions of 6,682,664 2024 millimeters truly justify this moniker. Powered by a 6.7-liter turbocharged diesel engine, it boasts a remarkable output of 400 horsepower and a staggering torque of 1,084 Newton-meters. The 6-speed automatic transmission can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 9 seconds. Moreover, it excels in areas that matter most to you. With a maximum payload capacity of 2.7 tons, equivalent to 5,400 pounds, and the ability to tow up to 11 tons, making it undeniably a formidable beast. Listening to the gentleman's presentation, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unabashedly inquired, how much does it cost? That depends on the configuration. I have a high-spec model priced at 1.2 million. It was originally brought here for exhibition by our superior dealership, but if you are genuinely interested, I can inquire with them, the gentleman replied. Is it available for viewing? Lin Chen asked. Of course, please follow me. The gentleman led the trio into the showroom, lifting a black cover to reveal the enormous vehicle. Wow, that is intimidating. How can it be so huge? No wonder it's called the Behemoth. His cousin, Hewan, exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chen was thoroughly pleased with the vehicle and decisively stated, I'll take this one. Please check if I can pay in full right now. The gentleman appeared somewhat astonished. Purchasing a vehicle worth over $1 million outright demonstrated impressive resolve and financial capability. All right, I will contact the superior dealership immediately. We have coffee and tea available. Would you like something to drink? The gentleman inquired with a smile. Wang Jing shot a disapproving glance at the gentleman, noting that he had not regarded them as customers from the beginning. It was perplexing that he only mentioned refreshments now. Nevertheless, it was commendable that he did not underestimate Lin Chen, who certainly didn't look like the typical car buyer, but rather resembled someone bargaining for an electric scooter. I'll just have tea, Lin Chen replied, then requested plain water for Hewan, while Wang Jing opted for coffee. After sipping his tea, Lin Chen nodded in approval. Savoring the flavor reminiscent of the wild tea trees in the mountain goddess space, which he had observed had sprouted earlier, it was time to remember to harvest them. Soon, the gentleman returned with a contract, beaming as he said, Congratulations, sir. The superior dealership has agreed to the sale. Once you make the payment, you can drive it away immediately. We filled the tank. Lin Chen, feeling straightforward, glanced over the contract, found no issues, signed it, and handed it back to the gentleman. The gentleman looked at it, and, somewhat surprised, remarked, Lin Chen? Are you the Lin Chen who graduated from Sanzhou? Yes. Is there a problem? Do you know me? Lin Chen inquired, puzzled by the gentleman's evident excitement. You might not remember me, But I'm Zokai, the gentleman exclaimed. Zokai? The crybaby Zokai? Lin Chen's eyes widened in recognition as he scrutinized the gentleman before him, who indeed bore a resemblance to the boy he once knew. Zokai, slightly exasperated, responded, "You don't have to dig up my past like that. That nickname from school is long forgotten. Haha. How many times have I acted heroically to save you back in the day? Just a couple of calls, and this is what we have. It has been over 10 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Lin Chen mused, recalling that Zokai was his classmate from high school. Back then, he was too gentle and often bullied. And Lin Chen had no idea how many times he had come to his aid. The changes over these years have been truly remarkable. Zokai sighed. It has been 12 years. I never expected to see you under such circumstances. You've done well for yourself. Purchasing a car worth 120,000 without batting an eye? Lin Chen laughed heartily. What fortune? I'm merely managing to get by. Come on. What are you trying to pull? I'm not borrowing money, Zokai insisted. Enough of that. Don't leave today. Let me treat you to a meal. As a token of gratitude for your past assistance, Lin Chen quickly replied, perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to at home, now that I've found your lair. It will be easy to arrange another meal in the future. Seeing that Lin Chen genuinely seemed to have something pressing, Zokai could only express his disappointment. Well, next month we have a reunion for our high school classmates. You must come. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, and Zokai added with a smile, your former crush. Lin Shui will be there too. I heard she is still unmarried. You might just have a chance. Forget it. What chance is there? My daughter is already over 4 years old. Lin Chen chuckled, but still nodded in agreement. I will definitely be there. Chapter 34. Seeds of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Well, I'll give you a call when the time comes. What about the car? Do you have a driver's license? Zokai inquired. Lin Chen retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and replied, I just obtained it before returning home, but I haven't had the chance to use it yet. However, this car must require additional paperwork, right? The insurance and license plate haven't been arranged. Can it be driven? I can help you sort out the insurance at my shop. But for the license plate, you'll need to go to the vehicle administration office, Zokai responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing immediately interjected, Mr. Lin. Leave the license plate matter to me. Aren't you going shopping? Just leave the car with me. Once you've purchased your items, give me a call. And I assure you that you'll be able to drive the car away before you head back. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude, aware that with Wang Jing's influence in the county town, obtaining a license plate would pose no difficulty. Thank you, Sister Wang, he said gratefully. Look at you. Calling me sister. As your elder sister, I can't possibly refuse to assist you, Wang Jing chuckled. Zokai, who owned a shop in the county town, was astonished to see his old friend so well connected with the proprietor of Jiwei Building, realizing that Wang Jing had indeed been thriving over the past few years. After settling the payment and entrusting the car to Wang Jing, Lin Chen took his cousin Hewan's shop for supplies. Upon inquiry, he discovered that his cousin intended to purchase seeds and fertilizers, which explained the need for a tractor. The crops in the mountain god space are nearing maturity. I might as well buy some seeds to plant, Lin Chen mused inwardly. They found a farm supply store where seeds, fertilizers, and various agricultural tools were readily available, eliminating the need to visit multiple shops. His cousin had prepared a list of items to purchase, which he handed to the shopkeeper, and soon enough, everything was gathered. Brother, I'm almost done here, his cousin remarked. Lin Chen nodded and then asked the shopkeeper, do you have any particularly good seeds? The seeds I offer are of the highest quality, ensuring high yield and minimal disease, the shopkeeper assured him. I meant to inquire if you have any rare seeds. Those with higher economic value, Lin Chen clarified. After a moment's contemplation, the shopkeeper replied, you know, I recently received a batch of traditional Chinese medicine seeds. However, we don't have a local tradition of cultivating medicinal herbs, so they've been sitting here unsold. If you're interested, I can let them go at cost price. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Traditional Chinese medicine. This could be a valuable commodity, especially given the exorbitant prices of wild ginseng. However, he was cautious about cultivating too much, as he would need to justify their origin. Nonetheless, even if he did not sell them, keeping them for personal use would be beneficial. What varieties do you have? He inquired. We have salvia, goji berries, and honeysuckle, but the quantities are limited. I was hesitant to order more, fearing they would remain unsold, yet here we are. The shopkeeper lamented, shaking his head. The lack of a tradition and technique for growing medicinal herbs in the Taihang Mountains made it unsurprising that they had not sold. If it's a small quantity, I'll take them all. Name your price. Oh, brother, if you truly want them, I'll give them to you at cost price. Not making a single penny profit. Consider it a clearance. the shopkeeper exclaimed. He was relieved to part with the seeds that had become an eyesore. Happy to see them go at cost. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor emerged with several packets of seeds, a total of 3 small bags, all meticulously sealed in plastic. The assortment included 60 units of danshin, 30 of goji berries, and, when accounting for honeysuckle, he settled on a payment of 100 yuan. The amiable owner readily agreed. Packaging the 3 bags for Lin Chen. All right, please provide me with some vegetable seeds as well, and let us include the previous items in the total, Lin Chen instructed. Directly settling the bill for his cousin's purchases. His cousin, Huan, anxiously interjected, "Brother, there's no need for that. My father has given me money. You should save yours for your own needs." With a chuckle, Lin Chen ruffled his cousin's hair, appreciating the softness of her locks. She pouted and suddenly proposed, "Brother, what if I don't go to university and instead join you in farming? You're so skilled at it, perhaps I could help our family prosper." However, Lin Chen, who had been smiling, suddenly widened his eyes and reprimanded, "What nonsense is this? Farming is enjoyable, is it? Why forgo school? If you've gained admission, why would you not attend?" Yuan, taken aback by her brother's stern tone, lowered her head and replied, "Brother, don't be angry. I was merely expressing a thought." Realizing his tone had been somewhat harsh, Lin Chen softened his approach, explaining, "I may have been a bit hasty, but remember this. Knowledge transforms destiny. Even in farming, possessing knowledge makes a significant difference. Just look at me. The success of my field stems from understanding, wouldn't you agree?" Encouraged by Lin Chen's words, Yuan abandoned her thoughts of dropping out. Lin Chen understood that she felt she was a burden to the family, concerned about the stress it placed upon their aunt and uncle. Overall, she was a thoughtful young lady. Before heading back, Lin Chen purchased a plethora of snacks, ensuring that both Yuan and Duo received their share. When he called Wang Jing, he discovered that the license plate was already sorted out, which left Lin Chen admiring Wang Jing's efficiency in managing things single-handedly, particularly her successful operation of Jiwei building. Upon meeting Wang Jing to collect the vehicle, Lin Chen finally settled into the Ford F-450. The term behemoth aptly described the truck. Yuan, having entered the vehicle, remarked, "Brother, this truck will handle dirt roads with ease." Lin Chen grinned. Indeed, the off-road capabilities of a pickup are exceptional. This terrain presents no challenge. Hold on tight. I'm taking you for a ride. As he ignited the behemoth, the diesel engine roared with power, and the vehicle lurched forward. 10 minutes later, "Brother, are you able to back out?" Yuan asked, exasperated. Despite Lin Chen's initial confidence, he had yet to maneuver the truck out of its parking space. Patience. Good work takes time. Goodness, who parked this car? They're over the line, making it difficult for me to reverse. Lin Chen exclaimed in frustration. Another 10 minutes passed, "Brother. Just step out. I'll help you back it out. You can practice when you get home. This is taking too long," Wang Jing, unable to watch any longer, pulled Lin Chen from the driver's seat and assisted in extracting the vehicle. After reversing the car, Lin Chen wore an expression of embarrassment, while Wang Jing effortlessly completed the task in mere seconds. The sight of his discomfort prompted laughter from both women, who were strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised. Their animated gestures attracted the attention of several onlookers nearby, who were also startled by the imposing vehicle beside them. Fortunately, aside from the reversing mishap, Lin Chen's driving skills proved satisfactory. With Wang Jing trailing behind, they both returned home smoothly. As Lin Chen's Ford Behemoth came to a stop in front of his home, it immediately drew the curious gaze of the villagers. "What kind of car is this? It's so domineering," exclaimed one. "It's exhilarating. If I ever buy a car, I want one like this." Another chimed in. "One like this. It must cost at least 5 to 600,000, right? You'd struggle to afford even a QQ," retorted a bystander. "You're the one who should be buying a QQ. Are you planning to buy a WeChat too?" As the banner continued, tensions rose among the spectators. Chapter 35. Wild Immortality. Have you heard? The young man from the Lin family has truly struck it rich. He has even bought a new car. Absolutely. Strawberries are selling for 200 yuan a pound, something we wouldn't even dare to dream of. It's evident that attending university makes a difference. That car is impressive. Just looking at it is exhilarating. The villagers gazed at the magnificent Ford from a distance, their discussions animated. At that moment, Ma Yuan scoffed. "What good is earning money? He can just as easily squander it." "I'll tell you this," Ma Yuan continued, "Lin Chen has set up a chicken farm, and he is currently developing land he has leased from the village. In recent years, who has been raising chickens? A single outbreak of avian flu could wipe them all out. The more you invest, the greater the losses when the time comes. He might even have to sell the car to settle his debts." Just as Ma Yuquan finished his emphatic declaration, a kick landed on his backside. He turned to see Donzi with his foot still extended, while Dahai glared at him, saying, Ma Yuquan, if you keep spewing nonsense. Do you believe we want to take the village chief's side today and deal with you? Though Ma Yuquan was a bit of a scoundrel, he was wise enough to know not to confront Dahai or Donzi directly. He simply dusted off his trousers, grumbling, am I not allowed to speak? Besides, Lin Chen is just showing off his wealth after making some money. What a joke. The others exchanged glances, and though they remained silent, a sense of discomfort lingered within them. When everyone was poor, it was easier to bear, but suddenly seeing someone prosper and flaunt their new car, who could remain indifferent? Observing the situation, Dahai spoke up. My brother has mentioned that he will need extra hands going forward. He is looking to hire a few diligent workers, nothing too strenuous most of the time, but during busy seasons, they can return home to help. The monthly salary is 2,000 yuan. Those interested can come find us. 2,000 a month? Goodness, that is comparable to salaries in the county. Dahai, surely you're not joking? Can you really speak for your brother? Dahai pounded his chest, asserting, my brother entrusted me with this responsibility. There is no falsehood here. However, let me make this clear, those who intend to cut corners need not apply. It wouldn't end well for them. His glare at Ma Yuquan was unmistakably pointed. Ma Yuquan seethed inwardly but retreated in defeat, knowing that bad-mouthing Lin Chen would only lead to dire consequences. Soon, some individuals approached Dahai and Dongzi to engage in conversation. Dahai candidly stated, we're only hiring 5 people, they must be efficient workers. There aren't many able-bodied youths left in the village. Most have gone off to find work, so it isn't easy to find suitable candidates. Lin Chen parked his car at the entrance, and both Duo and De Huang rushed out to greet him. Upon seeing the imposing vehicle, De Huang dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Duo, growling lowly. De Huang, what is the fuss about? Lin Chen stepped out of the car, and upon seeing him, De Huang and Duo rushed toward him. He scooped up his daughter, kissing her cheek. Daddy brought you some snacks. Are you happy? Dad, don't spend recklessly. If you buy too many snacks, I want to eat my meals. And Grandma will be upset, the little girl replied earnestly. Beside her, her cousin Iwan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, then teasingly said to Duo, you're right. Shall I help return some of them? Absolutely not. Dodo embraced Lin Chen tightly, burying her head in her father's neck, shyly glancing at her aunt, which elicited hearty laughter from both. This little clever one often leaves people in a state of amused exasperation. Dad and Mom emerged, startled by the sight of the Ford monster blocking the entrance. Mom inquired, whose is this? It's obstructing the doorway. It's my car. Lin Chen replied, I just bought it today. It's great for hauling goods, far more convenient than a tractor. Dad circled the vehicle, nodding in approval, not bad. This is a wise purchase. If you had bought one of those small sedans, I would have insisted you return it. This truck is excellent. Though I wonder if it can plow fields. Lin Chen nearly fell over in disbelief. Dad truly embodied the essence of a farmer, considering plowing with a Ford. Buying something so large, it won't even fit in the yard. Where do you plan to park it? Mom lamented. Simple, our homestead is quite spacious. It's time for an expansion anyway. We can enlarge the yard later, Lin Chen mused, glancing at their old house. His words resonated with Dad and Mom, indeed. It was time for a renovation of the old abode. While they conversed, Wang Jing approached with a group, immediately recognizing Lin Chen's parents. Ah, you must be Uncle and Auntie. Your Lin Chen is truly remarkable. His skills in cultivating vegetables are unparalleled. The couple beamed at the praise for them. Compliments about their son were far more gratifying than any about themselves. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, acknowledging that he indeed knew how to navigate social interactions. Wang Jing. I harvested over 6,000 G. I had everyone weigh it. Your friend has seen it too. Shall I transfer the money directly to you? Wang Jing inquired. Sure. Please transfer 120,000 to me. I'll weigh the small change as a token of appreciation for your hard work today, Lin Chen chuckled. That sounds splendid. If you need anything in the future, do reach out, provided I can offer a discount, Wang Jing smiled. After the transaction, Wang Jing and her group departed. Lin Chen noted that old Liao had already transported the strawberries. He drove his cousin Iwan back home, and unable to resist his aunt's hospitality, stayed for lunch before returning home in the afternoon. Upon arriving home, Lin Chen reclined on his bed, pretending to doze off, but instead entered the space of the mountain god. Inside, the fruits and vegetables had ripened, their aromas intoxicating. These aren't too many. I'll keep them for my family. Lin Chen mused. The mountain god's space was still rather limited, making it suitable to reserve the harvest for home consumption. However, Lin Chen's primary focus today was the wild tea tree. At this moment, it had flourished significantly compared to when it was first planted, with lush green leaves exuding a delightful fragrance. He brought in a frame from outside and spent the entire afternoon harvesting. When he weighed the yield, it amounted to an impressive 13 kilograms of fresh leaves. Lin Chen recalled hearing somewhere that ancient tea trees could yield only 6 kilograms at a time. And considering that wild tea trees typically had lower yields, discovering 13 kilograms was indeed astonishing. The mountain goddess space was truly miraculous. Exiting the mountain goddess realm, Lin Chen sought out his mother. Mom, I heard that Grandpa used to cultivate tea trees. Did he know how to roast tea? Mom, while mending a shoe sole, cast a sidelong glance at him. The question is rather redundant. How could anyone who cultivates tea not know how to roast it? Not just your grandfather. I, too, am quite adept at roasting tea. Mother, do you know how to stir-fry tea? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. His mother nodded in response. Lin Chen quickly added, Mom, my friend gifted me a pound of fresh leaves. Could you help me process them? Otherwise, they would go to waste. Is it common to gift tea along with fresh leaves? Your friend is rather peculiar, his mother remarked with a hint of confusion. However, seeing her son's earnest request, she felt compelled to assist. She nodded and said, All right, please fetch the large iron wok from the kitchen. On it, Lin Chen hurriedly went to retrieve the wok. And he also took out the wild mountain tea, presenting it to his mother. She was immediately captivated by the fresh leaves. Approaching them, she picked up a few, bringing them to her nose for a sniff, and exclaimed in astonishment, What kind of tea is this? It looks truly splendid, with a playful twinkle in his eye. Lin Chen replied, This tea is called wild immortal tea. Chapter 36, Stir-frying tea. This tea, being a wild variety, was discovered due to the unique resonance with the mountain deity's realm. It could be described as a divine gift from the mountain god, truly deserving of the term immortal. Hence it is aptly named wild immortal tea. I've never heard of it, my mother remarked, shaking her head. Before long, the iron pan heated up, and she placed the fresh leaves directly into it. I watched as her hand gracefully stirred the contents, causing the leaves to dance in rhythm with her movements. This process is known as stir-frying to kill the green. Its primary aim is to eliminate the moisture and grassy taste from the fresh leaves. As she worked, my mother explained that the most critical aspect of this technique is the control of heat. If the fire is too fierce, the leaves will be overcooked, rendering the tea essentially worthless, no matter how well it is processed afterward. Instead of a fragrant aroma, one would be met with an overpowering bitterness. Mother, you are working so hard. Why don't you take a break? Let me give it a try, I suggested. I once helped your grandfather stir-fry tea, handling over 100 pounds at a time. This is merely a warm-up, she scoffed. Indeed, the 20-odd pounds of fresh leaves quickly diminished in size as they heated. Bring over our bamboo tray, my mother instructed. I hurried to fetch the tray that we usually used for bread. My mother then scooped the freshly processed leaves from the iron pan and spread them across the bamboo surface. Also, bring the standing fan. We need to blow air on them, she added. I quickly retrieved the fan. At that moment, Duo was clutching a small steam bun, with De Huang following curiously behind. Both little ones were quite intrigued by the unfolding scene. Grandma, have a steam bun, Duo exclaimed. Running over to my mother and offering her a bun before turning to me. Lin, here, a bun for you. Thank you, dear. Wait until your father finishes before you eat. I set down the fan and turned it on, directing the breeze toward the tea leaves. Duo and De Huang positioned themselves in front of the fan. Once the breeze began to blow, De Huang found it amusing and attempted to bite at the air, only to end up snapping at nothing. This amusing spectacle prompted Duo to insist on prying open his mouth to see what he had caught. My mother pinched a leaf and handed it to me. Try the flavor, she urged. Is this it? I asked, somewhat perplexed, as I vaguely remembered that stir-frying tea was not quite this straightforward. Nevertheless, I placed the leaf in my mouth. My mother also sampled one, and after chewing, she exhibited a look of astonishment. Oh, how did this tea acquire such a flavor? After a couple of chews, I found it tender and fragrant. Noticing my mother's expression, I quickly queried, did I ruin it? She shook her head. Not at all. Typically, tea should have a tender and fragrant profile, with a slight grassy undertone. Yours, however, lacks any hint of grassiness and instead possesses a refreshing sweetness. I have never produced tea quite like this. So is that good or bad? I asked, a hint of concern in my voice. Without a doubt, it's good, my mother affirmed. That grassy taste is the most detrimental to the flavor of green tea. The absence of it right after the initial processing indicates that the final product will surely be exceptional. I want to eat too. I want to eat too. Upon witnessing that both individuals were indulging in a delightful treat, Dodo immediately expressed her discontent, tugging at her grandmother's hand as if in a playful swing. Come on. Let our little treasure have a taste, her mother said, pinching off a leaf of tea for Dodo, mimicking the actions of the adults. Dodo chewed the leaf and surprisingly declared to her grandmother, "This leaf is a bit sweet and quite delicious. Though it's tasty, one mustn't overindulge." Consuming too much tea can lead to sleepless nights filled with nightmares, Lin Chen warned her daughter. With her mother's caution in mind, Lin Chen felt reassured. Moments later, her mother began to knead the tea leaves with her fingers, explaining that this process was meant to extract excess moisture from the leaves, much like making them sweat. Lin Chen followed suit. The technique was rather simple, and soon enough, the bamboo tray of tea leaves had been kneaded by both. Her mother then ignited the fire for their stove and placed the bamboo tray directly atop it. This is the final step. We merely need to dry out any remaining moisture, and the tea will be ready, her mother stated, observing the state of the tea leaves. It was tea long before her mother extinguished the fire and instructed Lin Chen to find a container for the tea. Originally weighing 13 kilograms, or 26 pounds. Only a mere 3 kilograms remained after processing, indicating that approximately 6 pounds of fresh leaves yielded just 1 pound of finished tea. The household possessed an ample supply of tea jars, and Lin Chen found several to store the freshly processed tea. Do not cover them just yet, let them cool naturally, her mother advised. The entire process, from killing the green to the final drying, took just over half an hour, a testament to her mother's proficiency. Otherwise, it likely could have been completed in less time. Once the task was finished, Lin Chen brewed a pot of tea. The once rolled and kneaded leaves unfurling beautifully upon being steeped, releasing an enchanting aroma that permeated the space. How fragrant, her mother exclaimed, astonished by how the scent of a single pot filled the entire room, a feat she had never encountered despite years of tea processing. Mother, you've worked hard today. Please enjoy some tea. Lin Chen promptly poured a cup for her mother, presenting it with great respect. Dodo, I too have worked hard. I want some tea. Dodo, enticed by the aroma, chimed in eagerly. What sort of tea is suitable for a child? It will keep you awake and lead to nightmares, Lin Chen replied. Besides, what hardship have you endured, little girl? I've toiled feeding Grandma her little buns. Isn't that right, Grandma? Dodo asserted confidently. Her mother chuckled, embracing her granddaughter. The darling is correct. However, your father is also right. Excessive tea isn't good for children. You may have just a tiny sip. Dodo nodded enthusiastically, raising a finger and shyly stating, just a tiny sip. Her mother allowed the tea to cool before offering Dodo a small taste. Lin Chen inquired, so, what do you think? Is it good? After sampling, Dodo nodded and remarked, Big brother, the taste is quite peculiar. It starts slightly bitter, then turns sweet. And it smells so delightful. Such articulate observations. Lin Chen laughed as he poured himself a cup and said to his mother, Mother, let us also savor it together. As the two individuals savored the fragrant tea, they were struck by its striking resemblance to what Duo had described. Initially, a hint of bitterness danced upon their palates, swirling within the mouth, yet this bitterness did not evoke any distaste. Gradually, a delicate aroma intertwined with a sweet aftertaste emerged, entangled with the initial bitterness. Just when Lin Chen believed the experience had reached its conclusion, the warm liquid cascaded down the throat, enveloping him in the tea's fragrant embrace. To his astonishment, the essence of the tea surged back up, filling his mouth and nose with an exquisite aroma, while the taste lingered on his tongue, an indescribable delight. Ah, this tea is truly delightful. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, realizing that perhaps the simplest expression of its flavor was simply delicious. His mother nodded in agreement, remarking on how the warm tea brought a sense of lightness and warmth to her being. Son, the tea your friend gifted you must be quite expensive. At that moment, De Huang, observing the pleasure derived from the tea, grew impatient. Licking his tongue and nuzzling Lin Chen's leg, Lin Chen had no choice but to pour a little for him. To his surprise, De Huang swiftly licked it clean, his eyes gleaming with delight, seemingly enamored with the wild fairy tea, prompting Lin Chen to pour another round. I must warn you. Should you drink too much and find it hard to sleep, it is not my concern, Lin Chen said with exasperation. Just then, Dahai and Dong Zi unexpectedly entered. And upon seeing Lin Chen, Dong Zi wore a pained expression. Brother, go ahead and deduct my salary. It's my own inadequacy what's going on? We sold so many vegetables and strawberries today. I was just about to distribute bonuses. Why would I deduct your salary? Lin Chen chuckled. Chapter 37. Respect arising from the heart. What is truly happening? Lin Chen turned to his cousin Lin Hai. With a sense of helplessness, Lin Hai responded, Brother, it's about the construction team. You entrusted the building of the chicken farm to Lin Weilong's crew and asked Dongzi to supervise, didn't you? Lin Chen nodded in confusion. Yes. That is indeed the case. Have they not been working for several days now? They have started, but they do nothing each day except eat. They feast on meals worth 200 per table. It would be better to feed the dogs, Dongzi said, his frustration evident. Lin Chen was taken aback. What on earth is going on? Lin Hai patted Dongzi and continued, Brother, Lin Weilong has brought the construction team to the site. But they haven't done any work for several days. They claim they are still studying the project. Dongzi couldn't hold back his anger and ended up arguing with them. In the end, they said, What did they say? Lin Chen asked, furrowing his brow. They said that now that you have money, you no longer treat your own family as people. What is wrong with eating a few free meals? They told Dongzi to shut up, warning that if he kept complaining, any delays in the project would be our responsibility, Lin Hai explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Did they truly say that? Yes, Lin Weilong said that since we are all relatives, it is unacceptable that you earn a fortune and refuse to share. They even claimed the previous quote was inappropriate and demanded a revision. Otherwise, the project would remain unfinished, Dongzi added, feeling wronged. Lin Chen was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. Recognizing the age-old adage that the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, he declared, Let us go. I want to see what tricks Lin Weilong is attempting to play. Noticing the tense atmosphere, his mother voiced her concern. Son, please, just speak to them civilly. After all, they're family. Mother, you may see them as family, but they view us as fools. I am not withholding payment. They can ask around the 10-mile radius if anyone receives better treatment than this. We do not seek to bully others, but we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied either. Lin Chen replied, suppressing his anger. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. With that, he stepped out with Lin Hai and Dongzi, and upon seeing this, De Huang promptly followed. In a low voice beside Lin Chen, Lin Hai asked, Are we going to fight? If so, I can gather all the newly recruited men and our villagers. We are not afraid. In this region, brawls are commonplace, whether over water disputes, land issues, or family grievances. Even a quarrel between two elderly women can escalate into a large-scale conflict. It is a place where life and death are taken lightly. And the motto is if you do not comply, then fight. Fight? They are all surnamed Lin. If we must fight, let it be a one-on-one match. Why call so many people? We wouldn't want to make a spectacle of our family by having our second uncle fight our eldest uncle, Lin Chen retorted, casting a stern glance at Lin Hai. The complexity of the situation stemmed from the fact that Lin Weilong was a relative, and although he treated them poorly, creating a scene would only invite ridicule from other villages and families. Lin Chen recalled a past incident where two vehicles collided on the road, leading both parties to summon their acquaintances to brawl. Ironically, the newcomers realized they were all related, and in the end, they ended up sharing barbecue together. Laughing off their quarrels, 3 individuals arrived at the village bordering the Taiyang Ridge to inspect the designated land. Before them stood a cluster of makeshift shelters, where Lao Miao was tending to a fire in preparation for dinner. Upon noticing Dongzi and Dahai accompanied by Lin Chen, he promptly approached them. Dongzi, Dahai, what mischief are you up to now? You want beer? You expect me to haul it from the convenience store. Lao Miao spoke cautiously, wary of offending either party, as he merely aimed to fulfill his duties for the wages he received. Dongzi's eyes blazed with anger, while Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle and inquired directly, Where's Lin Weilong? The workers inside the shelter cast a glance at Lin Chen but remained silent, returning to their tasks as if they were mute. What are you all silent for? Where's your boss? Dongzi shouted in frustration. The workers, still somewhat intimidated by Dongzi, revealed that the boss had gone up the mountain to procure some local produce for dinner. Up the mountain? Lin Chen frowned but nodded, turning to ascend the Taiyang Ridge. As he entered the ridge, he was enveloped by an indescribable sensation, akin to returning home. Relaxed and at ease, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Where are you off to? It's getting dark. Aren't you courting danger? Dahai retorted, annoyed. Let's split up and search, regardless of whether we find him. We must descend before 8, Lin Chen replied with a furrowed brow. Having grown up in the mountains, they knew that as long as it was too late, the Taiyang Ridge posed little threat. Lin Chen chose a path and ventured forth alone. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, he heard a rustling sound. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned something obstructing his way. A snake? An idea flickered in his mind as he turned on the flashlight on his phone. Indeed, less than half a meter from his face, a snake hung from a tree, coldly observing him. Gixwewa. Lin Chen's heart raced. This species, also known as the Malayan pit viper, was rare around the outskirts of Taihang Ridge and highly venomous. A single bite could spell disaster. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. At such close proximity, should the Gixwewa decide to strike, evasion was not guaranteed. Let us part ways amicably. There is no need for hostility, he murmured softly. To his astonishment, the Gixwewa began to move, swinging down from the branch and landing on Lin Chen's neck, sending chills down his spine. Yet, he dared not move. Such venomous snakes typically did not attack large creatures unless provoked. What transpired next was beyond Lin Chen's imagination. The Gixwewa coiled gently around his arm, leaving him bewildered. What is going on? Am I merely a tree? Suddenly, realization dawned on him, the mountain god space. His eyes sparkled with possibility. He had yet to test if living beings could be transported into the mountain god space. If it were feasible, it could provide him a means of escape. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen focused his thoughts, and in an instant, he found himself within the mountain god space, the Gixwewa accompanying him. Upon being transported into the realm of the mountain deity, the turtle shell flower immediately began to sway its head, seemingly filled with excitement. What was most astonishing was that Lin Chen felt an uncanny ability to perceive the essence of the turtle shell flower's thoughts. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it not as thoughts, for the turtle shell flower does not possess human-like cognition. Rather, it embodies a form of pure intention. Respect. This was the sentiment Lin Chen sensed emanating from the turtle shell flower, a profound reverence akin to that of the original spear-headed abdominal serpent. As if it regarded him as a deity of the mountains. Ah, the mountain deity. Lin Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that upon inheriting the mountain deity's domain, simply arriving at the Taihang Ridge equated to returning to his own territory, thus eliciting such sensations? Chapter 38. The roguish engineering team in the divine realm of the mountain. Lin Chen stood face to face with the tortoise-shell flower. He had unraveled the mystery at hand. Within this sacred space, he possessed the ability to command the tortoise-shell flower. Regrettably, it struggled to comprehend overly complex instructions. If the tortoise-shell flower could be commanded, what of other creatures? A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Chen as he captured a few animals from outside, a wild chicken, a hare, and various insects. The divine realm facilitated their swift retrieval, and Lin Chen discovered, as he had surmised, that these animals indeed followed his directives. However, he found that the smaller the creature, the easier it was to control. The larger ones proved more obstinate. For instance, he could effortlessly command swarms of ants, executing his will with remarkable precision. Yet with the wild chicken, the hare, and the tortoise-shell flower, he could only convey a general understanding, lacking the ease he had experienced with the insects. What about outside the divine realm? Lin Chen continued his experiments. Upon leaving the sacred space, he noted no significant change. The insects remained obedient. Furthermore, he realized that by concentrating his mind on a single insect, he could perceive the world through its eyes. Truly marvelous. How fascinating. Lin Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. With such abilities, he could accomplish numerous feats. However, he suddenly recalled the time. Almost 8 o'clock. Unbeknownst to him, the hour of their agreement was fast approaching. He hastened down the mountain and, upon arriving at the construction site, discovered that Hai and Dongzi had already returned, along with Lin Weilong. Hey, Xiaochen, why did you come in person? Lin Weilong greeted him warmly upon seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression turned cold as he replied, Lin Weilong, this is rather disheartening, isn't it? Several days have passed, and you haven't even driven a single stake. What does this signify? Lin Weilong chuckled, offering Lin Chen a cigarette, which Lin Chen declined without hesitation. Maintaining a facade of calm, he continued with a smile. You see, there seems to be a misunderstanding. It's not that I'm reluctant to start, but you Haven Tea provided the initial payment. To commence work, one must procure materials, and wages must be paid. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. What do you mean? You previously told me we would settle accounts upon completion, yet now you claim I must pay up front? With a grin still plastered on his face, Lin Weilong replied, Ah, my dear nephew, I was unaware of your newfound fortune. I presumed you were short on funds and thought it best to cover the costs myself. However, I recently heard that you sold a plot of strawberries for over $1 million. If you expect me to front the expenses now, it seems rather inappropriate. Lin Weilong's cheerful demeanor left Lin Chen with little room to express his frustration. Suppressing his anger, he asked, Very well, how much do you require to commence work? You'd be best off paying the entire sum up front. After my calculations, 30,000 will suffice, Lin Weilong declared audaciously. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then retorted with indignation. Are you trying to swindle me? The scale of construction I requested would, at most, cost 10,000. How did you arrive at 30,000? Lin Weilong, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, chuckled softly. Nephew, how do you intend to calculate this? The materials differ, the individuals involved are not the same, and naturally, the prices vary as well. Besides, you have struck it rich. What harm is there in assisting your less fortunate relatives? For you, a mere few acres of strawberries could ensure a prosperous year for us, so why be so stingy? Oh, just because I have money, I should be treated like a pig to be slaughtered? Is robbing the rich to aid the poor your idea of righteousness? Lin Chen retorted, incredulous at the absurdity of Lin Weilong's reasoning, which only confirmed his association with the dubious Ma Yuquan. Lin Weilong squinted, lighting a cigarette for himself. Well, I don't care. I have brought my people and set up camp. If you choose not to build, that is your prerogative. We'll eat and drink here. And if it delays your project for a year or more, don't blame us. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The situation had escalated. Lin Weilong had cunningly devised a plan to leave two individuals behind to create chaos, thereby hindering their progress. Moreover, as members of the Lin family, they would complicate matters further, especially if they were allowed to settle in first. How can you be so unreasonable? Brother Chen, I am looking out for you because you share our surname, yet you repay kindness with betrayal. Dongzi exclaimed angrily. Lin Weilong scoffed and replied dismissively. Do not speak of righteousness. I have heard you sell strawberries for 200 a pound, haven't you? Engaging in such unscrupulous dealings. And yet you expect to look after us? Perhaps you always intended to withhold our wages. Strawberries at 200 a pound is my achievement. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Chen replied coldly. Lin Weilong, unfazed, patted his backside and assured his men to settle down. He turned to Lin Chen. If it has nothing to do with you, then why should what I do concern you? Is old Miao planning to withdraw? No matter, with the Taihang Mountains behind us, we will not lack for sustenance. You are engaged in a significant enterprise. Do not quibble over trivial amounts, dear nephew. You must learn to calculate properly. Lin Chen shrugged. Fine. I will secure this piece of land for 3,000 yuan. If you wish to stay, then stay. Otherwise, I shall find another location. Lin Weilong grinned. It's futile. Wherever you move, we will follow. I have already committed to this business. Oh, let us wait and see. Lin Chen replied with a smile, feeling less agitated. He turned to Dazai and Dongzi, instructing them to gather their belongings and have old Miao withdraw. There was no need to linger here any longer. Take care. Lin Weilong waved dismissively at Lin Chen, eliciting laughter from the workers. Accompanied by Dazai and Dongzi, old Miao descended the mountain. Frustrated, Dongzi gritted his teeth. Brother Chen, I will find someone to deal with them. Lin Chen shot him a glance. Enough. These people are nothing but ruffians. Now I understand why Ma Yuquan is acquainted with such a construction team. They are all in cahoots. What shall we do now? We cannot allow them to delay the project, Dazai urged anxiously. Lin Chen merely smiled, narrowing his eyes. Of course not. Do not worry. I have my methods. He then glanced at a shiny black ant that obediently rested on his finger, motionless. Everyone, return and rest. I can resolve this matter. By the way, Dongzi, Daha. Today I will not be giving you cash bonuses. Instead, I will transfer the funds directly to your accounts. Please check it when you return. Lin Chen said to the two. Brother, we cannot accept this money, Dongzi replied. Lin Chen patted their shoulders and said, take it. A deal is a deal. This situation arose because of me, not because of you. Additionally, Lao Miao, this time I would like you to refrain from taking on other jobs, as it will likely hinder your business. I will compensate you with 1,000 yuan, but we must agree that when my project officially commences, you will set aside your current work and prioritize mine. Lao Miao could hardly believe his ears and immediately replied, absolutely, no matter what work comes my way. I will prioritize yours. All right, let's head home. We shall eat and drink as we please. Since these people wish to feed the worms, let them do so. A mischievous smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Chapter 39. The treatment of the protagonist upon returning home. Lin Chen's mother inquired about the resolution of the recent matters. Not wishing to burden his parents with worry, Lin Chen reassured her that everything was fine. As long as there is no trouble, that is what matters. After all, we are family. Even if the bones are broken, the tendons remain connected. If things escalate too much, it will surely reflect poorly on your grandfather, his mother lamented. Lin Weilong and his father, Lin Wenguan, shared a great-grandfather, meaning that Lin Chen's grandfather and Lin Wei Long's father were cousins. If matters were to worsen, they would inevitably seek counsel from the elder, and Lin Chen feared that it would put the old man in a difficult position. After dinner, Lin Chen expressed his fatigue from a long day and mentioned his desire to retire for the night. His mother, concerned for her son, decided to let her granddaughter sleep in her room to prevent Duo from bothering Lin Chen and disrupting his rest. Once in his room, Lin Chen turned off the lights and locked the door, but stealthily slipped out through the window, making his way uphill. Arriving at the makeshift shelter constructed by Lin Wei Long and his companions, he overheard a group engaged in boastful chatter, with Lin Wei Long's voice dominating the conversation. "I'm telling you, Lin Wen was a softie in his youth, just like his father. You could strike him 3 times and he'd still remain silent. My father took over their land, and he never dared to complain. I don't know what kind of luck he had." Stumbling upon a fool willing to pay a fortune for strawberries, Lin Wei Long proclaimed. "Do you think I'm extorting him?" "Yes. And so what? The money won't stay with a family of weaklings. Sooner or later, someone else will take it from them. It's better for me to take it. At least it remains within the Lin family. Don't you agree?" His crew responded with raucous cheers, affirming Lin Wei Long's claims, praising him for his ability to keep the family's wealth intact, spouting a torrent of nonsensical remarks. Lin Chen felt a surge of anger. This Lin Wei Long truly was shameless, unparalleled in his lack of integrity. At that moment, Lin Wei Long continued, "Look at Lin Wen's son. I tell you, he has just a soft head. He seems quite imposing," someone countered. Lin Wei Long scoffed, "Imposing, my foot. If he were truly formidable, would he be so accommodating? Offering us meals worth 200 each? He is merely trying to curry favor, so we'll work harder for him." The crowd nodded in understanding, and someone remarked that the head had a point. Look how furious he was today, yet he didn't utter a word before leaving. Lin Wei Long laughed. Does he truly believe in righteousness? A few meals won't earn him accolades from us. If he were genuinely righteous, he would buy each of us Lin family members a car and give us 20,000 each. Only then would I acknowledge his virtue. What if he turns against us? Someone asked, concerned. Let him. I want to see if he has any shame left. If I can't bring him down, it would be a shame for us. We may lack education, but it's not hard to take down a university student. Lin Wei Long guffawed. Outside the shelter, Lin Chen felt his worldview shift dramatically. Lin Wei Long was indeed a prime example of the worst kind of humanity, mistaking the goodness of others for weakness and their kindness for folly. Damn it. Very well. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and turned back up the mountain. As midnight approached, Lin Chen stood at the edge of Taihang Ridge. After numerous experiments, he had confirmed several details regarding his ability to control these insects. Simply put, Lin Chen discovered that he could control insects at will, but first, he needed to summon them into the mountain god's space. Otherwise, these insects would merely refrain from attacking him. Additionally, his control was limited to the Taihang Mountains. If he ventured beyond, the influence would dissipate immediately. Fortunately, the construction site was situated within the mountains. Tonight, my friends, you shall experience the treatment befitting the protagonists of a horror film, Lin Chen remarked with a mischievous grin. Under his mental command, centipedes and large-headed ants began to crawl toward the makeshift shelter. Inside the shelter, a subordinate of Lin Wei Long was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his thigh, as if someone were caressing it. Damn it. Am I that desperate for a woman? Why is someone touching my leg? He thought, eyes still closed, as he nudged a bald man sleeping beside him. What is the fuss? I'm trying to sleep, the bald man replied irritably. The subordinate opened his eyes and glared at him. You're the one groping my thigh. How low can you go? The bald man, annoyed, turned over, exposing his hands. When did I touch you? Are you going to sleep or not? The subordinate was taken aback. It wasn't he, the bald man, after all. Who the hell is touching me? Suddenly, he let out a cry of agony. Springing to his feet, desperately trying to unfasten his belt. What is going on? Can't we sleep in peace at this hour? Grumbled another awakened individual. Xiaoxiang. What the hell is your problem in the middle of the night? Lin Wei Long, disturbed by the commotion, was roused from sleep by the subordinate's loud scream. At that moment, Xiao Zhang lay on the ground, unable to rise, feeling a searing pain in his thigh. His first thought was that a venomous insect had bitten him, but he was uncertain whether it was on his thigh or more sensitive areas. Kicking off his pants in a frenzy, the bald man finally saw the injury and was startled. Boss, Xiao Zhang has been bitten by a venomous insect. It's swollen terribly. Though Lin Weilong was reluctant to intervene, as the leader, he couldn't let his subordinates feel neglected. He rose and admonished, you all need to be more careful. There are plenty of insects in the Taihang Mountains. Elevate your beds when you sleep. Do you treat my words as mere nonsense? Upon approaching Xiaozhang, Lin Weilong was taken aback by the sight, and those who gathered around gasped in astonishment. Someone teased, Xiaozhang, despite your usual demeanor, it seems you are rather well endowed. The bald man quickly interjected, no, he is not usually like this. It's just from the insect bite, that's why it's swollen. Wow, air too. How do you know he is not usually this large? Have you been peeking at Xiaozhang? Someone chimed in, prompting laughter. The bald man's face flushed, while Lin Weilong exclaimed, all right, can't anyone be serious for a moment? But Xiaozhang, that injury is truly unfortunate. Xiaozhang continued to writhe in pain. The area around his thigh was so sensitive that even the slightest touch felt like an electric shock. Whereas the centipede ointment, get some for him to apply. Centipede bites can be treated with centipede medicine. Rest assured, it won't be fatal, Lin Weilong said, yawning. He then urged everyone, let us get back to sleep. What is all this commotion for? In the distance, Lin Chen sat upon a large azure stone, his face adorned with a broad smile, having just executed a trial attack. The real challenge was soon to arrive. Ouch, something just bit my backside, he exclaimed. Oh no, my chest. Damn, I can't feel anything below, Lin Weilong lamented. I'm utterly intoxicated. Since midnight, the shelter had been anything but peaceful. Initially, Lin Weilong thought it was merely a mishap caused by his own companions. But he quickly sensed something amiss. What kind of venomous creature bites one person after another? Ouch, what is crawling in my pants? Lin Weilong screamed, hastily removing his oversized shorts, only to discover a centipede of considerable length emerging. Lin Weilong lost his composure, while centipedes are typically not lethal. The size of this one posed a genuine threat. Let us move quickly. Ouch, someone help me down. I can't feel my legs, he cried out in desperation. Chapter 40. Blind Date? After a night of tumult, Lin Chen observed Lin Weilong and his companions, supporting each other while lamenting down the mountain in the early hours. Their descent was nothing short of a commotion, drawing numerous villagers out to witness the spectacle, yet none could decipher the ruckus. Each individual appeared to be in distress, howling like banshees. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen returned to his abode and indulged in a restorative slumber. The following morning, he awoke refreshed, only to find Dahai and Dongzi already present, animatedly recounting the bizarre events of the previous night to their father, Lin Wen. I heard from a friend at the county hospital that they were collectively bitten by venomous insects, and they were all affected in vital areas. It seems they won't be able to emerge and trouble us for at least 10 days to a fortnight, Dahai chuckled heartily. Initially, he found it hard to believe. Could it be that divine retribution truly existed? Little did he know, the retribution they faced was not from the heavens but rather from Lin Chen, the diminutive mountain deity. In the ensuing days, Lin Chen focused his efforts on the fields. With no reliable construction teams available for the chicken farm, he had no intention of commencing any work. Encountering individuals like Lin Weilong was simply too aggravating. Additionally, the vegetable garden was nearing the end of its season, and it would soon be impossible to supply the ZHWILU with fresh produce. Wang Jing had been incessantly calling him, pleading for solutions. Recognizing that his family's land was indeed limited, Lin Chen decided to negotiate with several adjacent plots to see if he could lease them. This way, he could cultivate seasonal vegetables, and when winter arrived, he could build greenhouses, ensuring a consistent yield throughout the year. Aunt Ma, your 7 acres of land adjoin mine. And with Zizi and the others working away, your health not permitting you to farm, those fields will soon become fallow, Lin Chen remarked. How about leasing it to me? I could offer you 1,000 yuan per acre each year. What do you think? Aunt Ma's face lit up with joy. 1,000 yuan per acre was an opportunity too good to pass. Absolutely. I also have 5 additional acres to the west. If you're interested, I can lease those to you as well. Securing 7,000 yuan annually for doing nothing delighted her. After all, as Lin Chen pointed out, the land would remain uncultivated otherwise. Let us set it, but the western plot is somewhat distant from mine, making management difficult. I'll have someone deliver the contract and leasing payment in a couple of days, Lin Chen said with a smile. Having concluded the arrangement with Aunt Ma, he returned home where Dahai and Dongzi awaited him. Brother, I've secured 16 contiguous acres. Dahai beamed. Chen Go, I've leased 19 acres. All connected to ours, Dongzi chimed in, though he hesitated before mentioning that Ma Erden was unwilling to lease his land, preferring to let it lie fallow instead. Lin Chen, puzzled, inquired, have we ever crossed him? If he doesn't want to lease, then so be it. Why make such remarks? Both Dahai and Dongzi shook their heads in confusion, but it was their mother who revealed the underlying truth. holding a handful of green beans. She said, previously, there was no issue, but recently, we indeed offended him. Lin Chen pondered this, recalling that aside from the incident with Lin Weilong, he had not had any altercations with anyone. Upon noticing Lin Chen's confusion, his mother gently explained that Ma Erden was exceedingly lazy, to the point where he wouldn't even bother to wipe himself properly, yet unexpectedly, he re-established contact with his uncle last year. His uncle? Lin Chen was even more perplexed. His uncle had fled to Hong Kong many years ago and, recognizing that his brother's family was struggling, began sending money to improve their living conditions, providing them with a large color television and refrigerator. Ma Erden was destined to remain a lifelong bachelor, for no family would allow their daughter to be mistreated by someone so indolent. However, with the sudden influx of money, circumstances began to shift, as there are always those who are drawn to financial prospects. His mother continued. Lin Chen still didn't quite grasp the situation, scratching his head and asking, Mom, you haven't made it clear how I offended him. What's the rush? I'll get to that, she retorted, casting Lin Chen a sidelong glance before continuing. I heard that Ma Erden has been looking at several young women, but then the news of your exorbitantly priced vegetables and strawberries spread like wildfire. In comparison, Ma Erden's prospects appeared bleak. Families eager for wealth have turned their attention to you, essentially pushing Ma Erden aside. Some have even openly stated that they prefer a second marriage, as those women tend to be more caring, especially since you are a college graduate with an education, while Ma Erden barely completed elementary school. Can you imagine how much he must resent you? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously, feeling deeply aggrieved for bearing the brunt of such unwarranted blame. Yet, as his mother recounted this tale, her eyes sparkled with excitement. To her, nothing compared to the pride of her son. In this matter, Lin Chen had indeed elevated their status. No one in the surrounding villages could rival him. Handsome, highly educated, and earning more from farming than anyone else. He was, without a doubt, the epitome of success. All right then, let's not dwell on Ma Erden's family any longer. You two have managed to acquire 35 acres, while I have 11, which sums up to 46 acres. Adding our family's 10 acres, we now boast a total of 56 acres, Lin Chen realized, astonished by the calculation. Nevertheless, he saw this as an excellent opportunity for grand endeavors. With such an expanse of farmland, relying solely on manual labor would be insufficient. He contemplated the necessity of introducing mechanized farming. Son, I'm talking to you. His mother suddenly called out to Lin Chen. Ah, yes, Mom, he snapped back to attention, only to find a Hai and Dong Zi regarding him with peculiar expressions. It's about matchmaking. Several families have approached me, and the young women are quite decent, showing no aversion to your having a child. They all promise to treat Duo well. Would you consider meeting them? His mother said hopefully. Lin Chen quickly shook his head. Mom, please don't. If they think Ma Erden is a good match, wouldn't that just ruin your son? His mother, eyes wide with indignation, replied, how is that ruining you? You and your daughter are both under my care. As long as I am still able, what will happen when I can no longer manage? Duo is still young. It's best you find someone soon. She deserves a complete family. When the time comes for her to live separately, I won't have to worry. You should find her a mother, son. You can't just live for yourself. As she spoke, tears began to glisten in her eyes. Mother, I did not mean it that way. Please do not be upset. If it helps, you may strike me a couple of times to alleviate your anger. Lin Chen found himself in a predicament. His mother undoubtedly had his best interests at heart, yet some matters, particularly those concerning Duo's mother, were still beyond his ability to discuss with her. In Lin Chen's moment of distress, he exchanged glances with Zai and Dongzi, prompting them to speak up hastily. Aunt, please do not worry about my brother. With his qualities and capabilities, he can find anyone he desires. There is no need to rush, Zai reassured. Indeed, Aunt. With such admirable attributes, my brother is far superior to those families you mentioned. They are merely driven by greed and do not deserve him, Dongzi added. Yet, Lin Chen's mother continued to wipe her tears. At that moment, Duo suddenly climbed into her grandmother's lap, using her sleeve to dry the old lady's tears. Grandma, do not cry. If Daling misbehaves, we shall all dislike him. I love you the most, Grandma. I only wish to live with you, Grandpa, Dahuang, and Daling. Please do not send me away. As she spoke, tears began to stream down Duo's cheeks. Seeing this, the elderly woman's heart ached, feeling as if it might shatter. She quickly embraced her granddaughter and exclaimed, Oh, my dear little treasure, Grandma loves Duo too. Let us promise never to part. It was my mistake. The old lady momentarily set aside the topic of arranging a match for Lin Chen, leaving him in a state of contemplation. It was indeed remarkable how this little child could pacify the elderly woman, who was seemingly unyielding even to him and his father. Chapter 41. Gifts for the entire family. Within a few days, Fong Sunming paid another visit. Apart from the strawberries needing to be picked again, he also came to express his gratitude to Lin Chen for the previous act of kindness that had helped him greatly. Having been informed in advance, Lin Chen was not surprised by his arrival. "Mr. Lin, it's been a while. I've missed you." Fong Sunming greeted with a beaming smile as soon as he saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled in response. "Brother Fong, you look radiant. Business must be thriving lately." Fong Sunming laughed heartily. "Haha. Since you call me Brother Fong, I'll take the liberty of acting the elder. Truth be told, I owe it all to your support, Brother Lin. I've fully secured Mr. Zhao's supply channels and left my competitors in the dust. How could I not be delighted? Don't give me too much credit. It's your own capability and boldness that made the difference," Lin Chen replied modestly. Fong Sunming waved it off. "Enough with the mutual flattery. Here, I've brought some small gifts for your daughter and your parents. I hope you won't find them unworthy." Lin Chen quickly declined. "This is too much. We can't possibly accept." Fong Sunming insisted. "Consider it an exchange between friends. If you refuse, you're practically barring me from your door in the future." Unable to decline further, Lin Chen reluctantly accepted, resolving to reciprocate the gesture someday. However, when Fong Sunming's driver, Lao Liao, began unloading the gifts from the car, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel they were rather extravagant. For Duo, there was a Barbie doll set, an undeniably perfect choice for a little girl. For Lin Chen's mother, the gift was far more lavish, a complete set of jewelry, necklace, bracelet, and earrings elegantly understated, perfectly suited for a woman of her age. It was clear Fong Sunming had put thought into the selection. "Brother Fong, this is too generous," Lin Chen protested. "Nonsense," Fong Sunming dismissed with a casual wave. "A friend of mine owns a jewelry store. They crafted a few sets. And this one seemed fitting for your mother. It didn't cost much." With no further excuse to refuse, Lin Chen had no choice but to accept. Next was a gift for Lin Chen's father, Lin Wen, a box of tea labeled Da Hong Pao. Given Fong Sunming's status and wealth, there was no doubt it was the rare, authentic variety from Wui Mountain's mother trees, priceless and nearly impossible to obtain. Finally, Fong Sunming had also prepared a gift for Lin Chen himself, a string of beads, smooth and lustrous with a deep violet hue, exuding an inexplicable elegance. Lin Chen, however, couldn't quite discern its significance. Noticing his puzzlement, Fong Sunming explained with a smile, "This is a strand of small-leaf sandalwood. Originally, it was part of the signboard of a time-honored shop in Beijing. After the shop was dismantled, the wood was carved into several strands of beads. I acquired one and thought it would suit you well." Just as Lin Chen assumed the gifts had concluded, Lao Liao unloaded yet another large box from the car. Inside was a complete set of pet supplies, dog bed, food bowl, collar, treats, chew toys, nutritional supplements, and even dog clothing. Everything one could imagine. "Brother Fong, I truly don't know what to say," Lin Chen admitted with a wry smile. Fong Sunming chuckled heartily, expressing his genuine interest. But he had a matter concerning the dog, Da Huang, that he wished to discuss. "Don't rush," he reassured. "It certainly isn't about purchasing him. No amount would suffice for that." Lin Chen, recalling the previous chaotic encounter with Da Huang and Duo, smiled and suggested, "Let us converse inside." Upon entering the group, Lin's parents recognized Fong and welcomed him warmly. After a brief exchange, Fong seized the opportunity to speak candidly. "Brother Lin, to be honest, I am an ardent dog lover. My home is filled with border collies, German shepherds, Labradors, golden retrievers, bullies, and so forth. I have raised many fine dogs. While I dare not boast too much, the lineage of my dogs can be traced back through 3 generations, and some have even won awards." Lin Chen nodded, understanding that this was not the crux of the matter. Indeed, Fong's tone shifted as he added, "But I have never encountered a dog as spirited and exceptional as Da Huang." With that, his eyes sparkled as he gazed at the dog. Da Huang, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine, instinctively tucked his tail between his legs, pondering the recent trend of referring to dogs in a derogatory manner. The truth of such claims remained uncertain. Fong redirected his gaze and continued, "Brother Lin, I hope you will allow me to take Da Huang to participate in the World Dog Championship." Lin Chen was taken aback by this proposition. The World Dog Championship, akin to the Olympics for canines, could significantly elevate a dog's worth and reputation if it were to win. Fong's excitement was palpable. Lin Chen found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Here was a businessman who seemed indifferent to human competitions yet was fervently invested in a canine contest. Seeing Fong's eager expression, Lin felt reluctant to decline, saying, "It depends on the circumstances. If the conditions permit, I have no objections." "Wonderful, given De Huang's qualities." "The chances of winning are quite high," Fong replied joyfully. "Let us hope so," Lin Chen said, pouring a cup of tea for Fong. After their extensive conversation, Fong indeed felt parched. He lifted the cup and took a sip, but as the tea slid down his throat, his expression shifted slightly. "Is this the De Hong Pao I brought?" Fong inquired, puzzled. However, he quickly realized, no, De Hong Pao does not possess this color. Observing the emerald green infusion of the wild fairy tea, he recognized it was not the oolong tea he had brought. The clarity of the brew was unmistakable. With a smile, Lin Chen replied, "Of course, it is not De Hong Pao. What do you think of this tea, Brother Fong?" Fong savored another sip, reflecting for a moment before exclaiming, "Exquisite. The aroma is profound and lingering, the infusion clear and vibrant, with a refreshing yet subtle sweetness that lingers. This tea is extraordinary." Though Lin Chen was not a connoisseur of tea, Fong's appreciation indicated his expertise. Lin remarked, "This is my secret wild fairy tea, harvested from an ancient tea tree in the Taihang Mountains. There isn't much of it in total. If you like it, I can set aside some for you." "Aha, then I shan't be polite. Just a pound will suffice," Fong exclaimed with delight. Good tea is indeed rare. Those who possess truly exceptional tea often hesitate to enjoy it themselves, reserving it for their guests. Lin Chen widened his eyes and quickly shook his head, insisting, No. Generally speaking, an ancient tea tree yields only about 10 pounds of fresh leaves, and after processing, it amounts to no more than 2 pounds of tea. You simply cannot take half of that." Fong Siming could only suggest, "What about 7 taels? Surely that would suffice? At most, I can part with half a pound." "I wouldn't spare a single leaf for anyone else," Lin Chen resolutely replied. Although he possessed more than 2 pounds, he couldn't resist the allure of drinking it. His father consumed wild immortal tea daily, and his mother enjoyed it as well. What left Lin Chen utterly speechless was that even De Huang joined in, playfully circling around whenever his father brewed tea, hoping to snatch a taste. To make matters worse, his father treated this tea as if it were ordinary, completely unaware of its value, and fed it to the dog with remarkable ease. Fong Siming, realizing the rarity of fine tea, could only nod and ask, "The tea I drink at home doesn't count, does it?" Lin Chen couldn't help but smile at the absurdity. It was no wonder Fong Siming thrived in business. He was a natural entrepreneur. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, he suddenly heard a commotion in the yard. His front door had been kicked open. What on earth? Lin Chen fumed inwardly, wondering who had the audacity to behave so brazenly, when a familiar voice rang out. "Yes, Lin Chen, you must compensate us. This is a work-related injury." Chapter 42. The rogues arrive at the entrance. A cacophony of chaos ensued, while Fong Siming furrowed his brow. Lin Chen casually remarked, "They're merely a bunch of ruffians. How dare you speak such nonsense? My brother has long since no need for you. It is you who refuse to leave. On what grounds do you claim this as a work-related injury?" Came the voice of Dahu. Lin Chen had just called him and Dongzi, instructing them to prepare for revenge, intending to bring Fong Sunming down at the dinner table. He had not anticipated encountering them right at the doorstep. "Did he say he doesn't need us? My brothers are here. Are you toying with us? Bring Lin Chen out. If we don't receive 1 million today, we will demolish his house." Lin Chen stepped out of the courtyard and coldly stated, "Lin Weilong, I wish to see what kind of person you are, daring to demand 1 million. How do you intend to dismantle my home?" The intruders were none other than Lin Weilong and his gang. Upon spotting Lin Chen, Lin Weilong immediately declared, "You Lin scoundrel. Had it not been for our shared surname today, I would have already dealt with you. Now, you have 2 choices. 1, pay up 1 million, plus 300,000 for construction, totaling 1,300,000. Pay this, and we'll consider the matter settled. 2, my brothers will help you renovate your house for free. We will simply tear it down, and I'll relish seeing if you have the face to remain in Taihang Ridge afterwards." Lin Chen whispered to Dahu, "Go inside and keep an eye on your aunt and the others. Do not let them come to the front yard." "Understood, brother." Dahu responded promptly before heading to the backyard. Then, Lin Chen turned to Lin Weilong and stated, "Everything must be substantiated with evidence. You claim we are in an employment relationship. Where's the contract? Do you possess a contract?" Lin Weilong hesitated, his expression darkening considerably. He had been the one adamant about not signing a contract, and now he found himself in a predicament. His refusal to sign had been calculated. Once a contract was in place, any issues arising could be addressed by law enforcement. leaving him fewer loopholes. He had not anticipated being cornered by his own strategy. Enough of this banner. So what if there is no contract? Shouldn't you ask around to confirm if we've been working for you? Ma Yuan. You were the one who introduced this job. Speak up. Lin Weilong shouted, prompting his lackeys to push Ma Yuan forward. Ma Yuan, you truly have some nerve. Conspiring with outsiders against me, haven't you? Lin Chen said coldly, though Ma Yuan was a second-rate character. Conspiring with outsiders against a fellow villager would ruin his reputation in the community. If word got out, he would no longer be able to show his face in the village, and his father, the village head, would likely face repercussions as well. Now, he crouched down, shrinking from the confrontation, too afraid to speak. Lin Chen had long prepared for a protracted battle against Lin Weilong and his gang. These ruffians would pounce upon any sign of retreat, ready to feast upon their prey. Get out of here. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Lin Chen shouted, slamming the door shut. He then quietly pulled out his phone, activated the recording mode, and handed it to Dongzi, instructing, just keep recording, don't worry about anything else. At this moment, Fong Siming asked, brother, what is happening? Lin Chen recounted the situation regarding the establishment of the chicken farm. And upon hearing that there had been no progress due to a group of scoundrels, Fong Siming was instantly filled with rage. At that moment, Lin Weilong forcefully kicked the door open again, and Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the group of miscreants. Dongzi, witnessing this, also prepared to join the fray. However, Fong Sunming quickly grabbed Lin Chen, addressing Lin Weilong. Your unscrupulous behavior is rather lacking in ethics. Who do you think you are? If you wish to avoid a beating, then kindly step aside. It seems I've let my guard down around you. Lin Weilong, unfamiliar with Fong Sunming, immediately began to curse. Fong Sunming's eye twitched slightly as he turned to Lin Chen, saying, brother, this is no longer just your affair. He then looked at Lin Weilong and his companions. Since you're all familiar with the county, you must know Hype, right? Is Hype also your acquaintance? That is Lord He. Lin Weilong replied without hesitation. Fong Siming, however, wore a peculiar smile as he said, very well, it appears you do know him. Please hold on a moment. What are you trying to act tough for? You old fool? Who are you trying to intimidate? Lin Weilong retorted. Fully aware of Hype's reputation and the fact that he had to pay a share to Hype regardless of how much money he made. Thus, he was unperturbed by Fong Siming's connection to Hype, knowing well that Hype would betray even his own mother for money, let alone someone like him. Fong Siming's forehead throbbed with anger. It had been a long time since anyone dared to insult him so brazenly. At that moment, Lin Chen pulled Fong Siming back slightly and said, brother, allow me to handle this today. These rascals won't understand reason unless they feel some pain. Fong Siming replied, it's not worth incurring trouble with the authorities over them. These scoundrels are like toads. Stepping on them only soils your shoes, while avoiding them keeps the disgust at bay. Lin Chen smiled and said, brother, you don't understand our local customs. They kick down my door, and as long as I don't kill them, it's their own fault. No one can say anything against it. Well then, old Liao and old Yin, please stand behind Lin, and I will bear any consequences that arise. Fong Sanming instructed the driver, old Liao, and another individual, who both stepped forward. Lin Chen was surprised to discover that old Liao was also skilled in combat. No need for that, Lin Chen said with a grin as he strode towards Lin Weilong and his group. Lin Weilong and his companions were immediately alarmed. They were still nursing their injuries and couldn't fight back, as even the slightest movement sent jolts of pain through their bodies. If not for the intent to extort money, they wouldn't have dared to confront him while injured. Lin Weilong thought he had grasped the temperament of Lin Chen's family and sought to gain some advantage, but he was taken aback when Lin Chen, unafraid, prepared to strike. You dare? I am your uncle. If you hit me, it's an offense against your superior, and your grandfather will have to apologize to me. Lin Weilong shouted. I'll accompany you to your grave. Lin Chen cursed, his fist connecting directly with Lin Weilong's face. Dongzi, holding a phone, felt a surge of urgency, wishing he could leap into the fray immediately. Every day, Lin Chen imbibed the mystical spring, his body unknowingly becoming considerably stronger. Coupled with the fact that Lin Weilong and his companions were all nursing injuries, they descended upon their adversaries like a ferocious tiger. The opponents were left wailing in despair. Just at that moment, old Yin suddenly shouted, Mr. Lin, be cautious. Before Lin Chen and the others could react, a yellow shadow surged forth, tackling one individual and sinking its teeth into the person's arm. This yellow shadow was none other than De Huang, and the assailant was surprisingly wielding a dagger. Had it not been for De Huang's timely intervention, Lin Chen might have indeed sustained injuries. So, you come armed to incite trouble, Lin Weilong? Your men are quite something. Lin Chen remarked with a cold smirk. Chapter 43, Master Fong, Master He, Master Lin. Lin Weilong felt a jolt in his heart. And with a swift turn of his eyes, he exclaimed, "What nonsense! That knife clearly belongs to you. It was seized by my brother. Head. Hurry and take this dog away. My hand is about to break." The unfortunate soul pinned down by Dahe wailed. Da held him firmly, rendering him utterly powerless to retaliate. Lying helplessly on the ground, Dahe clamped down on his arm, his eyes glinting with a terrifying light, causing the man to freeze in fear, too afraid to move. "Lin Chen, you allow your dog to harm others. You are in for it. We shall sue you, and no amount of money will suffice for compensation. We will end up cooking your dog for dinner," Lin Weilong shrieked. In response, Lin Chen delivered a resounding slap to Lin Weilong's face, leaving him dazed. Lin Weilong felt a metallic taste in his mouth, and upon opening it, he expelled a tooth. He intended to utter more venomous words, but at that moment, his phone rang. Trembling, he managed to rise and, upon glancing at the caller ID, his face lit up with joy as he answered the call. "Hey Ge. We are in Yushu village. You must assist us." Before Lin Weilong could finish his sentence, he was met with an irate tirade from the other end of the line. "Lin Weilong, you insufferable fool. I will personally see to your demise. If I do not flay your skin to appease Master Fong, I'll write black skin backwards." The call ended abruptly. Lin Weilong's countenance turned ashen. He sensed he had stepped onto a landmine. Is there anyone named Fong among you?" Lin Weilong stammered. Fong Sunming pointed to himself, his face dark with anger. "What a coincidence. My surname is Fong." A shiver ran down Lin Weilong's spine. He knew precisely what kind of person Blackskin was, someone who would sell their parents for money. When had he ever shown such deference to others? Could it be that he had truly stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle this time? We have matters to attend to. We shall settle this next time," Lin Weilong threatened, attempting to leave. However, Lin Chen seized him by the collar, sneering, "Leave? Dongzi, call the police. No one leaves until this matter is resolved." "Who are you trying to scare with the police? The Lin family's internal conflict is none of their concern," Lin Weilong retorted. He then shouted towards the Lin family. "Lin Wen, will you manage your son?" He even laid hands on his uncle. "Does your family have any sense of decorum? I will certainly have my father discuss this with yours. Let us see if that old man still has the audacity to show his face." Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, he suddenly heard the voice of Dahai from the courtyard. "Uncle, please don't be anxious." Raising his head, he saw his father, Lin Wen, standing at the entrance, his eyes wide open, confronting Lin Weilong. "Do you have any shame? Lin Weilong. Do you even know what shame is?" Breathing heavily, Lin Wen continued. "My son helped you out of familial obligation, and this is how you repay him?" Lin Weilong retorted. "Your family is utterly incompetent. Both you and your father are weaklings. You deserve it." Slap. Lin Chen, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap that sent Lin Weilong reeling backward. Swiftly, Lin Chen yanked him back and struck him again, declaring, "Dare to challenge my father? I'll make you call me Dad." Witnessing his son's fierce retaliation, Lin Wen felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Lin Weilong, dazed from the blows, spat out a tooth and, with a quivering lip, nearly succumbed to tears. This was far from what he had anticipated. Where was the promised weakness? Where was the ease of bullying? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an Audi screeched to a halt at the village entrance. A group of individuals disembarked, glancing around before making their way toward Lin Chen's residence. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Fong Ming's expression darkened. Leading the group was a heavily tattooed man. Seeing this figure, Lin Weilong burst into tears, lamenting, "Black brother, you must help me." Disgusted by his tear-streaked face, Lin Chen released his grip, only for Lin Weilong to collapse onto the ground. The tattooed man approached Lin Weilong, who attempted to clutch his ankle, but before he could grasp it, he received a brutal kick to the face. Lin Chen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The force of that kick was indeed severe, leaving Lin Weilong gasping on the ground, his nose askew. After dealing with Lin Weilong, the tattooed man approached Fong Ming, bowing his head and addressing him as Master Fong. Fong Ming's face was a mask of displeasure as he retorted, "Master Fong? You think that title holds more weight than Black Master? Impressive, Black Skin. In just a few years, you've built quite the reputation, haven't you? Have you forgotten the time you knelt before me, pleading for your life?" Cold sweat dripped from the tattooed man's forehead as he quickly replied, "Master Fong. Please don't be angry. You saved my life back then. If you wish to reclaim it, I will not object. However, These ruffians have crossed the line today, and I must exact revenge on your behalf before I meet my end. Oh, your words sound pleasant, but I see no action from you, Fong Sun Ming scoffed. The tattooed man clasped his hands in respect, turning to the group of ruffians, and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The dozen or so men before him dared not retaliate, some even adopting postures that made it easier for him to strike. In an instant, a multitude lay sprawled on the ground. Enough, Fong Sun Ming commanded coldly. The tattooed man, gasping for breath, hurried back to Fong Sun Ming, bowing his head in anticipation of his next words. Fong Sun Ming spoke softly, "Open your eyes wide and behold. This is Lin Chen, my little brother. From now on, if anything happens to my brother in the vicinity of Taihang Ridge, black skin, tell me, who should I seek? Find me." The tattooed man replied immediately. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one in Taihang Ridge will dare to provoke Master Lin." Lin Chen smiled wryly. He had no intention of stirring up trouble, nor did he desire to entangle himself with someone like black skin. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the need to show respect to Fong Sun Ming, so he remained silent. Fong Sun Ming turned his gaze to Lin Wei Long and the others, inquiring, "How shall we deal with these individuals?" Hype contemplated for a moment, then addressed Fong and Lin with a hint of defiance, asserting that even if he were to demand their lives as recompense, they would still owe it. Lin Wen, standing at the door, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Being a mere farmer, he wished to avoid entanglement in any homicide. At this juncture, Lin Chen interjected, stating there was no need for such drastic measures since the incident had already transpired. It was best left to the authorities, and he had already alerted the police. Hype nodded in agreement and turned to Lin Wei Long, admonishing him to remember that their unwarranted provocation had led to a legitimate act of self-defense from Lin's family. And as for their injuries, Hype was the one responsible for them. Indeed, esteemed Hype, your bravery has imparted a valuable lesson to us." Lin Weilong hastily replied from the ground. Lin Chen then glanced at Dongzi, who promptly approached and handed over his phone. Lin Chen reviewed the recording and remarked that accusing them of provoking trouble was not unfounded, as the footage was quite explicit. Regarding the matter of self-defense, he asserted, it was of no concern to him. Hype recognized Lin Chen's intent to dissociate from them and echoed, "What Lin said holds true. This was merely an internal conflict among them, and there's nothing amiss about it." At that moment, the sound of police sirens pierced through the air. Chapter 44. Spatial changes upon seeing the police arrive. He Pai swiftly excused himself to Lin Chen and Fong Sun Ming before taking refuge. Given his background, he knew that if he were to be registered at the station, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon encountering the officers. 2 policemen, one elderly and one young, emerged from the patrol car. The older one frowned upon recognizing Lin Weilong. "Who called the police?" the elder officer inquired with a salute. Lin Chen stepped forward and responded, "Hello, officer. It was I who reported the incident." "Hello. Could you elaborate on what transpired?" the older officer asked. "I recorded a video. It would be better for you to see it for yourself," Lin Chen replied, handing his phone to the officer and tapping the play button. After scrutinizing the footage, the officer nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Lin Weilong, brandishing a weapon and damaging others' property. I wonder how you will wriggle out of this one." Lin Weilong, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "We won't make excuses. We plead guilty and accept the consequences." The officer, known as Officer Jiang, was taken aback by their forthrightness. It was only then that he noticed the injuries adorning their bodies, exclaiming, "What happened to you? You appear to be quite severely injured." Lin Chen had not recorded the segment where He Pai had assaulted them, and now Lin Weilong, despite having lost a tooth, could only swallow his pride and respond, "We had an internal conflict. It was a mutual fight." Officer Jiang could hardly believe his ears when a voice, tinged with a sob, piped up, "Officer Jiang, could you kindly take this dog away?" It was then that Lin Chen remembered De Huang was still pinning down one of the assailants. At that moment, De Huang had ceased his biting and was merely restraining the young man with his paws, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. "What a splendid dog! You ought to express your gratitude to him. If he hadn't intervened, and you had harmed someone with that knife, you would surely be facing several years behind bars," Officer Jiang remarked. He then turned to Lin Chen and requested, "Could you have our canine hero step aside?" Finding the elderly officer quite amusing, Lin Chen called out, "De Huang, come here." Instantly, De Huang turned and dashed back. Lin Chen's father beamed as he patted De Huang's head, whispering, "De Huang, you performed splendidly. I'll prepare some tea for you shortly." Upon hearing this, De Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his bushy tail wagged vigorously, resembling a helicopter rotor. If he continued like this, he might just take off. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, oh dear father. Do you truly believe that the wild tea is merely a few coins per pound? Nevertheless, recalling De Huang's valor, he decided to indulge him with a drink. With the facts clear regarding Lin Weilong and his group's aggressive behavior and their swift admission of guilt, Officer Jiang promptly took them back to the station for processing. Once they left, He Pai reappeared, and Fang Sunming said, all right, you should head back. Take care of the aftermath and ensure those individuals do not trouble my brothers again. He Pai promptly assured him, rest easy, Fang Ye. With me around, Lin Weilong's construction team will not be resuming operations. I will ensure that Lin Yi gets his revenge. Lin Chen chose not to comment further. The construction team led by Lin Weilong was merely a source of exploitation. Their cessation of work could be seen as a form of justice for the community. After He Pai departed, the Lin household finally regained its tranquility. Lin Chen's father pulled him aside and whispered that He Pai isn't involved in any criminal activities. Is he? We must avoid entangling ourselves with such individuals. Fang Sunming, possessing keen hearing, detected Lin Chen's father's concerns and chuckled, Uncle Lin, fret not. Although Blackskin bears a rather ominous name, he is by no means a nefarious character. He has previously accompanied me for a time, and I have aided him on several occasions. While he may lack both literary and martial prowess, he does hold a modicum of renown among the local ruffians. Presently, he has established a logistics company. He may be adept at navigating the underworld, yet he dares not engage in illegal activities. Lin Chen's father placed considerable trust in Fang Sunming's words, but Lin Chen remained noncommittal. At that moment, Lin Chen's father expressed his gratitude, saying, Boss Fang, I sincerely thank you for your assistance today. Had it not been for you, the situation might have escalated dramatically. Fang Sunming laughed heartily, responding, Uncle Lin, you were too kind. In truth, even if I had refrained from intervening, Lin Laudi could have managed quite well on his own. With the evidence he has gathered, it would merely take a bit of maneuvering to bring down Lin Weilong and his associates. It is merely a matter of time. Indeed. Brother Fang, you have been an immense help today. Allow me to treat you to a Yushu chicken, Lin Chen generously offered. Haha, no need for such formality. Just ensure there are enough Yushu chickens next time I am needed, Fang Sunming replied with a hearty laugh. Lin Chen collected the gifts from Fang Sunming and instructed Dongzi to accompany his mother to catch the chicken. For safety's sake, Dongzi brought along De Huang, as it would be quite challenging to catch the chickens without him. With Fang Sunming's gift in hand, Lin Chen pondered briefly before deciding to toss the small leaf rosewood beads into the mountain god space. This item, being round and relatively small, posed a safety risk to both Duo and De Huang. However, as soon as the beads were cast into the mountain god space, Lin Chen felt a sudden jolt throughout his body, sensing a peculiar change within the space. Without delay, he hurried back to his room and entered the mountain god space. Upon stepping inside, Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The previously half-basketball court-sized space had expanded somewhat. The increase was not vast, roughly one-third larger than before. Yet it was markedly noticeable, with the spiritual spring also expanding by a similar proportion. How could this be? Lin Chen marveled, struggling to comprehend. After regaining his composure, he immediately searched for the small leaf rosewood beads he had tossed in, yet despite thoroughly scouring the mountain god space, he found nothing. Could it be that this precious wood has the ability to enlarge the mountain god space? An exhilarating thought surged through Lin Chen's mind. He had never anticipated such a hidden advantage. Nonetheless, he needed to verify this by acquiring more precious wood. Regardless, the transformation of the mountain god space was undeniably real, warranting a celebration. Brother Fang, it would be remiss of me not to properly entertain you, Lin Chen declared to himself, promptly retrieving some vegetables from the mountain god space to prepare a delightful meal for his mother and Fang Sunming. Mother, we will be treating Boss Fang with these vegetables today, Lin Chen announced. His mother, assuming they were freshly harvested from the fields, nodded in approval, saying, very well. Just place them there. In the main room, Dongzi and Dehai were rolling up their sleeves, eager to avenge the humiliation they suffered last time when Fang Sunming single-handedly defeated the three of them. Boss Fang, we didn't get to enjoy ourselves last time. This time, the three of us will make sure to keep you company, Dehai said with a grin. Fang Sunming, aware of their intentions, smiled slightly and replied, that's fine. But today I've brought some backup. You three shouldn't think of bullying the fewer. At that moment, his bodyguard, Lao Yin, approached with a simple, honest demeanor. Dongzi remarked, 3 against 2, we still have the advantage, Boss Fang. My apologies in advance. Fang Sunming chuckled and turned to Lao Yin, asking, Lao Yin, how's your drinking capacity? Just average. When I'm not in great shape, I can manage 3 to 5 Gene, Lin replied with a naive smile. Dahai and Dongzi exchanged puzzled glances. What about when you're in good shape? Dahai inquired. Unlimited when I'm in good shape. Lin continued to beam innocently. The two brothers couldn't help but twitch their lips. Suddenly, Dahai exclaimed, Boss Fong, I've come to a realization. When will this cycle of vengeance ever cease? Chapter 45, The Favor of Strawberries Due to Insufficient Seating at Home. Lin Chen made a special call to old Miao to arrange for a large table with a rotating tray. True to his generous nature, old Miao wasted no time and delivered it within a mere 10 minutes. After inviting old Miao to join the meal, he graciously declined, recognizing the presence of guests and accepting just a pack of cigarettes before departing. Once the dishes were laid out, Lin Chen called over old Liao and old Yin, both close acquaintances of Fong Sanming. As the enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, Fong Sanming was visibly enchanted. Lin Chen's father, Lin Wen, urged everyone to eat, assuring them that it was merely a rustic farmhouse cuisine and not to take offense. Fong Sanming smiled and said, Uncle Lin, please don't be modest. This meal is truly exquisite. If it were served at Jue Lu, it would easily cost upwards of 3,000, and with a jade tree chicken included, the total would exceed 5,000. Lin Wen chuckled heartily. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. Fong Sanming then turned to the driver, old Liao, and said, Old Liao, please bring out the wine I brought for you, Uncle Lin. I hope you like it. Lin Wen quickly protested. There's no need for such formality regarding the wine. Fong Sanming laughed. Good food deserves good wine. I mainly brought it for myself, so please don't be upset. Old Liao soon returned with 2 boxes of wine. Lin Chen glanced at the labels and exclaimed, Ah, Iron Cap Mao Tai. Brother Fong, this wine is quite hard to come by these days. Indeed, it is not easy to procure, but it's not impossible either. Come, Uncle Lin, let me toast you. Fong Sanming said, uncorking a bottle of Iron Cap Mao Tai and raising a glass to Lin Wen. After that, he toasted Lin Chen's mother, cheerfully saying, Andy, this wine is delightful. Do have a sip. Lin's mother, being quite the drinker herself, clinked glasses with Fong Sanming, and the remaining wine was shared freely among the group. After a round of toasts, they finally began to savor the dishes. Wait, something seems amiss with this dish, Fong Sanming remarked after taking a bite, his eyes lighting up. Lin's mother, concerned, asked, Did I not cook it properly? Fong Sanming quickly shook his head, Not at all, Auntie. The flavor is far superior to before, and significantly so. You all must try it. Everyone eagerly sampled the food, their expressions turning to astonishment. Lin's mother exclaimed, Why is it so delicious? I followed my usual recipe. Darling, this is absolutely scrumptious. It tastes so much better than before. Duo exaggeratedly gestured a large circle with her hands, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Lin Chen finally smiled and said, Of course, the taste is superior. These are all new varieties, boasting richer flavors and enhanced nutrition. Fong Sanming's eyes sparkled as he asked, Brother Lin, you haven't authorized anyone else to grow these, have you? Lin Chen hastily explained, Brother Fong, this cannot be sold. The yield is far too low for commercialization. I only tend to a small patch because of how delicious they are. It's barely enough for our family of 4. Fong Sanming felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not doubt Lin Chen's words. Such delectable vegetables, if they could achieve even half of the yield of ordinary produce, would propel Lin Chen into remarkable heights, potentially making him an unstoppable force in becoming the world's next billionaire. Since Lin Chen had not engaged in large-scale cultivation, it was evident that the low yield was a fundamental constraint on his development. As the cups clinked and the dishes were exchanged, the meal was filled with vibrant energy. Lao Yao and Lao Yin experienced Lin Chen's homegrown vegetables for the first time, and they were met with an exquisite array of fresh produce that nearly left them speechless. By the end of the feast, the plates were so spotless they required no further washing, gleaming like polished silver. Once the meal concluded, Lin Chen brewed a pot of wild fairy tea, and Fong Sanming eagerly took a sip, a look of bliss washing over his face. Ah, he sighed, exhaling deeply. Lin, my dear brother, if I could live this life every day, enjoying such meals and sipping this wild fairy tea, I would gladly trade all my assets for it. It is sheer comfort, akin to a heavenly existence. Lin Chen chuckled softly and sipped his tea before inquiring, Brother Fong, how are the sales of the Yushu strawberries? Fong Sanming shook his head, saying not sold. Why is it hard to sell? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Though the Yushu strawberries are priced high, their flavor is exceptional. Surely there must be some market for them? Fong Sanming laughed. Not that, my brother. The issue is not about selling, but rather the lack of quantity. The first batch of strawberries was entirely given to target clients, and each received only a modest 20 pounds. Among friends across several cities, that barely suffices. However, if 1/5 of them are willing to purchase, we need not worry about sales. But what happened? Everyone wants them, and some have grown impatient, directly calling my private number, requesting dozens of pounds. Some even wish to procure them as gifts to curry favor. I simply do not have enough strawberries to meet their demands. Yet, these individuals hold status and influence. I cannot afford to offend them. Who to sell to and who not to. It would only lead to trouble. So I have decided not to sell at all and simply give them away. Since these are gifts from me, they cannot find fault with me, no matter the quantity. Not only can they not complain, but they must also remember my kindness. Fong Siming grinned with pride. Do not think I have lost out. I have gained immensely. 1 million or 2 is nothing compared to the goodwill I am cultivating. Even 10 million is merely a drop in the bucket. Lin Chen admired Fong Siming's foresight. Such vision is not common, which explains his success in the business realm. Fong Siming continued, Lin, my dear brother, I have come not only to collect strawberries but also to discuss pricing. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. I will raise the purchase price to 300 per pound. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, replying, Brother Fong, you are essentially insulting me. The purchase price was agreed upon initially. If you do not sell well, I cannot reimburse you, just as I cannot raise the price if you do well. Let us adhere to our original agreement. Fong Siming sighed, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. Brother, you are principled. It is a privilege to consider you a friend. By the way, you mentioned wanting to build a chicken farm. How about I help you find a construction team? That would be excellent. It is difficult for me to find a reliable one, Lin Chen exclaimed, surprised. With Fong Siming's connections, any team he found would certainly be trustworthy. Rest assured. I shall have them come over tomorrow. You can converse with them directly at that time. I cannot guarantee much else, but I assure you they will not deceive you. Fong Siming declared confidently, then produced a card and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the VIP card for Yufu Building. From now on, whenever you wish to indulge, use this. You will enjoy discounts, and you need not pay immediately. Simply keep a tab. When I settle your strawberry expenses later, I shall deduct it from there. Lin Chen accepted the card without hesitation. After some light conversation, the workers on Fong Siming's side completed their strawberry harvest of 7,000 G. Fong Siming promptly transferred 140,000 and took a brief rest before departing. No sooner had Fong Siming left than Lin Chen's phone rang again. To his surprise, it was a call from Zhou Kai. Lin Chen surmised it concerned the upcoming class reunion. Brother Chen, the class reunion is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 7 in the evening. Are you available? Zhou Kai inquired straightforwardly. Yes, definitely, I will be there. Lin Chen replied succinctly. Great. The exact location has yet to be confirmed. Just give me a call when you arrive, and we shall go together, Zhou Kai responded. Chapter 46. Rescuing people from the police station. Fong Siming exhibited remarkable efficiency. By early the following morning, the construction team had already contacted him and arrived at the entrance of Yushu village with both personnel and machinery. Lin Chen awoke from his slumber, barely pausing to consume a morsel of food before heading to the village entrance to receive them. The construction team comprised a dozen individuals along with some equipment. Though modest in scale, it was more than adequate for establishing a poultry farm. Leading the team was a man with a square face named Gao Jiangwo, who was indeed as forthright as his name suggested. Lin Chen guided them to the outskirts of Taihang Ridge, delineating the land allocated to him and articulating his requirements. The chicken coop need not be overly specialized. It should merely provide a resting space for the chickens. However, I would like it divided into distinct sections to prevent overcrowding, Lin Chen explained, intending to raise free-range chickens, thus opting for a semi-open coop design. Additionally, I wish to construct 2 biogas pits for waste recycling purposes. They merely need to be enclosed, allowing the chickens to roam freely around them. Gao Jiangwo diligently noted down Lin Chen's specifications, exuding professionalism. He smiled and remarked, Understood, Mr. Lin. Your demands are quite reasonable. I estimate that we should be able to complete the project within a month. Lin Chen responded with a smile. That's excellent. I shall take care of your meals and ensure your comfort. Please provide me with an estimated cost for the work. The team's designated cost estimator calculated the expenses and approximated a total of 80,000 yuan. Very well, I will pay half upfront, with the remaining balance settled upon completion. Is that agreeable? Lin Chen inquired. Gao Jiangwo extended his hand for a shake, assuring him, Of course, that's perfectly acceptable. Since you were referred by Mr. Fong, we would never consider taking advantage of you. Our team will commence work today. Let us have a celebratory meal to mark the start of the project. Lin Chen suggested. He placed a call to old Miao, who arrived with his son and daughter-in-law, effortlessly preparing a feast for the dozen or so workers. Old Miao was well practiced in catering for larger gatherings, even during the village's festive occasions. The meal commenced without alcohol, primarily because Lin Chen had declared that if the work was completed a day ahead of schedule, he would reward them with an additional 2,000 yuan, which motivated the construction team to begin promptly. The workers, filled with enthusiasm, commenced their tasks immediately after the meal. Lin Chen instructed old Miao to ensure the catering was well organized before attending to other matters. Dongzi remained at the site to oversee operations, while Lin Chen and Du Hai took a tour of the newly acquired land, contemplating its future use. Lin Chen planned to allocate 30 acres for fruit cultivation, selecting seasonal fruits such as strawberries and watermelons. Once the fruit season passed, he intended to rotate crops to vegetables, ensuring no land went to waste. Additionally, he designated 15 acres specifically for seasonal vegetables, as Fang Sunming had long aspired to secure the vegetable distribution rights outside the county. This would allow him to directly manage the supply, given Lin Chen's satisfaction with their collaboration. Moreover, the volume that Wang Jing's Jiwei building could absorb was limited, rendering it impractical to supply her with excess produce. The remaining land would be dedicated to staple crops such as rice and wheat, following the seasonal cycle. Lin Chen was particularly curious to see if the irrigation from Lingquan would enhance the flavor of the grains. If successful, even without selling, it would suffice for his family's consumption. In several acres of land, with the 5 individuals previously hired, along with Dazai and Dongzi, it should be manageable. Eventually, we can introduce some agricultural machinery, and if absolutely necessary, we can continue to recruit more workers. This is not an issue. 2 individuals were ambling through the fields when they spotted the village chief approaching from a distance, riding his bicycle and clad in cloth shoes. Seemingly hesitant as he gazed at Lin Chen. "Village chief, what brings you out for a stroll?" Lin Chen greeted him proactively. Village chief Ma was rather amiable, known for his cordiality towards the villagers, having never quarreled with anyone, and his dealings were always fair, earning him a commendable reputation. With an awkward expression, the village chief pushed his bicycle closer, parked it on the ridge of the field, and hesitantly said to Lin Chen, "Xiao Chen, may I discuss a matter with you?" "Of course, village chief," Lin Chen nodded. The village chief's expression grew even more uncomfortable as he hesitated for a moment before stating, "Xiao Chen, I am aware that my family S1 is not a good person, but could you, for the sake of the village chief's reputation, let him off this time?" "Ma Yuan, I haven't done anything to him, have I?" "Village chief, are you mistaken?" Lin Chen responded, puzzled. At this moment, Dazai interjected, "Brother, it is indeed related to you." Ma Yuan was apprehended along with Lin Weilong and the others. "Ah?" Lin Chen was taken aback and quickly addressed village chief Ma. "I sincerely apologize. I truly had no knowledge of this matter." The village chief forced a smile and said, "Xiao Chun, I realize this is not your fault. Yuan brought this upon himself. He deserves to face some consequences to learn his lesson. Otherwise, he will never remember. To be honest, I was hesitant to come. But your aunt has been crying at home, distressed and desperate. I felt compelled to intervene." Lin Chen sighed. It was evident that Ma Yuquan had indeed courted disaster this time, and Lin Weilong was also a consequence of his own choices. He had not been wrongfully apprehended, however. Lin Chen had initially underestimated Lin Weilong's character. Nonetheless, Ma Yuquan, despite his shortcomings, had refrained from siding with outsiders against Lin Chen, showing some semblance of conscience. Had he spoken out then, Lin Chen would have certainly shown no mercy, ensuring that he faced the same fate as Lin Weilong and his cohort. Now, with the village chief humbly seeking help, relying on a modicum of goodwill, Lin Chen felt it inappropriate to refuse. "Village chief, do not fret. Let us head to the police station and bring him back," Lin Chen declared. A flicker of joy crossed the village chief's face as he hastily pedaled away, preparing to ride into the county town. "Village chief, please leave your bicycle in my yard. We shall drive there instead, as we are many," Lin Chen urged. "Right. I shall leave it at your place," village chief Ma agreed quickly. The 3 of them, aboard the sturdy Ford, made their way to the county police station without incident. Upon entering, they encountered a young man who had been with Officer Jiang on the day of the incident. "You're looking for Officer Jiang? He is in his office right now. If you had arrived a bit later, he would have been out on patrol. Allow me to escort you," the young man cheerfully offered. "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Chen replied. "No problem at all. My master always says to serve the people," the young man smiled. "May I ask your name?" Lin Chen found the young man quite intriguing. "I am Li Zheng, and may I ask how you're addressed?" Li Zheng inquired. I am Lin Chen. This is my cousin, Lin Hai, and this gentleman is our village chief, Ma, Lin Chen introduced. Greetings to you all. By the way, master, someone is looking for you, Li Zheng announced as he opened the door, revealing that Jiang was indeed his master. Jiang, wearing glasses and engrossed in documents, looked up and exclaimed, Ah, it's you. What brings you here? Are you so eager to learn the outcome? Not at all, Jiang. I am not in a rush. I came because of a misunderstanding. Someone from our village was detained, and it was only today that we discovered the situation, Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. Jiang appeared puzzled. Is that so? Why didn't he mention it during the interrogation? Lin Chen chuckled softly. He is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Village chief Ma sighed beside them. Indeed, if he were more astute, he wouldn't have helped outsiders deceive our own people. Jiang, bemused, asked, What is his name? This is certainly a lapse on our part. Ma Yuquan. The village chief quickly interjected. Jiang contemplated for a moment and suddenly realized, Ah, I recall such a person. He can hardly answer any question apart from his own name. It seems he truly has some mental deficiencies. Village chief Ma, listening, was nearly in tears. Jiang continued, I apologize. This was an oversight on our part. We will bring him to you immediately. No sooner had Jiang finished speaking than a commotion erupted outside. Frowning, he called out, Xiao Wu, what is happening out there? A police officer rushed in, saying, Jiang, an elderly man is causing a ruckus outside, claiming to be the father of Lin Weilong. Chapter 47. A corrupt beam above, a crooked beam below. Second master? Lin Chen and Hai furrowed their brows. Lin Weilong's father was a cousin of Lin Chen and Lin Hai's grandfather, renowned in his youth as a notorious scoundrel, difficult to deal with. Please wait a moment, Jiang instructed. Li Zheng, bring Ma Yuquan here. With that, he stepped outside to ascertain the situation. Before long, Li Zheng emerged with a figure in tow, a man with a foolish expression. It was none other than Ma Yuquan. Father. Upon spotting village chief Ma Yuquan immediately cried out in a pitiful tone, filled with grievance. You wretched son, I warned you against reckless behavior, yet you persist. Village chief Ma retorted, grabbing a shoe and striking him without hesitation, causing Ma Yuquan to wail in distress, ultimately seeking refuge behind Li Zheng to save his pitiful life. Village chief Ma refrained from confronting Li Zheng directly, instead pointing a finger at Ma Yuquan. You little rascal, I shall deal with you at home. Li Zheng, caught between laughter and tears, addressed the group. Gentlemen, I shall not see you off further. It's chaotic ahead. There's no need for that. Lin Chen interjected promptly. The three of them led Ma Yuquan away when suddenly, Second Master Lin Zhidong's voice pierced the air outside. My son is wrongfully accused. The Lin Xiaoshui family harbors no good individuals. They are all vile beings. Release my son, or I shall not let this matter rest. Alas, the officers bully an old man like me. Jiang, ensnared by the commotion, could only helplessly respond, Old sir, cease your shouting. It serves no purpose. Your son came armed, instigating trouble, and it has been clearly recorded on video. Your outcry is futile. Lin Shidong retorted, They have orchestrated this trap to frame my son. It holds no merit. Jiang nearly succumbed to laughter from frustration, while Lin Chen coldly shook his head. With such a father, it was no surprise to have a son like Lin Weilong. This is precisely what is meant by a crooked beam above leading to a crooked beam below. Let us depart, Lin Chen instructed the three companions. Lin Chen. Just then, a younger relative of Lin Zhidong noticed Lin Chen and called out to him. Having seen him before, Lin Zhidong, upon hearing this, turned to Lin Chen, his eyes wide with fury. You little brat, why aren't you kneeling before me? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, disdainfully replying, Kneel? What reason do you provide for such an act? Lin Zhidong glared, I am your elder. When I command you to kneel, you must comply. You are a disrespectful wretch. No wonder you conspired against your uncle, an unfilial child. Lin Xiaoshui, that soft-hearted scoundrel, has raised children just as soft and worthless. Lin Chen's anger ignited. He clenched his teeth and retorted, Mind your words. At your age, you could very well meet your end tomorrow, and I would not hesitate to cast you into the depths of oblivion. You, who do you wish death upon? Lin Zhidong trembled with rage, while the younger relative hurried to pat his back and soothe him. Regaining composure, Lin Zhidong declared, Very well, Lin Chen. I shall not waste words with you. Immediately demand the officers release your uncle. Release him? And then what? Lin Chen responded coolly. Upon release, he must be honored with a banquet and receive compensation for his losses, or I shall not let this matter rest with Lin Xiaoshui. Lin Zhidong pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, remarking that indeed, The father and son shared the same rogue disposition. Who are you calling a rogue? Do you still recognize the hierarchy of age and respect? Lin Jidong retorted angrily. Mind your words. I call you a rogue. Do you even know what your son has done? He demands an apology from me. Lin Chen replied. Lin Jidong insisted, no matter what he has done. He is still the elder. As a junior, you ought to show him respect. Even if my son is at fault, it is I who will discipline him. It is not your place. Not your place, nor mine. I have submitted the video to Jiang, and the state will render a fair judgment, Lin Chen stated. Preparing to leave. Seeing this, Lin Jidong exclaimed, You little rascal, you dare defy me? Let us see if you heed Lin Xiaoshui's words. If you do not release your uncle today, I shall go to your grandfather, and I will demand an apology. Otherwise, I will make your family suffer. I'm old enough to fear no one. I could cause chaos in your household, and let us see how you manage. Lin Chen remained silent, observing the belligerent Lin Jidong. The latter, believing Lin Chen was intimidated, smugly declared, just like Lin Xiaoshui, a softie. I'll tell you. Release your uncle and follow my previous instructions, host a banquet and offer compensation. Otherwise, I will make good on my threats. Jiang and others listening nearby were seething with anger. This old man was bullying them due to his age. If he were younger, they would have handcuffed him without hesitation, but at his advanced age. No one wanted to bear the consequences if anything went awry. Suddenly, Lin Chen coldly chuckled. Hey, Lin Jidong, let me assure you, I am not afraid of your bluster. If you cause a scene once, I will ensure your son spends another year in prison. Cause a scene twice, and I will add 2 more years. Don't doubt me. Ask your son if I can do it. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Jidong was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Lin Chen's imposing presence. It was only after Lin Chen and his companions left that he regained his composure, his face alternating between shades of green and pale, rendered speechless for a long while. In the car on the way back, Dahai curiously asked, Brother, do you really have a way to imprison Lin Weilong? Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Weilong is already a lost cause. The fact that he can gather so many miscreants indicates that his deceitful dealings have been ongoing. Others may be unaware. But that Black Master certainly knows the truth. If Lin Jidong continues to play the rogue, I will owe a favor to someone and request that Black Master to hand over his useless son to me. I am eager to see how he manages to ruin his own offspring. Lin Chen's words sent a shiver down Ma Youchuan's spine, while others were oblivious. As a fellow miscreant, he had some inkling. If the matters concerning Lin Weilong were exposed, he would likely face 20 years or more behind bars. By this point, Ma Youquan had no desire to compete with Lin Chen. He only hoped Lin Chen would forget him, letting the matter dissipate. At the county police station, Jiang was left with no choice but to allow Lin Jidong a 10-minute visitation. In the room, Lin Jidong spotted his son Lin Weilong and immediately reassured him. Do not be afraid. I just encountered Lin Chen, and I certainly persuaded him to take you out. He will arrange a banquet to make amends. Lin Weilong's eyes brightened as he inquired, Did you plead on my behalf? Lin Jidong, with disdain, replied, Plead? I scolded him thoroughly and demanded he release you immediately. Otherwise, I shall create a scene at his home, even going so far as to defile his cooking pot. Let us see how he continues to live after that. Lin Weilong was taken aback, then erupted in fury. You old fool, do you wish to bring about my demise? How could I have such a useless father? If you truly intend to endanger my life, then go ahead and create a ruckus. The sooner you make a scene, the sooner I shall perish. In the face of his son's vitriol, Lin Jidong did not retaliate, but instead wore a conciliatory smile, saying, Son, please do not be angry. Is his family truly that formidable? Lin Weilong retorted with a biting tone. If you wish for my survival, then you must beg Lin Xiaoshui fervently. If he remains silent, you should bow before him until he grants you forgiveness. How can that possibly be? I would lose all my dignity. Lin Jidong shook his head vehemently. Lin Weilong sneered. Very well, then await my demise. When I am gone, who will be there to collect my remains? I am curious to see who will come to your aid when your time comes. Chapter 48. The reunion upon returning to the village head, Ma, pressed Ma Youchuan's head in an act of contrition towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, indifferent to the antics of such an ne'er-do-well as Ma Youquan, felt it necessary to grant the village head some measure of respect. Very well, village head, please ensure that Youquan refrains from associating with those miscreants. They are currently in a precarious situation and I would not want him to be dragged down with them, Lin Chen advised. Sighing, the village head replied, I will confine him for the time being. He shall not be permitted to venture anywhere. With that, he grasped his son Ma Youquan by the scruff of his neck and departed. At the construction site, The engineering team introduced by Fong Sanming was progressing at a remarkable pace. Within just a day or two, the outline of the project began to take shape. Besides the workers, Lin Chen, along with Da Hai and Dong Zi, would lend a hand whenever they found themselves with some spare time. At that moment, covered in lime and having just set down a bag of cement, Lin Chen spotted his parents arriving with Duo at the site. "Lin, I've brought you some truly delightful water," Duo exclaimed, presenting a pot of wild fairy tea as if it were a treasure. "Thank you, my dear." Lin Chen kissed his daughter affectionately before taking a sip, feeling utterly refreshed. "Lin, you look just like a little kitten," Duo giggled, wiping her own adorable face and nestling in her grandmother's embrace. Her mother chuckled. "What my precious says is not wrong. How did you get so dirty?" Lin Chen laughed. "What do you expect? Is there any work that doesn't get one dirty?" Casting a glance at the construction of the chicken coop, his mother expressed her concern. "Are you truly going to raise chickens? I've heard from many that one can amass millions, but that doesn't count the ones with feathers. If an avian flu strikes, you could lose everything." Lin Chen, half amused and half exasperated, replied, "If we were to fear everything, then we might as well not engage in business at all, just deposit the money in a bank. I think putting it in a bank is quite a good idea. You earn interest every year," his mother retorted with a pout. At this moment, his father interjected, "What do you know? At this age, children should be establishing their careers. If you let him stay home and live off the family's savings, he'd be rendered useless." "Father, you are entirely correct." Lin Chen promptly praised his father with a thumbs up and a cheerful compliment. His mother, unimpressed, responded, "Only you two are right. I have no intention of getting involved. Hand me the car keys." "Why do you need the car keys?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. "I intend to drive. Your cousin is ill, and we must go to the city to visit her. We can't very well take the tractor, can we?" His mother stated matter-of-factly. "Then allow me to shower first, and I'll accompany you," Lin Chen offered immediately. His mother, somewhat impatient, said, "No need for that. You stay home with Duo. We are going to the hospital. And since it's all viruses, Duo cannot come. You stay home and look after the child." Lin Chen scratched his head. "If I don't go, you wouldn't be able to drive the car anyway." His mother shot him a disdainful glance before slapping a notebook down in front of him. "Who do you look down upon? I obtained my driver's license before you did." Lin Chen was taken aback, flipping through the pages to discover she indeed had it a year earlier. "Mother, you truly are a woman of hidden talents," he exclaimed with amusement. "Indeed. Now, stop talking nonsense and hand me the car keys," his mother demanded triumphantly. Reluctantly, Lin Chen surrendered the keys, cautioning, "Mother, though you possess a license, you don't drive often. Please be careful on the road and avoid accidents." "Truly verbose," my mother declared with unyielding authority. "If your vehicle were to collide, it would be others who suffer the repercussions." Lin Chen felt a twinge of unease at her words. However, his parents disregarded him and swiftly departed. Not wishing to linger at the construction site with his daughter, he exchanged a brief greeting with Gao Jiangwo before heading home. Just as he arrived, his phone rang. Without checking the caller ID, Lin Chen answered, "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Zoukai." "Chenggu, have you arrived yet? I have some matters at the shop. You should head there first. You know where Yufulu is, right? We'll meet there." Zoukai seemed preoccupied, quickly rattling off a series of details. "Ah, what?" Lin Chen momentarily lost his train of thought, suddenly recalling their planned class reunion. "Hey, don't just say ah. I'm busy here. We'll talk later." Zoukai hastily ended the call. Lin Chen felt somewhat dazed, having completely forgotten about the reunion. Checking the time, he noted it was 6:10 p.m. With the gathering set to commence at 7. Fortunately, he still had time. "Daughter, sit tight. Daddy is taking you out for a grand feast," he assured Duo. Determined not to leave her home alone, especially since the reunion didn't specify that family members were unwelcome. In a flurry, he dashed to shower but forgot to find a change of clothes. Realizing time was slipping away, he hastily threw on a jacket over his work attire. Thankfully, the outer layer was snug and the inner clothes were not dirty. As he prepared to leave, it struck him that his mother had driven off with the pickup truck. "Great, what now? I'll just take the tractor," Lin Chen lamented, hastily starting the tractor, which sputtered to life, belching black smoke. Duo had an affinity for tractors. "Daddy, the tractor sounds so cute, and it can blow the wind too." Her delight reminded Lin Chen of how men often fancied convertible sports cars. By 6:50 p.m., he arrived in the county, driving the tractor and pulling up to Yufulu. The sight of his tractor, billowing black smoke, left the doorman in a state of astonishment. Over the years, they had seen patrons arrive in luxury cars, on bicycles, electric scooters, motorcycles, and even on foot. But never had they encountered someone arriving at Yufyulu in a tractor. Fortunately, the staff were accustomed to all sorts of patrons, and they respectfully ushered Lin Chen inside. Upon entering, he spotted a cluster of people chatting and laughing. A few familiar faces greeted him, yet many were now mere shadows of his memory after a decade apart. "You are Lin Chen, right?" A striking woman approached him, her tall frame accentuated by sleek black stockings and a fitted blazer, exuding professionalism. Her modest high-heeled shoes enhanced her elegance without overshadowing the men in her company. "You are Gusini, the class monitor, aren't you? Truly, time has transformed you. You have become even more beautiful." Lin Chen was profoundly impressed by the woman before him. Gusini had performed commendably in her studies. Had she attended a prestigious school in the city, gaining admission to university would have been a certainty. Unfortunately, the educational quality near Taihang Ridge was rather concerning. And in the end, she only managed to secure a place at a vocational college, the status of which remained unknown to him. With a gentle smile, Gusini remarked, "Ah, old classmate, after a few years in university, you've certainly learned to articulate your thoughts. Back in high school, you were quite the fiery one." Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, he had been rather outspoken in those days. Rubbing his head sheepishly, he replied, "I was young and naive back then. Duo. Call her Aunt Cinny." "Sister Cinny," Duo sweetly chimed. Gusini couldn't help but laugh, tenderly ruffling Duoduo's little head, and said, "What a delightful little treasure. She must be your daughter, right? She speaks far more eloquently than you, her father." Lin Chen chuckled. "Well, I was merely concerned she might misaddress you. Now, let us each speak on our own terms. Surely that will suffice." "Ah, it seems you have truly mastered the art of flattery," Gusini replied with a laugh, finding Lin Chen, her old classmate, to be more easygoing and approachable than during their high school days. Just then, 3 young men approached, eyeing Lin Chen with a hint of hostility. "Oh, isn't this our academic prodigy, Lin Chen?" one of them remarked. Chapter 49, Whose Tractor is at the Door. 3 individuals lined up, the leader sporting a slick hairstyle, exuding an air of flamboyance, his tone unmistakably sharp. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, poised to speak, when Duo, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Dalin, what is a university dad? You are not their father. Why do they call you that?" Lin Chen could not stifle his laughter, chuckling heartily. "Truly, my daughter possesses a remarkable wit." The trio stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by a child's critique, caught in a dilemma of whether to retaliate or not. With a grin, Lin Chen remarked, "Forgive her, my daughter is just a child and does not comprehend. You won't take offense, will you, esteemed scholars?" "Apologies. I couldn't hold it in," Gusini admitted sheepishly. "Dalin, what does scholar dregs mean?" Duo inquired with curiosity. Lin Chen replied, "Scholar dregs is the evolution of a mediocre student. At least a mediocre student retains some substance, but a scholar dreg dissipates at the slightest touch, leaving no trace behind." The trio appeared bewildered. They had initially intended to assert dominance, but found themselves at a disadvantage, playfully teased by a child. Gusini chuckled, "Old classmate, it seems your combative spirit remains unchanged." "I was overly optimistic before." Lin Chen laughed heartily, then addressed the trio. "Why the long faces? Our high school days weren't particularly pleasant. But we were young and naive then. It would be pointless to stir up trouble now." With Lin Chen's words, the tension that had accumulated dissipated entirely. The leader, sporting the slick hairstyle, conceded, "Well, it has been over a decade. Perhaps we should let bygones be bygones." Lin Chen replied cheerfully, "Chen Can, you have indeed matured. Let us share a few drinks today. I toast to you, as well as to Dan Wei and Zhu Bao." The trio, while still harboring some remnants of discontent from the past, found it difficult to maintain their anger. The truth of their words was evident. It would be futile to quarrel further. Chen Can sighed. "Back then, you always had us at a disadvantage. Now, with your antics, you leave us no opportunity for revenge. Revenge is permissible, but only at the table. Time waits for no one," Lin Chen jested. Gusini added, "Exactly. We are old classmates. Does the past truly matter so much? We shared our best years together. Let us not squander that." Zhu Bao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we once held grudges. But only upon entering society did we realize that, regardless of love or hate, few harbored ill intentions during those times. Unlike now, where betrayal lurks behind every corner. Wishing for your downfall." Dan Wei chimed in. "Revenge at the table it is. I shall heed Lin Chen's words today." As their conversation flowed, Any lingering resentment faded away, replaced by the innocence and straightforwardness of their youthful days, particularly for those of them hailing from humble mountain villages. At that moment, Lin Chen declared, "You all arrived a bit late today. Before we indulge in our revelry, a self-punishment drink is in order." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen can helplessly remark that it was not his fault. He had been blocked by a tractor right at the entrance. The vehicle could not pass, leaving them with no choice but to park outside and walk over, which ultimately delayed their arrival. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, the smile on his face turning somewhat awkward as Dan Wei chimed in, questioning who could be so careless, as the tractor was firmly lodged there. Indeed, Lin Chen solemnly concurred. Just then, Duo attempted to speak but was silenced by Lin Chen's hand over her mouth. At that moment, a flustered greeter rushed in, sweating profusely, and shouted, "Whose tractor is blocking the entrance? Can someone move it? If not, we'll have to call a tow truck. Please don't tow it away." "I'll move it right away," Lin Chen exclaimed, realizing that if the tractor were to be towed, they would be stranded miles away from home that night. "Ah, so it was you." Chun Kan and his companions found themselves amused by Lin Chen's antics. Zhu Bao jokingly scolded him, saying he ought to drink 3 cups as punishment for his mischievousness, having pretended not to know. Lin Chen laughed along, handing Duo to Gu Sini before hurriedly running out to relocate the tractor. Upon returning after moving the tractor, Lin Chen noticed Gu Sini engaged in a heated discussion with the staff of Yufulu. "How can you treat us this way? We're not refusing to pay. Why can't we access a private room?" Gu Sini expressed her displeasure. The Yufulu staff apologized, explaining that due to high business volume that day, all private rooms were fully booked, and it would take approximately 2 hours for one to become available if they were willing to wait. Gu Sini, anxious, countered, "But we have children with us. We cannot wait that long. Besides, aren't there 3 unoccupied private rooms on the top floor?" The staff responded with a bitter smile. "The 3 rooms you mentioned are not open to the public. It's a rule set by our boss, and we have no authority to change that." Frowning, Gu Sini turned to Chen Kan, suggesting, "If it comes down to it, we could sit in the hall or perhaps choose another restaurant." She felt a sense of responsibility for the oversight as the organizer. Lin Chen returned with Duo, and Gu Sini apologized, feeling guilty about the child potentially going hungry. Lin Chen reassured her, "It's all right. We had snacks on the way here, so she should still be fine, right, Duo?" Duo promptly nodded, declaring, "I'm not hungry. I can lose some weight. Girls need to watch their figure." Gu Sini was charmed by Duo's innocence, but knew they needed to consult the classmates regarding their next steps. Meanwhile, Lin Chen quietly approached the staff of Yufulu with Duo in his arms and inquired, "May I ask if the private rooms are indeed unavailable? Or is there another issue?" The staff, with a sense of resignation, replied, "I'm sorry, sir. The rooms are normally available, but they are not open to the public unless our boss gives the word. You understand, in business, we aim to maximize our earnings, but we lack the authority to open those rooms." Lin Chen nodded, comprehending Fong Siming's intentions. Those rooms were likely reserved for distinguished guests who must not be offended. "Does this card grant access?" Lin Chen produced the card given to him by Fong Siming. Upon seeing the individual from Yufulu, a look of astonishment flickered across their face. They promptly approached to conduct an inspection and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we possess the imperial card of Yufulu, of which only 3 have been distributed." The manager discreetly scrutinized Lin Chen, seemingly incredulous that a mere tractor driver could hold such a prestigious card. "Then let us reserve a private room." Lin Chen replied with a smile, "Certainly, that poses no issue. I shall have someone prepare it immediately." With that, they returned the card to Lin Chen and hurried off to arrange the room. As Lin Chen made his way back to the main hall, Gu Sini was exclaiming, "All right. We shall seat ourselves in the living room. I sincerely apologize for this oversight. I will certainly make amends with everyone later. The class monitor is being overly courteous." "It matters not where we are," someone interjected. "What truly counts is the bond we share. With mutual affection, everything else falls into place." Gu Sini quickly expressed her gratitude to everyone. At that moment, the manager of Yufulu emerged, making his way toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen swiftly stepped back, pulling Gu Sini aside, and remarked, "Class monitor, it seems he has something to discuss with you." Chapter 50. Exceptional classmates. The manager of Yufu Tower was perceptive. Upon noticing the situation, he immediately grasped the essence of it. He turned his gaze towards Gu Sini and said, "Miss, to express our gratitude for your support of Yufu Tower, we have specially prepared a private room for you. You may ascend now." Gu Sini beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Really? That is wonderful. Classmates, let us go upstairs. The crowd cheered and made their way to the top-floor private room, while Lin Chen exchanged a grateful look with the manager. Just as they were about to ascend, they spotted a woman nestled in a man's embrace, her voice dripping with sweetness as she said, "Qing Feng, do you think the people from Yufu Tower recognized you?" The man, with a smug glint in his small eyes, replied confidently, "Of course. Alas, these impoverished folks have taken advantage of the situation." Lin Chen could not help but roll his eyes. At that moment, Qin quietly remarked, "Qi Feng, you haven't forgotten, have you? I'm telling you, while we can transform conflict into harmony, don't even think about it with him. Ever since his father struck it rich, he has looked down on everyone. I don't know how he managed to get invited today. It's utterly revolting." Lin Chen, intrigued, inquired, "Is he the one who loves to boast? The one who pursued our class monitor for 3 years and unilaterally declared that they were a couple?" Qin chuckled, "Haha, otherwise how could you have gotten into university? Your memory is quite sharp. I would have almost forgotten that." Lin Chen laughed as well. How could one forget? This guy claimed he should be in a relationship with our class monitor. When others asked him why he thought so, he said, "I have already agreed. Gu Xini has yet to." Indeed, what a character. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Otherwise, it would be utterly nauseating, Chunkin added with a laugh. Upon entering the private room, they found Gu Qingfeng lounging casually, a woman seemingly glued to his side, nestled comfortably in his embrace. Gu Xini inquired about everyone's meal preferences and proceeded to place the order. Suddenly, Gu Qifeng interjected, "You all are benefiting from my presence. But I want to be covering the meal today. You can't take advantage of me endlessly." The group exchanged glances, and Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. This fellow was truly eccentric, a rarity among mortals. Gu Xini restrained her frustration and smiled, saying, "Today's meal is on me, as long as everyone is happy." Gu Qifeng replied with a hint of regret, "Xini, you don't need to spend so much to please me. I already have Xiaoye." Lin Chen swore he saw the veins on Gu Xini's forehead throb several times, had it not been for the numerous onlookers. She might have been tempted to commit a heinous act. The atmosphere turned awkward, but fortunately, the beautiful class monitor maintained her composure and chose to ignore Gu Qifeng. As the dishes and drinks began to arrive, the door to the private room swung open once more, and Zhou Kai entered with a woman. "Apologies for my tardiness. I had some matters to attend to. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Please forgive me." Zhou Kai quickly apologized. A familiar voice chimed in, "You. Arriving late is better than not arriving at all. We can't let you off without some penalty. Don't blame me. I wouldn't have been this late otherwise." But guess what happened? Zhou Kai settled beside Lin Chen, patting his thigh with exasperation. "I can't fathom which scoundrel parked a tractor in the lot, occupying 2 spaces. I was stuck there for ages trying to maneuver." A chuckle escaped Gu Xini, along with Chun Kan, Zhu Bao, and Shan Wei, the latter inadvertently spewing his drink in laughter. Zhou Kai, bewildered, turned to Lin Chen and inquired, "Brother Chen, is this really so amusing? Why is everyone laughing so heartily?" Lin Chen, somewhat embarrassed, gestured to his own nose and confessed, "I parked that very tractor you mentioned." A wave of laughter erupted in the private room, prompting Zhou Kai to exclaim, "Brother Chen, what are you even singing about?" Lin Chen shot him a glare and retorted, "What do you mean? This is the part where I penalize you with a drink." He then poured Zhou Kai a glass of beverage. Since many classmates had driven to the gathering, Gu Xini opted for soft drinks instead of alcohol, leading to a chorus of cheers as Zhou Kai, undeterred by the non-alcoholic fare, downed 3 cups in quick succession, invigorating the atmosphere. With many attendees reuniting after a long time, initial hesitations faded, and the warmth of old friendships resurfaced, sparking lively conversations. Amidst the chatter, Gu Qingfeng suddenly interjected, "Lin Chen, showing up in a tractor is rather uncouth, don't you think? It diminishes our stature as classmates. Look at my car, worth over 300,000. My father has bought several. You are the most educated among us. How have you fallen to such a state? I even heard you've returned home to farm now?" Gu Qifeng's barrage of questions drew frowns from the crowd, for no one appreciated such a disparaging remark from a classmate. Lin Chen, however, remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, I have been back home for a while, tending to several acres of land. But I must disagree with your notion that driving a tractor diminishes one's status. A person's vehicle should reflect their identity. As a farmer, what else should I drive but a tractor? Moreover, it is earned with my own labor. What shame is there in that? If anything is shameful, it is relying on someone else's earnings without having achieved anything on one's own." Lin Chen's words incited laughter among the group. as they recognized his subtle mockery of Gu Qingfeng's reliance on his father's wealth. Seeing the crowd's amusement, Gu Qingfeng quickly remarked, "Look, everyone is laughing at you. Yet you claim it's not shameful." The laughter grew even louder, as Gu Qingfeng proved to be quite the entertainer, often leaving others at a loss for a retort. "Qingfeng, you are quite impressive, even more so than a university student." Gu Qingfeng's companion promptly praised him. He replied with pride, "Of course. The university graduates from my father's company don't dare speak in my presence. I just choose not to attend. Otherwise, I could easily be a PhD or a graduate student. Today's university students are of little use, earning a mere 2,000 or 3,000 a month. Not enough to buy you a decent outfit. Look at Lin Chen. Unable to find a job that pays 2,000 or 3,000, reduced to farming at home." Lin Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it was not out of fear that others refrained from speaking to Gu Qingfeng, but rather a lack of interest in engaging with him. At this moment, Chunkin was quite displeased and directly addressed Lin Chen, saying, "Lin Chen, if you have some free time lately, why not come and assist me? The monthly salary is 8,000. I am aware of your capabilities, and this sum may seem trivial. It will increase in due time. Chen Can, do not try to outbid me." Gu Sini interjected, "Lin Chen, come to my side. I offer 10,000 a month. If you perform well, I shall grant you equity." Lin Chen understood that both Chan Can and Gu Sini were merely attempting to elevate his status and replied with a smile, "I appreciate the kind offer, but it is truly unnecessary. I am currently thriving in my agricultural pursuits. Should the day come when I can no longer sustain myself, I will seek your assistance then." Seeing Lin Chen's resolute stance, both were somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Zhou Kai chuckled and remarked, "Gentlemen, Lin Chen speaks the truth. Just a few days ago, he came to me and acquired a pickup truck, a Ford 450, known as the Highway Behemoth. It is quite imposing, valued at 1.2 million, and Lin Chen purchased it outright. Do you truly believe he is in need of money?" I told him, "Why drive a Ford when you own a tractor? What are you trying to prove?" Lin Chen chuckled in response. "It's not about whether I can afford it, but rather that it consumes far too much fuel." Everyone laughed, but no one took it seriously, assuming Zhou Kai was merely exaggerating. What nonsense! How many Ford 450s are there in Taiyang Ridge? I saw someone driving one into the city when I arrived. Surely, it cannot be a relative of yours? Gu Qingfeng scoffed. Unable to contain his amusement, Lin Chen replied, "Indeed, it is a relative of mine." Chapter 51. Morning sickness. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, remarking that one truly could put on a fade. Lin Chen paid no heed to Gu Qingfeng. With such an insufferable character, the more you ignored him, the more emboldened he became. Lin Chen turned his attention to the woman beside Zhou Kai, smiling as he asked, "Would you care to introduce us?" Zhou Kai promptly replied, "This is your sister-in-law, Gao Mingyao. Mingyao, this is Lin Chen, my good friend who has looked after me in the past." "Hello, brother Lin," Gao Mingyao greeted softly. Lin Chen responded with a smile, "Sister-in-law, how are you?" Duo, have you greeted everyone yet?" "Hello, Sister Mingyao." "Hello, Uncle." Duo sweetly called from Lin Chen's embrace. Laughter erupted among the group, with Zhou Kai joining in. "Why is she calling you sister and me uncle?" "Because girls remain forever youthful, while boys must mature early." Duo replied matter-of-factly. Zhou Kai scratched his head, feeling that Duo's statement held a kernel of truth, leaving him unable to refute her. The adorable Duo quickly captured the affection of all the girls present, with some urging her to taste this dish and others asking for photographs, instantly becoming the center of attention. As Lin Chen and Zhou Kai chatted and dined, they noticed Gao Mingyao persistently gagging, her brow furrowed deeply. "Sister-in-law, what seems to be the matter?" Lin Chen inquired. Zhou Kai sighed. "She is pregnant and suffering from severe morning sickness. Whatever she eats comes back up. At this rate, we may need to take her to the hospital for nutritional support." "Is the reaction really that intense?" Lin Chen remarked, intrigued. "Alas, I hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. Currently, the only vegetables she can tolerate are from Jiwei Lu, but they are not only expensive but also hard to come by, as they are in limited supply. I was late today because I went to Jiwei Lu to purchase some vegetables. Did you manage to get any?" a girl inquired. Zhou Kai shook his head in resignation. And Gu Sini interjected, "Why didn't you mention it earlier? We could have arranged to dine at Jiwei Lu instead." Zhou Kai chuckled bitterly. "It's no use. Even if we went, we might not be able to order any dishes. Their vegetables are so popular that some need to be reserved days in advance. And once they're gone, they're gone." Seeing Gao Mingyao's distress, the group felt a surge of sympathy. Lin Chen turned to the waiter, asking, "Could you kindly summon your manager?" "Certainly." The waiter nodded. In a short while, The manager of Yufu Lu entered, wearing a friendly smile. "Good day, everyone. How may I assist you?" Lin Chen replied, "Manager, could you arrange for someone to pack a few portions of their specialty vegetables from Jiwei Lu?" The manager, along with Gusini and others, was taken aback. Was Lin Chen intending to make a bold move against two establishments at once? The manager quickly responded, "I apologize, sir. I would be delighted to assist. However, Jiwei Lu may not agree. Our establishments have always been in competition, and at this hour, their specialty vegetables are likely sold out." Fearing the manager's potential ire, Zhou Kai quickly interjected, "Brother Chen, it's not necessary. Manager, please continue with your duties." Lin Chen looked at the manager and insisted, "Just go over and mention that it's a request from Lin Chen. If it truly proves difficult, have them call me." Seeing this, Gu Qifeng scoffed. "What use is a farmer's name? Manager, you should just say you are the son of Gu Yongjun. That is what Gu Qifeng desires." The manager paid no heed to Gu Qifeng and nodded at Lin Chen, saying, "All right, sir, I will send someone right away. Please wait a moment." The owner of the Emperor card, not only could he order takeout from a rival restaurant, but also dismissed this manager with immediate effect. At this moment, Zhou Kai recalled that day when he accompanied Lin Chen to buy a car, and the woman suspected to be the owner of Jiwei Lu. He quietly asked, "Brother Chen, could this be too troublesome?" "What trouble is there? It's not like we aren't paying," Lin Chen replied. A group of people shed tears, bewildered by the ignorance that breeds fearlessness. Some things, even with wealth, one may not be able to acquire. The crowd was perplexed by Lin Chen's intentions, wondering if he was not merely embarrassing himself. Lin Chen poured a glass of water for Gao Meng out and encouraged her, "Take a sip. It will make you feel better." When Duoduo's mother was pregnant with her, she also suffered from severe morning sickness. Alas, it was quite a hardship. Gao Mengyao perceived that her husband's friend was a considerate person and curiously inquired, "Where is your sister-in-law? Did she not come today?" Lin Chen's expression stiffened. Noticing this, Gao Mengyao quickly realized a possibility and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I didn't know." Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile. "It's fine. We are just temporarily apart." After saying this, he kissed his daughter's forehead and held her tighter. The others understood. Gu Qingfeng had just taken a bite of his dish and pointed his chopsticks at Lin Chen, saying, "Look, a man must have wealth, or else no woman will be with you. When I was poor, none of you looked up to me, did you? Now you are all flattering me. Even beauties like Yaya are now flocking to me. To put it bluntly, Lin Chen, you are still lacking in capabilities." "Capabilities of reincarnation?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, his lips trembling as he struggled to respond, leaving the onlookers feeling quite satisfied, secretly admiring Lin Chen's skill in retorting. As the former class leader and today's organizer, Gusini did not want the atmosphere to turn too tense. So she took the initiative to change the subject, and soon the ambience became lively again. Lin Chen peeled a large shrimp for Duo, but the little girl refused to eat it, spoiled by the good things at home. However, Lin Chen found little taste in such delicacies, compared to the space-grown vegetables. Even the jade tree vegetables he cultivated held no comparison. Just then, there came a knock on the door of the private room. Gusini said, "Please come in." As the door opened, the manager of Yufu Lu entered with a tall, elegantly dressed woman. The crowd couldn't help but glance at the long-legged beauty. She was quite comparable to Gusini. Upon seeing the tall woman, Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he stood up, walking towards her. "Boss Wang, why do you personally come here? You honor me too much." The tall woman approached Gu Qingfeng, but just as he extended his hand to shake hers, she unexpectedly bypassed him and walked directly towards Lin Chen. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Kai silently mused that the individual accompanying Brother Chen that day was indeed Boss Wang. At that moment, Duo, nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, sweetly called out, "Aunt Wang." The person who arrived was none other than Wang Jing, the proprietor of Jiwei Lu. Upon hearing Duo's endearing address, Wang Jing's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Our little princess is here. Why haven't you come to Aunt Wang's for a meal?" Having met Wang Jing once, the little girl had charmed her with her sweet words, earning Wang Jing's affection. "You little one, don't you know how to speak? Boss Wang is so young and beautiful. You ought to call her sister instead." At this moment, Gu Qifeng felt a wave of embarrassment and, with hands on hips, glared at Duo, raising his voice. Lin Chen, who had been enduring Gu Qingfeng's antics all evening, suddenly stood up, glaring back and retorting, "What business is it of yours? How my daughter addresses others is my prerogative as her father. Do I need your guidance? What is this? Has your father neglected to teach you, leaving you to seek guidance from others?" Lin Chen remained unfazed by most matters, often laughing them off. But when it came to his daughter, no matter who it was, be it a celestial being or a powerful figure, he would fiercely defend her. In the past, during the tumultuous times with Duo's mother's family, Lin Chen had never wavered. For his daughter, he would go to any lengths, even at the cost of his own life. Chapter 52. An enormous-faced Duo nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, slightly frightened by Gu Qingfeng's earlier outburst, burying her face in the crook of Lin Chen's neck. Yet, in a soft voice, she reassured him, "Big Lin, don't be angry, he didn't scare me at all. Duo is the bravest, I'm not scared at all." Lin Chen gently patted her back and caressed her soft cheek. Chen Can and the others turned to Gu Qifeng, questioning, "Why are you shouting at a child? Do you find this amusing?" Gu Qifeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed by their remarks, could only turn to Wang Jing and say, "Boss Wang, please don't be upset. He's just a farmer, completely clueless, a rustic fellow." At this moment, Wang Jing frowned and replied discontentedly, "Sir, please show some respect for my friends. Moreover, I do not know you, so please don't act as if we are familiar, all right?" Gu Qingfeng's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he hastily introduced himself. "I am Gu Yongjun's son, Gu Qingfeng." Wang Jing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Sorry, I don't know you." Even Gu Qifeng, with his thick skin, found it difficult to bear and could only sulkily return to his original seat. Wang Jing then turned to Lin Chen, saying, "Brother, this is rather inconsiderate of you. Since you're in the county town, you should come eat at my place. Ordering takeout is simply not appropriate." Lin Chen smiled apologetically. "Sister Wang, this is a gathering of classmates, and I didn't choose the location. My sister-in-law is pregnant and has severe morning sickness. Only the vegetables from your place are palatable for her, so I had to trouble you." Lin Chen hadn't anticipated that Wang Jing would come over from Jiwei building herself. He felt that she had been exceedingly gracious, and if he didn't accept her hospitality, it would indeed be ungrateful. Zhou Kai, pulling Gao Mingyao along, said, "I'm sorry for the trouble, Boss Wang." Wang Jing smiled. "It's no trouble at all. I'll inform the staff. From now on, you can go directly to the kitchen to pick up your dishes. Regardless of anyone else, I cannot neglect Lin Chen's friends. His friends are my friends, so don't be courteous with me." While they spoke, the signature vegetables from Jiwei building were brought in, with Wang Jing ordering over a dozen plates. The table was soon filled to capacity, forcing them to set aside some of the unfinished dishes. "Everyone, do sample the signature vegetables from Jiwei building. They are simply exquisite," Zhou Kai urged. With Wang Jing bringing so many plates, there was no fear of shortage, and everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. This stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat is delightful. What did they add to the tomato and egg soup? It's incredibly fresh. You must try this rice noodle salad with cucumber. It's exceptional." The group's eyes sparkled with joy as they indulged in the meal. Noticing this, Lin Chen quickly fetched 2 plates for Gao Mingyao, fearing that she might miss out completely. Though they had already eaten to a comfortable extent, within minutes, they polished off the numerous plates of signature vegetables. The 2 plates Lin Chen had saved specifically for Gao Mingyao were devoured quickly, leaving her with a satisfied and blissful expression. "Darling, nothing is as good as what we have at home," Duo whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Gu Qifeng and his wife were seated not far away, and perhaps due to Gu Qingfeng's earlier embarrassment, his wife immediately chimed in upon hearing Duo. "Little sister, you mustn't be picky, and certainly don't speak untruths. This is a limited edition signature dish from Jiwei building. How could anything made at home be better than this?" Lin Chen cast a glance at the woman and stated unequivocally that his daughter never tells lies. "Oh, are you suggesting that your home-cooked dishes surpass those of Jiwei Tower?" The woman retorted, as if seizing an opportunity. At that moment, Wang Jing suddenly chimed in. "As far as vegetables are concerned, even if a 5-star hotel in the city claims theirs is superior to mine, I would not concede." "Right. Even Boss Wang has said so," exclaimed Xiaoyeye, brimming with excitement. However, Wang Jing swiftly shifted her tone. "But I must acknowledge that only Lin's family claims their vegetables are better than mine." Xiaoye's face shifted between shades of green and white as she huffed. "Of course, you would defend him since you were close." Wang Jing smiled gently and replied, "It's not that. The exceptional taste of the vegetables from Jiwei Tower is entirely due to the quality of the produce itself, which is supplied by Lin Chen. His are even tastier. What is so surprising about that?" The crowd was momentarily stunned, all eyes turning to Lin Chen. No wonder the beautiful owner of Jiwei Tower held him in such high regard. It turned out that Lin Chen was a supplier, and a supplier of specialty vegetables at that. It was well understood why Jiwei Tower overshadowed Yufu Tower. Lin Chen certainly held immense prestige in Wang Jing's eyes. Noticing the attention directed at him, Lin Chen shrugged and remarked, "What are you all looking at me for? I've mentioned that I've been farming recently. And it's going quite well." The crowd fell silent. Was he merely doing well? It was as if he had achieved something extraordinary. Xiao Yeye promptly took a seat and fell silent, realizing that any further comments would only lead to embarrassment. Wang Jing turned to Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, we have a guest room at Jiwei Tower. I'll reserve one for you tonight. Since you've been at Yufu Tower, it's only appropriate to rest at Jiwei Tower, isn't it?" Lin Chen quickly responded, "No need. Wang Jie, I'll head back." "How will you return?" "I've seen it. There is no Ford Beast in the parking lot. Are you planning to run back?" The crowd's spirits, which had begun to settle, suddenly soared again. It seemed that Zhou Kai was not merely jesting. Everything he said was true. Yet, how could a humble farmer afford a vehicle worth $2 million? Lin Chen chuckled. "My mom took the Ford to the city to see a patient. I came here on a tractor." The crowd collectively choked, realizing that Guqi Feng had lied after all. The only Ford Beast in Taihang Ridge was indeed in the city, but it belonged not just to Lin Chen's relative, but to his own mother. No matter how thick-skinned Guqi Feng was, he felt a flush of heat on his face at that moment. Chen Kan, Zhubao, and Shan Weishiwei silently rejoiced, inwardly laughing at their fortune. Lin Chen had come in a tractor, playing the role of a humble farmer. While they had narrowly escaped being the ones to take the fall, they certainly didn't possess Guqi Feng's audacity. If Lin Chen had retaliated, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. "Black. The top student is indeed black. Let us remain good friends. I no longer wish to be the tiger. Being a tiger is exhausting." They each mused internally. Seeing that Lin Chen was determined to leave, Wang Jing refrained from further imposing and simply shared a couple of drinks with the others before departing. The crowd quickly resumed their conversation. Lin Chen remarked to Zhou Kai, "Zhou Kai, consuming only vegetables is inadequate. It leads to nutritional imbalance, which is detrimental to the fetus." Zhou Kai sighed, "There is nothing to be done. Aside from these vegetables, anything else is promptly rejected." Indeed, it posed quite a dilemma, Lin Chen concurred. At that moment, Gao Mengyao interjected, "Actually, there is a solution. At the beginning of last month, my mother-in-law purchased some expensive strawberries for me. After I consumed those strawberries, I no longer experienced nausea and was able to eat other foods without issue. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to find them again since." Lin Chen paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. "What you've described sounds almost mythical. Who has ever heard of strawberries alleviating morning sickness?" Zhou Kai chuckled helplessly. Was it an elderly woman with a child who returned for a second purchase, scooping up all the strawberries? Lin Chen inquired after a moment's contemplation. Yao Mengyao blinked in surprise and quickly replied, "Yes, my mother-in-law indeed went back for a second time and bought up all the remaining strawberries." "How did you know?" Chen Ge, Lin Chen, both amused and exasperated, replied, "How could I not know? The vendor selling those strawberries was me." Chapter 53. The class reunion concludes delightfully. Is this real? Both Zhou Kai and Gao Mengyao wore perplexed expressions. Not only them, but Lin Chen himself found it hard to believe. Who would have thought that the first customer to visit his strawberry stand would be Zhou Kai's mother? Such coincidences are truly remarkable. Of course, I remember selling them at 60 yuan per jean. Your mother was the first to patronize my stall, and then returned twice more to buy all my remaining strawberries. Lin Chen chuckled. Gao Mengyao nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, it was you, Brother Chen." Lin Chen grinned. "You should come back with me today on my tractor. I can assure you, you will have your fill of strawberries, as I have several acres." Gao Mengyao felt a twinge of excitement, while Zhou Kai hesitated before saying, "All right. Brother Chen, I'll impose on you a bit then. I wouldn't want any mishaps considering my wife just had our first child after several years of marriage. Right now, nurturing the baby is my priority." Lin Chen laughed. "What trouble could there be? I have a self-built home with ample space. And feeding you is merely a matter of adding a couple of chopsticks. Old classmates, if we decide to go, will we be welcomed?" Gusini chimed in with a smile. Lin Chen clasped his hands together, saying, "Dear brothers and sisters, while I cannot boast of much else, I assure you that in Yushu village, if you do not eat well, drink well, and feel comfortable, you can take my head as a wager." "What would we want your head for?" "We want to enjoy those high-priced strawberries. Chinzi, prepare good food and drink. We are determined to feast like nobility." "Brother Chen, you've changed. Where's that simple Chen from before? Why not rob a bank for those 60 yuan strawberries?" "I don't care. I want 200 jin to taste." Laughter and banter filled the air, and Lin Chen responded to each jest, secretly thinking how shocked they would be to learn that the price had now risen to 200 yuan and still was easily available. After some more light-hearted conversation, the group began to feel fatigued, and prepared to disperse. Gu Xini called to the waiter, "Please bring us the bill." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment," replied the waiter, who then glanced at her tablet, seemingly stunned before stating, "Actually, you are exempt from payment today?" The group was taken aback, and the previously quiet Gu Qingfeng suddenly interjected, "No, no, this is too much. Just give us a private room instead. It would be embarrassing to not pay." The waiter, equally bewildered, could only apologize. "Please wait a moment. I will consult with my manager." Once the waiter left, Gu Qingfeng remarked, "This is the nature of social favors. As long as one has the ability, respect follows wherever one goes." The others paid little attention to him, their gazes subtly shifting towards Lin Chen. The surprises he had brought them today were abundant, and one more seemed almost expected. Soon, the manager of Yufu Lu arrived, stating, "Everyone, you need not settle your bill today." Gu Qingfeng chuckled. "How could we accept this? It would be too much for your establishment. Just let them have their exemption. We should still pay. We cannot allow them to take advantage of our generosity." At that moment, everyone harbored a desire to reprimand the fool. And the manager of Yufu was equally perplexed by his antics. He turned to Lin Chen and said, "Mr. Lin, your Emperor card entitles you to complimentary services at Yufu, as per our proprietor's established policy." Indeed, it was Lin Chen. A unified thought emerged among the crowd. Lin Chen himself was somewhat taken aback. When Fang Sanming had given him the card, he had mentioned only discounts, not complimentary services. Well, this was quite an unexpected benefit. "All right then, let us not charge for our meals. Instead, let us settle the bill for those two." Lin Chen indicated toward Gu Qingfeng and his girlfriend, Xiao Yeye. The two were instantly dumbfounded, while the others suppressed their laughter. The swift retribution was satisfying, especially in the company of the protagonist. "Very well, you two. Please proceed with the payment." The manager of Yufu smiled at Gu Qingfeng and Xiao Yeye. Lin Chen paid no heed to their embarrassment and, along with the others, exited the private room. Everyone was reluctant to part ways, with some making plans to visit Lin Chen later, to which he readily agreed. In the parking lot, Lin Chen retrieved a tractor's crank handle from his bag, leaving Chen Can and the others astounded. "You've been carrying that around?" Chen Can exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Chen chuckled. "Isn't it fascinating? If I didn't keep it close, someone might steal it and drive away with my tractor. With all these cars around, one must be quite foolish to only target your tractor," Zhu Bao remarked, prompting laughter from the group. Chen Can turned to Lin Chen and said, "You sly fellow. You must have been plotting something today, preparing to play the fool while outsmarting everyone, right?" Lin Chen could not help but laugh, responding, "Chen Can, don't paint me in such a dark light. If you wish to envision me more sinisterly, perhaps there's a tale of a returning military hero in the mix?" In a fit of rage, 100,000 soldiers. "All right, enough with the rambling," Gu Xini interjected with a playful smile. She reminded everyone to ensure their safety on the roads and to maintain contact, as they might be able to assist one another in the future. After all, they were classmates and there was no need for hesitation. "Absolutely. No problem at all," Lin Chen replied. "Will mentioning your name grant me a discount when dining at Yufu in the future?" "Of course. What kind of discount?" "A substantial one." They exchanged a few more playful quips, and Gu Xini turned to Duo, bidding farewell. Duo, when I come to visit, will your father send me away?" Duo promptly responded, "Of course not. With such beautiful girls like us, Uncle Lin wouldn't dare." Everyone burst into laughter, and Lin Chen found himself both amused and bewildered by the girls' perceptiveness. After exchanging farewells, they began to disperse. Lin Chen started the tractor and said to the couple, "Zhou Kai and his wife, hop in. Your car is parked here. And I've spoken to the staff. They won't charge you for parking." Once inside the vehicle, Lin Chen handed Zhou Kai 2 flashlights. Zhou Kai, taken aback, asked, "What are these for?" "To light the way. If my headlights aren't functioning, you'd better illuminate the road. Otherwise, if you fall into a ditch, it'll certainly be your responsibility," Lin Chen replied. Zhou Kai, with a pained expression, said, "Brother Chen, I regret it. Could you let us return, please? This has cost us dearly." Lin Chen burst into laughter, and Zhou Kai soon realized he had been jested with. Gao Mingyao covered her mouth in amusement, saying, "Brother Chen is just teasing you. Even if he is indifferent to his own safety, he certainly cannot be unconcerned about Duoduo's." Lin Chen gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that his sister-in-law understood far more than him. As they traveled, the tractor rumbled steadily, yet Lin Chen drove with remarkable tranquility. By the time they reached home, it was already past 10, nearing 11. His parents had returned and, upon learning that Zhou Kai and Gao Mingyao were Lin Chen's classmates and friends, greeted them warmly. They arranged a room with fresh linens, prompting the couple to express their gratitude repeatedly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Lin Chen's father pulled him aside and quietly said, "You should visit your grandfather tomorrow morning." "Oh, is there something going on?" Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. "Yes, when we saw your second aunt today, your grandfather was there too. He mentioned that Lin Weilong's father has been bothering him for 2 days. You should go check on it," his father replied with a hint of concern. "Huh. He truly wishes his son to languish in prison until death," Lin Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening, then assured his father, "All right, Dad. I will go first thing in the morning. You needn't worry. It will be fine." "Good. I trust that you will handle it well," his father nodded in agreement. "Darling, come tuck me in," Duo called out after finishing washing her feet, her little cloth slippers adorning her tiny feet. "All right, my little treasure, Daddy will help you sleep," Lin Chen said as he lifted his daughter, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Darling, did you tell the story of how the Calabash brothers found Snow White today?" "Yes, indeed. Today we will continue the tale of Snow White and the 7 Calabash brothers." Meanwhile, Zhou Kai, who had just filled a cup with water to take to his wife, wore a puzzled expression. "What? Calabash brothers and Snow White? Isn't it the 7 warlords and Snow White? Brother Chen, are you just making things up?" Chapter 54. Grandfather Lin Xiaoshui. The following day, Lin Chen rose early, brewed a pot of wild fairy tea, and then picked some vegetables from his space. With the arrival of the Zhou Kai couple, he certainly could not afford to be negligent. Dahai also started his day bright and early, now engaged daily in managing dozens of acres of land with the workers he recruited, leaving him little time to rest. However, he occasionally indulged in Lin Chen's space vegetables and wild fairy tea, maintaining a spirited demeanor, brimming with enthusiasm each day. Lin Chen was generous with bonuses. Within less than a month, Dahai earned over 10,000, which further fueled his motivation. "Dahai, I plan to visit the county today. Once my classmates awaken, could you take them strawberry picking? It would be a pleasant diversion for them," Lin Chen instructed. Dahai scratched his head, unsure. "Is it appropriate to make them work? I can manage here without needing your classmates' assistance." "You don't understand. Those from the county seldom interact with nature. They relish such activities and often spend money to participate in picking events," Lin Chen elucidated. Dahai, possessing almost unconditional trust in his cousin, nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Zhou Kai also emerged, inhaling deeply in the courtyard. "Brother Chen, the air here is truly delightful." Lin Chen chuckled. "You're being dramatic. The county is less than 50 miles away. How much difference can there be in the air?" Zhou Kai smiled sheepishly, and Lin Chen continued. "You're not heading back today, are you? I've arranged with Dahai to take you strawberry picking. You can eat while you pick. And I assure you it's all organic and safe. Perfect for you and your wife to unwind." Zhou Kai expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen. No need for thanks. It's no trouble at all. However, I have matters to attend to today, and won't be able to accompany you. We can chat again when I return this evening," Lin Chen replied, as he planned to visit his grandfather's home in the county, estimating he would return only by nightfall. Zhou Kai quickly reassured him, "No worries, with Brother Dahai accompanying me, it will be just as good." Before departing, Lin Chen replenished the spiritual spring for his dog, Dahuang, gently stroking its head. This creature had become quite discerning, refusing any water other than the spiritual spring and wild fairy tea. Setting off in his Ford, Lin Chen leisurely drove towards the county. His grandfather, Lin Xiaoshui, resided in the county with his uncle's family. Aside from visiting for Qingming or during the New Year to pay respects at the ancestral graves, they rarely returned to Yushu village. Additionally, the relationship between his uncle's family and the second uncle's family, Lin Hai's family and Lin Chen's family, was rather strained. This situation was complicated. Lin Xiaoshui had invested nearly his entire life as savings to help his elder brother establish a home in the county. Yet, when the second uncle married, he did not even host a banquet, and during Lin Chen's parents' wedding, they were only gifted a new set of bedding. Fortunately, Lin Chen's mother did not mind his father's modest means. Otherwise, the existence of Lin Chen might have been in question. There was a lingering tension between the second uncle and Lin Chen's father regarding this issue, though it was never openly discussed. However, when Lin Chen's cousin, Lin Feng, and Lin Chen both applied to university, it led to considerable discord. At that time, Lin Chen's father sought to borrow some money from his father, Lin Xiaoshui, to support his son's education, as rural families often struggled financially. Unfortunately, he was stopped at the door by his sister-in-law and faced a barrage of mockery. Upon learning of the situation, Uncle Air was displeased and accompanied Lin Chen's father for another visit, which only exacerbated the tensions. Uncle and aunt even turned against the two men, declaring that they would no longer recognize the two brothers. They didn't even allow them to see their aged father. To put it plainly, it was all about money. Grandfather was a renowned winemaker, a prominent figure at a local distillery, and received a pension that he had devoted entirely to the eldest son's family throughout his life. Uncle's family relied heavily on him for their housing in the county, as well as for their son's university tuition and marriage expenses, all largely funded by grandfather. Grandfather Lin Xiaoshui was a man of considerable timidity, having been manipulated throughout his life. He was acutely aware that he had wronged his two younger sons, yet lacked the courage to confront his eldest son's family. The moment he spoke up for his two younger sons, he would face ridicule from his daughter-in-law, a veritable embodiment of submission. Uncle Er and Lin Chen's father were well aware of their father's temperament, and ultimately chose not to contest the matter any further. As long as the eldest family treated their father well, what did a little money matter? Fortunately, despite their shortcomings, Uncle's family was respectful towards the old man. After all, for each day grandfather lived, they benefited from an additional day of pension, a tangible blessing, indeed. Perhaps no one wished for grandfather's longevity more than they did. Lin Chen and Lin Hai held their grandfather in high esteem. He was a kind-hearted man who treated children with warmth. In the past, he would secretly save some money and, upon seeing Lin Chen and Lin Hai, would discreetly buy treats for them. His timid nature was intrinsic, but so was his kindness. Thus, Lin Chen and Lin Hai cherished their grandfather dearly, and even though opportunities to meet were scarce, their affection never waned. By 8 in the morning, Lin Chen had arrived in the county and made his way to his cousin's residential complex. He parked in the public area and descended the stairs, carrying a bag of fresh vegetables and a pound of wild tea. Uncle's residence, a modest 140 square meter apartment, although not as spacious as the homes built in the countryside, was still quite ample for the county. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen rapped on the door, and after a moment, it creaked open to reveal none other than grandfather Lin Xiaoshui. However, upon seeing his grandfather, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" he exclaimed, hastily setting down his belongings to support the old man. Grandfather had one arm in a sling, and his complexion was a sickly yellow, indubitably unwell. Yet, upon seeing Lin Chen, his countenance brightened considerably, and he managed a weak smile, explaining that he had taken a fall the previous evening, and that Lin Feng had taken him for a checkup. "It's nothing serious," he reassured, "just a soft tissue contusion." Lin Feng was none other than Lin Chen's cousin. Lin Chen helped his grandfather to a chair before retrieving the items he had left at the door, then fetched some hot water to brew a pot of wild tea for him. "Grandfather, this tea is from a friend of mine. It will be good for your health," Lin Chen said, gently cooling the tea before offering it to him. "Very well, my dear grandson, you should have some too. Allow me to fetch you some fruit," grandfather replied, turning to rummage through a bag behind the door. Grandfather's living space was a converted washroom, measuring only 2 or 3 square meters. Apart from a single bed, there was merely a bedside table, leaving little room to move. As Lin Chen accepted the apple his grandfather offered, a pang of sorrow struck him. The apple's skin was slightly wrinkled, suggesting it had been stored for some time. Just moments earlier, he had noticed fresh apples on the coffee table in the living room. This indicates that the elderly gentleman usually consumes fruits separately from uncle and his family. Didn't father previously mention that uncle's family treated the elderly gentleman well? Upon noticing Lin Chen's momentary surprise, the elderly gentleman hastily remarked, "Oh, my dear grandson, do not eat this. Allow me to fetch something from outside. It is of better quality." With that, he attempted to rise. Lin Chen quickly urged him to remain seated, responding with a smile, "No need for that, Grandpa. I truly enjoy this. The texture is delightful. Please, enjoy this tea I brought. It is quite pleasant." "Indeed. I shall savor the tea brought by my dear grandson," the grandfather replied with a smile. After taking a slight sip, he displayed an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear grandson, this tea is exquisite, is it not? If you enjoy it, please drink more. I will bring you plenty in the future." Lin Chen replied with a grin, "Why hasn't breakfast been prepared? Are you trying to starve us?" At that moment, an irate voice echoed. Chapter 55. Fury. Lin Chen recognized the voice as that of a young woman, presumably his cousin's wife. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his grandfather unexpectedly rose to his feet. "Oh dear, I forgot to prepare breakfast for them. Sit tight, my dear grandson. I shall return shortly," the old man said. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Chen watched as his grandfather exited. He then heard the woman's voice again. "What is wrong with you? You forgot to make breakfast." Have you become senile? She scolded loudly. A rush of blood surged to Lin Chen's head, and he sprang to his feet, striding into the living room. There, he found his grandfather smiling apologetically at a heavily made-up woman. Can't you make breakfast yourself? Can't you see the old man's hand is injured? Lin Chen shouted angrily. Startled by Lin Chen's sudden appearance, the woman gasped, Who are you? What are you doing in my home? His grandfather quickly interjected, My granddaughter-in-law, this is Lin Chen. My grandson and Lin Feng's cousin, from your third uncle's family. The woman regained her composure and rolled her eyes. Your third uncle's family? Didn't Lin Feng say you no longer kept in touch? With so many poor relatives, marrying him truly is a stroke of bad luck. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming urge to slap the woman. He turned to his grandfather, saying, Don't mind her. She has hands and feet. Let her cook for herself. The woman glared back defiantly. This is my house. What business do you have here? This is my grandfather. What do you mean, what business? Lin Chen shot back, his voice booming, unafraid of anyone. What's all this commotion? It's early morning. Can't we let people sleep? Just then, a young man emerged from the bedroom. Lin Chen paused. Nearly bursting into laughter, there was someone else in the house. A sudden jolt of concern struck him as he glanced at his grandfather's hand. Surely, his grandfather must have gone to see a doctor himself. How could Lin Feng, still in his pajamas, have taken him to the hospital? You are Lin Chen? Lin Feng surveyed Lin Chen with a furrowed brow. Their mutual disdain was palpable. They had both been university students. Yet Lin Chen attended a prestigious institution, while Lin Feng barely scraped into a lower-tier college. This disparity had left Lin Feng feeling inferior for quite some time. Do you know that Grandpa hurt his arm? Lin Chen asked coldly. Lin Feng examined the old man's arm, frowning. What did you do? Injured all the time? Aren't you tired of this? The old man's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he maintained a smile. Lin Chen, however, was seething with anger. Are you speaking human words? You don't care that Grandpa is injured and say such things? Lin Chen retorted. Lin Feng shot back. How am I not concerned? Besides, this is my home. Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Yes, get out. Mind your own business. The woman echoed, fists clenched. Lin Chen felt a fiery rage within him. At that moment, the ever-smiling old man suddenly exclaimed, What are you two talking about? Lin Chen is also my grandson. He came to visit me. Why should he leave? I contributed to this house too. Confronted with the sudden outburst from the elder, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng, filled with indignation, retorted with a sardonic smile. Well, you may have financed the house, but the rest is none of your concern. You are not to touch anything within the household. Oh, and you even poured him tea? The tea leaves at home were purchased by me, and I wouldn't even allow him a sip for the dog. As he spoke, Lin Feng grasped the teapot, but at that moment, Lin Chen swiftly approached and seized Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng felt as though his wrists were ensnared in a vice, a wave of agony coursing through him, rendering his complexion pale. Hey, let go. Quickly, release me. Lin Feng cried out in distress. Due to the prolonged enhancement from spatial vegetables and the spiritual spring, Lin Chen's physical condition had significantly improved over time, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. After relieving Lin Feng of the teapot, Lin Chen finally loosened his grip, stating, The tea leaves were brought by me. It is none of your business. Lin Feng stumbled back a couple of steps, gazing at his cousin with a mix of trepidation and astonishment. Gritting his teeth, he declared, You're formidable, Lin Chen. Once my parents return, you shall face the consequences. With that, he pulled the young woman with him into the room and slammed the door shut. Lin Chen shook his head in exasperation and turned to the elder, inquiring, Grandfather, is this how they usually treat you? The elder hastily shook his head, replying, No, they have been quite good typically. Lin Chen found it hard to believe. Yet he sighed, Let us set this aside for now. I heard from my father that Lin Jidong has been looking for you. The elder nodded, Yes. He has been pestering me for 2 days, saying Lin Weilong was arrested due to your report, and he wants me to persuade you to release him. Lin Chen frowned. What do you think, grandfather? The elder pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, I am unaware of the specifics. But I know my dear grandson is not one to extort. If you reported it, it must be that Lin Weilong has engaged in unscrupulous behavior. So proceed as you see fit. You need not concern yourself with me. I am not afraid of Lin Jidong. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the elder's unwavering trust in him, feeling a warmth in his heart. Rest assured, grandfather. There is truly no need to fear Lin Jidong. With me around, nothing will go awry. The elder nodded, taking Lin Chen's hand. My dear grandson, you have yet to have breakfast, have you? Allow me to prepare something for you. While Lin Chen had indeed already eaten, it appeared the elder had not. So he suggested, "Grandfather, let us dine out. Your grandson has earned some money and wishes to treat you." The elder immediately replied, "No need. Save your earnings for yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend in the future." Lin Chen smiled. A simple breakfast, one tea cost much, and besides, it is only right for a grandson to honor his grandfather. The elder, unable to resist Lin Chen's reasoning, cast a concerned glance towards Lin Feng's room, suggesting, "Perhaps I should prepare something first before we go out. They haven't eaten yet." Lin Chen, at a loss for words, wrapped his arm around the elders and insisted, "Let them be. They are adults and will not starve." As they exited, Lin Chen gathered the spatial vegetables and tea leaves he had brought, not wishing to leave them behind for someone else to benefit from. After some contemplation, he decided to take the elder to Jiweilu for a meal, as retrieving the car from the parking lot would be overly cumbersome and time-consuming. His reversing skills could be exasperating, so they opted for a taxi instead. Upon arriving at Jiweilu, Lin Chen initially intended not to disturb Wang Jing. However, upon entering, he spotted her conducting a morning meeting with the workers, and their eyes met. "What brings you here so early?" Wang Jing couldn't help but chuckle. "It's only been one night since I last saw you." "Are you missing me already?" Lin Chen grinned and replied, "A day apart feels like 3 seasons, considering we haven't seen each other for a night. It feels like quite a long time. Is it not perfectly natural to miss you, Wang Jie?" "Oh, such sweet words." Wang Jing laughed. "But I'm not joking. Wang Jie, this is my grandfather. I brought him here for some breakfast," Lin Chen explained. "Ah, good morning, old sir." Wang Jing promptly greeted him, then said, "We have our special jade tree vegetable buns and vegetable soup for breakfast. I'll bring out 2 baskets for you. They're limited for others. But for you and your grandfather, there is no need to worry about portions. You'll surely be satisfied." "Thank you, Wang Jie. And here is a little something for you." Lin Chen presented Wang Jing with some space vegetables and less than a pound of wild sin tea. Given how gracious she had been yesterday, he felt it was only right to reciprocate, ensuring that he wouldn't allow his relatives to take advantage of him without offering something in return. While Wang Jing could understand the tea, she found the amount of vegetables puzzling. Was such a small quantity meant to convey? Moreover, she certainly didn't lack for jade tree vegetables herself. Chapter 56. Who is close and who is distant? Lin Chen observed Wang Jing momentarily taken aback and smiled as he explained that the tea was specially sourced, unavailable in the market. As for the vegetables, they were an upgraded version from Yushu, albeit with a yield too low for commercialization. He thought she might enjoy a taste. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing's face lit up with joy. The quantity mattered little. It was the sentiment behind the gift that touched her heart, embodying the adage that a small gift carries profound affection. Little did she know that Lin Chen's gesture stemmed from a desire not to shortchange his uncle's family, which might have left her feeling rather disheartened. Soon, the signature vegetable dumplings and soup from Jiwei Pavilion were served. After sampling them, the elder's appetite was stirred. He devoured 2 baskets of dumplings and 2 bowls of soup, then requested 2 more baskets. Once he had his fill and let out a satisfied burp, he suddenly remembered his grandson beside him, realizing he had slightly lost his composure. "Grandfather, you really mustn't eat any more. Money is of no consequence, but if you overindulge, it could lead to dire consequences," Lin Chen remarked, half amused, half concerned. I'm done. I'm quite full now," the elder replied, somewhat bashfully. Lin Chen engaged in light conversation with the elder, but when he inquired about his living conditions, the elder became evasive, raising Lin Chen's suspicions. Since the elder wouldn't divulge anything, Lin Chen had no choice but to escort him home. In the community, the elder held Lin Chen's hand reluctantly, urging him to bring Duo to visit whenever possible, to which Lin Chen readily agreed. After seeing the elder up to his apartment, the elder, wary of a potential conflict between Lin Chen and Lin Feng, insisted Lin Chen return home once they reached the floor. Lin Chen sighed, resigning himself to descend alone. Just as he opened the car door, Lin Chen unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, none other than his second uncle, Lin Jidong. He promptly followed, trailing him to his uncle's home, where he overheard Lin Jidong's voice raised in anger. "Lin Xiaoshui, how cruel can you be? Wei Long is your junior, and you plan to see him imprisoned? Let me tell you, if my Wei Long goes to jail, I will make sure your family pays dearly. Your son won't have a peaceful life then," Lin Jidong thundered, as belligerent as ever. "And what business is that of mine? Your Lin Wei Long has wronged my dear grandson. If he ends up in jail, he has only himself to blame. You wanted a confrontation? Fine. I may not have long to live, but I am prepared to go down with you." Lin Xiaoshui, Lin Chen's grandfather, surprisingly retorted without hesitation. Look at you, growing bold enough to challenge me. I will destroy your family. Lin Jidong fumed. What are you doing, old man? How dare you speak to my second uncle like that? Came Lin Feng's voice. Lin Chen stood outside, both amused and enraged. Lin Feng's audacity was astonishing. His own grandfather referred to as old man, while Lin Jidong was addressed with such respect. This cousin of his, who was not truly family, treated Lin Wei Long as if he were a relative, displaying a remarkable tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. Why can't you see reason? Don't let this outsider ruin the bond between our families. Wouldn't you agree, second uncle? Chimed in Lin Feng's wife. Humph, at least you know how to speak properly. Lin Jidong scoffed in response. Look, second uncle, as you said, Uncle Wei Long has looked after us over the years. We are quite clear on who is close and who is distant, Lin Feng said with a smile. In the room, Grandpa Lin Xiaoshui, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed. Who is close and who is distant? Who are you talking about? Lin Chen is related to you by the same grandfather. And what of that? You treat him like a grandson, but has he ever asked you anything over the years? It's truly laughable, Lin Feng retorted coldly. Grandpa, filled with anger, said, Lin Feng, you cannot be unreasonable. Why haven't your second and third uncles come over these years? Isn't it because they've been accommodating your family? I have used my entire pension to support you. When Lin Chen was in university, you didn't even let me contribute. My salary card is still in your mother's hands. Your uncles have been selfless, and now you dare to speak like this? Where is your conscience? What are you shouting about, old man? Did I ever ask you to support my family? Besides, what do you think I consume without cost? I might even be the one footing the bill. Lin Feng replied coldly. You, how much do I spend on food and necessities? You eat the good fruit while I have the rotten ones. I eat alone at dinner, and at night I don't even turn on the lights. How much do you think I can spend in a month? Grandpa lamented, saddened that the grandson he had supported all his life could utter such words. Spare me your grievances. You claim to have supported us all your life, yet you secretly sent Lin Chen 800 yuan during his university days. Did you think we were unaware? I chose not to expose you for the sake of your pride. Lin Feng scoffed. Outside, Lin Chen was stunned. During his university days, his living expenses were barely sufficient, and he had to work tirelessly. When he received the 800 yuan, he thought it was from his father, but upon calling home, his father claimed ignorance. Lin Chen had always found it strange, never realizing it was actually from his grandfather. That was my own money. He is my grandson. Why shouldn't I give it to him? My salary card is in your mother's possession. I collected soda bottles for half a year to gather that 800 yuan. It is my right to give it to whomever I please, Grandpa said through gritted teeth. Also, I've been feeling unwell since May. And after 3 months of telling you, I had to go see a doctor last week on my own, Lin Feng dismissed. You have legs and feet. You can go by yourself. Why call on us? What a drama. The old man swayed, nearly collapsing, and gripped the table tightly, gritting his teeth. I am the one creating drama? I am on the verge of stomach cancer, and I'm the one being dramatic? What? Lin Feng was taken aback. And Lin Chen outside felt a shiver run through him. I went to the hospital yesterday to see your cousin, and I conveniently picked up the test results. Stomach cancer. I was so stunned that I dropped my hand. When you returned, did you even ask me once? I still cooked dinner for the whole family. And what have I done to deserve this? Grandpa's voice was now choked with tears. Lin Feng was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, who knows what's true? Perhaps it's just a ploy for sympathy. Damn it. Lin Chen could no longer endure it and kicked the security door with a resounding bang. The thick security door was unexpectedly dented inward by Lin Chen's kick, startling those inside who thought a demolition was underway. After failing to break through with one kick, Lin Chen delivered another, and due to the subpar quality of the door, it shattered open. With a grim expression, Lin Chen appeared before the others. His grandfather, Lin Xiaoshui, wore a look of astonishment, while the other three were filled with dread. Lin Feng, care to repeat what you just said? Lin Chen demanded angrily. Lin Feng swallowed hard, glancing at the broken security door, unable to utter a word, fearing a kick from Lin Chen would result in serious consequences. Lin Chen then turned to Lin Jidong. Well? Uncle, it seems you truly desire your son's demise. Very well, I shall oblige. Prepare to receive your son in prison. Lin Jidong trembled, recalling what his son had said. If I die, who will collect my body? What if you die instead? Upon this thought, Lin Jidong let out a frantic cry. Lin Chen, don't misunderstand. I am here to plead with your grandfather, not to coerce him. Plead with my grandfather? Is this how you beseech someone? I am truly enlightened. Lin Chen remarked darkly. Lin Jidong then remembered another piece of advice from his son. If he disagreed, you should kneel and beg for consent. The old man looked at Lin Xiaoshui, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground in supplication. Chapter 57. Heart like dead ash. Lin Xiaoshui, Lin Feng, and his wife were all taken aback. Lin Feng hurriedly approached, intending to assist Lin Jidong to his feet. Second master, how can you kneel to him? Please get up quickly, or Uncle Weilong will surely scold me to death. Lin Feng exclaimed, while his wife also rushed over to help Lin Jidong. Unexpectedly, Lin Jidong retaliated with 2 resounding slaps, striking both Lin Feng and his wife across the face, leaving them in stunned silence. With gritted teeth, Lin Jidong scolded, "You 2 beasts, Xiaoshui is your grandfather, and you dare to speak of him like that? Haven't you heard he has stomach cancer?" Second master. We are here to help you, Lin Feng replied, holding his face, utterly bewildered. Do you think I need your help? You 2 wretches. Unable to even support your own grandfather, how could you genuinely assist me? You're trying to drive me to my death. Lin Jidong seethed, raising his hand to deliver 2 more slaps, perfectly symmetrical. The 2 remained silent before Lin Jidong, afraid to utter a word. He then turned back to Lin Xiaoshui, kneeling once more and clutching Lin Xiaoshui's leg. Xiaoshui, you are my brother. Though we are not blood-related, we share the same grandfather. Speak to Lin Chen for me. I have but one son. If I go to prison and die one day, no one will be left to handle my remains. The old man furrowed his brow, but uttered not a word. He had truly come to terms with life and death, no longer afraid after a lifetime of submission. Lin Jidong clung to Lin Xiaoshui's leg, while Lin Chen, feeling dizzy, observed the uncomfortable scene. Both were in their 80s, and it indeed appeared rather disgraceful. He frowned and said, Lin Jidong, cease this farce and stand up. I will not rise. I only gained Uncle Weilong in my 50s. And I know he is not a decent man. He should not betray his own kin. But, Lin Chen, considering my age and the few years I have left, please spare him this once. As Lin Jidong spoke, he turned to Lin Chen, preparing to bow his head. After all, he had already lost face today. What was one more humiliation? Lin Chen, however, dared not accept such a gesture, swiftly turning away. Second master, if you persist in this manner, I shall take my leave. And we shall have nothing more to discuss. Discuss? Oh, I won't do that anymore. Let us talk properly. Though Lin Jidong was a scoundrel, he was astute enough to catch Lin Chen's underlying tone and promptly stood up. Lin Chen shook his head and turned to his grandfather, speaking solemnly, Grandfather, let us return home. I will not return home. I have devoted my life to this family. I shall die here. If they refuse to care for me, I will rot here. They must care for me. The old man, somewhat dazed, insisted. Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart as he helped his grandfather sit down. Grandfather, let's not engage in this stubbornness. If you fall ill, we shall seek treatment. Didn't you once foresee living to 100? We are far from that point. You will see Guogua Mary. The dazed old man, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, found a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air from the doorway. What is happening here? Who dares to cause such a ruckus at my doorstep? Mother is back. Mother is back. A look of surprise illuminated Lin Feng's face. As his words fell, a woman entered through the doorway. Her hair was styled in large, cascading waves, and upon entering, her eyes widened as she beheld Lin Jidong, still kneeling on the ground, and Lin Xiaoshui, seated in a chair. She momentarily stood frozen in shock. Oh my goodness! Second uncle, how could you? You old fool, do you dare to make second uncle kneel? Have you lost your mind? The woman exclaimed. This was none other than Lin Feng's mother, the wife of Lin Chen's elder uncle. She hurriedly approached Lin Jidong, reaching out as if to pull him up. At that moment, Lin Jidong, having gathered some composure, raised his hand without a second thought and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Smack! The slap resonated, causing Lin Feng's aunt to jerk her head back, and Lin Jidong glared at her, declaring, I kneel for my brother. It is none of your concern. How dare you call my brother an old fool? I swear. Suddenly, Lin Jidong sprang to his feet, kicking toward his aunt. Enough! Old Master Lin Xiaoshui bellowed, prompting Lin Jidong to immediately halt, forcing a smile toward the elder. Lin Feng's aunt, still in a daze, covered her face in disbelief and stammered, What? What is happening? Second uncle, how could you? Mother, my grandfather is ill, suffering from stomach cancer. Lin Feng whispered. A flicker of astonishment crossed his aunt's eyes as she gasped, Grandfather, you truly? Yes. The test results from yesterday confirmed it, stomach cancer. Old Master Lin nodded, his lips quivering slightly before he urged, You must get me treated. Having heard Lin Chen's earlier words, The old man now possessed a renewed flicker of will to live. Yet, his aunt, taken aback, quickly protested, "Father, are you not making this difficult for us? You know well how much we have spent over the years on buying a house, sending Lin Feng to university, and for the wedding. It's cancer. No amount of money will suffice. How can we afford this?" The old man raised his head, eyes filled with fury as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "No money? My monthly pension and the work I've done at your winery surely amount to at least 5,000 a month. That is 60,000 a year. I've been with your family for 25 years. I want to claim 150,000, but surely I've contributed at least 1,000,000. You dare tell me there is no money? Father, that is unreasonable. Yes, you have contributed significantly to our family, but that money has already been spent. What am I to do about money that has been used? We simply do not have it." His aunt replied without hesitation. "You wretched thing, if there is no money, I'll ensure your demise. If you refuse to treat my brother, I will make you accompany him to the grave." Lin Jidong cursed, initially terrified. Lin Feng's aunt suddenly turned defiantly toward the old man, stating, "Second uncle, you cannot disregard reason. I would choose my life over money. If you plan to take us down, then do so." Lin Jidong was taken aback. He had not anticipated his typically submissive aunt to display such fortitude. Lin Chen observed with a cold smile, reflecting on the harsh reality that people often perish for the sake of wealth. The old man, who had momentarily regained his will to survive, found his spirit crushed anew by his aunt's words. A lifetime of toil had culminated in such a disheartening outcome. Lin Chen realized that if this continued, the old man might truly lose all will to survive. At this moment, he addressed his aunt, urging her not to waste any more words, stating, "I will take the old man back. Our family will provide the necessary treatment." His aunt was taken aback and, upon noticing Lin Chen, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you Lin Chen from the third branch? Are your words sincere?" Chapter 58. Bringing grandfather home. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, the old gentleman will return with me. If he is unwell, we shall provide the necessary care. It is no longer your concern." Auntie remained unconvinced and promptly retorted, "Very well, but you must sign a formal agreement stating that if anything happens to him, it is not our responsibility, and you shall bear full accountability." Lin Chen noticed the old gentleman's body tremble slightly, and through gritted teeth, he pleaded, "Grandfather, this is unreasonable. My money has already been taken from me. They must provide treatment. It is imperative." Lin Jidong, witnessing this, chimed in, "What my brother says is correct. They are obliged to care for him. At the very least, they should provide financial assistance. After all, we are without funds. Otherwise, would you consider trading my life?" Annie crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. "Grandfather, what do you truly wish to achieve?" Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed, glaring intently, "Do you intend to ruin my life? I am now married and will eventually have children to support. How am I to find the means for this? Grandfather, I implore you. Have you not cherished and cared for me? Please indulge me once more and accompany Lin Chen." As he spoke, Lin Feng knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly before the old gentleman, whose heart shattered at the sight. He could not comprehend why his beloved grandson treated him as if he were inconsequential, while another, whom he felt guilty towards, was willing to care for him. Yet, this only twisted his heart further, and with a voice trembling with emotion, he declared, "I shall not go. I will remain here. I have paid for this house. It is my home, and I shall die here." Auntie, visibly exasperated, turned to Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, speak up. What purpose does this feigned sympathy serve? Now you've fallen silent." Lin Chen scoffed. He was thoroughly disgusted by this family. Crouching beside the old gentleman, he gently said, "Grandfather, please do not think like that. We are all your grandchildren. You still have me and Hai. Moreover, you must consider my situation." The old gentleman gazed at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen continued softly, "Grandfather, you are aware that I am currently unemployed, and I have that little one, Duo, at home. Life is challenging for me too. If you can take good care of yourself, it should be manageable for at least the next 2 or 3 years, right? Your retirement pension could perhaps provide some support." The old gentleman understood that his grandson was trying to console him, yet his heart, which had been cold moments ago, began to warm. Lin Jidong, with a glint of insight, also urged, "Brother, I believe Lin Chen is correct. We are all grandchildren. You cannot be partial. After enduring the coldness of this family for so long, it is time to extend a helping hand to Lin Chen and his family. Then I shall go, the old gentleman murmured. "Even if I perish, at least I shall return to my roots." Lin Chen immediately brightened. "You speak truly. We, the people of Taiyang Ridge, believe that fallen leaves must return to their roots. Upon hearing this, Auntie promptly declared, "Then I shall gather your belongings. Once you have them, you may depart." Lin Chen cast a disgusted glance at Auntie and coldly replied, "There is no need to gather anything. We have everything we need at home. As for the items taken from your household, I fear they may carry the taint of your ingratitude. Let us not infect our family further." Aunt glared and exclaimed, "Lin Chen, whom do you deem heartless and ungrateful? Is your feigned filial piety not rooted in the old man's meager pension?" She continued vehemently, "Let me assure you, should you stray from the path, I will not relinquish the salary card. Do you think you hold the authority here?" Lin Chen coldly retorted, "Very well, you may withhold it for now. But mark my words, Lin Feng, I demand that your entire family respectfully return the salary card to grandfather. Is that so?" Humph. The faces of Aunt and her family were etched with scorn. At that moment, the old man interjected, "No, return it to me. It belongs to me and has nothing to do with you. I do not know where it was discarded. We shall address it once it is found." Aunt sneered. The old man trembled in anger, and Lin Chen, genuinely concerned that the old man might suffer a serious upset, quickly suggested, "Grandfather, let us return home first. I will ensure they return the card, and not just the salary card. Everything they have taken from you will be restored." Aunt's family continued to scoff, secretly thinking, what can a mere farmer do? Only Lin Jidong watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, for he understood that Lin Chen was not as easily manipulated as they assumed. Otherwise, he and his son would not have faced such a disastrous situation. The old man took nothing but a photograph, a family portrait in black and white, faded and worn, depicting himself, grandmother, his elder and younger brothers, and Lin Chen's father. He carefully tucked it away, keeping it close to his heart. As they stepped outside, and suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What about this door?" "Mother." "It was Lin Chen who kicked it. He must compensate for it," Lin Feng's wife stated. Lin Chen turned coldly, and at that moment, Lin Jidong interjected, "Grandmother, it was I who kicked the door. Elder brother's wife, if you wish for me to pay, come to my house, and I shall give you the money." Aunt hesitated for a moment, rolled her eyes, and remarked, "Consider us unfortunate. Truly, what a stroke of bad luck. Thankfully, it is no longer in our home." Lin Chen supported the grief-stricken old man down the stairs and into the public parking lot. Fortunately, there were no cars nearby, and they managed to exit with ease. Lin Jidong assisted the grandfather into the vehicle, wearing a forced smile. Lin Chen cast a glance at him, regardless of how detestable he found Lin Jidong. He had performed adequately today. He reflected on the situation, reminding himself not to be overly ruthless. After all, Wei Long had provoked him first, and his response was justified. Lin Jidong nodded. "Yes, indeed. I do not seek anything else. I only request that you, please do not pursue him any further." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "Convey to him that while I shall not send anyone after him, he should not expect me to clean up his mess. I will at most refrain from kicking him when he is down." Lin Jidong pondered for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. "Very well. Then I shall thank you on behalf of Wei Long. Now, let us depart." Lin Chen closed the car window and glanced at his grandfather, who was lost in thought in the passenger seat. He let out a gentle sigh, realizing that his grandfather had raised a wolf all his life, only to be wounded so deeply in the end. Upon driving home, as soon as they reached the entrance, Duo and De Huang rushed out to greet them upon hearing the sound of the car's engine. To their surprise, they saw Lin Chen assisting the elderly gentleman to alight from the vehicle. A hint of confusion flickered across her face, for she could not recognize the old man. The last time they met, she was too young to remember. "What are you staring at? Come here and greet him. Call him great-grandfather," Lin Chen chuckled. Duo, ever obedient, scampered over, lifted her head, blinked her large eyes, and sweetly called out, "Hello, great-grandfather." Afterward, she performed a polite bow. The old gentleman's face lit up upon seeing Duo, and with trembling hands, he gently ruffled her hair, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, truly good. What a wonderful girl." At that moment, her parents and Dahai also emerged from the house. Upon spotting the elderly gentleman, they were momentarily taken aback. Her father exclaimed in delight, "Dad, what brings you here?" Her mother chimed in joyfully, "Dad, come in quickly, come in. De Huang, don't block the door." The old gentleman, feeling somewhat shy, did not respond, and her mother promptly assisted him inside. Lin Chen then pulled her father aside and recounted the events, with Dahai listening attentively. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both her father and Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment. Her father, filled with indignation, trembled with rage and gritted his teeth, saying, "Dahai, go fetch your father. That scoundrel." If I don't dismantle his home, I would be remiss in honoring the suffering my father has endured. Chapter 59. The gentle manipulator father's forehead was practically smoking with anger, while Dahu responded with a grunt and hurried home to find his father. Lin Chen could only patiently say, "Dad, please don't be too anxious. Our primary focus should be on grandfather right now. You and Uncle Air should spend quality time with him these days and ensure he doesn't overthink things." Father, panting heavily, replied, "I understand that. But the eldest isn't going to let this slide easily. After all these years, his family has merely been putting on a show to fool us. I genuinely thought grandfather was living a good life over there, but it turns out to be a trap." Lin Chen sighed with a wry smile and grabbed his father's arm. "Dad, do you believe in me?" Father glanced at Lin Chen and, feeling displeased, said, "I used to, but my faith has waned. Aren't you usually quite bold? Why did you come back like this? Did you not confront him?" Lin Chen, feeling helpless, responded, "Oh, dear father. If simply beating someone could relieve grandfather's grievances, I would have done so long ago. But think about it. In that situation, could I really take action? That would have forced grandfather into a corner. All he wants in this life is a peaceful existence. If I were to unleash havoc at uncle's place, given grandfather's current health condition, anything could happen, and I couldn't bear that responsibility." Father gave Lin Chen a sidelong glance and remarked sarcastically, "You? Unleash havoc? Yet, your considerations are indeed thoughtful. So what do you propose we do?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Regardless, the priority is to treat grandfather's illness. I will go to the hospital to ascertain his condition and then pursue targeted treatment. Additionally, we must also consider his mental well-being. Aunt and her family have gone too far. I fear grandfather might be distressed, which could harm him further." Father, looking worried, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Grandfather is quite sensitive, exceedingly so. Father, this matter requires the collective effort of the entire family. We must present a united front, Lin Chen declared. How do we exert this effort? How do we unify our stance? Father inquired. Let us ensure that grandfather lives comfortably and feels the love and respect from the whole family, making him perceive that life is good and promising. This way, his heart will naturally be at ease, Lin Chen asserted confidently. Father nodded repeatedly. In truth, Lin Chen had more to say. If it turned out that the old gentleman's condition was terminal, then let him enjoy good food and drink, spending a peaceful time, so that his departure would not be filled with suffering. As they conversed, Dahu arrived with Uncle Linwu. In their generation, there were 3 brothers and 1 sister, the eldest, Lin Zheng, the second, Lin Jing, the third, Linwu, and the youngest, Linwen, who was Lin Chen's father. However, the brothers typically did not refer to their elder sister. Uncle Air. Father quickly grasped Uncle Linwu's arm. Uncle, glaring at Lin Chen's father, retorted, "What do you mean by uncle? Our father has been bullied to such an extent, and you still call him that?" Among the 3 brothers, Uncle Air had the fiercest temper. Lin Chen suspected that if he had ever picked on Dahu in their childhood, he might not have survived to this day. Uncle Air turned to Lin Chen and said, "Chenzi, let us take your monstrous vehicle and head into the city to seek justice for your grandfather." Lin Chen forced a smile, realizing that just as his father had managed to calm him down, his second uncle had arrived. Fortunately, his father understood his second brother well, reiterating Lin Chen's earlier words. "Second brother, I believe what your nephew said is correct. For now, we should prioritize our father, and then consider the eldest brother's side," their father quietly remarked. After pondering for a moment, the second uncle nodded in agreement. "Then let us hold off for now and ensure the old man is well taken care of first." The 2 brothers reached a consensus. At that moment, Lin Chen declared, "Father, second uncle, rest assured, the eldest brother's family will not have an easy time. I will not let them off the hook without consequences." The 4 of them entered the courtyard, where the elderly gentleman sat inside. Duo hurried to fetch a plastic bowl filled with vibrant red strawberries and presented it before the old man. "Great-grandfather, please have some. These strawberries are delicious." "They are my favorite," Duo said sweetly. The old man replied gently, "If Duo likes them, then let her eat them all. Great-grandfather finds joy in watching you enjoy them." However, Duo shook her head, insisting, "No, I want great-grandfather to eat them. You are old, and I must show my respect." Upon hearing this, the old man's body trembled slightly, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. How could such a small child grasp this profound truth while the eldest brother's family remained oblivious? Duo, noticing his tears, became flustered. She, too, did not understand why great-grandfather was crying, but seeing him in tears made her inexplicably sad. She clung to his knees and began to cry as well. Feeling the warmth radiating from the little girl and witnessing her tears, the old man was overwhelmed by the deep bond of blood that transcended all hardships endured previously. In that moment, the suffering he had faced seemed trivial compared to the presence of this precious child. The four onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that tears were a sign of life returning to their hearts. Duo then noticed her father, grandfather, uncle, and second uncle had entered, and, feeling a wave of guilt, turned to Lin Chen. "I'm sorry, Big Lin. I made great-grandfather cry. I'm not a good girl anymore," she lamented, her tears falling like rain. The old man, hearing this, waved his hands in protest, but in his fluster, he could not find the words. Lin Chen smiled and reassured her. "No, my little Lin is very good. Great-grandfather's tears are not because he dislikes you. Rather, it is because he loves you dearly. There's a saying, tears of joy. If you don't believe me, ask great-grandfather if he likes you." Duo turned her head, looking pitifully at great-grandfather. "Do you like Duo?" she asked. The old man nodded vigorously, finally managing to say, "Great-grandfather loves Duo very much." Duo's face brightened, and she pushed Lin Chen aside, jumping down from his embrace. She eagerly held out her little plastic bowl to the old man, saying, "Then great-grandfather must eat strawberries. The more you eat, the more you will love Duo." "Oh yes, great-grandfather will eat them all," the old man exclaimed, taking strawberries from the bowl and happily devouring them. Soon, the small bowl was empty, as the strawberry melted in his mouth. The old gentleman could not help but marvel at its exquisite sweetness and delightful flavor. After decades, this was the most delectable treat he had ever savored, surpassing even the vegetable buns his grandson had brought him that morning. Observing his great-grandfather devour the strawberry, Duo joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, great-grandfather loves me so much." The little girl drew a grand circle in the air, so large that she could scarcely encompass it with her arms, signifying to her that it represented an abundance of affection. Lin Chen, with a gentle smile, remarked that great-grandfather's fondness for Duo was even greater than that. "Much more?" Duo inquired, her wide eyes gazing up at Lin Chen. "Indeed, much more, perhaps 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more," Lin Chen replied softly. Chapter 60. Leveraging strength. Uncle Er observed with delight, but, in a sudden fit of impulsiveness, kicked Dahai on the thigh, leaving Dahai perplexed. "What on earth are you doing, father?" he murmured, bewildered. Uncle Er glared at him, insisting, "I am kicking you. Hurry up and get married. Give me a sweet granddaughter like Duo, and I won't have to endure the sight of you any longer." Dahai nearly burst into tears, feeling aggrieved. "It's not solely my decision. Besides, it might not even be a granddaughter. It could be a boy." Uncle Er shot him another fierce glare. "No way. I want a granddaughter." Dahai's face was a canvas of confusion. Initially, Uncle Er contemplated having the old man stay with him, but ultimately, considering the old man's fondness for Duo, he decided it was best for him to remain at Lin Chen's home. At noon, Lin Chen prepared a meal using vegetables harvested from his spatial garden. Regardless of the old man's condition, it was important for him to eat well. Shortly after, Aunt Er arrived to lend a hand, allowing Lin Chen some respite. However, during this break, he suddenly realized he had completely forgotten about the Zhou family. "Oh dear. Where are Zhou Kai and his wife?" Lin Chen inquired of his mother. "They went fishing at Twin Lakes. Da Huang knows the way. Let him guide you," his mother replied. Lin Chen promptly summoned Da Huang to lead him, and with the dog trotting ahead, he followed closely behind, soon arriving at Twin Lakes. Twin Lakes is a freshwater lake nestled at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, spanning over 200 square kilometers with pristine waters, making it an ideal fishing spot. However, due to the remote location of Yushu village, outsiders seldom visit, and the villagers are generally too weary from work to indulge in fishing. "You two certainly know how to enjoy yourselves. This place is rather splendid, isn't it?" Lin Chen remarked with a smile. "Morning, brother." Zhou Kai's wife, Gao Mingyao, greeted him with a smile. Zhou Kai, upon recognizing Lin Chen, chuckled heartily. "This is quite remarkable. I never imagined the Taihang Mountains would harbor such a locale. By the way, Brother Chen, have you completed your tasks?" Lin Chen rummaged through Zhou Kai's fish basket, noting several carp inside. "It seems your luck is holding out." He sighed. "It's not that simple. I called you back for lunch, and after that, I need to make another trip to the county town." Zhou Kai looked puzzled. "What keeps you so busy? Running to and fro all day?" "I need to visit the county hospital to inquire about my grandfather's specific condition. Yesterday, they mentioned a report regarding stomach cancer, but we haven't seen the report ourselves and need to go again," Lin Chen explained, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Both Zhou Kai and Gao Mingyao displayed expressions of surprise and offered words of comfort. Zhou Kai added, "Brother Chen, you shouldn't bother making that trip, even if you go. With so many intricacies at the hospital, you might not even obtain your grandfather's report. That won't do. Regardless, I must go." Lin Chen insisted immediately. At this moment, Gao Mingyao chimed in, "Brother Chen, you really don't need to make another trip. Just tell me your grandfather's name and age, and I can help you get the information." "Really? You can manage that?" Lin Chen responded, astonished. Zhou Kai chuckled, "Didn't I mention? Your sister-in-law works at the county hospital." Lin Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, "Really? You never mentioned this before." Zhou Kai, with a sense of pride, replied, "Let me reintroduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Gao Mingyao, a surgeon at the county hospital." "How pretentious." Gao Mingyao shot a glare at Zhou Kai, then turned to Lin Chen and said, "Brother Chen, I can truly help with this. Just tell me the old man's information." Lin Chen hesitated. This won't disturb your rest, will it? If not, I can just go myself." Zhou Kai chuckled, "Don't be so polite. Making a few phone calls is nothing. Besides, if we don't help you a bit, we do feel awkward staying here. My wife still has some time before her due date." Lin Chen laughed heartily. "Stay as long as you like, even until the second child is born." Gao Mingyao found it amusing, but her efficiency was remarkable. No sooner had she arrived home than the phone rang. After Lin Chen provided an email, the necessary documents were sent over immediately. Upon receiving the email, Gao Mingyao scrutinized the details and said to Lin Chen, "Brother Chen, good news. The old man's condition is in the early stages. With proper treatment, there is a complete chance of recovery." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's family let out a collective sigh of relief, and even the old man himself could hardly believe it. High spirits prevailed as Gao Mingyao presented her work identification, which finally convinced the old man of her credibility. "Thank heavens. Little Chen, please make sure to treat Dr. Gao well. We truly owe her our gratitude," the father expressed joyfully. At noon, the family joyfully gathered for a hearty meal, having slaughtered 2 chickens for the feast. After lunch, Lin Chen brewed some wild tea and offered wild peaches to ensure the old man was well taken care of. Once the midday meal concluded, Lin Chen began contemplating how to address matters with his uncle's family. He considered leveraging connections, particularly with Wang Jing and Fang Siming, both of whom could provide assistance. Lin Chen didn't find any shame in utilizing others' strengths. After all, these connections were part of his own network. Ultimately, he decided to call Fang Sanming, as he had learned from Lin Weilong that this gentleman was no ordinary character. The phone rang twice before connecting, and Lin Chen heard Fang's cheerful voice, "Little Lin, haha, what brings you to call your brother today?" "Brother Fang, I feel a bit embarrassed to ask, but I would like your assistance with something," Lin Chen stated. "Oh? What do you need?" Fang Siming inquired promptly. Lin Chen proceeded to explain his situation, and after a brief pause, Fang chuckled, "Is that all? If you wanted me to eliminate him, I might hesitate, but this is a trivial matter. Do you wish to approach this from a public or private angle?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment before responding, "Brother Fang, what do you mean by public and private?" "Publicly, I could leverage my connections in Tying Ridge to ensure they lose their jobs or go out of business. It would be straightforward, and they would know you were behind it without being able to pin anything on you. Privately, that would involve a certain individual. You remember him, right?" Lin Chen nodded. "You mean Brother He?" Fang Sunming smiled, stating that before others, he is a master, but in our presence, he can only be addressed as such. Nevertheless, this individual possesses considerable cunning. Should he take action, misfortune would surely befall their family. They often find themselves in unfortunate situations, accused of being a fraud, embroiled in conflicts over meals, or mistaken for a lecher on public transport. Essentially, they suffer from a perpetual streak of bad luck. Lin Chen felt quite conflicted, recognizing merit in both sides. Ultimately, he suggested, "Brother Fang, could we invite both to join?" "Of course, I will extend the invitation on my end, and I shall make a call to He Pai as well," Fang Sunming replied. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, "Allow me to speak with He Pai. After all, if one does not regard others when seeking assistance, over time, no one will regard them in return." After a brief silence, Fang Siming responded, "Brother, your insight is commendable. It may well serve you well on your future path. Thank you for the praise, but please send me He Pai's address," Lin Chen requested. After concluding their call, Lin Chen drove to the county town, heading straight for He Pai's residence. Upon arrival, he discovered that the address led to a warehouse. Chapter 61. Spatial expansion. A group of burly men congregated at the entrance of the warehouse, engaged in a game of cards. Upon noticing Lin Chen's approach, One of them promptly stood up. "I am looking for Blackie," Lin Chen announced. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from the large iron doors of the warehouse, wearing a smile. "Master Lin, I just received your call. Please, come in." Following Hype into the warehouse, Lin Chen observed an abundance of timber and curiously inquired, "Isn't Blackie involved in logistics? Why has he delved into the timber business?" Hype quickly replied, "Master Lin, please, do not address me as Blackie. You are a brother of Master Fong. I am unworthy of such respect. The timber business has been thriving recently, so I decided to dip my toes in." Lin Chen chuckled, aware of their customary titles, and remarked, "Then I shall call you Brother He. I cannot refer to you as Hype or Little He, can I?" Hype laughed in agreement. "That works. Your affairs have already been conveyed to me by Master Fong, and this matter is straightforward. However, I sense you are not solely intent on reprimanding them. Am I correct?" Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback by Hype's astuteness and nodded, stating, "Primarily, I wish to have them acknowledge their mistakes. That is not difficult. If you trust me, I will handle it. Within 2 weeks at most, I assure you they will admit their errors," Hype declared with a smile. Lin Chen nodded appreciatively. "Then I thank you. Brother He, your men need sustenance as well. Please name your price. I cannot allow you to bear the cost." Hype hastily responded, "It won't require much. If you are this courteous, Master Fong may not treat me so kindly in return." Lin Chen pondered briefly. Hype's deference was undoubtedly due to Fong Sinming. But if he were to exploit this relationship for personal gain, it would be inappropriate. Seeking assistance now could lead to complications in the future. "Brother He, may I inquire if you have any quality timber here?" Lin Chen suddenly asked. Hype chuckled, "Do not be amused, Master Lin. It is all rather ordinary wood. Suitable for furniture, but if you need any, I can deliver it to your home. Ordinary would 1T suffice. I require something of superior quality. Do you have any?" Lin Chen pressed further. Hype contemplated and replied, "Indeed, there is one piece, golden silk Nanmu." Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother He, would you mind showing it to me?" "Certainly, Master Lin. Please follow me." Hype led Lin Chen through a labyrinthine path, arriving at the back of the warehouse. Hype unveiled a piece of craft paper, revealing a stunning timber. The cut end was adorned with a pattern reminiscent of golden lines, captivating in its beauty. The moment he laid eyes on the golden silk Nanmu, Lin Chen felt the vibrations emanating from the mountain god's space, confirming his earlier suspicions. "Brother He, how much do you sell this for?" Lin Chen inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hype chuckled, "Master Lin, your words flatter me. If you fancy it, just take it. It is hardly a precious item. Not at all. When I transact with Brother Fong, it is essential that the price is fair. Personal favors and business should remain distinct." Lin Chen insisted without hesitation. Hype pondered and suggested, "Then you may offer 70,000, which is the cost price. This is 30-year-old golden silk Nanmu. If it were a year short, I would gladly stake my head on it." "Very well, I shall transfer the funds to you." Lin Chen nodded, added Hype as a friend, and sent 100,000 yuan. Upon seeing the amount, Hype sighed, "Master Lin, this is unnecessary." "Brother He, that is not how one should speak. I genuinely require quality timber. If you have any, I shall gladly take it. I am in this for the long haul. Should you decide not to sell to me in the future, you may refund me 30,000, and I will accept it." Lin Chen chuckled. He Pai smiled wryly and nodded, agreeing that he would inform Lin Yi whenever he comes across good timber. Lin Chen promptly affirmed the importance of this matter to him, insisting that Brother He should not dismiss his words as mere jest. Hesitating for a moment, He Pai replied, "If you truly wish for it. I happen to know of a fine piece, with a tree age of at least 50 years, though the price will be more than double." Lin Chen nonchalantly stated, "Money is no object. I kindly ask you to keep an eye out for me. If you can procure it, I shall take it." "Very well. I will reach out to you when the time comes," He Pai replied with a grin, pleased by the prospect of a profitable venture and the goodwill it would foster. Once the arrangements were complete, Lin Chen instructed He Pai's associates to load the timber onto his vehicle before bidding them farewell. Upon leaving the warehouse, Lin Chen sought a secluded spot and transported the golden sandalwood into the mountain god's space, subsequently entering it himself. Upon his entrance into the mountain god's realm, Lin Chen witnessed the golden sandalwood transforming into a gentle luminescence, merging with the soil of the space, which began to expand, nearly doubling in size before halting. Indeed, quality timber facilitates the growth of the mountain god's realm. Lin Chen was exhilarated, pondering the limits of this expansion, whether it would cease upon reaching a certain size or continue indefinitely. As the mountain god's space expanded, the spiritual spring also doubled in size. Previously, Lin Chen had been concerned about the sufficiency of water for both cultivation and livestock, but he now felt a sense of relief. Upon returning home, Lin Chen visited the elder, only to find him in excellent physical and mental condition, particularly delighted to spend time with his great-granddaughter. Gao Mengyao had assisted in coordinating a treatment plan with her colleagues at the hospital, and now they could proceed at a gradual pace. Meanwhile, in a company located in the county town, Lin Feng was summoned into the office by his boss. "Boss, did you call for me?" Lin Feng greeted with a smile. The boss glanced at him before raising his voice sharply. "What is this shoddy plan you've concocted? Does it align with our company's culture? What do you do with your brain every day? Are you simply making a mess?" Lin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected reprimand but dared not retort. He quickly replied, "Boss, I will revise it immediately and ensure it meets your satisfaction." "Revise? Nonsense. You're wasting my time. Finish it by tonight, or I will have you out of here for good." The boss threw the plan directly at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng hastily picked up the plan and left the office, his demeanor submissive. Once he departed, the boss made a phone call. "Haha, Boss Feng, as you instructed. I've made him regret his choices, and soon I will kick him to the curb." The voice on the other end, Feng Sunming, responded, "Thank you. Come over later, and we shall dine together." "Certainly, I look forward to it," the boss replied with a smile. Outside the office, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Upon noticing it was his wife's call, he hurriedly retreated to the restroom to answer. "Darling, I'm at work. What is the matter?" "Oh no, you hit an elderly woman? Goodness, you must flee immediately. What were you thinking? What if she tries to extort money from you? Was the impact severe?" "Listen, if things get really dire, you might have to run her over completely. It would be less costly that way. Otherwise, we will be enslaved for a lifetime. There are security cameras. For heaven's sake, how could you be so careless? I can't leave. My job is on the line." Just as he ended the call, he remembered something and answered again. It was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom, what is it now? You're on standby? How could this happen? What? Dad was assaulted? Someone was acting lewd on the bus?" Chapter 62, The Trivialities of Life Unbeknownst to Lin Chen. Feng Sunming and He Pai had already commenced their schemes against Lin Feng's family. After expanding the mountain god space, Lin Chen planted the traditional Chinese medicine seeds he had previously purchased, perhaps for his grandfather's use in the future. Next on his agenda was the construction of the chicken farm. As Feng Sunming had suggested, the construction team proved to be reliable. Within a few days, the outlines of the chicken farm had taken shape. Lin Chen's father had just spoken on the phone with his aunt, who had married into another province. Upon hearing the news regarding the elder's situation, she became so enraged that she began to scold over the phone. It took a considerable amount of soothing from Lin Chen's father to calm her down. "Sister, if you're busy, it's best not to return for now. Dad cannot bear the grievances here," he said. "That won't do. I'll take a leave of absence and make arrangements for those two, then I'll return immediately." "I will be back by this Sunday at the latest," his aunt replied fervently. She had a fiery temperament, and over the years, while the others feared her husband, they held a certain apprehension toward her. Lin Chen could already envision the storm that would ensue when the two finally met. With 3 days remaining until Sunday, Lin Chen's father busied himself with tidying up a room, while Lin Chen rose early to assist. Since their self-built home had an abundance of rooms, many of which had gone unused since completion, they were now serving as storage spaces. The morning sun shone brightly, and just as Lin Chen finished cleaning one room, he spotted De Huang, wiggling its rear, retreating from the house, dragging a rocking chair in its mouth. "De Huang, what are you up to?" Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. That way, there's sunshine." De Huang seemed to respond. Just then, he heard Duodwa's voice calling out, and saw her tugging at the elder's hand. The elder held a large bowl of strawberries, carefully following Duodwa's slow pace as she urged, "Be careful, or you'll fall and hurt your bottom." "Don't worry. Great-grandpa will be careful," the elder chuckled, matching Duodwa's pace. What should have been a short distance took twice as long due to her tiny steps. De Huang dragged the chair to a sunlit spot before releasing it and scampering back to the elder, leaning against his thigh as if offering support. However, the elder found it quite uncomfortable. He had to watch his steps while ensuring he didn't accidentally kick De Huang. Yet, despite the discomfort, his heart was filled with sweetness. After decades, he had not felt such significance from another. Lin Chen brewed a pot of wild fairy tea and set up a tea table beside the elder's rocking chair, arranging the strawberries and tea neatly. The elder sat in the chair, with Duo squeezing in beside him, while De Huang, unable to join, rested its head on the elder's lap. "I say, aren't you all hot?" Lin Chen asked, bemused. It was still late August, and the weather remained warm. Although it was cooler in the morning, being huddled together like this was rather uncomfortable. The elder shot Lin Chen a glance and replied, "We enjoy it." Lin Chen chuckled. "All right, if you enjoy it, just remember, if you end up with prickly heat, the itching won't be on me. You'll have to scratch it yourselves." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the old man pondered for a moment and agreed, promptly lifting Duo from the rocking chair. However, Duo was not pleased, prompting Lin Chen to retrieve another rocking chair from inside the house and place it beside the old man's, which finally brought a smile to Duo's face. The old man sipped on some wild fairy tea, feeling utterly relaxed, while the strawberries were delicious. Just then, the door swung open, revealing the second uncle holding a plastic bag, cheerfully exclaiming, "Dad, take a look at this." The old man leaned in for a closer look and gasped, "So many river snails. Huh, I know you love these, so I went to gather some this morning. Today, I'll prepare spicy stir-fried river snails for you. Guaranteed to be delectable," the second uncle chuckled. Behind him, Dahai entered with a forlorn expression, and Lin Chen nearly burst into laughter upon seeing him. The old man noticed as well and shot the second son a disapproving glance, remarking, "Stealing credit from your own son. Were those snails gathered by you?" "What do you mean I stole his credit?" The second uncle chuckled awkwardly. The old man retorted, "Just look at the state of you and the state of my grandson. Do you still have the audacity to claim those snails as yours?" Dahai stood there with his pant legs rolled up high, his calves still bearing unwashed mud, and his face speckled with dirt, while the second uncle appeared immaculate. It was evident who had really gathered the snails. Embarrassed, the second uncle forced a smile, turned, and playfully slapped Dahai on the back, whispering, "You little rascal, couldn't you let your father have a moment of pride?" Dahai sighed in resignation. "How could that be my fault? You were running too fast." The second uncle quickly defended himself. "Dad, I contributed too. I kept an eye on him while he searched the fields, pointing out where the snails were. That counts as teamwork, right, Chenzi?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly, choosing to remain neutral. The old man dismissed the second uncle's claims and quickly grabbed the hose to wash off the snails, but Lin Chen took the hose from him, saying, "You rest, I'll handle it." Before long, the father returned home, calling out, "Dad, look what I brought you." As he entered, he hadn't yet spotted anyone, but his voice rang out, "Today, your daughter-in-law is making spicy stir-fried river snails for you." He walked in, holding a plastic bag, his pant leg caked in mud, and his white t-shirt now blackened, clearly having taken a tumble while gathering snails, with bits of straw adorning his forehead. "Third brother." The second uncle raised the bag of snails in astonishment. The father paused, glancing at the snails in the second uncle's bag, then at his own, and they both exclaimed in unison, "Why didn't you say anything? You're stealing all the credit." "Second brother, did you gather those?" "It feels like Dahai did all the work," the father retorted. "What is that to you?" The second uncle shot back. "You couldn't gather snails with that old back of yours, stiff as a block of iron. And you're not like iron? You fell like a muddy monkey." The second uncle and father playfully bickered, while Lin Chen and Dahai leaned against each other, enjoying the spectacle. Duo and Dahuang sat on either side, fixated on the river snails in the plastic bags. The old man shook his head with a bitter smile, but his heart was warm, warmer than being kissed by the sun, for this was the true essence of home, with children gathered around his knees and the serene southern mountain in view. The old man suddenly felt a surge of vitality. He turned to his two sons and said, "Second son, third son, your father has something to discuss with you." "Oh, father, please speak." The two brothers, who had been bickering moments ago, replied in unison. The old man continued, "I'm not skilled at much, but brewing wine is something I can manage. How about you two get me some tools, and I'll start making wine." Chapter 63. Seeking assistance concerning the elderly gentleman's desire to brew wine, the two families convened to discuss the matter, subsequently consulting Gao Mengyao for her perspective. Ultimately, they resolved to indulge the elderly man, provided that he did not overexert himself. A modicum of physical activity would prove beneficial to his health. The second uncle confidently proclaimed that he would procure the necessary brewing equipment, recalling his prior experience in winemaking alongside the elderly gentleman. The following morning, as Lin Chen stepped outside, he observed several vehicles entering the village, all rugged off-roaders, seemingly filled with numerous individuals whose purpose for visiting Yushu village remained unclear. Approaching midday, the village loudspeakers suddenly crackled to life. "Hey, hey, hey! Lin Chen, Lin Chen, Lin Hai, Ma Yuquan, Ma Dong, you four." Upon hearing this broadcast, report immediately to the village committee. I repeat, come to the village committee at once. Lin Chen, working at the construction site with Dongzi. Paused as Dongzi tossed aside his tools, perplexed. What could this be about, Brother Chun? Who knows? Let's just go? Speculating is futile. We will find out once we arrive. Lin Chen wiped his hands and, accompanied by Dongzi, made their way to the village committee. On the path, they encountered Dahu and Ma Yuquan, prompting Dahu to inquire. What do you think this is about? Lin Chen replied, It's hard to say, but it likely relates to those individuals who entered the village this morning. Perhaps. They intend to venture into the mountains. Ma Yuquan muttered, How do you know? Lin Chen explained, Currently, we are the only young people in the village. Since we are all called upon, it seems those vehicles were loaded with climbing gear. It is highly probable they are heading into the mountains. The four exchanged glances. Falling silent. The terrors of the Taihang Mountains are beyond comprehension for outsiders. A mere excursion around the periphery is manageable. Yet venturing into the depths poses a perilous risk to life. Upon reaching the village committee, they spotted the off-road vehicles parked outside. Surrounded by a gathering of robust young men engaged in conversation. As they approached the entrance, Lin Chen overheard someone speaking within the committee. We cannot delay. We must enter the mountains immediately, or it will be too late. A sense of foreboding gripped Dahu and the others. Had Lin Chen truly anticipated this? Upon entering the village committee, they were greeted by village chief Ma, who remarked to those nearby, These are the only young and strong individuals in our village. The rest have gone to work elsewhere. Lin Chen scanned the room, noting the presence of village chief Ma and 5 others, 4 men and 1 woman. Among them were 2 young men, an older gentleman and a middle-aged foreigner, while the sole woman appeared to be in her early 20s, petite and charming, embodying a delightful demeanor. An elder introduced himself, Greetings, I am Professor Wei Zhongyang. These are members of my team. And I wish to request your assistance in traversing the Taihang Mountains. Lin Chen furrowed his brow as Dahu and the others turned their attention to him. Sensing that Professor Wei recognized Lin Chen as the group's leader, without pretense, Lin Chen inquired, Are we heading into the Taihang Mountains, or are we remaining on the outskirts? We are advancing further in. The precise location is uncertain, but it is assuredly not the periphery, Professor Wei replied. Lin Chen resolutely declared, We refuse. Professor Wei Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, a young man suddenly interjected, We will pay you 1,000 yuan per person per day. Just cooperate with us. And who do you represent? Can you speak for everyone? Lin Chen coldly replied, I can represent them. Dahu and Dongzi nodded in agreement. And even Ma Yuquan did not hesitate, continuously nodding his head. The young man was momentarily stunned, and as he attempted to say something further, Professor Wei Zhengyang immediately interjected. Wanjun, do you have a say in this matter? The young man dared not retort. Professor Wei Zhengyang then addressed the group, Allow me to explain. We must enter Taihang Ridge because we have a joint Sino-foreign research team that has gone missing within. Their situation is extremely perilous, and they urgently require our assistance. However, our understanding of Taihang Ridge is limited to some basic concepts. Therefore, we seek your strength. He continued, Every minute we delay increases the danger for that team, so I sincerely hope to obtain your help. After saying this, Professor Wei Zhengyang bowed deeply. Upon hearing his words, Lin Chen's expression softened slightly. He replied, You are Professor Wei, correct? Yes. I admire your actions and spirit, but what lies before you is Taihang Ridge. Even its periphery poses significant dangers to the average person. Once you venture deeper, it becomes a matter of life and death. Your rescue mission seems more like a suicide to me, Lin Chen stated softly. The expressions of a few individuals changed, and the man named Wanjun immediately retorted, That's alarmist. Our operation is led by professionals, and we have elite personnel from top domestic security companies. The dangers that ordinary people face are insignificant to us. The 4 of them exchanged amused glances at Wanjun's aggressive demeanor. Lin Chen suddenly asked, Do you know what Taihang Ridge is? Of course. At this moment, the only girl in the group unexpectedly spoke up. However, Lin Chen and the others were somewhat surprised, as her accent revealed that she was not Chinese. Ignoring their gazes, the girl continued, Taihang Ridge is the largest undeveloped primitive forest in China, covering approximately 89,000 square kilometers. It boasts immense wildlife and plant resources and is known as China's natural treasure trove of flora and fauna. Many rare species within hold enormous value. And research indicates that numerous ancient civilization relics are hidden within Taihang Ridge, offering significant scientific value to the history of China's ethnic minorities. Lin Chen regarded the girl and nodded slightly, saying, Indeed, I noticed you mentioned immense value several times in your introduction. The girl nodded, and Lin Chen continued. You are not the only one who thinks so. Many who covet Taihang Ridge share this sentiment. However, since ancient times, the number of those who have returned safely from it is exceedingly few. Ladies and gentlemen, the dangers of Taihang Ridge are beyond imagination. It cannot be conquered merely with modern equipment. I deeply regret the plight of the research team in distress, but I refuse to enter. Lin Chen's words were blunt, leaving no room for sentiment. What a joke. Even the finest hunters of the Taihang Mountains would hesitate to venture too deeply. It is a realm where human footprints are forbidden. Cowards, Professor Wei dismissively remarked, we have no need for them. We possess both the personnel and the equipment. Bringing along these amateurs would only hinder our efforts. With a resigned sigh, Professor Wei acquiesced, saying, very well. He addressed the others, I apologize for the trouble. But I need you to make this trip. Lin Chen replied, it's no trouble at all. I wish you a safe return. Thank you, young man. One more favor to ask. Here are the details of the missing individuals. Should any of them appear on the outskirts of the Taihang Mountains, please assist them and notify the relevant authorities. Lin Chen accepted a small booklet and nodded. Absolutely. That will be no problem. The search and rescue team bid farewell to Village Chief Ma and departed from the village committee. At that moment, Lin Chen casually perused the materials provided by Professor Wei when suddenly his gaze fixated on a photograph of a woman. It's her. Why are you entangled in such chaos? Lin Chen murmured in astonishment. Chapter 64. At your command, my lady. Upon gazing at the photograph, Lin Chen wore an expression of helplessness. The person depicted was none other than his beautiful teacher, Gu Mingxi. He could hardly fathom that the last time he saw her was merely a month ago, and now her name appeared on the rescue list. However, reflecting on it, Gu Mingxi was indeed an expert in botany and zoology. Lin Chen felt torn. After all, she was his mentor, and both she and her esteemed father had always been kind-hearted. It would be rather inhumane to turn a blind eye in such dire circumstances. Yet, the depths of Taihang Mountain were perilously treacherous. If he were alone, his decision would be simpler, but he had a daughter and parents to consider. With the mountain god's space at his disposal, the dangers of Taihang Mountain should be somewhat mitigated. Self-preservation should not pose a significant issue. Alas, it would be unconscionable to allow someone to perish without offering assistance. What a stroke of misfortune for me. Lin Chen sighed, lightly tapping his forehead before hastening outside to catch up with Professor Wei Zhongyang and the others. Professor Wei, I can serve as your guide, but I have one condition, Lin Chen declared as he caught up with the group. Wang Jun scoffed. I genuinely believed you were reluctant to join. It seems some individuals are attempting to raise their stakes. Truly repugnant. Professor Wei shot Wang Jun a glare and promptly addressed Lin Chen. Do not heed him. If it's a condition we can fulfill, we shall certainly accommodate you. If it pertains to remuneration, that is also negotiable. We will ensure you receive a satisfactory offer. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Jun, who resembled a toad that found offense in everyone. With a serious demeanor, he replied to Professor Wei, as for compensation, I am indifferent. However, I wish to retain the right to withdraw at any moment should I deem it unwise to proceed. Professor Wei paused for a moment, and the others were similarly taken aback. Having assumed Lin Chen sought higher pay, they were surprised to learn it was merely this singular request. Of course, that is acceptable. You are merely the guide, and if you wish to depart, you may do so at any time. Professor Wei responded promptly. Lin Chen nodded, then inquired, when do you plan to enter the mountains? By noon at the latest. Professor Wei replied. The distress signals from the missing persons have ceased, and we are concerned about potential unforeseen events, so we cannot afford any delays. Very well. I shall inform my family and then meet you at the entrance to the mountains, Lin Chen affirmed, nodding before turning to leave. After Lin Chen departed, Wang Jun expressed his dissatisfaction. Teacher, there was no need to bring him along. Our equipment and supplies will ensure our safety. Professor Wei shot Wang Jun an admonishing look. Who is the team leader, you or I? I have ventured into the primeval forest numerous times. The young man made a valid point. Modern equipment cannot guarantee our dominance over the wilderness. At times, the wisdom of the locals proves far more valuable. Lin Chen turned to meet with Dahai and the others. Dahai promptly stated, Brother, are you truly entering the mountains? I will accompany you. Dongzi added. I shall go as well. The three of us can look out for one another. Lin Chen shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. There is no need. I have already made arrangements. Once I determine it is unwise to proceed, I possess the authority to withdraw at any time. So there should be no cause for concern. Moreover, the household affairs are numerous. Dongzi must oversee the construction site. Da Huai is tasked with tending to the fields. And one must also be mindful of the old gentleman-esque condition. One cannot afford to be negligent. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's resolute demeanor, the two could only nod in understanding. Once home, Lin Chen relayed the situation to his father. Initially, upon hearing Lin Chen's intention to venture into the mountains, his father vehemently opposed it. However, when informed that among the individuals in peril was Lin Chen's teacher, he ceased his objections. The act of imparting knowledge and resolving doubts is a profound debt of gratitude. One cannot stand idly by in times of crisis. Nevertheless, you must prioritize your safety and avoid recklessness. His father admonished, expressing a sense of helplessness. Certainly, I would not engage in a venture that results in both losses of life and resources. Safety is paramount. Lin Chen replied with a smile. As for your mother, let us refrain from discussing that until I've entered the mountains, his father responded gently. Sigh. Lin Chen understood his father's concerns should his mother become aware. It was nearly certain that he would not be allowed to depart. Even if he were to leave against her wishes, she would undoubtedly fret incessantly. Safety first. His father reiterated. Rest assured, Dad. If it becomes too perilous, I will return. Lin Chen reassured him with a smile before seeking out his daughter. His little girl was engrossed in a cartoon, and Lin Chen covered the tablet, lifting her into his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. Dear daughter, I have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. You must behave at home. The little one, anxious, tugged at Lin Chen's collar, exclaiming, Dad, please turn the tablet back on. The little policewoman is in danger from the bad guys. Lin Chen chuckled, replying, If you call me Daddy, I will turn it back on for you. The moment he spoke, her lips quivered, and tears began to brim in her eyes, a deluge waiting to burst forth. Oh dear, my little darling, all right, I'll turn it back on. Lin Chen quickly complied, resuming the cartoon, observing her tears vanish as she resumed watching. Lin Chen felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. What happened to my little darling? He kissed her cheek once more, preparing to leave, but before he could rise, his hand was grasped tightly by Duo. What is the matter? Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. Dad, lower your head, Duo replied in her sweet, childish voice. Lin Chen obliged, and she made a soft moi sound, planting a kiss on his cheek. You must come back quickly. There are big tigers outside tonight. You should hide and sleep, or the big tiger will bite your bottom. If that happens, it will hurt when you go to the bathroom. Listening to his daughter's innocent words, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Duo puffed out her cheeks, placing her hands on her hips. That's what Grandma said. Big Lin, when you were little, you were so naughty that your bottom is now in 2 pieces. If you get bitten again, there will be no bottom left. Lin Chen smirked, but quickly adopted a serious tone. Yes, I understand. After a moment's thought, Duo embraced Lin Chen's head and whispered, Hurry home. Don't play too much. As you wish, my little lady. Lin Chen responded tenderly. As he stepped outside, Lin Chen noticed De Huang wagging its tail excitedly, clearly eager to accompany him up the mountain. De Huang, you stay at home to guard, Lin Chen instructed. De Huang promptly withdrew his tongue, lowered his head in contemplation, and then began to spin in circles, chasing his own tail. Lin Chen, feeling exasperated, firmly held De Huang's head, crouched down, and earnestly cautioned, No. Even cuteness is off the table this time. The mountain journey is not like before. It's perilous. Woo. De Huang emitted a plaintive sound, lifting one little paw to gently tap Lin Chen's knee. Take De Huang along. This child is a mountain-searching dog. He deserves to venture into the mountains at least once in his lifetime, came Lin Chen's father's voice from behind. What woof? De Huang immediately barked twice, bounding around Lin Chen with exuberance, as if showcasing his bravery. Lin Chen paused for a moment, contemplated, and ultimately could only smile resignedly and say, All right then, good boy. Let us ascend the mountain together, side by side. Upon hearing this, De Huang excitedly panted and jumped a few times in delight. Chapter 65. Entering the mountains accompanied by De Huang, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the mountains, where he could hear Wan Jun raising quite a commotion from afar. He certainly dared not show up, as he had previously been embarrassed to raise the price after Lin Chen exposed his ulterior motives. Instead, he opted to delay, and it was clear he would not come. I am certain of this, Wan Jun asserted, turning to the petite woman beside him. Miss Yamamu. I have encountered many like her from rural backgrounds. They are driven solely by profit and care little for integrity or fairness. This young lady. Lin Chen interjected with a cold smile. There is a saying in our homeland, speaking ill of others behind their backs can lead to a cursed tongue. Wan Jun's expression darkened, yet he retorted, I thought you might not dare to show up. Lin Chen paid him no mind, addressing Professor Wei instead. I have no issues on my end. Haha, splendid. Let us introduce ourselves at the mountain front. Professor Wei replied with a smile. He introduced Lin Chen to Wan Jun, stating, this is our team's botanist, quite capable. Du Fengyun, our team's zoologist, is somewhat introverted and not very adept at communication. Yet his professional skills are beyond reproach. The shy young man, similar in age to Wan Jun, offered a timid smile and nodded at Lin Chen in greeting. Mr. Luther Carl, the captain of our rescue mission, Professor Wei remarked, glancing at the Caucasian man. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had assumed Professor Wei was in charge, only to discover that the true leader was this foreigner. This is Miss Yamamu, a survival expert from RB, invited by Mr. Luther. The petite girl extended her hand to Lin Chen, saying, hello. It seems we are partners in this endeavor. I hope we can support one another. Lin Chen shook her hand briefly, introducing himself simply, Lin Chen. He held no significant title, thus his introduction was straightforward. Professor Wei turned to Luther Lal, saying, then let us proceed into the mountains. Once we enter, we shall heed the guidance of Miss Mu and Mr. Lin. There is a saying in our homeland, let professionals handle professional matters. I trust everyone is agreeable? The group nodded, including the security personnel, and even Wan Jun appeared subdued. Lin Chen understood that Mr. Luther commanded considerable respect. Taking the lead, Lin Chen walked ahead, explaining, the periphery of Taiyang Ridge is relatively safe. Yet various venomous insects and snakes may still lurk about. Should we need to set up camp, we must take precautions against pests. Furthermore, once night falls, no one is permitted to stray from the group. Otherwise, the consequences are theirs to bear. Lin Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. This was no jest. Even the most seasoned hunters of Taiyang Ridge would hesitate to spend the night on the mountain. Upon entering Taiyang Ridge, Mr. Luther noted, the last distress signal was received from the north. We must advance swiftly before nightfall. Lin Chen shook his head, stating, we cannot rush. Every step in Taiyang Ridge demands caution. Moreover, you must wait for me. With that, Lin Chen, accompanied by De Huang, deviated from the group in the opposite direction, leaving them all puzzled. Let us follow, Luther sighed, shaking his head yet choosing to trust Lin Chen. Lin Chen, accompanied by De Huang, arrived at a desolate ruin and placed the wild fruits he had gathered along the way upon the ground, kneeling down with his hands clasped together. What is he doing? Lu Se inquired, his brow furrowed. Wan Jun scoffed. Mr. Lu Se, he seems to be offering a tribute to the mountain god. This is mere feudal superstition, a comforting act for those in rural areas lacking scientific literacy. Wan Jun, if you continue to speak such nonsense, you may as well return at once. Professor Wei suddenly erupted, causing Wan Jun's complexion to pale, though he dared not retort. Turning to Lu Se, Professor Wei added, Mr. Lu Se, such rituals are a tradition that we must respect. However, our time is limited. Lu Se frowned, and at that moment, Lin Chen stood up. All right, let's go, he declared. Patting De Huang on the head, the dog immediately dashed ahead, leading the way. What a charade, Wan Jun muttered under his breath. The group followed Lin Chen forward, with Yimu trailing beside them. Observing De Huang in the lead, she remarked, Lin, your dog is truly remarkable. The Taiyang Hound is a unique breed cultivated by locals over countless years for their livelihood. It is a creature born to roam the Taiyang Mountains, Lin Chen replied, now resonating with his father's words. De Huang, as a search dog, was indeed destined for the mountains. We also have many excellent breeds in our country, such as the Akita. There are numerous admirers of Akitas worldwide, Yimu said with a smile. Lin Chen shrugged with a grin, believing that compared to De Huang, an Akita was hardly worthy even of being compared, attributing its appeal merely to appearances and a lack of intelligence. Keeping such a dog was akin to having a dependent. I see you only brought a small bag. Do you truly have everything you need? Surviving in the wild, especially in a primeval forest, is no simple task. Yimu remarked. Rest assured, most of what we need can be sourced in the wild, so my supplies are sufficient, Lin Chen replied with a smile. In truth, all his essentials were stored within the mountain god's space, and his small bag contained merely some deworming medicine and a bit of water. As they conversed, their exchange resembled a leisurely outing, which only deepened Wan Jun's scowl behind them. Seizing a moment, he suddenly addressed Yimu, Miss Yu. Look at those flowers. Those are the cuckoo flowers. Their blooming period is typically around Qiming, yet here, astonishingly, they are still blooming at the end of August. The flowers Wan Jun pointed out were a large cluster of pale blue and white blossoms, many of which formed a cascading bouquet, though not vibrant in color. They possessed a unique charm. This flower has a fresh fragrance. Allow me to pick some for you. Jun said as he reached to gather a few. Don't touch them, Lin Chen exclaimed sharply. Jun paused, perplexed. These are wild. They don't belong to you. Why are you shouting? I said, do not touch them. Lin Chen reiterated in a lowered voice. However, Jun ignored him, reaching out to grasp the cuckoo flower. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a dark shadow shot forth, piercing directly into his forearm. Ah! With a piercing scream, Jun drew the attention of those around him, who now discerned that the ominous shadow was, in fact, a snake measuring over a foot in length. Lin Chen swiftly approached, firmly grasping Jun while his other hand reached for the venomous creature. Surprisingly, the previously agitated snake became eerily calm, allowing Lin Chen to lift it without resistance. He gently placed the serpent back onto the honeysuckle, where it flicked its tongue, briefly observing Lin Chen before slithering away into obscurity. In the next moment, Lin Chen unsheathed a knife and advanced directly towards Jun. Chapter 66. Danger abounds. Ah! What are you doing? Jun exclaimed in panic. Lin Chen paid him no mind, swiftly subduing him, the dagger gliding across his forearm. Jun struggled desperately while the usually taciturn Du Fengyan adjusted his glasses and informed Jun. The one that bit you is a white-browed viper. Its venom isn't exceedingly potent, with a general fatality rate of only 30%. 30%? Jun's voice trembled. Du Fengyan nodded. Indeed, but should you continue to struggle, the velocity of blood circulation will increase, and the mortality rate will rise correspondingly. Upon hearing this, Jun's body went rigid. Lin Chen carved a cross-shaped wound on his injury with the dagger, then turned to the others, asking, do we have anything like a plastic bag? Yes. Someone promptly produced a cling film-like item. Lin Chen placed it over Jun's arm and instructed, suck it out. Suck it out? Yes, until the red blood is gone. Otherwise, prepare for death. Lin Chen cast him a glance, his words not merely a scare tactic. The white-browed viper's venom was indeed formidable. The snake had attacked out of fright, its venom sac releasing a torrent of poison. If left unattended, Jun's chances of survival would be grim. Jun, mindful of his own life, hastily began to suck, the cling film acting as a barrier to prevent the venom from entering his mouth and causing secondary poisoning, thus mitigating the risk. Did we bring the anti-venom? Luther inquired. Du Fengyan nodded. Yes, we did, but the types and quantities are insufficient. Some snakes are rather rare, so it would be prudent for everyone to exercise caution. Luther acknowledged this with a nod. Curiously, Du Fengyan asked Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, why did the white-browed viper not attack you? Lin Chen paused, pondering how to respond. Should he claim to be a mountain deity? He chuckled softly, just a bit of snake-catching skill. It's not convenient to elaborate. Du Fengyan scratched his head. There were many folk remedies and secrets, typically passed down through generations. If someone was unwilling to share, there was little that could be done. The incident concerning Jun was merely a minor interlude, yet for him, it was a considerable loss of face. He cast Lin Chen a glance filled with disdain, attributing his embarrassment to Lin Chen while conveniently forgetting the latter's assistance. The group pressed onward, with Jun trailing behind, his arms suspended. Professor Wei and Luther were engrossed in discussion, when suddenly, De Huang came to an abrupt halt. De Huang? Upon seeing De Huang stop, Lin Chen immediately ceased his own movement. De Huang crouched low, sniffing the ground, then turned to bark at Lin Chen. What woof? What's wrong? Luther asked. Lin Chen shook his head, advancing a few steps. As he reached De Huang's side, the dog suddenly sprang up, firmly blocking Lin Chen's leg, preventing him from proceeding any further. De Huang, is this a ghost path? Lin Chen squinted, crouching down to feel the ground, his expression morphing into one of surprise. He then addressed the group. We cannot proceed here. We must take a detour. Why can't we go this way? Jun was the first to voice his skepticism. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and remarked that this was a ghost path, one that should not be traversed lightly. Shaolin, what exactly is a ghost path? Professor Wei inquired. Lin Chen held a favorable impression of Professor Wei and patiently explained. Do you recognize the species of the trees surrounding us? Elm, Highland banyan, all belong to the broadleaf family. Although Jun was rather unpleasant, he possessed considerable skill and quickly identified the nearby trees. Lin Chen continued, while the ground may appear even, beneath it lies a quagmire-like terrain. The broadleaf trees in the vicinity shed their leaves, layering them upon the mire. You can see shrubs and flowers on top, but in reality, they are quite fragile. A slight exertion could cause one to sink and be engulfed by the mire. We refer to this terrain as a ghost path, which signifies that malevolent spirits use such methods to lure the living, leading them to be consumed by the mire and ultimately perish here. Yu Yimu retrieved a spade from his backpack and plunged it into the ground, pulling it out to reveal a significant amount of muddy water clinging to the blade. Lin is correct. It is indeed a mire below, Yu Yimu confirmed. The group promptly stepped back, and Mr. Luther asked, "Can we ascertain the extent of this area? Otherwise, we cannot navigate around it." Lin Chen shook his head, explaining that this ghost path could likely stretch for miles, while there would certainly be passages within that distance. Locating one and traversing it safely was nearly impossible, even for the most seasoned hunters. Yu Yimu then remarked, "If we were to take a detour, we might have to scale the mountains over there, which would consume an excessive amount of time." Luther turned to the security personnel, asking if they had any solutions. "Sir, if we could identify a focal point, perhaps we could construct a cable bridge, which would save us some time. However, the challenge lies in determining that focal point." One of the security representatives replied, "Since we cannot accomplish the impossible, let us refrain from discussing it further." Luther appeared anxious, unwilling to take an alternate route as they could not afford the time lost to a detour. "Never mind. We are ultimately here to save lives." Lin Chen shook his head and, while the others were distracted, pressed one hand against the ground. Soon, a multitude of small insects emerged from beneath the leaves, gathering around him. In the next moment, the insects entered the mountain god space and were subsequently released, granting Lin Chen dominion over the swarm. He then stood and addressed the group. "I will proceed ahead to locate a focal point for you. You prepare to construct the cable bridge." As Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone was momentarily stunned. Yu Yimu seized Lin Chen's arm, exclaiming, No, this is far too dangerous and nearly an impossible task. You are courting death." Lin Chen was taken aback by her concern and pondered briefly before suggesting, "Then how about this? You tie a rope around me, and if I encounter danger, you can pull me back. Surely, that would suffice?" After a moment of hesitation, Yu Yimu agreed. Observing this, Luther approached Lin Chen and said, "Lin, I am grateful for your willingness to help. Should this rescue be successful, I will reward you handsomely, I swear." Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. Luther appeared visibly anxious. He quietly inquired, "Is there someone in the research team that you hold dear?" "My son, he is part of the research team," Luther replied candidly. Lin Chen suddenly understood, empathizing with Luther's feelings. He patted Luther's shoulder, causing those around them to tense up instantly. However, Luther swiftly gestured for them to remain calm. Lin Chen, startled by their reaction, wondered what was amiss with these individuals. "Rest assured, I will exert every effort to rescue your son," Lin Chen declared earnestly. Chapter 67. If you wish to perish, then perish. On the ghostly path of grass, Lin Chen proceeded slowly, a nylon rope tethered to him, ensuring that should he encounter peril, he could be pulled back. It was utterly implausible. One could not rely solely on their own faculties to navigate a quagmire that perhaps only allowed the passage of a single foot. Yu Yimu remarked to Professor Wei and others. "Indeed, Miss Yimu," responded Wang Jun. "This person merely seeks to draw attention, to showcase himself before Mr. Luther, and then concoct an excuse to claim he could not proceed, thereby swindling a significant sum upon his return. His heart is as dark as night." Wang Jun had found an opportunity to speak, having infused himself with a concoction of narcotics, and now at least his blood appeared red. Yu Yimu frowned. Yet she could not counter Lin's character. He seemed quite dependable. Perhaps he indeed possessed some extraordinary method? Wang Jun's lips twitched at the thought of this foreign woman, how she oscillated between extremes. Had she not been a beautiful foreigner, he would have berated her long ago. Lin Chen advanced at a measured pace, each step appearing effortless. To the onlookers, he seemed merely to be strolling leisurely, oblivious to any lurking dangers. Yet Lin alone understood that each of his steps was guided by the minuscule insects beneath him. The swarm traversed the mire, akin to a multitude of tiny radars, their feedback only perceptible to Lin, a manifestation of the mountain deity's power. Before long, Lin had ventured several dozen meters away. Suddenly, he turned to the group and declared, "I've navigated the ghostly path. Now I shall find a place to secure a steel cable. There is no need for a bridge, simply ascend along the cable." "Truly?" Dufonian adjusted his glasses, unable to believe that what had just been described as a perilous ghostly path was so effortlessly traversed. Wang Jun's eyes gleamed, and a smile crept across his face as he exclaimed, "Ha! This man is clearly deceiving us. There is no ghostly path. He is exploiting our ignorance of Taiyang Ridge, deliberately fabricating such tales to garner attention and swindle money. Do not be fooled." With that, Wang Jun boldly stepped forward. The group exchanged anxious glances, apprehensive that they might indeed have been duped by a mere country bumpkin. "I told you so. He is merely deceiving you." but before he could finish, Wanjun suddenly sank as the crust of earth beneath him could not bear his weight, and the mire below seemed to writhe like a monstrous serpent, eager to consume him. "Ah, help! Someone save me!" Wanjun cried out, thrashing desperately. Lin Chen, arms crossed, observed from a distance. He had witnessed many acts of self-destruction. Yet this was a first for such blatant folly. His disposition had always been one of indifference toward those who sought their own demise, especially one as insufferable as Wanjun. "Do not struggle. Lean forward to increase your surface area and tension, or you shall be completely engulfed." Yu Yemu, an expert in wilderness survival, shouted urgently to Wanjun. At this moment, Wanjun dared not question anything further and immediately followed the directives given by Yi Mu Mu. The speed of his descent indeed decreased significantly. Yet it was not a time for him to relax. He looked at Lin Chen and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pull me up, please." Lin Chen shrugged and replied, "You need to understand that I am merely a guide. Saving lives is not my responsibility. Moreover, this treacherous path is exceedingly dangerous. It is a feat just to have traversed it, let alone return to rescue you. It would be too perilous. Stop with the excuses. Help me, and I will pay you. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. It will suffice for you to cultivate land for half a year," Wanjun shouted desperately. Lin Chen shook his head and said, "In comparison to money, I value life far more." Wanjun was on the verge of tears. Thankfully, Lu Se promptly instructed the security personnel to secure a rope and follow the path he had just traversed to pull Wanjun up. The security staff nodded and fastened a nylon rope before heading towards Wanjun. However, as he approached, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, causing him to sink as well. Although he remained a few meters away from Wanjun and was not in immediate danger, he found himself unable to advance, thus unable to assist Wanjun. "I cannot move, Mr. Lu Se," the security personnel shouted, sinking rapidly. The others hurriedly pulled him back. But Wanjun was already nearly submerged up to his neck. The previous method of increasing the load-bearing area was no longer viable, and it was evident that time was running out. Professor Wei urgently turned to Lin Chen and implored, "Comrade Lin, Mr. Lin, I beseech you, for the sake of an old man's plea, save him this once. I guarantee he shall never again speak disrespectfully to you." "Professor Wei, this is far too dangerous. I have no intention of risking my life." Lin Chen continued to refuse. At this point, Wanjun was submerged up to his mouth, unable to call for help, his small eyes darting wildly with sheer panic. The others were equally frantic. They could not bear to witness a living man perish before their eyes. Yumumu also called out to Lin Chen, "I know this guy is loathsome, and I dislike him as well, but we are a team. I implore you to save him just this once. Mr. Lin, he is, after all, my student. I earnestly plead with you." Professor Wei was now genuinely anxious. He attempted to cautiously step towards the perilous path, but before he could find his footing, the ground crumbled beneath him, rendering it impossible to proceed. It became apparent that while Lin Chen had appeared at ease, he truly possessed remarkable skills. Lin Chen glanced at Wanjun, who could only see a few strands of hair on his forehead at this point. Professor Wei, standing opposite Lin Chen, pleaded, "Mr. Lin, I am willing to kneel before you. I implore you to save his life." Seeing Professor Wei about to kneel, Lin Chen hastily interjected, "All right. I shall rescue him this once, but if he ever engages in reckless behavior again, you shall not blame me for my indifference." With that, Lin Chen swiftly approached the spot where Wanjun was sinking. The onlookers marveled at his agile movements, utterly perplexed as to how he discerned the terrain. "Come up." Lin Chen grasped Wanjun's hair with a force reminiscent of pulling garlic. Fortunately, after undergoing the transformation at Lingquan, his strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, this Wanjun, might not have been easily uprooted. Just then, however, as Wanjun was being pulled, he suddenly embraced Lin Chen tightly. Given the limited space Lin Chen was already occupying, this unexpected embrace caused him to tumble into the mire. Alarmed, Lin Chen felt a shiver run through him as onlookers watched him being dragged toward the swamp, should they fall in. It was likely that neither of them would escape unscathed. Chapter 68 traces Lin Chen was abruptly seized by Wanjun around the waist, causing him to tumble downwards. The crowd on the riverbank gasped in unison, and Lin Chen's eyes widened in despair. He understood that saving someone like this was futile. Why should he risk his life for those who courted their own demise? Just as he contemplated this, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful elbow strike, landing squarely on Wanjun's chin. The panicked Wanjun's eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. Lin Chen fell partially into the mire. Yet he pressed down on Wanjun's body and, utilizing the strength of his core, propelled himself back up. What incredible core strength! His abdomen was remarkably powerful. Despite his slender appearance, the training he had undertaken was evidently formidable. The security personnel could not help but applaud. Lin Chen's maneuver was not something just anyone could replicate, as it demanded exceptional core stability. Even he had not been entirely certain he could execute it successfully. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang barked anxiously before finally sitting down in relief upon seeing Lin Chen safe, panting heavily as the earlier fright lingered in its demeanor. It's all right, De Huang. I'm fine. Steadying himself, Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing how close he had come to being dragged down by Wan Jun into a perilous fate. He glanced down at Wan Jun, who lay unconscious, and muttered, "Damn it, when you wake up, I'll make you regret this." With a grunt, he dragged Wan Jun out and relocated him to a more discreet area. Professor Wei, witnessing this, exhaled deeply. Thankfully, no life was lost. Lin Chen had managed to pull Wan Jun to a spot away from prying eyes. After a brief moment, he emerged and instructed others to secure a steel cable to a nylon rope, pulling it taut himself. The steel cable, spanning several dozen meters, was hefty. With a determined exertion of his arms, Lin Chen's muscles bulged, each fiber seemingly brimming with boundless strength. Before long, the cable was secured, and the security team mirrored his actions on their end. Once everyone had crossed over, someone suddenly noticed in an area of limited visibility that Wan Jun was caked in mud, his face marred with bruises. The onlookers exchanged glances, fully aware that Lin Chen was responsible for Wan Jun's current state. Yet, no one dared to speak up. Even Professor Wei could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that his student had nearly brought harm to his savior. A beating was a small price to pay for preserving one's life. It's nothing serious. Just give him some water, Professor Wei suggested after inspecting Wan Jun moments later. Someone provided water, and it wasn't long before Wan Jun stirred back to consciousness. Ouch! Ouch! What happened to me? Wan Jun groaned, bewildered. You dare to ask? You recklessly acted and fell into the mire. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's timely rescue, you would be dead. Professor Wei scolded sharply. Wan Jun paused, sensing something amiss. I fell into the mire. Yet why do I feel so sore all over, as if I've been beaten? And my chin, it feels as if it's fractured. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched, caught between the urge to laugh and the reluctance to do so. Your chin is not merely cracked. Mr. Lin's formidable strength, unleashed in such circumstances, did not directly end your life, which is a testament to your remarkable fortune. The group, disregarding the need for rest, pressed onward. Lu Se held an object resembling a mobile phone, furrowing his brow in frustration, stating that he still couldn't locate anything. It was likely their locator was malfunctioning, or at best, its power insufficient to transmit information over great distances. Let us continue searching according to our previous bearings, Professor Wei sighed. Proceeding forward is acceptable. But I must warn everyone once more, no one is permitted to act independently. Should a similar incident occur again, do not blame me for my indifference. Lin Chen declared with a stern expression, his gaze fixed intently on Wan Jun. Wan Jun, unable to meet Lin Chen's eyes, felt a sense of dread. Having already faced death twice in such a short time since entering the mountains, he doubted his chances of survival should a third encounter arise. You see, Mr. Lin. Yu Yamu interjected. Mr. Wan's actions were not deliberate. They were merely the instinctive reactions of someone in distress. At that moment, you were his sole lifeline. Hence his primal response. Whether it was instinct or not, I cannot say, but I assure you that should the time come when I do not save him, it too would be an instinctive reaction, Lin Chen retorted sharply. Under normal circumstances, one would treat a beauty like Yu Yamu with courtesy. But given their perilous situation in the Taihang Mountains, where death loomed at any moment, he felt compelled to assert control over the situation. Politeness? Would politeness have salvaged Wan Jun from his predicament? After a brief respite, the group continued onward. The most tormented among them was undoubtedly Wan Jun. Having recently been bitten by a white-browed pit viper and then ensnared in a swamp, he had been rescued only to endure a beating from Lin Chen. At that moment, each step felt insurmountable, and his will to survive was on the brink of collapse. Not long after they resumed their journey, someone exclaimed that they had discovered signs of human activity, uncertain whether they were left by the research team. Lin Chen and the others hurried over to find a security personnel examining scorch marks on the ground, clearly indicating that a fire had once been lit there. It must be them, Professor Wei exclaimed excitedly. Not necessarily. It could be hunters from the vicinity of the Taihang Mountains, Lin Chen replied, his brow furrowed. They had not yet truly penetrated deep into the Taihang Mountains, and while the likelihood was slim, it was not impossible for seasoned hunters to reach this area. Shaolin. Professor Wei urged, these are undoubtedly from the research team. Look at these items. He produced a metal fragment from the ashes, which appeared to be a kin lid. This is a specialized nutritional kin from our research team. It cannot be purchased elsewhere. Professor Wei chuckled. Lin Chen, puzzled, inquired if they have come this far. Why did they not exit? Instead, they ventured further in? The footprints left at the scene indicated that those who had made the fire had indeed proceeded deeper into the wilderness. The survival expert, Yi Mu, pondered the possibility of having lost their way. In such wilderness scenarios, without specialized skills and equipment, individuals can easily become utterly disoriented. Perhaps upon reaching this point, they have lost all sense of direction regarding the exit. Consequently, their current predicament has become increasingly perilous, indicating that their mental state may be teetering on the brink of collapse. Luther spoke anxiously. These traces are likely from 3 days ago, and in that span of time, they have no idea how far they have traveled. Professor Wei felt a surge of panic. In truth, he wondered if the research team could endure for another 3 days under such overwhelming psychological strain. Chapter 69. Setting up camp as dusk approached. Lin Chen and Yi Mu both suggested that they establish camp for the night, as traversing the primordial forest after dark was decidedly unwise. Let us travel a bit further. It isn't completely dark yet. Luther implored, his concern for his son evident in his tone. What do you think, Lin? Yi Mu inquired, turning to Lin Chen. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at the sky. In the forest, twilight descended more swiftly due to the dense canopy obscuring the sunlight. Based on his estimation, within an hour, night would fully envelop them. If we continue, by the time we set up camp, it will likely be completely dark, making it challenging to gather materials for the campsite, Lin Chen responded. Luther quickly reassured him. You needn't worry about that. I've procured the latest model of outdoor camping equipment. We won't need to gather materials on site. A modular plug-in system will allow us to establish the campsite in mere minutes. Under those circumstances, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. In an hour's time, regardless of the situation ahead, we shall set up camp. Of course, Luther exclaimed, turning to the security team. He called out, everyone. We will push on for 1 more hour, and upon our return, all your compensation will be doubled. Motivated by the prospect of increased pay, the team erupted in excitement, cheering as they continued onward. Soon, they arrived at a precipice, flanked by a chasm approximately 5 meters wide, spanned by a rudimentary rope bridge evidently left by a previous research team. Thank goodness, Luther exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief. Yi Mu assessed the bridge's condition and nodded. It's passable. The individuals who set up this bridge were highly skilled. They likely weren't certain of their location, which is why they didn't dismantle it in case they needed to retrace their steps. The bridge was composed of 2 steel cables with a composite material surface. I'll go first to test it, Yi Mu declared, being the lightest among them and thus most suitable. For safety, however, the group secured her with a safety rope, and she successfully reached the opposite side without incident. Mr. Luther, let us proceed next. The security team leader, a bearded man, suggested, tasked with ensuring the safety of his employer. Please do. Luther replied, his anxiety palpable yet maintaining his decorum. The security personnel, beginning with the leader, crossed the bridge in succession, confirming its stability before it was Lin Chen's turn. He stepped across the bridge in 2 strides, followed closely by De Huang, who leaped over effortlessly. Lin Chen mused that even without the bridge, the 5-meter gap would hardly pose a challenge for De Huang. Next came Luther, Professor Wei, Lu Fengyan, and Wan Jun, all of whom crossed safely. However, when it was time for the other security personnel to attempt the crossing, an unexpected incident occurred. While the bridge was indeed sturdy, its fixed position suddenly gave way, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. Following a fixed point, one side of the cliff had completely collapsed. Fortunately, the security personnel was secured by a safety rope. Otherwise, he and his supplies would have plummeted down the precipice. We cannot proceed. The distance is at least 15 meters. Making the construction of a new rope bridge unfeasible, shouted the personnel from the opposing side. The team leader of the security company suggested to Mr. Luther, let us set up camp here and wait for them to navigate around before we act. No, I cannot afford to waste time, Luther replied decisively. Have them find a way around. We shall continue forward with the communication devices and positioning instruments. The security team leader hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. After all, we are capable of handling typical dangers. After communicating with the personnel across the way, the group resumed their journey. Their current location was unsuitable for establishing a camp in the wilderness. One must choose an open area downwind to avoid attracting predators and to mitigate the risk of venomous insects and snakes. The 8 individuals quickly located a suitable spot, and the team leader set up a modular campsite. Regrettably, some modules were with others, but the missing components did not hinder their ability to rest. Everyone, you may take a break, the team leader called out. This campsite was inflatable, featuring a lower layer made of a special material. This material possessed a unique scent capable of repelling small pests, while the upper inflatable tent provided excellent insulation, valued at approximately $3 million in Europe and America. The security team leader explained to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, reflecting that money indeed holds great power, as it allowed for the construction of what resembled a small villa nestled in the Taihang Mountains. However, they would still need to maintain a watch overnight. The team leader glanced at the information on the positioning device and sighed. They likely won't catch up until tomorrow afternoon. Tonight's vigilance will require everyone's cooperation. The personnel from the security company could not march at night and would have to wait until morning to pursue. Consequently, the responsibility for the watch would fall upon those remaining. I will stay vigilant. Leave the first half of the night to me, Luther insisted, deeply troubled about his son and unable to find rest. No, sir. As the one financing this endeavor, it is unreasonable for you to keep watch. In fact, you are not qualified for it, the security team leader stated bluntly. Watching over the camp requires a certain level of expertise. Otherwise, you may not even notice if a beast approaches at night. Luther wished to argue, but ultimately shook his head, acknowledging that, as he had previously stated, professional matters should be left to professionals. Among us, the individuals qualified for this watch are myself, Zhao Jun, Mr. Lin, and Miss Mumu, the team leader declared. Zhao Jun was another security personnel member. Both Zhao Jun and I have undergone professional training. Mr. Lin is a local hunter, and Miss Mumu excels in wilderness survival. The rest of you should rest early. Your physical condition has always been a concern. If you do not rest adequately, you will struggle to keep pace during tomorrow's arduous march. Although the head of security does not intend to discriminate, several individuals feel somewhat helpless. After a brief respite, the head of security addressed Lin Chen, saying, Mr. Lin, my name is Zhou Debao. I hope you will accept my arrangements for this evening. I have no objections. Lin Chen replied with a nod. Thank you. It is now 6 o'clock, and everyone should still be alert. Let us have something to eat and take a moment to rest. The night watch will commence at 10 o'clock. I will take the first shift from 10 to midnight, followed by midnight to 2 o'clock. Mr. Lin, may I request your assistance during this time? Certainly, Lin Chen affirmed. From 2 to 4, Zhao Jun will take over. And for the remaining hours from 4 to 6, I kindly ask Miss Mumu for her help, should any unusual circumstances arise during the night. The watchman must promptly awaken the others. Is everyone in agreement? The group nodded in unison. Zhou Debao bowed in gratitude and then produced some instant food that required no cooking, merely soaking in water would suffice. Lin Chen found the offerings unappetizing and declined the food Zhou Debao offered. Instead, he retrieved a couple of cucumbers from his divine storage, consuming 2 himself and sharing some with De Huang. Together, man and dog nestled in comfort, resting side by side. Chapter 70. Me and her at this moment. Ye Mumu leaned over, exclaiming in surprise, Lin, please don't tell me your backpack is filled with cucumbers. What's wrong? Aren't they useful? Lin Chen bit into one. Shrugging his shoulders, Ye Mumu rolled her eyes and remarked, Hey, you're an experienced hunter. How can you go into the mountains with just a few cucumbers? You should at least bring some survival tools. No need. I have everything under control, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Then give me one. Ye Mumu reached out her hand towards Lin Chen. With a resigned expression, Lin Chen handed her one, saying, Don't you have military rations? Those are too dreadful. Who would eat them unless absolutely necessary? Ye Mumu seated herself beside Lin Chen, holding the cucumber in one hand while reaching out towards the large dog, saying, Can I pet him? Go ahead. Lin Chen nodded. The large dog glanced at Ye Mumu but did not resist, allowing her to stroke him several times. Ye Mumu, with a look of satisfaction, petted the dog while biting into the cucumber. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she exclaimed, Wow, this cucumber is delicious. Is it because I'm too hungry? Perhaps. Lin Chen had no intention of explaining how exquisite his vegetables were, lest she become overly reliant on him. Although he had plenty in his divine space, he could not reveal that secret. Ye Mumu quickly finished the cucumber, licking her lips afterward, her small, crimson tongue unexpectedly eliciting a sense of allure in Lin Chen, creating a stark contrast to her adorable appearance. Lin, give me another one. Ye Mumu extended her hand once more. Lin Chen replied helplessly, "Did I not just give you one? It's not good for girls to eat so much. You might gain weight. Don't be so stingy. I'll treat you to the finest Japanese cuisine later. You still have plenty." Ye Mumu looked at him with pleading eyes. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this girl was quite the cunning one. Surprised by her sudden approach, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "For what purpose?" "Of course." Ye Mumu nodded. "To make a face mask. Sliced cucumbers make the best masks. Please give me another one." Overwhelmed by her persistence, Lin Chen reluctantly handed her another cucumber and warned, "I don't have many left, so don't ask for more." "Lin, you are so stingy." Ye Mumu pouted. Yet she was pleased to have secured another cucumber. Lin Chen found a spot to lean against with the large dog and began to close his eyes for a rest. The large dog rested its chin on Lin Chen's thigh, snuggling closely against him. As dusk fell, the group began to feel drowsy. Zhou Daba was the first to take his shift, lighting a fire and sitting in front of it to tend to the flames, ensuring they did not extinguish. In a drowsy haze, Lin Chen suddenly felt someone nudging him. Opening his eyes, he found Zhou Daba pointing to his watch and saying, "Mr. Lin, I'll leave the rest to you." After yawning, Lin Chen nodded. "All right. You go rest. I'll handle the remaining time." Rubbing his eyes, Lin Chen approached the campfire, followed closely by De Huang. He began to poke at the flames with a thick branch, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. Deciding to roast 2 tomatoes, he knew that cooked tomatoes tasted even sweeter. Just as he arranged the tomatoes, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Yu Mumu, who seemed to materialize beside him like a ghost. "Hey, could you make less noise while walking? You scared me half to death," Lin Chen exclaimed, patting his chest in irritation. Yu Mumu, looking rather aggrieved, replied, "But I walk so lightly. What are you roasting? It smells delightful." De Huang lifted his head to glance at Yu Mumu, secretly wondering if she possessed a keen sense of smell akin to his own. "Just 2 tomatoes," Lin Chen responded. "Perfect, that means we can each have one," Yu Mumu said, her large eyes sparkling. "You are mistaken. It will be 1 for me and 1 for De Huang," Lin Chen declared, showing no inclination towards chivalry. Yu Mumu pouted. "Hey, isn't it a bit harsh to be so unkind to a girl? You're as cold as a stone." Lin Chen shrugged, stating, "My tenderness and warmth are reserved for my wife. You are not her, so why should I be courteous to you? Believe me when I say, when a man is overly attentive to a woman, he rarely has noble intentions." "Oh, I understand. If someone is overly attentive without reason, they are likely either a rapist or a thief." Yu Mumu nodded in agreement. "That would be no reason to be overly attentive. Either a rogue or a thief." Lin Chen chuckled, bemused. It was impressive that this foreigner could comprehend the intricacies of Chinese sayings to such a degree. "So, you're married?" Yu Mumu inquired. "Indeed. My daughter is already 4 years old," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Then why didn't you bring your wife to see you off today? Such a significant moment surely warrants her presence," Yu Mumu asked curiously. "In our country, when a husband departs, his wife must see him off." "I am temporarily separated from her," Lin Chen said softly. "What? You've divorced?" Yu Mumu asked, puzzled. Lin Chen shook his head and explained, "No, her family disapproved of me and forced her to return home. However, we have promised each other that no matter what happens, we will reunite, and I will bring her back." Yu Mumu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Could you tell me more about it? You must have a romantic story." Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Yu Mumu was from Japan and would soon return home, he felt it wouldn't hurt to share a bit. He spoke gently. "It's not particularly romantic, really. When I was in college, I was just a poor student. She was a daughter of overseas Chinese. Her family sent her back to immerse herself in Chinese culture before she came to our university. It's simply a tale of a princess falling in love with a poor boy. At the time, I had no idea how influential her family was. I thought she was just an ordinary student. After all, her Mandarin was so fluent, she hardly seemed like a foreigner." Lin Chen forced a smile and said, "Our love was fervent, as if we wished to be inseparable at every moment. In our senior year, I proposed to her, and she accepted. It was only during our wedding that I discovered she was an expatriate. At that time, I felt no concern regarding her origins, for our love was genuine and unwavering. After our marriage, I sought employment locally, working diligently to provide her with the best life possible, particularly as she was already expecting. 10 months later, she gave birth to our precious daughter, Duo. Life became increasingly challenging, yet I felt no burden, even when required to work late into the night. I remained filled with hope and gratitude for the future. However, for years later, her family intervened. It was then that I learned she was not only an expatriate but also hailing from a powerful lineage. Under her father's influence, she was forcibly taken back to her family. Despite my desperate attempts, I was left with only our daughter, Duo. At this point, Lin Chen closed his eyes, unable to forget the moment of parting, the anguished pleas of his wife. Yet, in the face of her family's formidable power, there was no room for negotiation. Come to me. Lin Chen, Duo. You must come to me. Then, take me home. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, suddenly opening his eyes wide. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to bring her home, to a position that her family could not refuse, this time with all propriety. To take her back home. Chapter 71. I shall pursue you. To my surprise, you and your wife share such a story. Yuyumuki mused, then remarked, but I must caution you, Lin. If her family holds significant stature beyond the borders of Huaxia, then you may find your desires elusive. Even if it is attainable, it might demand a lifetime of your effort. Is that truly worthwhile? Lin Chen chuckled softly, his hand gently caressing the head of the large yellow dog, and replied, Of course it is worthwhile. In this world, if there is anything worthy of a lifetime's commitment, it must be love. Yuyumuki momentarily appeared taken aback, tilting her head as she observed Lin Chen. The man before her was not a super handsome figure, though he was certainly pleasant to behold. Yet, there emanated from him a quality that inexplicably instilled a sense of tranquility, as if he were an unmovable mountain. You are quite a remarkable man. Yuyumuki narrowed her eyes and smiled. I wonder if you are open to being pursued. What? Lin Chen, who had just picked up a tomato, nearly dropped it in astonishment. Yuyumuki smiled and stated, I am pursuing you. You possess a sense of responsibility, a quality that many men from RB lack. Most merely seek to indulge in my physicality for mere amusement. Moreover, Taihang Ridge is indeed a splendid place. My fondness for pristine forests is profound. If I could reside here, it would be nothing short of perfection. Most significantly, you have a daughter, and I have no desire to bear children. This thought is simply perfect, is it not? Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. Perfect? What nonsense. It may be perfect for you, but what is perfect for me? Apologies, Miss Yuyumuki, but you may not have grasped my intent. I am determined to bring my wife back, Lin Chen stated solemnly. Yuyumuki shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. As I mentioned earlier, it may take you a lifetime to achieve that. By then, you will be quite elderly. And I believe that span of time would be ample for you to fall in love with me. If a lifetime of effort does not evoke such feelings, it would merely reflect my own lack of charm, and I would not hold it against you. Lin Chen was astounded. This woman's logic was undeniably perplexing. He sensed an underlying discord, yet could not articulate it. Before Lin Chen could respond, Yuyumuki took a tomato from his hand and took a gentle bite. The next moment, she shook her head in delight, exclaiming, This is extraordinarily delicious. I have discovered yet another reason to pursue you. Your vegetables are simply exquisite. It is because you are hungry, Lin Chen stated without hesitation. Not at all. I am not hungry in the slightest, Yuyumuki said, gazing at Lin Chen's face with a smile. Wow, a man who can blush. You are truly a treasure. It is decided. After we leave Taihang Ridge, I shall commence my pursuit of you. Do not act recklessly. Lin Chen quickly interjected, pondering if this woman was indeed mad. How could he, a man sworn to uphold his wife's honor, allow a woman from RB to disrespect him? No, it was unacceptable from any woman, regardless of her origin. This was not a matter of nationality. Just as Lin Chen was about to struggle, the large dog beside him suddenly stood up. Its ears twitched vigorously, and its bright eyes scanned the surroundings intently. What is the matter, De Huang? Lin Chen immediately sensed the dog's unusual behavior. Following its gaze, he looked around but found nothing. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if muted. Miss Mumu, Lin Chen said with a serious expression, wake everyone up. Something feels off. Noticing Lin Chen's grave demeanor, Yumumu realized he was not joking. She hurriedly crawled back into the inflatable tent and roused everyone one by one. What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Zhou Dabao approached Lin Chen and inquired. It's too quiet. How could the primordial forest be this silent? Lin Chen squinted slightly. With a flicker of his thoughts, insects began to crawl from beneath his feet in all directions. Fortunately, it was dark, and no one witnessed this astonishing scene. Are there large beasts lurking nearby? Yumumu asked immediately. Having engaged in wilderness survival, she had encountered large wild animals before, usually equipped with complete weaponry and safety measures. In most cases, she had not faced any mishaps, but of course, should an accident occur, it could lead to dire consequences. Otherwise, wilderness survival would not be deemed a game for the brave. Lin Chen remained silent, his focus entirely on the swarm of insects. Through their movements, he expanded his perception of the surroundings, and suddenly, he gasped sharply. "Everyone, prepare for battle. A pack of wolves, it's a pack of wolves," Lin Chen growled. And through the insect's awareness, he discerned that a pack of over 30 wolves had encircled them, transforming them into prey. The others were uncertain how Lin Chen had detected the wolves, but they trusted his judgment as a local. Zhou Debao immediately shouted to the security personnel, "Zhao Jun, load the weapons. Everyone capable of using a firearm, arm yourselves." As Zhou Debao spoke, the wolves seemed to realize they had been discovered. They ceased their concealment, their forms flickering in and out of the darkness. A collective gasp escaped the group. In that brief moment, at least a dozen wolves had revealed themselves. As professionals, they knew that wolves do not fully expose themselves before an attack, indicating that the pack was likely much larger than it appeared. "We're finished. If the pack launches a coordinated assault, we won't be able to fend them off. In the intervals between shots, they could breach our defenses." Sweat began to bead on Zhou Debao's forehead. If it were only a few wolves, it would be manageable. Modern weaponry could easily eliminate them. However, it is now possible that there are dozens of them, and a few firearms would be utterly ineffective unless they are rapid-fire automatic rifles. Yet, this is Huaxia, where acquiring even a standard hunting rifle is a feat in itself. The notion of wielding such formidable weaponry is simply out of the question. Once the wolf pack launches its attack, they will exploit the moments of silence and gunfire, swiftly breaking through their defenses, leading to a hand-to-hand combat scenario where these 8 individuals would merely serve as fodder for the wolves. "I can handle a gun," Luther declared, a wealthy Westerner accustomed to hunting during his leisure. However, among the remaining individuals, aside from Professor Wei, neither Lu Fenggan nor Wan Jun had ever touched a firearm. "Miss Mu, Mr. Lin, are you proficient with guns?" Zhou Daba asked anxiously. "I am not. There are no opportunities to practice shooting in our country," Lin Chen replied helplessly. Having lived as an ordinary individual all his life, how could he possibly know how to use a gun? "Give it to me. I can use it," Yu Mumu said without hesitation, taking a gun from Zhao Jun's hands. She then winked at Lin Chen. "Lin, watch me protect you. This is what they call a hero saving a damsel in distress, right? After this ordeal, you must take me on a date." Lin Chen rolled his eyes, lacking the inclination to correct Yu Mumu's words, for the wolf pack was now alarmingly close. Chapter 72, The Wolf King versus the Mountain God with a mournful whimper. The great dog lowered its body, emitting a warning as it steadfastly positioned itself before Lin Chen. Should any wolves dare to launch an attack, they would first have to breach the formidable defense of the great dog. "Da Huang, do not act rashly, return," Lin Chen admonished in a low voice. Should he provoke the fierce nature of Da Huang and incite a confrontation with the wolf pack, it would be exceedingly difficult to summon him back. In such a situation, Lin Chen would struggle to mount an offensive without endangering Da Huang. Fortunately, Da Huang managed to suppress its ferocity and obediently returned to Lin Chen's side, while in the forest, pairs of eerie green eyes floated ominously. The cold sweat on the foreheads of the group increased, and upon a cursory count, it became evident that the wolf pack numbered over 20. Initially, their team would have been unperturbed by a wolf pack, but with 8 combatants now absent, their situation grew dire, rendering them incapable of forming an effective defensive perimeter. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu, those of you who cannot wield firearms, retreat." Zhou Debao gritted his teeth and commanded. Lin Chen, Lu Fengyan, and Wan Jun had no choice but to retreat into the protective circle, with Da Huang following suit. "Give me a knife. Surely you have one?" Lin Chen requested of Zhou Debao. Nodding, Zhou Debao produced a short knife from his waist, its blood grooves indicative of its lethal nature. Observing this, Lu Fenggan also requested a blade from Zhao Jun, and the two joined the defensive formation. Even without firearms, they would not be a burden should a close-quarters conflict arise. "Why isn't the wolf pack launching an attack?" Zhao Jun inquired, perplexed. The others shared his confusion until Lu Fengyan elucidated that the actions of the wolves were dictated by the Wolf King. Typically, the Wolf King is an experienced hunter, and it seemed that the king hesitated, uncertain if it could overpower them. Then why not fire a few shots? It would simplify matters. Wan Jun shouted from within the protective circle. "No," Lu Fengyan exclaimed in alarm. "No one should fire a weapon. The wolf pack is wary of us. There remains a chance they may retreat. If we attack first, it will lead to a relentless confrontation." As an expert in zoology, Lu Fengyan commanded the trust of the group, and indeed, the wolf pack appeared to be in no hurry, retreating further. "Are they frightened?" Wan Jun queried. Lu Fengyan shook his head. "Not necessarily. They may be attempting to lull us into complacency. No sooner had Lu Fengyun spoken than another wolf emerged into their line of sight. With a wry smile, he remarked, "The lead wolf is certainly a skilled adversary. It seeks to exhaust our energy, keeping us in a constant state of tension. It appears the Wolf King has determined it can feast upon us and now aims to do so with minimal loss. What? What should we do? I do not wish to perish." Wan Jun exclaimed, his agitation palpable. He had faced the specter of death 3 times that day, and his psyche was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a wolf of significantly larger stature appeared, locking its gaze onto Lin Chen with an expression that seemed tinged with confusion. "That must be the Wolf King," Lu Fengyun declared. In Lin Chen's heart, it felt as if something had collided with him. Could it be that as the mountain god, he also had to oversee the wolf pack? The Wolf King bared its fangs at Lin Chen, clearly not in a gesture of submission, but rather as a provocation, a threat. At that moment, De Huang seemed to have gone mad, stepping forward and revealing its own teeth in response to the Wolf King's challenge. Lin Chen understood that De Huang was defending its position, so he gently patted its head, urging it to remain calm. While he turned his gaze back to the Wolf King, the Wolf King paced back and forth, with the surrounding wolves emerging, exerting pressure on everyone present. The pack's aggression now hinged solely on the Wolf King's command. Suddenly, the Wolf King halted, howling towards the heavens, causing the surrounding wolves to part. It then bared its teeth at Lin Chen once more, emitting a low growl. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. What exactly did the Wolf King intend? Lu Fengyun was also taken aback, and Professor Wei anxiously inquired, "Little Lu, what does the Wolf King want?" It seemed as though it had issued a challenge. But how could that be? Such a challenge typically arose only when a new king confronted an old one, a ritual within the wolf pack. But why? Lu Fengyun was dumbfounded. He had dedicated his life to studying animals, with wolves being of particular focus. Yet he had never heard of a Wolf King challenging an entity outside its pack. Could it be that the Wolf King regarded De Huang as a peer? Yu Mumu exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone immediately turned to look at De Huang, only to realize that its coat was glossy and, although slightly smaller than the Wolf King, it exuded an undeniable aura of strength. Yet, only Lin Chen comprehended that the Wolf King was not challenging De Huang, but rather himself. The Wolf King was challenging the mountain god of Taihang Ridge. In its eyes, he, the new mountain god, was too feeble and to earn its recognition. He must first defeat it. Lin Chen's heart was torn. Should he accept the challenge? True, after undergoing transformation from the spring water and spatial fruits, he had become considerably stronger, but to battle a Wolf King seemed utterly absurd. Yet, to refuse meant that everyone would soon face the wolf pack's assault. And it was highly likely that they would not withstand it. At that point, it would not be just one life at stake. Damn it, Lin Chen cursed. If one were to assign blame, it would be Gu Mingxi's fault, if it weren't for the beautiful teacher getting lost in Taihang Ridge. Would he have had to confront the wolf pack head-on? Once he found her, he would surely demand compensation for the losses. If she could not provide the funds, then, at that moment, the Wolf King howled once more, and before its cry faded, the wolves in the pack began to howl in unison, creating a chilling echo. "Let that dog fight it. If we don't, we will all perish," Wan Jun cried out, his voice tinged with despair, only to be met with scornful glances from the crowd. Indeed, De Huang appeared formidable, but how could a mere dog possibly contend with a battle-hardened Wolf King? If De Huang were to fall, they would be left vulnerable to the onslaught, losing a vital ally in the process. It was evident that the Wolf King aimed to wear them all down. A wolf, its intellect seems to surpass that of certain individuals. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at Wan Jun. The Wolf King, growing increasingly impatient, pressed forward, now merely 10 meters away from the group. Zhou Debao, with determination etched on his face, declared, "If it comes to that, I shall shoot it down, without a leader. The pack of wolves may grant us a sliver of hope. Do not. Your shotgun may not guarantee a swift kill, and once you take action, the other wolves will undoubtedly retaliate." Lu Fengyun interjected urgently. "That won't work either. What shall we do then?" Zhou Debao exclaimed, his eyes wide with frustration. At that moment, Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward, commanding De Huang, "Step back. And you all, no matter what transpires, do not engage." Everyone was taken aback. And Yimu stared at Lin Chen as he advanced, incredulously asking, "Lin, what are you planning to do? What do you think?" "I shall accept the challenge," Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. The adversary had already issued a challenge, leaving him no room to retreat. Victory meant survival, defeat spelled death. Unbeknownst to them, their fates were now inextricably linked with Lin Chen's. Chapter 73. The submissive. As Lin Chen advanced, The wolf pack emitted low growls, while the wolf king shook its fur, seemingly welcoming its adversary. The group led by Yi Mumu was bewildered. What was happening? Professor Wei exclaimed, Shaolin, don't be reckless. What madness is this? Yet, at that moment, Lu Fengyan interjected, Teacher, something is amiss. Mr. Lin, it appears he has gained the Wolf King's approval. The Wolf King accepts his challenge. This is impossible. How could the Wolf King challenge an ordinary human? Lu Se frowned, equally incredulous. Lu Fengyan sighed. I understand this seems absurd, but the reality is. It is indeed so. Look at the Wolf King. It has not rejected Mr. Lin. The battle has the pack's acknowledgement. Between Lin Chen and the wolves, there was no barrier aside from the Wolf King, which steadily approached Lin Chen, who remained locked in gaze with it. At that moment, Lin Chen felt no trace of panic. He was entirely focused on the impending battle, as if the entire Taihang Mountains resonated with his presence. He was the mountain deity, the true master of Taihang, while the Wolf King and its pack were mere subjects. Yimumu's palms were clammy with anxiety, while the Huang bared its teeth, ready to charge, but obeyed Lin Chen's command, despite the formidable Wolf King standing before them. Suddenly, without warning, the Wolf King lunged at Lin Chen. Standing before the beast, Lin Chen felt the overwhelming pressure it exuded. The ferocity of a wolf in full attack was indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was undaunted and showed no signs of retreat. He met the Wolf King's charge head-on, and just as they were about to collide, Lin Chen rolled to the side. The Wolf King, unable to grasp its target, quickly turned to launch another assault, but Lin Chen had already countered. Realizing that facing the Wolf King directly would lead to his swift demise at the mercy of its claws and teeth, he needed to find its vulnerable side and strike first. In an instant, Lin Chen positioned himself beside the Wolf King, wrapping his arms around its waist. The Wolf King was taken aback, not expecting such audacity. It twisted its body, attempting to fling Lin Chen off, but he clung tightly to its fur. As the Wolf King's movements lessened, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to its abdomen. With a fierce roar, the Wolf King rolled to the side. Lin Chen had no choice but to release his grip as the Wolf King regained its footing, shaking off the dust that clung to its fur. It bared its teeth, now more cautious. The two resumed their standoff, Lin Chen panting heavily. Although he had managed to strike, the physiological pressure weighed heavily on him. With another growl, the Wolf King lunged once more. Lin Chen braced himself, prepared to meet the charge, but this time the Wolf King had adapted. It halted abruptly, shifted its body, and executed a powerful kick, its menacing white claws poised to inflict severe damage upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen's evasive maneuvers were futile. He decided to embrace the force of the Wolf King's rear kick, seizing its calf with a firm grip. The impact propelled him backward, and he collided violently with a tree, his face contorting in pain. Yet, this was a stroke of fortune. By choosing to collide, he had dissipated much of the force. Had he been struck directly, he might have instantly lost his ability to fight. Without a moment's respite, a shadow lunged at him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen executed a roll to evade. But before he could regain his footing, a gust of wind whipped past the back of his head. Huh, he growled, propelling himself away with a contorted leap, narrowly escaping the rush of air. Panting heavily, Lin Chen felt his legs tremble, not from fear, but from the exertion of muscles unaccustomed to such extreme actions. The Wolf King turned and charged once more. Determined, Lin Chen braced himself for the encounter. As the Wolf King lunged, he sidestepped, but this time his timing faltered. The wolf's claws grazed his side, and a crimson line appeared. Ignoring the searing pain, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and summoned his strength. He grasped the fur on the Wolf King's nape and propelled himself upward, effectively clinging to its back. The side positioning was a blind spot for the beast, yet it retaliated by crashing towards the ground. Lin Chen, using his arms, leaped just as he was about to be slammed down, not only evading the impact but also positioning himself atop the Wolf King's neck. Ah! Lin Chen roared, tightening his grip around the Wolf King's throat and pulling backward with force. His jaw clenched, his eyes turned a fierce crimson as his body unleashed its full potential. The Wolf King, ensnared by Lin Chen, became increasingly agitated, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge him. However, Lin Chen clung on as if fused to the Wolf King's form, unmoved by its frantic movements. At that moment, Zhou Debao's pupils constricted in realization as he muttered, Mr. Lin has locked his arms. The onlookers finally noticed that Lin Chen had somehow bound his arms with the tattered remnants of his sleeve, resembling a mere ornament on the Wolf King's back. Gradually, the Wolf King's movements began to falter. The lack of oxygen was a lethal blow to any creature. Finally, with a resounding thud, the Wolf King collapsed to the ground. Victory was Lin Chen's. Unbelievable. This was nothing short of a miracle. Luther stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, Lin Chen showed no sign of relinquishing his grip, though he could not fully subdue the Wolf King. Having inherited the mountain goddess space, he sensed that the Wolf King had not reached its limit. It still possessed strength and was merely feigning weakness. Lin, that's enough, You've won, Yu Yamu shouted emphatically. But Lin Chen was resolute, pouring every last ounce of his strength into maintaining his hold. Gradually, the Wolf King's breaths grew more erratic, initiating a new wave of struggles, and only then did the crowd realize they had been deceived by the Wolf King. However, just moments ago, the formidable Wolf King had struggled to break free, and now it was even less likely to succeed. Within mere seconds, the Wolf King once again collapsed to the ground, but this time it had utterly exhausted its strength to resist, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of pleading. Lin Chen coldly regarded the Wolf King's gaze and softly uttered, "Do you wish to live? If so, submit. Otherwise, death awaits." The Wolf King hesitated for a moment before begrudgingly extending its tongue, surrendering completely and ceasing its struggles, signifying its acceptance of Lin Chen as the mountain deity. Finally, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, releasing his hold on the Wolf King, and staggered to his feet. Yet, at that very moment, several wolves from the pack suddenly lunged forward, charging at the already fatigued Lin Chen. Chapter 74. The new king, a shadow, lunged at Lin Chen, but before it could get close, a yellow figure swiftly intervened. It was De Huang. The crowd's spirits lifted, yet De Huang could only halt one assailant, while two more shadows approached Lin Chen. With a fierce growl, the Wolf King turned and seized one of the attackers, sinking its teeth into the shadow's neck. Two of the three shadows were contained, yet one remained unchallenged, swiftly leaping above Lin Chen. In that critical moment, Lin Chen, who had been momentarily staggering, suddenly swung his arm. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and the shadow above let out a mournful wail, blood spraying forth as Lin Chen barely managed to evade the worst of it. The airborne shadow crashed to the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still. Lin Chen surveyed the wolf pack, aware that the three wolves he had just thwarted were challengers within the pack. Should the Wolf King emerge victorious, they would undoubtedly shift their aggression towards him. He turned the short dagger in his hand, an instrument bestowed upon him by Zhou Dabowith, which he had refrained from using in his battle with the Wolf King. Lin Chen understood that victory through tools would not win him the Wolf King's loyalty. He approached the slain wolf, delivering a decisive blow to sever its head. Meanwhile, the Wolf King's sharp teeth clamped down on the neck of another wolf, and with a powerful surge, it dispatched its foe, which struggled briefly before succumbing. The Wolf King then released the lifeless body and approached Lin Chen, gently licking the palm of his hand, a gesture of sincere submission. De Huang followed suit, biting through the neck of its own adversary before bounding to Lin Chen's side, baring its teeth at the remaining wolves. Lin Chen took a deep breath, raising the severed wolf head high, unleashing a roar that resonated like thunder. His tattered coat had been discarded, revealing a toned physique that shimmered under the moonlight, the blood and wounds inflicted by the Wolf King resembling a tapestry, narrating Lin Chen's valor. The wolves bowed their heads in deference, signifying that at this moment, Lin Chen had truly become the master of the pack. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen turned to the Wolf King, who immediately averted its gaze, bowing its head. The pack held a strong sense of hierarchy. With the Wolf King's defeat, it was imperative that it yield to the new king, for any act of defiance would lead to certain demise. The eyes of Yi Mu glimmered with admiration. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared utterly heroic, akin to a figure from a myth battling against divine beings and monsters. Discarding the wolf head, he approached the Wolf King, who responded with a respectful whimper. Lin Chen embraced the Wolf King's head, pressing their foreheads together. Zhou Dabowith and the others, having just relaxed slightly, felt their hearts leap into their throats once more, fearing a sudden attack from the Wolf King could turn Lin Chen into a headless knight. However, the Wolf King did not attack. Instead, it closed its eyes. After a brief moment, Lin Chen released the Wolf King, which slowly opened its eyes and retreated until it completely vanished into the darkness. This is utterly incredible, Zhao Jun exclaimed, as everything that had just transpired resembled a tale that could only exist in myth. Lu Fengyun was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain himself, staring intently at Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, regardless of the outcome, please engage with me once this matter concludes. You are perhaps the first human to have tamed a pack of wolves. Lin, you are remarkable. I am utterly captivated by you." Yu Yamu rushed toward Lin Chen, eager to offer him a warm embrace. willing to devote everything to him, should he desire it. Yet, before she could approach, De Huang suddenly exhibited a fierce demeanor, as if to say that should Yu Yemu dare to come any closer, it would spring into action, causing her to halt in her tracks. De Huang, good boy. I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit, Lin Chen gently reassured, stroking De Huang's head. With a low whimper, De Huang licked Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen stumbled slightly, then steadied himself before turning to the others. Everyone, could you assist me in tending to my injuries? Oh right. Quickly, fetch the medicine and bandages. Professor Wei was the first to react, rushing into the inflatable tent to retrieve the medical kit. Oh, Lin Chen sat down on the inflatable tent. Wincing in pain as the adrenaline that had kept him going began to subside, allowing the pain to wash over him like a tide. Yu Yemu took the medical kit from Professor Wei and promptly began treating Lin Chen's wounds with antiseptic and bandages. Her fingertips glided over Lin Chen's injuries, each touch leaving her both astonished and entranced. Lin, you must get a rabies vaccine once we return. It's not safe otherwise, Yu Yemu instructed. Lin Chen nodded. Not out of indifference, but because the antiseptic stung unbearably, rendering him speechless. Yu Yemu spent half an hour tending to Lin Chen's wounds, wrapping several layers of bandage until she was satisfied with their security. Luther stood before Lin Chen, declaring, "What you accomplished just now was nothing short of a miracle. I believe it was the Lord who guided me to you, allowing you to help rescue my son." "Mr. Luther, I cannot guarantee that I can save your son," Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. "I can only do my best." Yet Luther remained steadfast, saying, "With you here, it is surely possible. If even you cannot succeed, then it must be the Lord's will to take him from me." Watching Luther become emotional, Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking that no matter what, it was all the Lord's idea, and he was merely a tool in this scenario, right? Will the wolf pack return? Wan Jun, who had been hiding at the back, suddenly inquired. Lin Chen cast him a sideways glance before replying, "Even if the wolf pack does return, they will not harm us. However, we must remain vigilant against other large predators. Leave it to us." "Greetings, Mr. Lin. Please ensure you rest well," Zhou Daba promptly remarked. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and chose a cozy spot within the inflatable tent to lie down. De Huang quickly followed, nestling beside Lin Chen. What an extraordinary canine! Not only is it fiercely loyal to its master, but it also possesses the prowess to vanquish wild wolves. Did you witness it? It dispatched a wild wolf with ease, akin to a king of the wilderness. Lu Sei praised, noting the formidable combat prowess De Huang displayed earlier. Perhaps only a man as formidable as Lin could nurture such an exceptional dog, Yu Yemu commented. In her eyes, Lin Chen had become the very epitome of masculinity, a flawless paragon of the male gender. Inside the inflatable tent, Lin Chen had already entered the mountain spirit space. He approached the spiritual spring and took a generous sip. The warmth enveloped him, and without hesitation, he used the spring's waters to cleanse his wounds. Ah, what a delightful sensation. In reality, the wounds beneath the bandages began to heal rapidly, and the comfort prompted Lin Chen to succumb to slumber within the mountain spirit space. Upon awakening, the dawn had broken, and Zhou Daba and the others were busy packing their belongings, having chosen not to disturb Lin Chen, wishing for him to enjoy a bit more rest. Emerging from the mountain spirit space, Lin Chen felt revitalized, and the spirit within the space had completely restored itself. Each time he entered the space, the spiritual essence perfectly mirrored every aspect of his physical form. Could it be that once the spirit in the mountain spirit space is fully rejuvenated, my injuries in reality have also been entirely healed? Lin Chen pondered. Chapter 75. Who will feed the eagles with flesh? In a state of bewilderment, Lin Chen did not immediately depart from the mountain goddess space. Instead, after satisfying his own hunger and thirst, he prepared a generous cup of spiritual spring water for De Huang before leaving, as the dog had performed exceptionally well the previous night and deserved a reward. Oh, what is this? Lin Chen suddenly stumbled upon a stone tablet under a wild peach tree, though most of it was buried underground, revealing only a small portion. He had overlooked it before. However, the tablet bore no inscriptions, it was entirely blank. Lin Chen traced his fingers over its surface, yet found nothing of significance. As if it were utterly useless. Surely, there couldn't be superfluous items in the mountain goddess space, could there? He scratched his head, deciding to set aside his curiosity about the tablet for the time being. Upon returning to reality, Lin Chen was relieved to discover that his wound no longer ached. As he peeled back a section of the bandage, he noted only a faint white mark where the injury had been, revealing no trace of the severe wound he had sustained the night before. However, he dared not let anyone else know, lest he end up as a subject for dissection in a research study. De Huang, drink up. Lin Chen encouraged, offering the spiritual spring water to the dog, who, elated, quickly polished it off and affectionately nudged Lin Chen's leg with his head in satisfaction. Lin, you're awake? Yuyamuki Mu exclaimed, rushing over in excitement upon seeing him. Nothing unexpected occurred last night, did it? Lin Chen inquired. Yuyamuki Mu shook her head. Aside from the wolf pack, there was only one surprise. Oh? What surprise? Lin Chen asked, curiosity piqued. I unexpectedly fell in love with you. Yuyamuki Mu giggled, covering her mouth. Lin Chen was at a loss, bemused by such corny romantic declarations. Where on earth had Yuyamuki Mu learned such lines? Meanwhile, Wan Jun lurked in the shadows, seething with jealousy. How could such a typically aloof woman shamelessly pursue a rustic fellow like Lin Chen? Had Yuyamuki Mu's mind been struck by a donkey? Clearly, there was an exceptional man like himself around. Unaware of Wan Jun's convoluted thoughts, Lin Chen sampled a meal sent by Zhou Debao, almost retching at the taste, as it paled in comparison to his own vegetables. In contrast to the previous night, Loser seemed somewhat more composed, refraining from urging Lin Chen to continue exploring. However, out of concern for his son, Lin Chen wasted no time. Zhao Jun and Lu Fengyun both volunteered to assist Lin Chen, but he appeared unaffected in his movements, prompting them to marvel at his rugged resilience. Lin Chen chose not to provide any explanations and summoned everyone to resume their search for the research team's whereabouts. After several hours of wandering, they had yet to locate the team or encounter any of the security personnel. Mr. Loser, I have made contact. The route they previously took was a dead end, and they are now seeking a new path, Zhou Debao elucidated. Have them hurry, Loser replied, furrowing his brow. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wan Jun suddenly shouted, Wolves. The wolves are back. Everyone was taken aback, immediately on high alert, while Lin Chen smiled, recognizing that it was indeed the Wolf King from the previous night. There's no need for concern. It will not attack us again. Lin Chen, having spoken, directly approached the Wolf King, with De Huang promptly following suit. Indeed, Mr. Lin had utterly subdued the pack of wolves, a feat so astonishing that it completely transformed my perception of these creatures. Lu Fengyun lamented that should there be an opportunity to conduct research on Mr. Lin and the wolves, the results would surely captivate the world. The Wolf King, upon facing Lin Chen, immediately bowed its head. This time, Lin Chen merely stroked its head, breaking into a smile. Last night, when he had pressed his forehead against that of the Wolf King, he was effectively communicating, instructing it to seek out the traces of other humans, with the mountain goddess space in play. The Wolf King instantly grasped Lin Chen's intent and subsequently led the pack away. Now, having returned, it was clear that it had indeed discovered the signs of other humans, which prompted its return to convey the news. Go. Let us. Lin Chen gently urged as he patted the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King stepped back a couple of paces and then turned to lead the way. Lin Chen beckoned to the others to follow. Noting that the wolf pack seemed to have sensed something and wished to show them, Luther hesitated for a moment, while the others remained silent. Though they had all come to trust Lin Chen immensely, Luther remained their ultimate leader. Follow Mr. Lin. He is our only hope to save my son. Luther's faith in Lin Chen had nearly transcended into superstition. The group promptly trailed after Lin Chen, who followed in the footsteps of the Wolf King. Meanwhile, in a secluded hollow, several individuals huddled in despair, comprising both Asians and Caucasians. If Luther were present, he would be overwhelmed with joy, for among them stood his only son, Lake Carl. Among the group, two women leaned against each other for comfort. One, strikingly beautiful, despite her current pallor, retained an allure that evoked a deep sense of compassion. This woman was none other than Gu Mingxi, the enchanting lecturer Lin Chen had desperately sought. It's the wolves. There are so many of them, and our weapons. We have only a few bullets left. We're doomed, lamented one man, clutching a hunting rifle. They haven't charged in yet. Perhaps they haven't detected us, suggested a Caucasian man. The rifle-bearing man shook his head. No, at such close range, they have certainly noticed us. They are merely observing. Once they ascertain we are prey, they will rush in and slay us. Mr. Matsui, your words may frighten the ladies. Another man interjected. Xiaoyang. It's all right. We are not easily frightened by such matters. As long as we are together, we shall not fear, said the girl in Gu Mingxi's embrace. Matsui Shihira fell silent for a moment before suddenly proposing. Actually, we have another method that might afford us a glimmer of hope. What method? Inquired another armed man. Mr. Park, do you think those wolves would depart if they were to acquire the food they desire? Matsui Shihira asked. Park Dong-chong, with a resigned expression, replied, "If it were 3 days ago, we might have had some provisions to offer, but we ourselves have not eaten in ages. Where could we possibly find food for them?" Matsui Shihira spoke softly to Mr. Park. "Our provisions may not be appealing to the wolves. They prefer fresh blood and flesh." A tremor ran through the crowd, and Park Dong-chong hesitated, asking, "What do you mean?" In Chinese folklore, there exists a tale of the Buddha sacrificing his flesh to feed an eagle. If one among us is willing to make a sacrifice, it could grant precious time to the rest of us, perhaps allowing us to await rescue. Matsui Shihira proclaimed loudly, casting his gaze over the others. How can there be so many noble souls? A flicker of coldness crossed Park Dong-chong's eyes, yet he responded, "But there are certainly no living men willing to take such a step. What of the dead? Isn't the measure of greatness determined by us, or rather, by you and me?" Matsui Shihira asserted, patting the gun in his hand. Gu Mingxi, along with the girl in her arms and Xiaoyang, felt a chill in their hearts. While the white man's gaze grew increasingly frantic, Park Dong-chong nodded slightly, then inquired, "In your opinion, who should be the first to embody such greatness?" Matsui Shihira, caressing his gun, replied with a gleam of chilling intensity in his eyes, "Naturally, it should be the most useless among us. Who among you is the least useful?" Chapter 76. The filthy ones. In a secluded hollow, 2 men and 2 women found themselves cornered under the cold gaze of 2 armed assailants, resembling prey caught in the crosshairs. "Mr. Xiaoyang, you are an esteemed botanist and zoologist. For now, you still hold some value for us," Matsui Shihira spoke softly. "As for the other 3, Miss Gu Mingxi, you have also made commendable contributions in the field of botany, but alas, your expertise overlaps with Mr. Xiaoyang's. We may not require 2 specialists in this domain. Miss Lu Siener, your proficiency lies in mineralogy, but I regret to say, I find you of little use." The girl in Gu Mingxi's arms trembled with anxiety, prompting Park Dong-chong to interject, "Mr. Lake Carl, you possess considerable wealth, yet in such dire circumstances, money proves futile. Thus, your utility seems diminished as well." Matsui Shihira coldly remarked, "No wonder we are in such a dire predicament. It appears we are burdened with an excess of uselessness. Shall we eliminate them all? Let us begin with 1, Park Dong-chong proposed. "We are not murderers, but we must deliberate on whom to execute first." Matsui Shihira's gaze swept over the 3 before settling on Gu Mingxi. With determination, Gu Mingxi declared, "You 2 brutes, even if you kill us, do you honestly believe you will escape unscathed? In the end, you will descend into hell." Their eyebrows twitched slightly. Matsui Shihira chuckled ominously. "Hell? This very place is a hellish nightmare. Since you fear not death, Miss Gu, you shall be the first to perish." With that, he aimed his weapon at her. No, you are hardly gentlemen," Lake Carl exclaimed. "How dare you? If you have the audacity, kill me first. Slaying a woman is no true feat," Xiaoyang shouted, lunging at Matsui Shihira. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed, and Xiaoyang fell to the ground in agony. "Mr. Xiao, should you act foolishly again next time, I might not merely aim for your calf," Matsui Shihira warned coldly. At that moment, Park Dong-chong licked his lips, stating, "Why not kill her directly? That would be a waste. I have longed to experience Miss Gu's essence. Such a beautiful woman, I have yet to play with." A flicker of panic crossed Gu Mingxi's face, but she swiftly regained her composure, gritting her teeth. "You shall not touch me, even in death. I will not allow you to lay a finger on me." Park Dong-chong appeared conflicted, but Matsui Shihira suddenly laughed. "Death? We could end your life at any moment. However, if you do not serve us well, I shall first dispose of Miss Lu. Of course, before we do away with her, we might indulge in some pleasurable activities." "You beasts!" Xiaoyang, lying on the ground, shouted vehemently. Yet, Park Dong-chong and Matsui Shihira paid him no heed. Park Dong-chong grinned wickedly. "Mr. Matsui, what a splendid idea. Miss Gu, have you not always regarded Miss Lu as a sister? Now, we present you with a chance to prove your loyalty. Remove your garments and come forth to serve us willingly. Should your service fail to satisfy us, we shall have Miss Lu bear the consequences. Once we are satiated, we shall end her life and feed her to the wolves." Matsui Shihira chuckled. "Miss Gu, allow me to express my admiration for your lips. That cherry red is my favorite color." Gu Mingxi's expression turned to one of despair. She could not comprehend how the 2 gentlemen, who had previously been so courteous, had suddenly transformed into beasts. "I implore you, please don't do this. My family is quite affluent. Once we leave, I can offer you a substantial sum of money. You could have any woman you desire. There is no need for such criminality," Lake exclaimed urgently. Park Dong-chong glanced at Lake and suddenly suggested, "Matsui, Why don't we let Mr. Lake be the first to sample Miss Gu? Matsui Shihira paused momentarily, then a smile crept across his face. Are you suggesting? What a splendid idea. This way, Mr. Lake will be in the same boat as us. If we manage to escape, not only will he not report us, but he will also reward us handsomely for our silence. Ha. Indeed, Mr. Lake, consider yourself fortunate. You need not face death. And yet you can savor the beauty of an Eastern goddess. If I am not mistaken, Miss Gu is still a maiden. Park Dong-chang could not help but lick his lips again. Lake was rendered speechless as Matsui Shihira aimed his gun at him. Hurry up, Mr. Lake. Our patience is wearing thin. Remove your trousers and enjoy yourself atop Miss Gu, or I shall end your life. Lake knelt on the ground, weeping. No. I cannot do such a thing. The men of the Carl family do not force themselves upon women. Matsui Shihira sneered. Very well, then you may perish. But even in death, we shall have our way with her. She is destined to be a plaything. Would you sacrifice your life to protect her? In truth, even your death will not shield her. Lake's eyes reddened, and at that moment, Gu Mengshi suddenly said, Come on, Lake. There's no need for us all to die. Let one of us survive. With that, she removed her t-shirt. Lake was at a loss. Yet Gu Mengshi approached him and gently embraced him. No, Mengshi, please don't. He cried. Lucien had completely broken down. While Xiaoyang lay on the ground in anguish, cursing Matsui Shihira and Park Dong-chang. TSK, it seems Miss Gu is quite the temptress, being so forward. Rest assured. Before you die, we will ensure you experience utmost pleasure. Park Dong-chang chuckled sinisterly. As Gu Mengshi held him, Lake gradually regained his composure. She patted his back and said, You can undress yourself, can't you? Lake immediately shook his head, hesitantly removing his jeans while Matsui Shihira and Park Dong-chang watched eagerly. At that moment, Lake suddenly threw his jeans at Matsui Shihira and lunged at him. Just as Gu Mengshi had embraced him, she had whispered in his ear, This is our only chance. Seize the gun and survive. Park Dong-chang was taken aback, not expecting Lake to have the audacity to resist, and he quickly raised his weapon. While Gu Mengshi lunged towards him, Lake, with his robust physique, swiftly subdued Matsui Shihira. However, Gu Mengshi found herself unable to contend with Park Dong-chang. Fortunately, at that moment, the weeping Liu Xiener gritted her teeth and charged forward, and together the two women exerted all their strength in an attempt to overpower Park Dong-chang. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Lake staggered back, clutching his abdomen in pain, as he beheld the smoking barrel of Matsui Shihira's gun. With a menacing sneer, Matsui declared, You brought this upon yourselves, do not blame me. As he spoke, he aimed the gun at Gu Mengshi. Resigned, she closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Having exerted all her efforts, yet destiny had proven unkind to her. Just then, the sound of barking erupted, and Matsui turned to see two figures rushing towards him, one yellow and one black. The yellow dog lunged, knocking Matsui to the ground and fiercely biting his gun-wielding hand, rendering him helpless despite his struggles. Meanwhile, the black dog seized Park Dong-chang by the neck, pinning him down. You scum. If it weren't for the fear that a single bullet wouldn't suffice to end your life, and that you might harm Teacher Gu and the others, I would have executed you on the spot, a man declared, placing his foot firmly on Matsui's head with a fierce glare. He then turned to Gu Mengshi and said, Teacher Gu, your bravery and cunning are commendable, and I, your student, am in awe. Gu Mengshi could hardly believe her eyes. After a moment of shock, she murmured, Lin Chen? Chapter 77. Rescuing someone. Lin Chen. How could it be you? Gu Mengshi could hardly believe her eyes, questioning whether she was ensnared in a dream. For such a twist of fate seemed plucked from the pages of a fairy tale, where the prince arrives to save the princess in her moment of peril. Lin Chen returned Gu Mengshi's t-shirt to her, smiling as he recounted, I heard your research team lost their way in the Taihang Mountains, so I joined Mr. Luther's rescue team. Thankfully, I found you. Tears, which had previously eluded Gu Mengshi, suddenly cascaded down her cheeks, and before Lin Chen could react, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Oh, Lin Chen, you terrified me. I thought I was going to die. She sobbed. Lin Chen, caught off guard by the embrace, felt an acute sense of embarrassment, especially since Gu Mengshi had yet to don her t-shirt. He wished to console the distressed lecturer, but found himself at a loss for how to do so. Suddenly, Gu Mengshi seized Lin Chen's hands, placing them on her back, urging him to hold her. With no alternative, Lin Chen complied, wrapping his arms around her. It's all right, it's all right. It's all over now, Lin Chen softly reassured her. Yet, the contact with Gu Mengshi's smooth skin stirred a flurry of emotions within him. Damn it, damn it. I will kill you. I will kill you. At that moment, Mr. Luther and his companions rushed over. He was mercilessly pummeling Matsui Shihira, who was restrained by De Huang. They had arrived just in time, missing none of the unfolding drama. Mr. Luther felt a sense of satisfaction with his son's display in the face of danger. However, when he witnessed Light retaliate, and particularly when he saw Light disrobe, the father nearly succumbed to the urge to obliterate his son's head. Joe DeBayo had initially intended to attempt a long-range shot to eliminate the two adversaries, but the distance rendered his shotgun ineffective, as a single shot would not incapacitate Matsui Shihira and Park Dongchong, thereby endangering the hostage. With no other option, Lin Chen, accompanied by De Huang and Wolf King, stealthily approached, preparing to launch a surprise attack at the critical moment. This maneuver was perilous. Any miscalculation could jeopardize not only the hostage, but also Lin Chen, De Huang, and Wolf King. Fortunately, both De Huang and Wolf King proved to be exceptionally skilled, leaving no opportunity for the two assailants to react before they were subdued. Mr. Luther ruthlessly kicked Matsui Shihira, while Zhao Jun had confiscated his handgun, and with De Huang standing guard, there was no fear of retaliation from Matsui Shihira. Joe DeBayo assessed the conditions of Light and Xiaoyang, then informed Mr. Luther, both are in good condition, the shots were not to vital areas. This revelation swiftly restored Mr. Luther's composure as he took a few deep breaths. Although it felt gratifying to strike, it was indeed a physically demanding task. Break their hands and feet to prevent any further chaos, Mr. Luther commanded. Joe DeBayo approached without hesitation, shattering Matsui Shihira's limbs. However, when he reached Park Dongchong, he hesitated. For the latter's neck was still firmly in Wolf King's jaws, and Joe DeBayo dared not pry the meal from the wolf's grip. Wolf King, let him go, Lin Chen urged. The Wolf King promptly released Park Dongchong, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Joe DeBayo took his responsibilities seriously and proceeded to incapacitate his limbs. Teacher Gu, can you let me go now? Lin Chen remarked helplessly, still held in the embrace of Gu Mingxi. Humph, what's wrong with holding you for a moment? How petty. Gu Mingxi whispered, feeling slightly aggrieved that her figure, coveted by all men, was nestled in Lin Chen's arms, and he seemed displeased. No, you're pressing against my chest. It hurts. Lin Chen responded with a sigh. Gu Mingxi paused, her face flushing crimson, and she hastily released Lin Chen and put her t-shirt back on. At that moment, Yu Yamumu approached and asked, are you my rival? Huh? Lin Chen replied, bewildered, as Yu Yamumu pouted and walked away, ignoring him. Zhao Jun and Zhou Deba took the time to carefully examine the condition of their companions and administered first aid. Let us wait for our people to arrive, Zhou Dabo told them. Although their injuries were not severe, it was evident that they were unfit for action. Luther nodded in agreement. Having finally found his son, his heart was at ease. He then declared, let us not let those two villains die. I want to expose their disgusting facade in modern society, allowing them to be reviled by all before they meet their end. Lin Chen understood Luther's rage. His son, Rake, had nearly perished right before his eyes. If it were him in that situation, he would likely have gone mad. Father, could we have some food? We haven't eaten in days. Rake, having bandaged himself, felt significantly better, but the pangs of hunger were insistent. Just hold on a little longer. The food we brought is already gone, Luther replied, troubled. Only Zhou Dabayat and Zhao Jun had brought provisions, and with 8 people sharing, they had consumed it all by noon. Gu Mingxi turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, I'm hungry too. Lin Chen had an abundance of fruits and vegetables in his mountain god space, yet revealing this secret was not an option. He scanned the surroundings and noticed a pond nestled within the valley. How about I catch some fish for you? He suggested. But Mr. Lin, we have no fishing gear. Zhao Jun interjected. We don't either, Gu Mingxi added. Otherwise, we would have fished long ago. Lin Chen chuckled. I don't need any gear. Watch me perform a little magic. No gear needed for fishing? Professor Wei perked up, inquiring, are you going to use a branch? I've seen some ethnic minorities spear fish with sharpened sticks. It's quite impressive. Lin Chen laughed. I don't need any of that. I just need one hand. He approached the pond, placing his hand on the water's surface and moving it in a rhythmic manner, resembling some arcane ritual. Stop fooling around, Wan Jun grumbled, displeased with Lin Chen's antics throughout their journey. However, moments later, the surface of the pond began to ripple, and a brilliant flash shot forth before anyone could react. Here it comes. Lin Chen beckoned with his finger, capturing the light, which turned out to be a large carp. Wow, this is incredible. How did you do that? Gu Mingxi exclaimed in astonishment that if she possessed Lin Chen's skill, she would not have endured hunger until now. I have already told you. It is magic. Lin Chen replied with a proud smile. Professor Wei pondered for a moment and then enlightenedly remarked, I understand now. Mr. Lin uses his fingers to mimic insects, tricking the fish in the pond into believing the bait is real, causing them to leap up to snatch it, only to be captured by Mr. Lin. Professor Wei, you are quite the spoilsport. Lin Chen chuckled. Is it really that simple? Then I shall no longer need fishing gear for my future endeavors. Lu Fengyun declared. Professor Wei, with a twinkle in his eye, responded. It is not as effortless as you might think. Firstly, this method is only effective in remote areas where the fish have not been caught before, making them susceptible to deception. Secondly, even if you manage to lure the fish out, hooking it in a split second and reeling it in is exceedingly challenging. This is not something one can learn merely by observation. Despite Professor Wei's words, the group, undeterred by skepticism, decided to give it a try. They found it relatively easy to entice the fish, yet capturing them proved to be a formidable task. Lin Chen managed to catch 5 or 6, while the others had yet to secure even a single one. Lin Chen, I am so eager to taste the vegetables you have grown, the beautiful instructor said, gazing at Lin Chen with an endearing expression. Chapter 78. The true overbearing CEO observing the pitiful beauty lecturer, Lin Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He feigned rummaging through his backpack for vegetables, while in reality, he retrieved some tomatoes and cucumbers from the mountain goddess realm. Noticing Gu Mingxi's somewhat dismal state, Lin Chen decided to present her with a wild peach as well. Here, enjoy, he said, placing the vegetables and peach before her, adding, that's all I've got. My bag is empty. He then opened his backpack for her to see, hoping to preempt any further requests. Gu Mingxi was immediately captivated by the luscious wild peach. She picked it up and took a gentle bite, causing the juice to flow from the split skin. Gu Mingxi quickly used her tongue to seal the opening, savoring the delightful flavor of the peach, her eyes narrowing in pleasure as she slurped the juice into her mouth. Gulps echoed as Lu Xian'er swallowed, while Xiao Yang and Lake, though not swallowing, stared intently at Gu Mingxi. Let us all share. The vegetables my student grew are the most delectable, Gu Mingxi proclaimed, distributing the remaining cucumbers and tomatoes among the trio. They were indeed hungry, the freshly caught fish still grilling, and they eagerly accepted the vegetables she offered. Lake rubbed the tomato in his hands and remarked, the vegetables I usually consume are specially cultivated, free of any pollutants, and of the finest varieties in the world. If you're not going to eat it, pass it to me, Xiao Yang said with a hint of irritation. Lake chuckled awkwardly. That's not what I meant. I simply didn't expect ordinary vegetables to look so appetizing. With that, Lake took a bite of the tomato, while Lu Xian'er and Xiao Yang also sampled their vegetables. The next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious, Lu Xian'er exclaimed in disbelief. Is this a cucumber? Or am I just so hungry after 3 days that everything tastes good? Xiao Yang said, chomping down on his cucumber. Lake, mouthful of tomato, was too overwhelmed to speak. Son, what's wrong? Luther, conversing with Professor Wei, turned to see Lake's tear-streaked face and quickly inquired. Lake swallowed the tomato and wiped his tears, saying, Father, this tomato, it's simply exquisite. Luther's mouth twitched at his son's extreme reaction, suspecting he had undergone too much stimulation, leading to his peculiar behavior. However, as Lake wiped his tears and offered the remaining half of the tomato to Luther, he said, Father, you must try this. I swear to God, it is the most delicious thing I have ever consumed. Initially intending to decline, Luther reconsidered, realizing he should not provoke his son further, and accepted the tomato with a smile. Father, you have to eat. It's divine, Lake urged, with no other option. Luther took a bite from the unbitten side of the tomato. The next instant, his expression changed, staring in astonishment at the tomato in his hand. This is truly extraordinary, Luther marveled, turning to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, what variety of tomato is this? Why does it taste so remarkable? This is the Yushu tomato, a variety cultivated by my friend. However, it is still in the trial planting phase, so it is not yet available on the market, Lin Chen remarked. Such a delicious vegetable is hard to believe. Mr. Lin, may I place an order for this vegetable? Luther suddenly inquired. Lin Chen was taken aback and exclaimed, You must be returning home, right? Indeed. Luther nodded, seemingly grasping Lin Chen's implication, and chuckled. Are you concerned about logistics, Mr. Lin? There is no need for worry. Just supply us once a week, and a dedicated person will pick it up and transport it by air to our location. How extravagant, Lin Chen mused internally, realizing that the joys of the wealthy were beyond imagination. To savor a few delectable vegetables, they resorted to international shipping, while he himself paid only a few dollars for domestic deliveries, often hoping for free shipping. Well, Lin Chen frowned, finding the weekly supply too cumbersome and unprofitable. Mr. Lin, you only need to supply us with 200 pounds of vegetables each week. Regarding the price, do you think $10,000 would be appropriate? Luther asked. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. You mean 10,000? 10,000 U.S. dollars. Your vegetables are undoubtedly worth that price, Luther asserted without hesitation. Lin Chen calculated in his mind, 200 pounds for $10,000 means $50 per pound. At the current exchange rate, that amounts to $300. This was more expensive than Yushu strawberries and appeared quite lucrative. However, he reminded himself that these were space-grown vegetables, not merely those watered with a spring. Yet Lin Chen quickly understood that while Luther and his son, Lake, genuinely appreciated his vegetables, they likely wished to express their gratitude in a roundabout manner. I apologize, but my yield of this variety is quite limited, and I fear I cannot supply you. However, if you would accept an alternative version, which has slightly inferior taste but significantly higher yield, I could provide you with 200 pounds weekly, Lin Chen stated. With the expansion of the mountain god's space, the vegetable output would undoubtedly increase, but it was not yet luxurious enough to sell to others. Surely, it would be delightful to consume them himself. Upon hearing this, both Luther and Lake appeared somewhat disappointed. At that moment, Gu Mingxi interjected, the vegetables my student mentioned are also exceptionally delicious, perhaps even better than what we just tasted, though they are still superior to ordinary vegetables. Well, then, let us go with the type Mr. Lin suggested, 600 pounds each week. And I will offer $30,000. Luther smiled, as if $30,000 a week was inconsequential to him. Then we shall discuss it further upon our return. Lin Chen nodded. The remaining members of the security company had not yet arrived, but they were nearing. Lin Chen pulled Gu Mingxi aside to a secluded spot and asked, what exactly is Mr. Luther's background? He appears to treat money as though it holds no value. Gu Mingxi replied, somewhat surprised, you don't know? Then why did you join the rescue team? Was it not his money that knocked you unconscious? Lin Chen cast an irritated glance at Gu Mingxi and remarked, Teacher Gu, could we discuss this rationally? My efforts are for your sake, and they have nothing to do with money. I am not in need of wealth at the moment. Gu Mingxi's cheeks flushed as she muttered, you're boasting. No matter how wealthy you are, can you compare to Mr. Loser? He is the head of one of the top 5 pharmaceutical companies in the world. Our current research team is sponsored by him, with the aim of discovering unknown natural substances for the development of new medications. The notion of the leader of one of the top 5 pharmaceutical companies sent a chill through Lin Chen. Each of these entities represents a colossal force. Just then, Professor Wei's voice echoed, come over here and take a look. I have found something. Chapter 79. The bed. At the sound of Professor Wei's call, everyone's attention was drawn towards him. Lin Chen and Gu Mingxi followed suit, approaching a stone wall in a hollow where Professor Wei gazed with a heavy heart at a tree. Is that a ginkgo tree? Gu Mingxi remarked after a glance. Professor Wei nodded slightly, adjusting his glasses to better scrutinize the tree. Indeed, it is a remarkable specimen. Observe the size and the condition of the branches. This tree must be at least a millennium old, a true elder of its species. Alas, he shook his head in resignation. Zhao Jun, intrigued, inquired, alas, what? Alas, it has already perished, Professor Wei replied. Wan Jun scoffed nearby. Professor Wei nodded. While the cycle of life and death is a natural law, the decay of such an ancient tree evokes a sense of loss. Amidst the crowd, Lin Chen felt a tremor coursing through his body. An indescribable sadness permeated his being, overwhelming and profound. Are you weeping? Lin Chen mused as he gazed at the ginkgo tree, unable to resist approaching it. He gently caressed the trunk with his palm, then suddenly exclaimed, no, it hasn't died. The crowd paused in surprise, and Wan Jun dismissed him. What madness is this? This ginkgo is undoubtedly dead. Look at the branches, nearly devoid of leaves. And the ground around is barren of fallen foliage. This indicates that its leaves withered away, carried off by the wind and the passage of time, while new leaves have not sprouted. Moreover, the trunk's bark shows severe dehydration, suggesting that its roots are rotting and no longer capable of supplying water and nutrients. This tree is thoroughly dead. Despite Wan Jun's assertions, Lin Chen stubbornly shook his head, insisting, it is merely gravely ill, but not yet dead. Wan Jun furrowed his brow. Are you incapable of understanding reason? You are but a farmer, while I am an expert in botany. Who holds authority here, you or I? The atmosphere grew awkward, as Lin Chen had been their guide throughout the journey, and they felt compelled to lend him some respect. However, many experts in botany were present, and there was no denying that the ginkgo tree appeared to have perished. In truth, Lin Chen was not entirely incorrect. The tree had not completely withered. In a certain light, it could indeed be considered alive. Gu Mingxi stated matter-of-factly, defending her student, for she believed in giving him credit, even if his words seemed overly meticulous. Wan Jun, who was already smitten with the beautiful teacher, could only concede, well, Ms. Gu may have a point. If one were to liken this tree to a human in a state of brain death, how does one determine its mortality? Perhaps different perspectives yield varying standards. Lin Chen disregarded the surrounding commotion, placing his palm against the ginkgo tree, feeling as though his entire being had merged with it. He could sense the infinite years this tree had endured, its deep affection for the mountains and rivers, akin to a sage imbued with wisdom, gentle as the breeze, who, even when confronted with death, clings not but cherishes. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen felt a twinge of conflict within. Such an ancient ginkgo, if incorporated into the mountain deity space, would undoubtedly elevate it in unimaginable ways. Yet, at this moment, he found himself wishing fervently for the tree's continued existence. Resolute, Lin Chen turned and approached the cold pond, ostensibly to fill a cup with water, but in truth, he drew forth a cup of spiritual spring from the mountain deity's realm. What madness is this? Wan Jun furrowed his brow. Upon his return, Lin Chen gently poured the spiritual spring at the base of the ginkgo, then went to fetch more water. Leaving the onlookers perplexed, Wan Jun bluntly declared, "You're being irrational. No amount of water can remedy this tree's dire state. It is withered for numerous reasons, surely pathological. Watering it is futile. Even a professional arborist would struggle to revive it." After several trips back and forth, Lin Chen suddenly felt a tremor emanating from the ginkgo, as if a long-slumbering entity had stirred awake. "It shall revive." A glimmer of joy illuminated Lin Chen's face. The spiritual spring was taking effect, and the ginkgos, once on the brink of death, now radiated vitality. He sensed a subtle change within himself as well. Professor Wei smiled wryly, saying, "Shaolin, your intentions are noble. But life and death are the laws of nature. No one can alter them." "I can," Lin Chen responded without hesitation. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom his sudden fervor. Yu Mu Mu, witnessing this, promptly asserted, "I believe in Lin. He is the embodiment of miracles. Were it not for him, we would have perished long ago. I trust he can revive this tree." Gu Mingxi added, "I also believe in Lin Chen. He never speaks falsehoods." Yao Jun scratched his head and said, "I believe him too. Haha, I know little of flora and fauna, but it seems plausible. Look, the leaves are still abundant." Zhou Debao chuckled. "Lin has cultivated such delicious vegetables. He must be a master gardener. Perhaps he truly has a way," like remarked. Loser glanced at his son and smiled. "Very well. This time, my thoughts align with my son's." Except for a few experts in botany and zoology, the others chose to believe in Lin Chen, which left Wan Jun incredulous, while Lin Chen felt a swell of gratitude. Wan Jun scoffed, "You are indulging in idealism. One must trust in science. Let us make a wager." Lin Chen suddenly proposed, a smile gracing his face. "What shall we wager on?" Wan Jun immediately declared that he was an expert in botany and had full confidence in his professional abilities. He believed that no amount of national effort could revive this ginkgo tree. This was a gamble he was certain to win. "We shall return in a year. If the ginkgo tree survives, I concede victory. Otherwise, you shall prevail," Lin Chen proposed. "Agreed. But what shall be the wager?" Wan Jun inquired eagerly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "If I win, I require you to provide me with lifelong free consultation in botany. And if you win, what do you desire?" Wan Jun's eyes lit up with excitement, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Professor Wei, Xiao Yang, and Lu Fengyan, the esteemed experts in flora and fauna, observing him. It was clear that these astute individuals recognized the futility of Lin Chen's gamble and would not permit Wan Jun to overreach. Reluctantly, Wan Jun conceded, "If I win, I want you to serve me tea and apologize, acknowledging your ignorance." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Professor Wei and the others remained silent. After all, it was Lin Chen who initiated the wager, and Wan Jun's demand was not excessively harsh, so they refrained from intervening. Lin Chen gently caressed the ginkgo tree as De Huang approached, circling around the tree twice. No wonder De Huang, raised by Lin, has taken a liking to this ginkgo tree, Yu Yamu remarked with a smile. Lin Chen chuckled, but when he looked down, he saw De Huang lifting a leg. "Oh no, not again. De Huang, you must not relieve yourself indiscriminately," Lin Chen exclaimed in exasperation. With a whimper, De Huang expressed his distress, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Chapter 80. The flavor is halved without garlic. At this moment, the grilled fish was nearly ready. Initially, a few people lamented the lack of seasonings. fearing it would diminish the taste of the fish. However, to their surprise, Lin Chen suddenly produced some. Lin, did you bring these into the mountains? Yu Yumumu was at a loss for words. Lin did not appear to be the seasoned hunter. His backpack seemed filled with food and seasonings. And, was that garlic? Lin Chen smiled and said, of course. In the depths of the wilderness, sustenance is paramount. Only when one is well-fed and hydrated can they maintain the best condition to face danger. Well, you make a valid point, Yu Yumumu conceded. Having completely become Lin Chen's little admirer, she would likely believe him if he claimed the sun was square. Sprinkling the seasoning over the grilled fish, Lin Chen handed a piece to Gu Mingxi, then seasoned the fish for Lake, Xiaoyang, and Lu Xiener. As for Park Dongcheng and Song Jingxiping, they were lamenting their plight. After all, it had only been 3 days without food, and they wouldn't tea-starve. No one paid them any mind. Lin Chen, you have garlic, right? Could you spare me a clove? Xiaoyang inquired. As an injured party who had shown remarkable bravery earlier, Lin Chen naturally obliged and handed him a clove. Lake, observing this, curiously asked Xiaoyang, is it customary in Huaxia cuisine to pair grilled fish with garlic? Xiaoyang chuckled. You don't understand. Eating meat without garlic diminishes the flavor. Moreover, garlic has antiseptic properties. We've both just been injured, so you should indulge as well. Oh, then I shall have some too. Lake readily accepted 2 cloves. Lu Xiener laughed. You too. Once you've finished, don't come talking to me. Don't know how to savor it? You should join us. Xiaoyang jested. He took a bite of the fish, then, without peeling the garlic, bit directly into it, effortlessly squeezing the garlic flesh out with his teeth. A clear sign of a garlic connoisseur. I'd rather not. I'll end up with bad breath. Lu Xiener retorted. Ah, what a revelation. Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed in delight. But then he suddenly froze, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. He quickly bit into another clove of garlic, followed by a piece of fish. And his face lit up with sheer ecstasy. My goodness, what kind of garlic is this? Is it divine? Xiaoyang exclaimed, smacking his lips. This garlic paired with fish is exquisite. Even if offered the throne, I wouldn't trade it. Xiaoyang, you're being overly dramatic. At this rate, you might as well just eat garlic at every meal, Gu Mingxi laughed. I assure you, I'm not exaggerating. Lake, why are you just standing there? Try it. Lake, whose hands were somewhat clumsy, had his father Ludier peel the garlic for him. After receiving the prepared garlic, he immediately took a bite, his expression mirroring that of shock. He paid no attention to the fish, eagerly consuming the remaining cloves. My son, is it not too spicy? Ludier asked in astonishment. Not at all, father. This garlic is magnificent. It's slightly sweet, mildly spicy, with a hint of fresh, herbal notes. Oh my God. How can a mere clove of garlic evoke the sensation of a gourmet feast? Lake spoke with rapture. Taking the other clove of garlic from his father's hand and popping it into his mouth before savoring a piece of fish. I was mistaken. Only after pairing it with the fish does one truly appreciate its flavor. What have I been eating all this time? Well, I never consumed much garlic before. Is it truly this delectable? Father, you never informed me. Luther, taken aback, exclaimed, I never eat garlic at all. Observing the exaggerated reactions of the 2 men, Gu Mingxi inquired, is this genuine? Are you trying to trick us into eating garlic? At that moment, Xiaoyang's expression shifted abruptly, and he chuckled. Ah, you've seen through me. Indeed, you 2 lovely ladies are sharp-witted. In truth, this garlic is not palatable at all, right, Like? Not at all. It's incredibly delicious. Like replied earnestly. Hey, are you 2 being truthful or not? Gu Mingxi asked helplessly. Xiaoyang quickly responded, it's a jest. Just teasing you. Mr. Lin, may I have another head? He then requested another clove of garlic from Lin Chen. The 2 women, now fully aware of Xiaoyang's intention to hoard the garlic for himself, urged Lin Chen, please prepare one for us as well. Lin Chen, bemused, realized that the garlic grown in the mountain goddess space was equally scrumptious. He could only provide the 2 women with a head of garlic, which he had already peeled for them. Wow, this garlic, when paired with fish, is divine, exclaimed Lu Xiener, her eyes sparkling with delight after tasting the garlic alongside the fish. Gu Mingxi blew on the hot grilled fish, took a delicate bite, and then paired it with a clove of garlic. The charred, fragrant fish skin combined with the tender fish meat, and the addition of the mountain goddess garlic made her eyes squint with joy as she praised, delicious. Lin Chen, you are truly remarkable. Who knew garlic could be cultivated to taste so exquisite? Well, we farmers also rely on our skills to make a living, Lin Chen replied with a smile. The others felt somewhat awkward about joining in on the grilled fish and garlic feast, yet their curiosity was piqued. What kind of garlic could taste this delightful? After all, like had just eaten it solo and seemed to find it delectable. Noticing their gazes upon him, Lin Chen quickly stated, "There's no more left. I only brought 2 or 3 heads." Upon hearing this, the group refrained from speaking further and enjoyed a delightful meal of grilled fish and garlic. Just as they finished, a shadow darted into their midst. "The Wolf King!" exclaimed Yumumu, her eyes lighting up. "Isn't that the dog raised by Lin Chen?" Gu Mingxi queried. Recalling how the large dog had subdued Park Dong-cheng before departing, she had assumed Lin Chen had let it out to patrol. Lu Fenggan immediately shook his head. "No, it's the Wolf King." He then recounted Lin Chen's confrontation with the Wolf King and how he had subdued the pack, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "So, those wolves that surrounded us earlier were actually Lin Chen's?" Gu Mingxi asked incredulously. "Not quite that way. However, it is true that Mr. Lin is the leader of the wolf pack," Lu Fenggan clarified. Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as he noticed Gu Mingxi gazing at him with narrowed eyes. "So, the reason we were coerced by Matsui Shihira and Park Dong-cheng was orchestrated by you. With all sincerity, who could have imagined that amongst your team there lurked 2 beasts?" Lin Chen inwardly lamented the gravity of the situation. He promptly replied, "However, if you consider it positively, this incident has indeed helped you discern who your true friends are and who are mere animals, right?" Lin's perspective holds merit. "This has certainly been an extraordinary experience for us." Lake nodded in agreement. Yet, Gu Mingxi countered, "Do not be swayed by his flattery. Regardless of the good intentions behind the misdeeds, the consequences remain, and you must take responsibility." Lin Chen, caught between amusement and exasperation, retorted, "How on earth am I supposed to take responsibility?" With a mischievous smile, Gu Mingxi replied, "You shall be accountable for our meals upon our return. That delicious food we just had, you must treat us to a splendid feast." Lin Chen exhaled deeply, conceding, "Well, don't mention just one meal. I could very well treat you for an entire month." At that moment, Zhou Debao suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Everyone, our squad has arrived. We can finally leave." Chapter 81. Returning home, Lin Chen gently patted the Wolf King's head, realizing that the Wolf King had come to convey this message. He held the Wolf King's head firmly and thought, "Go on. Lead the wolf pack to live well. I shall visit you when time permits." With that, the Wolf King rose and departed. As it bounded into the forest, a chorus of howls echoed through the trees, as if the wolf pack was bidding farewell to Lin Chen. After a couple of hours, the rest of the security team finally arrived at the valley. Zhou Debao complained, "What were you all doing? It took you an hour to cover such a short distance." A security team member replied helplessly, "Boss, it's not our fault. We were almost there when we heard a series of wolf howls. For safety's sake, we took a long time to scout the area before daring to proceed." Everyone paused, then erupted in laughter at Lin Chen's expense. He rubbed his nose, bemused. Thankfully, the security team had not encountered the wolf pack, or it would have truly been a disaster. The security team carried various supplies, including a makeshift stretcher and medical supplies. After tending to Xiao Yang and Lake, they began their descent from the mountain. Before leaving, Lin Chen placed his hand on the ginkgo tree and whispered, "Rest well, I will return to see you." A gust of wind swept through, rustling the remaining leaves of the ginkgo, and Lin Chen understood this as the tree's gratitude. The journey back was considerably easier than the way in, as the path had already been blazed. By nightfall, they returned to the entrance of Taiyang Ridge, the site of Lin Chen's poultry farm. Upon seeing the construction team at the farm, everyone exhaled in relief. Although the rescue had only taken a day and a half, it had been a physical and mental ordeal for all involved. Wang Jun, in particular, had encountered numerous mishaps along the way, and now, upon seeing the modern machinery of the construction team, he nearly burst into tears. News of the rescue team's return quickly spread through the village. Village Chief Ma hurried over, while Luther contacted the local hospital. Since the injuries sustained by both Lin Chen and Xiao Yang were not severe, there was no urgency for their arrival. It was likely to happen by tomorrow morning. Lin Chen instructed Dongzi and Dahai to gather some vegetables and strawberries as a treat for everyone. He then called his mother, asking her to bring a few chickens to the village committee. His mother, initially reluctant and grumbling about how Lin Chen had nearly depleted her flock, eventually arrived with the chickens, accompanied by his father, Duo and the old man. Seeing Lin Chen, Duo dashed into his arms like a returning swallow, and Lin Chen laughed heartily as he lifted her up, showering her with affectionate kisses to his heart's content. Duo, wiping the drool from her face, exclaimed, "Lin Chen, how can you be so childish?" With a smile, Lin Chen asked, "Do you miss your dad?" "A little bit," Duo nodded. A little bit? Just how much is that? Lin Chen teased. Less than I missed De Huang, Duo giggled. Upon hearing these words, De Huang immediately nudged Lin Chen's leg and stood up. Licking Duo's hand with his tongue, Lin Chen, caught between laughter and tears, had no choice but to put his daughter down, allowing the two little creatures to frolic. At that moment, Lin Chen looked up and saw his mother approaching. Before he could utter a word, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. His father stood behind her, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You've made your bed, now lie in it." Lin Chen, feeling flustered, quickly exclaimed, "Oh dear mother, who has made you so upset? Tell me, and I shall deal with them." Upon hearing this, his mother reached out to strike him. But when she noticed the bandages adorning her son's body, her frame trembled, her eyes widened in shock, and she nearly collapsed. "Oh no." Lin Chen hastily supported her. "What happened to you?" She quivered in inquiry. Lin Chen forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing, just a minor injury, all healed." "Minor injury? Is that why you are wrapped in so many bandages? You reckless child. You didn't even tell me before venturing into the mountains. I only found out upon your arrival. And your father. Both of you kept it from me." At this, her tears flowed freely, her heart aching for her son. How severe must his injuries be? What peril had he faced to be in such a state? At that moment, Duo also noticed Lin Chen's bandages and raised her head, asking, "Big Lin, did you run around at night and get bitten by a tiger?" Lin Chen rubbed his nose awkwardly and replied, "Who said that? No tiger bit my behind. It was just a scratch. They are making a fuss over nothing." After glancing around to ensure no one else was present, he quickly lifted the bandages to show his mother, "See, there is no wound at all. They are just exaggerating." Upon seeing that Lin Chen's bandages concealed no injury, only a barely visible white mark, his mother's tears were swiftly reined in. She patted his shoulder a few times, saying, "You disobedient child. After venting my frustration, I must tell you, if you sneak into the mountains again without a word, don't bother returning." Lin Chen, with a comical grin, replied, "How could I? If I truly didn't come back, who would miss me the most but you? Besides, I could never bear to part with you. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing Lin Chen's shameless demeanor, his mother found it hard to remain angry and could only remark, "You rascal, I will be driven to my demise by you and your father." "Oh, how is this my fault?" his father interjected, feeling as if he had been caught in the crossfire. His mother shot him a glare, saying, "Aren't you the one who helped him keep this from me? You old rascal, I will settle this with you later." At that moment, Grandpa approached, relieved to see Lin Chen unharmed. "Good, it's well that you are fine. But promise me, never venture there again. The Taihang Mountains are treacherous. In my youth, when times were tough and food was scarce, only the most daring ventured deep into the Taihang. However, many who went and did not return. Promise me you will never go again." "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will not go again," Lin Chen replied, smiling, for ensuring the peace of his family was paramount. Lin Chen initially intended to invite old Tian's family, who cooked for the engineering team, over, but village chief Ma summoned his wife and several nimble-handed women from the village instead. Together, they busily prepared an array of dishes. And soon several tables were laden with food, rendering old Tian's assistance unnecessary. The dining atmosphere was unpretentious, and everyone indulged heartily. The meal, crafted from Lin Chen's own vegetables, was exquisite, earning the praise of all members of the rescue team. As the village chief and several local leaders savored the food, they marveled at the quality, realizing why Lin Wen's little Chen's vegetables commanded such a high price. They were indeed delicious. At that moment, Luther approached Lin Chen with a cup of white wine in hand. "Lin, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance this time. Without your support, I shudder to think of the potential consequences," Luther sincerely remarked. Lin Chen replied with a smile, "Mr. Luther, you flatter me. Since I accepted the guide's fee, it is only natural that I do my utmost." He then added, "That sum is hardly significant. By the way, I believe we can now discuss the matter of the vegetables," Luther stated. Chapter 82. Fate. Luther smiled and remarked, "I have tasted your vegetables, and although they are indeed slightly inferior to those you previously provided, they are still vastly superior to ordinary produce. Therefore, I believe I must reconsider my initial proposal. I intend to increase the quantity of vegetables I purchase from you. The price shall remain unchanged. What do you say?" Lin Chen shrugged and replied, "I sincerely appreciate your fondness for my vegetables. Frankly, for a farmer, this is the highest form of praise. However, I believe it is unnecessary." Luther was taken aback and quickly responded, "Do you feel the price is too low? Very well. I can offer you a more favorable rate." Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No, what I mean is that such an increase is unwarranted. Currently, I only sell my vegetables to Jiwei restaurant at 20 yuan per jin, which equates to 400 yuan per kilogram. I cannot simply raise the price because you are wealthier. That would be improper." Luther seemed surprised and commented, "I thought people always aspired to gain more." "Perhaps," Lin Chen conceded. "But Mr. Luther, as a businessman, you should recognize the paramount importance of integrity. If you require vegetables, I am willing to sell them to you at the same price I charge you a restaurant, but I cannot provide transportation, nor do I possess the means to do so." Luther nodded and said, "Lin, you are an admirable individual. I hope that, circumstances permitting, we can collaborate more in the future." "One can only hope," Lin Chen smiled. And Luther then turned to converse with others. Lin Chen glanced at Luther's retreating figure. The allure of 300 yuan per jin was certainly more enticing than 20 yuan per jin, and his supply contract with Jiwei restaurant was only valid locally, thus not impeding external sales. Yet, Lin Chen was acutely aware that Luther Karl was no fool. Leading a world-class pharmaceutical company required remarkable capability. The irresistible price offered to Lin Chen was merely a means to repay a significant favor, had it not been for Lin Chen's intervention during the recent rescue. The outcome for Luther would likely have been the recovery of his son's lifeless body. Thus, even without explicit acknowledgement, Luther understood that he owed Lin Chen a tremendous debt of gratitude. For someone of Luther's stature, such a favor held immeasurable value. Countless individuals would yearn for Luther to owe them a debt of gratitude, but found themselves at a loss for how to achieve it. Therefore, Luther had proposed such an extravagant and long-term vegetable purchase price, intending to repay Lin Chen's kindness with monetary compensation. He had assumed that Lin Chen, being a local farmer, would readily accept. However, Lin Chen had not only suppressed the matter at the time, but had now outright refused the exorbitant offer, choosing instead to sell at the original price. Lin Chen had seen through Luther's intentions and thus declined. The favor from Luther was far too precious to squander. It might one day yield extraordinary results. At that moment, Yemumu approached Lin Chen with a smile, saying, "Lin, your place is simply delightful. Delicious food, delectable. Men, what should I do if I can't bear to leave? I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. What procedures are required for a foreigner to stay long-term in the country? I can inquire on your behalf." Lin Chen feigned ignorance. With her eyes squinted like a little kitten, Yemu said, "Fine, I shall spare you for now. However, once I complete my formalities, there will be no escape for you." Clearing her throat, she added, "What do you mean by escape? I don't quite understand, haha." Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly as he turned to leave, feeling the intensity of Yu Yemu's gaze. If that look could generate heat, he would undoubtedly be scorched to a crisp. After finding a secluded spot to steady himself, Gu Mingxi approached, holding a glass of beer. "Ah, I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Without your assistance, I shudder to think of my fate." Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Teacher Gu, you are quite audacious to venture into the Taihang Mountains. Does old Master Gu know? Please don't tell him. I signed up on my own, thinking it would be fine among professionals." "Who knew?" Gu Mingxi's spirits dipped. Lin Chen, noticing her despondence, reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. The Taihang Mountains have always been enigmatic. Over the years, countless have faltered within, to emerge unscathed. You are already among the rarest." Gu Mingxi shot Lin Chen an incredulous glance. "Are you trying to imply how greatly I owe you? Should I offer myself in return?" "Well, if Teacher Gu is willing, I wouldn't mind," Lin Chen jested. Suddenly, Gu Mingxi took a bold step forward, almost colliding with him, startling Lin Chen. "If you wouldn't mind, then I have no reservations," she declared. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly as he hurriedly responded, "Teacher Gu, you've had too much to drink. I am married, and you just met my daughter, remember?" "Indeed." Gu Mingxi tilted her chin slightly, her height a tad less than Lin Chen's. As she looked up, her warm breath brushed against his face. With a hint of intoxication in her eyes, she remarked, "What a lovely child. If I could have such a delightful daughter without the trials, I think I could accept that." Lin Chen swallowed hard, thinking, heavens, what is happening tonight? Everyone seems to be playing this game. "Gu, teacher, he stammered. Unlike Yu Yemu, Gu Mingxi had been his goddess since his first year of university. Truth be told, he had fantasized about engaging in all sorts of mischief with her. Now, the former goddess stood before him, exuding an air of availability that could leave even a seasoned suitor flustered. Suddenly, Gu Mingxi burst into laughter, playfully poking Lin Chen's cheek. "Look at you, all flustered. What's the matter? Am I a monster? I heard you're the man brave enough to challenge the Wolf King. Why so timid now?" Taking a couple of steps back, she tilted her head to examine Lin Chen. "Well, I can only blame fate for our timing. Of course. Even if you had pursued me back then, I might not have paid you any mind. You lacked charm in those days. It seems. We were simply destined not to be. Lin Chen offered an awkward smile as Gu Mengshi continued. Su Yan, right? That girl, Duoduo's mother. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Both he and his wife were former students of Gu Mengshi. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Mengshi remarked, "You are indeed fortunate. I recall that many sought her affection, yet it is surprising that you ultimately won her heart." Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Perhaps this is simply fate." Gu Mengshi then displayed a thoughtful expression and mused, "Fate, is it?" Chapter 83. The ginkgo tree of the mountain god space. That evening, after the banquet concluded, Luther led a group into the county town, as there was insufficient accommodation in the village for their stay. Only the injured Lake and Xiaoyang remained behind, as it was inappropriate for them to be moved. The two found lodgings in a spacious house within the village, while Lin Chen returned home, where his daughter Duo promptly approached him with her picture book. "Big Lin, read to me," Duo said in a sweet, childish voice. With a smile, Lin Chen lifted his daughter onto the bed. Although she often displayed an air of aloofness, her affection for her father was clear. Lin Chen read through the story in the picture book, and just as he finished, Duo presented him with another one. "One book a day?" Lin Chen chuckled, pouting. Duo replied, "You didn't read to me yesterday. This is my savings, and I haven't even asked for interest." Lin Chen found himself both amused and exasperated, conceding to read yet another book. However, midway through, the little one fell asleep, her hands clutching Lin Chen's arm as if fearing he might disappear. Not wanting to disturb her, Lin Chen remained still and gradually entered the mountain god space. Upon his arrival, Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He rubbed them, convinced he was experiencing an illusion. How could this be? He wondered, staring at a colossal ginkgo tree that had materialized in the mountain god space, resembling the one in the Taiying Mountains. What is going on? Confusion engulfed him as he approached the tree, placing his hand upon its bark. Feeling an identical texture to that of the ginkgo he had touched before, the leaves rustled softly, seemingly responding to Lin Chen. He understood that this was undoubtedly connected to the ginkgo tree in Taihang, though the exact nature of this connection eluded him. Perhaps I will understand in time. Lin Chen mused, acknowledging the myriad secrets within the mountain god space that he could not yet grasp. With a sigh, he approached the protruding stone tablet, which appeared to have risen slightly since his last visit, several centimeters higher, yet remained devoid of any inscriptions. "This is truly vexing," he exclaimed, tapping his forehead. The sudden appearance of so many mysteries, coupled with his inability to comprehend them, left him distressed. The following morning, as Lin Chen rose, he discovered Lake and Xiaoyang at his home. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Xiaoyang smiled sheepishly. "Is there any leftover food from yesterday?" he inquired. "Didn't your lodging provide breakfast?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Xiaoyang shook his head. "Not exactly, but I wanted something delicious." Lin Chen, feeling helpless, shook his head in response. There had been hardly any food left from the previous night, so he called out to his mother, "What are we having for breakfast today? How about cold noodles?" "I've already boiled the noodles, just need to slice some tomatoes and cucumbers, and mix them with chili oil. Does that work?" His mother replied from the kitchen. "Sounds good. Auntie, you handle it," Xiaoyang exclaimed, leaving Lin Chen both amused and exasperated. Before long, the cold noodles were ready. The noodles steeped in well water combined with shredded cucumber and tomato created an exquisite dish. There was nothing superfluous about it. It was simply delightful and delectable. The cucumber was crisp and refreshing, while the tomatoes added a hint of flavor to the otherwise bland noodles. The chili oil, freshly made at home, was fragrant and spicy, making the meal both nutritious and appetizing. In no time, Xiaoyang finished a bowl of cold noodles, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, and said to Lin Chen's mother, "Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, surpassing even the grandest restaurants in Beijing. Ha! You certainly know how to flatter. If it's delicious, eat more. I've made plenty. It's enough to fill you up." Lin Chen's mother beamed with joy at the compliment. Like, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. Being unaccustomed to the spiciness of the chili oil, he had unwittingly added too much and was rendered speechless. Merely giving Lin Chen's mother a thumbs up. "Are you all right? Drink some water," Lin Chen exclaimed, exasperated. "Like, considering your gunshot wound. Consuming this much spice is akin to courting disaster. Wow, Lin, how is all the food here so delicious? I think I've fallen in love with this place." Like gasped, wiping his brow. Lin Chen retorted, "You haven't fallen in love with the place. You've fallen for the food. Haha, it's all the same." Like laughed heartily. "Lin, did my father discuss vegetables with you yesterday?" Yes, he did, Lin Chen nodded. Like then said, I would like to add a few points. If that's all right? Lin Chen looked at Like and asked, Mr. Like, what would you like to add? It's this, aside from the vegetables. I hope you can supply me with 100 pounds of garlic every time. Like pointed to the garlic sauce in the cold noodles, exclaiming, it's simply delightful. I can't live without garlic from now on. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and replied helplessly, I'm afraid that's not feasible. I don't have 100 pounds of garlic myself. 100 pounds every week. Don't even think about it. Like pleaded. If 100 pounds isn't possible, then 50 pounds will do. 50 pounds is also out of the question, Lin Chen quickly responded. Then how much do you have? Like asked, defeated. Lin Chen spread his hands, and Like's eyes lit up. 10 pounds? 10 pounds is acceptable. 10 heads. Lin Chen stated. The land within the mountain god's space was limited. There was no way to provide such a quantity of garlic. Besides, he needed to eat too. The garlic sauce and the cold noodles that morning was sourced from the mountain god's space. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Like had a discerning palate. The garlic from the mountain god's space was indeed delicious. Like appeared dazed for a moment before agreeing. Fine, 10 heads it is. Name your price. Lin Chen shrugged. No need to name a price. Consider it a gift. Haha. Thank you, Lin. We shall be good friends from now on. Just let me know if you need anything. Like laughed joyously while Xiaoyang looked on enviously. Regretting his lack of the financial means to engage in business with Lin Chen like the Carl family. After two individuals enjoyed a hearty breakfast, they departed with satisfaction. Not long after, Dongzi arrived and, upon seeing Lin Chen, directly said, Brother Chen, it seems our chicken farm will be completed soon. Shouldn't you start preparing for the chicks? Certainly, I will attend to it right away. It will not be delayed, Lin Chen replied with a smile. As they conversed, Lin Chen noticed his father entering with a jar. Curiously, he approached and inquired, Dad, what is this? This is something your grandfather uses for brewing wine, his father responded. Oh, is my grandfather starting to brew wine today? Lin Chen asked. His father nodded and said, Indeed. Your grandfather finds himself bored and decided to brew a little for the family. Regardless of how the wine turns out, you must show your support, understood? Chapter 84. Resilience with age. Did you not find a place at Uncle Ayres to brew wine? How did you manage to bring the jar back home? Lin Chen inquired, as he took the wine jar from his father's hands and placed it carefully. Isn't this the jar someone bought from the county? Uncle Ayres' vehicle is not suitable for the journey, so I unloaded it first and then sought a cart to transport it, his father replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Who did you ask to buy this? Lin Chen asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Why, it was me. Came a man's voice just as two figures entered the room, revealing Zhou Kai and his wife, Gao Mengyao. Seeing Zhou Kai attending to his wife, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Gong is quite attentive. Indeed, Zhou Kai responded with a smile. Mengyao is now more precious than the Empress Dowager in our household. Lin Chen hurriedly fetched a chair for Gao Mengyao and then remarked, I didn't see you two yesterday when I returned. Zhou Kai explained, it was time for a routine checkup. I had intended to inform you before we left, but you had already gone into the mountains. We were busy with the examination yesterday. I had planned for her to stay a few days at home before returning, but as soon as we got back, she started feeling nauseous. Hence, we had no choice but to bring her here early this morning. Lin Chen laughed. Now you know how good my place is, right? Have you eaten breakfast? We have plenty of cold noodles at home, paired with shredded cucumber and tomatoes. It's quite refreshing. Would you like some? We truly haven't eaten. At home, whatever she eats, she ends up throwing up. Don't worry about it. I'll manage on my own, Zhou Kai replied before heading to the kitchen. Lin Chen, not wanting to be impolite, smiled at Gao Mengyao and said, Sister-in-law, please make yourself comfortable while I fetch a cart to deliver the items to my grandfather. Brother Chen, if you're busy, I can ask Zhou Kai to lend you a hand later, Gao Mengyao suggested. There's no need for that. Dongzi, you have a cart, right? May I borrow it? Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively and went to borrow a cart from Dongzi. Once he returned, he loaded the wine jar with Dongzi's assistance and pushed it towards Uncle Ayres' house. Upon entering, he discovered the old man inspecting the brewing equipment. Grandfather, where shall I place this? Lin Chen asked. Just stack it under the wall, the old man replied. Why didn't you sleep in a bit longer? Venturing into the mountains isn't an easy task. Lin Chen and Dongzi unloaded the wine jars, and he remarked, It's nothing. If you let me sleep, I really wouldn't be able to. I've grown accustomed to rising early. As they conversed, Uncle Ayres emerged from the house, holding a mobile phone. Xiaochen, you're here. It saves me the trouble of going to your home to find you. Is there something you need, Uncle Ayres? Lin Chen asked. Your aunt is coming. She'll be arriving shortly at the long-distance bus station in the county. You should go and pick her up, Uncle Air instructed. Oh, why didn't my aunt inform me in advance? I must hurry. I don't want to delay her. Lin Chen quickly turned and ran home, calling back to Dongzi. Dongzi, you've worked hard. Please help my grandfather organize the wine jars. Go on with your business, Brother Chen. Dongzi nodded in agreement. Lin Chen returned home to inform his parents and then drove off in his robust Ford towards the county. He mused to himself how fortunate he was to have such a durable vehicle, for navigating the village roads would be quite arduous in any other model. This road really needs some repairs, Lin Chen thought. Upon arriving in the county town, Lin Chen promptly dialed his aunt's number. Once the call connected, he inquired, Aunt, where are you? Oh, Xiaochen, I just reached the station. Are you coming to pick me up? Came his aunt's voice. Yes, I am at the station too. Please don't move. I see you. Lin Chen responded before hanging up and making his way towards her. Aunt, Lin Chen called out with a smile as he approached her. The woman turned around, and upon seeing him, she smiled back. How did you get out here? I was still looking for your father and the others. My father can't drive, and besides, it's only natural for me to come. Lin Chen replied. Come on, Aunt. Let us head home. He took the luggage from her. However, his aunt retorted, Home? Xiao Shouyun and Lin Zheng have bullied my father. I haven't yet settled the score with them. Lin Chen smiled wryly. His aunt indeed had quite the fiery temper. He had heard from his father and second uncle that in her unmarried days, she had kept his uncle in check to the extent that his aunt was never dared to be crossed. It was only after she married out that his uncle's wife began to act without restraint. How about we return home first to see grandfather? Lin Chen suggested. No. We must go to Lin Zheng's house first, his aunt declared without hesitation, dropping the familial address and addressing him by name directly. Left with no choice, Lin Chen nodded. All right, let us go see. Once in the car, they swiftly arrived at his uncle's house. Lin Chen led the way upstairs. But they were soon halted midway by some neighbors. What is the commotion here? Why is everyone blocking the way? Lin Chen inquired. The old Lin family upstairs is fighting. We heard quite the ruckus just now. You're not from this building, are you? One neighbor asked, puzzled. We're just visiting. Please let us through. Lin Chen said with a smile, realizing that his uncle's family had been through quite a tumultuous time lately. After persuading the neighbors, the three of them ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top, they found his aunt crying at the doorway, tears and snot streaming down her face. Lin Zheng, you scoundrel. How shameful can you be? You're nearly 60 and you're patronizing prostitutes. You're utterly disgusting. Unable to contain himself, Lin Chen burst into laughter. What is going on here? Patronizing prostitutes? Uncle is still quite robust. He is aging like fine wine. Could it be that someone else has meddled? His aunt was equally perplexed, stepping forward to confront Xiao Shouyun. What madness is this? Can't you feel any shame in broad daylight? Your family has no decency left. But our old Lin family still has some standards. Upon hearing voices, his uncle's wife turned to look, and upon spotting Lin Chen's aunt, she momentarily froze, likely not recognizing her at first. Once she did, Lin Chen noticed her lips twitching, clearly feeling the weight of his aunt's reputation. Ignoring her, his aunt entered the house, and Lin Chen hurriedly followed. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw his uncle sprawled on the floor, his face marred with scratches and his thinning hair disheveled across his forehead. The floor was littered with debris, unmistakable evidence of a fierce altercation. What a disgrace. Not only has he bullied my father, but now he has also learned to patronize prostitutes. Truly, you've gained quite the skills, eldest uncle. His aunt scoffed coldly. Upon hearing her voice, his uncle quickly scrambled to his feet, looking anxious. What brings you here? He stammered. And he took a seat on a stool and chuckled, questioning how he came to be here, implying that without his presence, she would never have realized his remarkable capabilities. I didn't do it. It was an unsuccessful attempt. Uncle stammered. Lin Chen nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of hearing about a failed attempt at solicitation for the first time. Yet it seemed that this affair had nothing to do with the dark-skinned individual. At that moment, he pointed an accusing finger at Uncle, berating him. You shameless old fool. You've already paid, and the police caught you red-handed. Does that not amount to solicitation? Uncle retorted, don't speak nonsense. If the police really had evidence, would they let me go? I merely went for a massage. There was no illicit service involved. Auntie, with gritted teeth, scolded him. How could you even think of visiting such places? Wasn't it just a few days ago that you were accused of being a rogue on the bus? You are nothing but a pervert. Chapter 85, the might of Auntie Uncle's face flushed with embarrassment, and he fell silent, choosing to squat on the ground without uttering a word. At that moment, someone suddenly burst through the door, exclaiming in frustration, "Mom and Dad, what are you arguing about now? Our boss is waiting for my project proposal. If I can't deliver, our whole family will be left to fend for ourselves." The newcomer was none other than Lin Feng, his eyes bloodshot, dark circles under his eyes resembling a panda. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Lin Chen and, after a brief pause, exclaimed, "It's you again. Is this your doing? How dare you strike my father? I'll get you for this." With that, Lin Feng grabbed a feather duster and swung it at Lin Chen. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "Go ahead, try it. If you lay a finger on me, I swear I'll break your leg." Lin Feng froze in place, feeling as though he had been targeted by a ravenous wolf. Blood drained from his face, rendering him immobile. "The damage was caused by your own parents. Do not hastily blame others," it said. Lin Feng, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze, turned away and retorted, "What is it to you? Who do you think you are, you lowly creature? Are you seeking death?" Lin Chen erupted in fury, seizing Lin Feng by the throat and pinning him against the wall. Before Lin Feng could react, Lin Chen delivered 2 swift slaps, leaving Lin Feng dazed and seeing stars. "How dare you strike my son? I will not let this go." The aunt, upon witnessing this, let out a shriek and charged at Lin Chen. However, before she could reach him, the elder aunt grasped her hair and yanked her back. Lin Chen then observed the elder aunt overpowering the younger aunt, delivering blows with remarkable finesse. "Xiao Shuyun, have you forgotten how I used to handle things all those years ago?" The elder aunt scolded while landing her strikes. Lin Chen watched in astonishment. He had heard tales of the elder aunt's fiery temperament, but witnessing her fury firsthand was a revelation. Truly, the elder aunt was formidable. Ugh! At that moment, Lin Feng let out a strangled sound, prompting Lin Chen to realize he was nearly choking him to death. Releasing Lin Feng, the elder aunt, having satisfied her rage, stood up, and Lin Feng scrambled back in terror, retreating several feet. "This is outrageous. Your Lin family's men indulge in debauchery while you come here to bully a widow and her orphan children, leaving us with no means of survival." The younger aunt shouted, her voice rising. Nearby, the uncle turned pale. He was still alive. So how could they be called orphans? The elder aunt sneered, "Bullying you? It would be a mercy to put an end to you. Xiao Xiuyan, you truly have some nerve. You dare to mistreat my father? I will return home and demand answers. Believe me, I might just burn your house down." The younger aunt's expression turned frantic as she hastily replied, "You must not act recklessly. If you dare to go too far, I will call the police." "Call the police?" The elder aunt laughed. "What a splendid idea. I can inquire about the penalties for elder abuse and the crime of seizing an elder's property. I have not encroached upon his property. The money was willingly given to us." Andy retorted promptly, "Your words carry little weight. I am eager to see whom the police will believe." The elder aunt trembled with indignation, her teeth clenched as she spoke. At that moment, Uncle, who had been silent, interjected, "Xiao Jing, you are being excessive." "Excessive? In what way am I excessive?" The elder aunt countered. Uncle replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaoyun is still your sister-in-law. How could you resort to violence against her?" The elder aunt glared at him, her eyes reddening, and said through gritted teeth, "Then ask yourself, when your father was ill, why did you not take him to see a doctor? What kind of son are you?" Uncle hesitated briefly before asserting, "I never said I wouldn't take him. It was Lin Chen who took him away. I had no opportunity, and now I'm being blamed." The elder aunt responded, "Fine, then take him to the doctor now." Uncle immediately shook his head. "That is not possible. He has already been taken away. Who knows if his condition has changed? He must bear that responsibility." Lin Chen nearly laughed in exasperation, while the elder aunt added, "Lin Zhang, have you no shame?" Uncle's face darkened with anger. "What did you say? I am your brother. And you speak to me like this? You all need to leave immediately, or I will truly call the police." As the elder aunt prepared to respond, Lin Chen pulled her aside. "Andy, let us return home. There is no need to engage with them further." "How can you speak like that? Have you learned nothing in university about respecting your elders?" Uncle shouted. Lin Chen shot him a glance. "Your son is also in university. Has he ever shown respect to my grandfather? I will only respect those who deserve it. Does a person engaged in vice merit respect?" Uncle was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing, rendered speechless. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. He glanced at it and quickly answered, "Boss, something has happened at home. I must return immediately to work overtime. Please, I assure you, I am not leaving early or skipping work. Grant me another chance." Lin Feng's hand trembled, dropping the phone to the ground. With a quivering voice, he lamented, "Why am I so unfortunate? Now I've lost my job." Lin Chen suddenly smiled. "Do not fret. Take a moment to reflect on why such misfortune has befallen you. If you cannot comprehend it, do not rush, for you are bound to encounter even greater misfortune. Having said that, he disregarded the family and addressed the elder aunt. Auntie, let us head back. My grandfather misses you. Moments after Lin Chen and his companions departed, Lin Feng's wife returned home, only to be taken aback by the disarray. At that moment, Lin Feng, with a quivering voice, said, "Wife, I have been dismissed from the company." His wife froze, while Auntie quietly remarked, "Daughter-in-law, we are all unemployed now. We must rely solely on your salary to survive." Lin Feng's wife quickly replied, "I have also been fired." The entire family stood in stunned silence. Auntie then exclaimed, "Thank goodness I did not give them the old man's salary card. Those few thousand yuan would be of no use." Lin Feng's wife anxiously exclaimed that our store manager has a good relationship with me, and she privately informed me that we have offended someone. And someone contacted the store to have me dismissed, even preventing other stores from employing me. How could this be? Among the acquaintances we have, who possesses such influence? If such a person truly exists, I would certainly treat him well and would never offend him. Lin Feng immediately responded. Just now, Lin Chen mentioned something. Could it be him? Uncle suddenly interjected. The group was taken aback, and then Lin Feng scoffed, claiming it was impossible. He can't even secure a job. How could he have such power? It surely isn't him. But if not him, then who could it be? Uncle pondered in confusion. Chapter 86. The Jade Tree card. Lin Chen hurried home with his aunt, who wore a gloomy expression in the car. Lin Chen could only offer a wry smile and urged her not to be upset, assuring her that he would handle the situation and ensure their adversaries would not find solace. His aunt turned to him, her gaze piercing, making Lin Chen feel somewhat uneasy. After a moment, she spoke. "Xiao Chen, you have changed." "Changed?" Lin Chen was taken aback. His aunt chuckled. "It's different from before. You used to be so lackadaisical, unable to make a sound even if prodded repeatedly. Now, you exhibit a sense of responsibility. Just now, when you pushed Lin Feng against the wall, you displayed the spirit of your aunt." Lin Chen could only laugh awkwardly and replied, "Of course. I share blood with my aunt. It's all hereditary." "Haha, indeed. You are much more endearing now." His aunt nodded in satisfaction. Upon arriving home and parking the car, they were greeted by his grandfather, father, and second uncle, along with Dahai, who awaited them at the door. The old man, upon seeing his sister, could hardly contain himself, his eyes reddening. "Xiao Jing." Grandfather trembled as he called out. His aunt's eyes also brimmed with tears as she embraced the old man, sobbing, "Dad, I'm sorry for not returning sooner, causing you so much distress. That family of scoundrels, I will not spare them. It's all right, it's all right. Seeing you, all my grievances dissipate," the old man replied. It had been many years since they last met. His aunt had married and moved to another province. Although her life there was relatively comfortable, the distance and the responsibilities of her own family made it difficult for her to return home. Lin Chen's father and second uncle stood to the side, both feeling a mix of love and resentment towards their elder sister, while Lin Chen's mother and second aunt wore cheerful expressions. They had little opportunity to interact with her and held no grievances, even appreciating her straightforward nature. "Sister, you haven't been back for years." His father approached, taking her hand and lamenting, "You have more gray hair now." His aunt smiled, replying, "At over 50, if I had no gray hair. Wouldn't that make me a monster? Come on, let us go inside. Your younger siblings have prepared a feast, just waiting for you," his father said with a smile. "Indeed, it's all delectable," second uncle chimed in. However, his aunt shot them a cold glance and said, "How can you still have the face to eat? Come inside. I need to have a serious talk with you too." Their smiles instantly froze, but they dared not resist and obediently followed her inside. As they entered, Lin Chen faintly heard second uncle say, "Sister, please don't strike my face. The younger ones are still here." Before long, the three emerged, both his father and second uncle appearing relieved, suggesting they had escaped unscathed. Yet, their fearful demeanor towards their sister hinted to Lin Chen at the formidable nature she once wielded. Lunch consisted entirely of vegetables and fruits grown by Lin Chen. With 3 jade tree chickens, his mother, not holding back, promptly dispatched 2. It was Lin Chen's first time witnessing such generosity from her. Throughout the meal, his aunt lavished praises, and after they finished, Lin Chen presented wild immortal tea. His aunt took a sip, exhaling a deep breath, and remarked, "After this meal, I feel I might not want to leave. The changes at home are astonishing. Life here is akin to that of deities." Uncle Air chuckled, asking what changes had taken place at home. "All thanks to your nephew, Lin Chen." He hasn't even been back for half a year, and everything feels transformed. Aunt nodded in agreement, remarking, it's essential for him to pursue his studies. Well done, Xiao Chun. Thank you for the compliment, Aunt. Please, take a seat while I fetch you some strawberries. Our family specialty, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Dalin, Duo wants some too. Duoduo's eyes sparkled upon hearing about the strawberries. All right, but don't indulge too much, Lin Chen cautioned, and immediately scooped Duo up in her arms. Her affection evident as she sighed. Your brother and sister-in-law have been married for 7 or 8 years now, and still no news. Yet. Look at Xiao Chen, such a remarkable child, blessed with a porcelain-like daughter that everyone adores. Aunt's son had been married for several years, yet due to health issues, they had struggled with infertility. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, reassured her, don't worry, Aunt. With today's scientific advancements, if all else fails, there's always the option of in vitro fertilization. There will surely be a solution. And offered a bittersweet smile, not engaging further. Lin Chen then ventured into the fields, gathering a generous supply of strawberries. After washing them, he served them to Aunt as a dessert and also delivered a portion to Zhou Kai and Gao Mengyao. Upon their return, the couple chose not to stay at Lin Chen's home, opting instead to rent a spacious and beautiful self-built house in the countryside for 3,000 a month. They often enjoyed leisurely meals at Lin Chen's, followed by fishing at twin lakes and strolling through the fields, embodying a rare sense of tranquility that Lin Chen found enviable. I say, Zhou Kai, do you think your business can thrive if you don't return to the county? Lin Chen inquired, placing the strawberries down. Zhou Kai smiled ruefully, indeed. It poses a dilemma. But no matter how crucial business may be, it pales in comparison to my wife and child, doesn't it? I've made my decision. Should the business fail, at least I'll be here for my wife before she gives birth. Gao Mengyao, seated nearby, grasped Zhou Kai's hand gently, suggesting, if that's the case, perhaps you should return. You've invested years into that shop. It's fine. To me, you're the most important, Zhou Kai proclaimed earnestly. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, interjecting, all right, enough of your public displays of affection. Keep it subtle. Zhou Kai chuckled with pride. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before proposing. Old Zhou, have you ever considered abandoning your automobile venture? What would I do instead? Zhou Kai asked, taken aback. Lin Chen beamed, suggesting, what if we partnered together? I have vegetables, strawberries, and soon several new varieties, not to mention Yushu chicken. I envision creating a premium ingredient brand that exclusively offers high-end products. Zhou Kai was intrigued. What about that Jiwei building in Mr. Fong? That won't interfere. I'm establishing my own brand, not abandoning theirs. If we collaborate harmoniously, the business can continue. And I'll prioritize supplying them, Lin Chen clarified. At this moment, Zhou Kai felt a surge of excitement. Having tasted Lin Chen's vegetables, fruits, and Yushu chicken, he recognized their allure. Entering the high-end market was undoubtedly feasible, both in terms of market potential and profitability. Brother Chen, if you genuinely wish to pursue this, I am more than willing to assist you, Zhou Kai resolutely declared to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, very well, it is settled then. I assure you, I will not let you suffer any losses. Together, as brothers, we shall expand our business and venture beyond our borders. I believe it can be done. Gao Mengyao, who was nearby, expressed her joy for the two of them. Excellent. There is much to be done next. We need to register the company, expand our cultivation area, and initiate the operation of the chicken farm. Furthermore, we can introduce additional varieties in the future, Lin Chen said with a sparkle in his eyes. What shall we name our brand? Zhou Kai inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen proclaimed, Yushu brand. From now on, the name Yushu shall be synonymous with the epitome of high-end, delectable ingredients. Chapter 87. Agriculture and farming are not the same. Creating his own culinary brand is Lin Chen's primary focus moving forward. However, before that, expanding his yield remains the priority. His aunt stayed at home for 3 days, and the first batch of liquor brewed by the old man has finally emerged. His father organized a so-called wine tasting event to honor the old man, and of course, family members were present. Dongzi and Zhou Kai were also invited by his father. Naturally, they dared not refuse, especially with the promise of delectable vegetables to savor. The old man's inaugural batch of liquor is sorghum wine. It's liquid crystal clear, with a lingering and rich aroma. Lin Chen sampled it, and found the flavor quite agreeable. Certainly superior to the inferior brands available on the market. The old man's craftsmanship is indeed commendable. Zhou Kai, an aficionado of fine wines, could only express his approval without further elaboration. I find it quite palatable, not harsh at all, Dongzi remarked with a smile. Fragrant, indeed. This is authentic grain liquor. Unlike the artificially blended spirits found elsewhere. This wine is genuinely aromatic, his father praised. The aunt and others also indulged in tasting, and their feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Lin Chen took another sip and found it pleasant, though he hesitated to declare it exceptional. After sampling it himself, the old man frowned and said, "It will have to suffice. Good liquor requires an old cellar, otherwise, it lacks depth." Contemplating this, Lin Chen discreetly poured some spiritual spring water into half a jar of wine. After taking another sip, his eyes immediately brightened. The addition of the spring water significantly enhanced both the flavor and aroma, rivaling some of the finest wines he had ever tasted. Lin Chen quietly stored the half jar of wine in the mountain goddess space. Otherwise, if his father noticed, he would have no way to explain the sudden improvement in taste. The following noon, while Lin Chen was busy assembling the vegetable trellis, his second aunt arrived, accompanied by his cousin He-Wan. Upon noticing them, Lin Chen inquired, "Aunt, are you here for a visit?" "Visit? No, I need to discuss something with you. If you have time tomorrow, could you take your sister to the station?" his aunt asked. Lin Chen smacked his forehead. It was already late August, and school was about to commence. If He-Wan didn't leave soon, she would miss her chance. "Of course, that is not a problem. I'll pick her up first thing in the morning," he replied promptly. "Good, then I'll leave you to your work. I heard your aunt has returned." "I'll go find her," his aunt said with a smile as she departed, leaving his cousin He-Wan standing beside Lin Chen. "Is something the matter?" Lin Chen asked with a grin, setting down the wooden slats. His cousin hurriedly rinsed her hands with the water hose before shyly saying, "Brother, after I leave, could you keep an eye on my parents for me? My father's health isn't great." "Why are you saying such unnecessary things?" "Of course, I will. By the way, how's your uncle doing lately?" Lin Chen interjected. A glimmer of joy crossed her face as she replied, "Much better. Ever since you visited last time, he has been improving steadily." "Brother, that water you gave is truly a miraculous remedy." Lin Chen smiled and affirmed, "Of course. When you leave later, take another bottle with you. With your uncle's health improving, you'll have less to worry about." "Yes, thank you, brother," his cousin responded with a smile. Lin Chen wiped his hands and playfully ruffled his cousin's hair, exclaiming, "Oh dear, now that you've gone, where shall I find this delightful sensation again?" He-Wan dodged Lin Chen, retorting in annoyance, "Brother, you are truly bothersome." At that moment, Duo emerged from the room, and, upon spotting He-Wan, hurried over, offering her a lollipop. "Cousin, have some candy." She giggled. "Thank you, Duo." He-Wan accepted the lollipop and affectionately kissed Duo on the cheek. With utmost seriousness, Duo proclaimed, "Cousin, this candy is incredibly delicious. Once you finish the outer flavor, there are even more flavors inside." Lin Chen stood by, feeling helpless. Recently, their grandfather had been overly indulgent towards his great-granddaughter, and now with his aunt's return, she was treated like a precious gem, showered with various snacks and toys without restraint. Lin Chen felt unable to voice his concerns, for any protest would surely earn him disdainful glares. "Wan, are there any good kindergartens nearby?" Lin Chen suddenly inquired. He-Wan shook her head, replying, "I'm not sure. There should be some in the county town, but it's quite far, and you surely wouldn't want that. Besides, Duo isn't even 5 yet. Isn't it too early?" "Too early? Children start attending preschool at 3, and she's nearly 5. Lin Chen believed it would be beneficial to send his daughter to kindergarten, yet the lack of suitable options nearby forced him to abandon the idea for the time being. Meanwhile, in the county town, Lin Feng and his family were surrounding Lin Jidong, attempting to curry his favor. "Second uncle, could you please enlighten us on whom we have offended? We deserve to know why we are facing such dire misfortunes," Lin Feng said with a forced smile, though it was more akin to a grimace. Their family had been plagued by bad luck. Losing jobs was just the beginning. As bizarre incidents seemed to occur every few days, Lin Zheng was mistakenly arrested for solicitation. Lin Feng lost his wallet while buying breakfast. Xiao Xiaoyun was placed on standby by her workplace without explanation. And Lin Feng's wife not only lost her job, but also saw her parents' store suffer from a lack of customers. If this family remained oblivious to the underlying issues, it would be quite foolish. Lin Jidong sat silently like a Buddha, gritting his teeth and refusing to speak. The more he remained tight-lipped, the more Lin Feng suspected he knew something. "Second uncle, considering how respectful we've always been towards you, please offer us some guidance," Lin Feng's wife interjected. With a quivering voice, Xiao Xiaoyun pleaded, "Second uncle, you can't just watch us perish, can you?" Their persistent questioning began to irritate Lin Jidong, who finally opened his eyes and said, What good would it do to ask me? Are you blind or foolish? Can't you figure out who is behind this? The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Lin Jidong nearly chuckled at their ignorance, just as Lin Weilong stepped into the room. Weilong, you're up. Lin Feng greeted him eagerly. Upon seeing the family, Lin Weilong instinctively flinched and asked, Did Lin Chen send you here? The group was taken aback. And Lin Chen quickly replied, No, brother. Why are you so afraid of Lin Chen? He's just a farmer. What is there to fear? Lin Weilong paused for a moment before responding, A farmer? Not all farmers are the same. You grow radishes and cabbages, while he cultivates gold. Gold? The Lin family was taken aback. At this moment, Lin Jidong spoke slowly. You all, how can you be so blind to the obvious? Is it truly so difficult to comprehend? Reflect on when your misfortunes began, and consider what Lin Chen said the day he took your father away. Is it not clear? With Lin Jidong having articulated it so plainly, one would be a genuine fool not to understand. Lin Feng, astonished, exclaimed, But, on what grounds? Even if he excels at farming, he is merely a farmer. Chapter 88, Conspiracy. Lin Weilong chuckled helplessly and remarked, My father is indeed correct. You are truly blind to the mountain before you. Lin Chen may be a farmer, but do you have any idea where his produce ends up? Are you aware of the individuals he collaborates with? What prices does he command for his goods? Well, I haven't paid much attention to that. Uncle Weilong. Please enlighten us, Lin Feng promptly replied. Lin Weilong spoke softly. Are you familiar with the specialty vegetables from Jiwei-lu? Of course. They're astonishingly expensive. Our manager took a client there once, and before the meal, he warned it would be a ripoff. Yet, upon returning, he exclaimed it was worth every penny. Since then, whenever we treat clients, we nearly always choose Jiwei-lu, Lin Feng recounted. Lin Zheng added, I've heard that dining at Jiwei-lu requires a reservation well in advance. They have a fixed quota each day, and bookings are often scheduled out for 10 days or more. Is it really that exaggerated? Annie questioned, her face filled with disbelief. Exaggerated? You simply lack experience. Lin Jidong scoffed. What is the reason Jiwei-lu's specialty vegetables sell so well? It's all about marketing. Even if the vegetables are delicious, they are still just vegetables. Sure, they have their uniqueness, but certainly not to the extent of requiring a reservation weeks in advance. Lin Zheng rationalized after some contemplation. Lin Jidong spat dismissively. You are so self-satisfied. Let me tell you, Jiwei-lu's strength lies in Lin Chen. It is Lin Chen who cultivates those vegetables. What? The group could not help but exclaim in unison. What does that imply? Lin Weilong stated, Jiwei-lu is merely a small player. He also has business dealings with the leader of the Blackskin gang. The other day, when I went to meet him, well, I hit a brick wall. Upon seeing that individual, Black Yi directly referred to him as Sir. Otherwise, based on my relationship with Black Yi, I could. Lin Weilong's words trailed off as he noticed the expressions on Lin Feng's family had turned utterly grim. While they may not know much, they were certainly aware of the Blackskin gang. They were formidable figures in the county. The realization struck them that Lin Chen. How could a mere farmer know such influential individuals? Lin Feng was unable to accept this reality. Ever since Lin Chen returned from the city, he had harbored a sense of superiority. So what if Lin Chen attended a better university than he did? In the end, he had returned home to farm. Yet, who could have anticipated that this farmer would be so extraordinary? Jiwei-lu, Blackskin. And even the person whom Blackskin referred to as Sir, this was not the narrative they had expected. Today, I have said nothing to you. If Lin Chen inquires, do not mention us, Lin Jidong declared as he retreated into the inner room, clearly indicating it was time for their departure. With no alternative, the family left Lin Jidong's home. Once outside the gate, Annie hesitated and said, What shall we do now? Given the old man's situation, he must despise us. What? What will happen next? What to do? What to do? Lin Zheng exclaimed, glaring. If it weren't for your behavior towards my father, we would not have attracted Lin Chen's attention. Perhaps Lin Chen would have even helped us. You are nothing but a short-sighted fool. Auntie was taken aback for a moment, but soon regained her composure and retorted, hands on her hips, Lin Zheng, don't you dare blame me. How I treated your father is solely my affair. When your father resided in the small cottage, you remained silent, did you not? Now, I bear the brunt of the wrongdoing alone, and you presume yourself innocent? Do you still possess any shame? Lin Zheng's complexion shifted between shades of pale and green as Lin Feng, at this juncture, reflected on his parents' words. What purpose does it serve to discuss such matters now? Our focus must be on how to navigate the challenge posed by Lin Chen. Did Lin Chen not mention that we must deliver the old man's salary card ourselves? Lin Feng's wife softly suggested, or perhaps I could go tomorrow, Lin Feng replied. Instantly. His wife shook her head. Do not go. If you do, you will never hold your head high in his presence again. Lin Feng countered, what do you understand? If I must lower my head temporarily, so be it. This time, I will sincerely apologize, demonstrating the right attitude, and then devise a method to acquire his agricultural techniques. Son, what do you mean? Lin Zheng's eyes brightened. Lin Feng declared, why should Lin Chen monopolize all the benefits? If we must bow to him, he too must bear the consequences. Once we obtain his techniques, we shall not fear him any longer. As long as his methods are not unique, he holds no value. At that point, we can strategize, and it will be our turn to prosper. I am more astute and possess greater business acumen than he does. I shall excel in commerce. Indeed, my son surpasses him by far. Our priority now is to secure the techniques he possesses. Auntie expressed her excitement, envisioning stacks of cash at the thought of the exorbitant vegetables from Jiwei building. Let us proceed as planned. We shall first offer them some benefits, and once they let their guard down. Haha. Lin Feng laughed heartily, envisioning a perfect future before him. The following day, Lin Chen rose early, driving to his aunt's house to pick up his cousin Hewan. Her family had everything prepared, with gifts for Hewan already packed, awaiting Lin Chen's arrival. Auntie, uncle, Lin Chen greeted as he exited the vehicle to assist with loading the gifts. Uncle smiled. We are troubling you again, Xiao Chen. Lin Chen replied, oh, it's nothing. How could I neglect my sister's affairs? All right, I won't be polite any longer. Please drive safely. And Wan, call us when you arrive at school, Uncle instructed. Yes, Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves. I will return as soon as the holiday begins. His cousin's eyes were red-rimmed. This would be her first time away from her parents at such an age. As the car slowly pulled away, Hewan left her home to embark on her educational journey in a distant city. Lin Chen did not drop her off at the county town but continued all the way to the high-speed train station in the city. At the platform, Lin Chen handed his cousin a card, saying, take this. Do not deprive yourself while away. Brother, I don't want it. I have my allowance. She immediately shook her head. Lin Chen, unfazed by her refusal, glared, take it. What you consider allowance, I regard as emergency funds. No matter how much you spend, there will be a record. You can repay me once you start working. Hewan understood that her cousin struggled to express his concern, often appearing stern, yet his care was genuine. She accepted the card and suddenly embraced Lin Chen, saying, brother, I will miss you. All right, cousin will miss you too, Lin Chen said softly, instinctively placing her hand on her cousin's head and gently ruffling her hair. This time, her cousin did not resist, appearing as docile as a little kitten. As the departure time approached, Lin Chen, lacking a ticket, was unable to access the platform and could only accompany her cousin to the entrance. She waited until the train departed before driving home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she noticed a few individuals standing outside. Her aunt, guarding the entrance, shouted angrily, get lost. Dream on if you think we will forgive your family.